Dragon Emperor Martial God Chapter 1124 to Chapter 1177. Ling Xiao stood high up in the air, his black clothes fluttering in the wind. At the same time, his clean long hair fluttered in the wind. Although his sideburns were white, he was indescribably handsome and refined. That kind of natural and unrestrained aura and charm seemed to have returned to the time when he was young. He was talking to Xikong too, but his pair of weathered eyes were staring at his son, Ling Yun. His eyes radiated boundless pride. At this moment, Ling Xiao was extremely emotional. There was only one sentence in his heart. Xianxia, our child has grown up. Ling Yun's divine sense covered a radius of 100 meters. Of course, he could feel Ling Xiao's excitement and pride. He smiled and raised his head to call out, "Father." That was the connection of blood. After the dream of past life merged with this life, no matter how Ling Yun tried to remind himself, it was useless. That feeling of being connected by blood told him that he was a descendant of the Ling family, Ling Zhao's son. Even though he had the soul of a tribulation stage cultivator, he couldn't resist this. The Ling family's inheritance, the divine willow wood, could only be activated in Ling Yun's hands. The Ling family's only technique, the Black-Yellow Sutra, was easily mastered by Ling Yun, surpassing everyone else in the Ling family who had been cultivating for many years. Ling Yun had noticed this many times. Ling Yun couldn't explain it, couldn't reject it, and didn't want to reject it. No matter how strong a person was, the feeling of having a family was really good. Xikong didn't manage to take advantage of Ling Yun in the fight and lost his momentum first. Just now, he wanted to mock Ling Xiao to regain some psychological advantage, but in the end, he was slapped in the face by Ling Zhao's words. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Of course, Ling Xiao was retaliating against Xikong too. He was also an outstanding talent in the past. Now that Ling Yun's invincible momentum had triggered his lofty sentiments, he couldn't be suppressed by Xikong Tu's words. "Humph. You relied on a woman, and now you rely on your son. Ling Xiao, don't you feel ashamed?" Xikong Tu was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood when he saw Ling Zhao's elegance. Ling Xiao smiled again. "My woman is very strong, at least stronger than you. My son is very outstanding. At least I managed to capture one of your sons. I'm very gratified. Why are you blushing?" Ling Xiao stood with his hands behind his back, talking cheerfully and wittily. Because of Ling Yun, Ling Zhao's state of mind had changed completely. He was also one of the top figures in the world, and he had long realized that his son had returned to the Ling family. With Ling Yun in the Ling family, many things would become possible. Ha 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 ha. Well said, father. A few words can fend off a million soldiers. I think I don't even need to do anything. Xikong Tu will be angered to death by you. Ling Yun noticed the change in Ling Zhao's state of mind. He clapped his hands and laughed, adding fuel to the fire. He did not take Xikong Tu and his son seriously at all. When experts fought, it was best to attack the mind. Ling Yun had won in terms of momentum first, and his father, Ling Xiao, had helped him win in terms of words. Xikong Tu's momentum and state of mind were unstable, so he would definitely reveal a flaw. From Xikong Wuqing and Xikong Wuji's movements, Ling Yun could tell that neither of them was below the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8. From the looks of it, Xikong Wuhan had the lowest realm, but he was at least half a step into Xiantian realm 9. Ling Yun wouldn't be able to win this battle alone. Even if he won, he might not be able to kill the other party because the other party could escape. At this moment, Ling Yun and his son were echoing each other, infuriating Xikong Tu to the point where he was about to go crazy. Humph. Father, that brat has already destroyed our nest. Why are you still talking to them? Just go and kill, I'll be the vanguard. Xikong Wuhan was furious. Ling Yun had massacred his entire force. His heart ached at the thought of it, and he couldn't hold it in any longer. He was clamoring to be the vanguard. Xikong Tu was shrouded in a cloud of black fog, so no one could see his expression. He thought that it would be a good idea to let Xikong Wuhan test Ling Yun's strength. At the very least, he would exhaust Ling Yun's energy first. Alright, but you have to be careful. That bastard's strength is no less than yours. Xikong Wuhan glared at him. No less than mine? Huh, how is that possible? Watch me smash him to death with my fists. Xikong Wuhan was burly and strong like a bear. He was born with godly strength and cultivated the power of the bear. He didn't believe that Ling Yun was stronger than him. Roar. With a loud roar, Xikong Wuhan's majestic body twisted, his arms spread wide, and he directly pounced at Ling Yun. Bear pounce, competing in strength? Ling Yun sneered. Seeing Xikong Wuhan's approach, he didn't dodge. When Xikong Wuhan was in front of him, Ling Yun stomped on the ground with one foot. Boom! The rocky ground beneath Ling Yun's feet cracked into pieces. Then, Ling Yun swung his fist at Xikong Wuhan. Xikong Wuhan's eyes lit up. Aiming at Ling Yun's fist, he also punched out. Bam! The two fists collided. This was a duel without any fancy moves. Their ferocious fists formed two tyrannical air currents that exploded in all directions, blowing away all the gravel on the ground. After that blow, Ling Yun didn't even take half a step back. On the other hand, Xikong Wuhan's bear-like body took half a step back before he regained his footing. F***ck, how is this possible? Xikong Wuhan's arm went numb from Ling Yun's Tiangang demon fist. He couldn't help but shake his arm, and the way he looked at Ling Yun changed. This guy was born with godly strength and cultivated the power of the bear. Now that he had barely reached Xiantian realm level 9, his arm strength could reach 8,000 kilograms. He didn't expect to be repelled by a single punch from Ling Yun. You can't compete in strength. Even the three of you can't. Ling Yun looked at Xikong Wuhan's shocked expression and smiled faintly. He continued to attack his mind. Xikong Wuhan's ferocious nature was triggered by Ling Yun. He let out an angry roar and took a deep breath. His huge body instantly swelled up like an inflated balloon. His eyes, face, and body exuded the murderous aura of a giant bear. Then, Xikong Wuhan spread his arms wide and pounced at Ling Yun in front of him. The power of the bear hug. Xikong Wuhan had once used this move to kill an ancient martial arts expert at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8, even if it was a copper pillar, he could break it like this. I see that you're really not afraid of death. Ling Yun chuckled and didn't dodge. Instead, he channeled his strength into his legs, and his waist became one with his horse as he stomped on the ground. The stellar condensation technique was still the Tiangang demon fist. Bam, bam. Ling Yun's fists suddenly shot out from his shoulders and hit Xikong Wuhan's bulging chest. Ling Yun had more than 10,000 kilograms of strength in one arm. What about both arms? Xikong Wuhan was sent flying like a kite with a broken string by Ling Yun's two punches. Whoosh! Kacha! Xikong Wuhan's huge body squatted on the ground, smashing the rocks beneath him and creating a huge pit. Ling Yun took 2 steps back and stabilized himself immediately. His face wasn't red, and he wasn't out of breath. Then, he spread his hands and chuckled. See, I told you that you couldn't do it, right? Roar. Xikong Wuhan's physique was extraordinary. He was actually uninjured after taking 2 punches from Ling Yun. He flew into a rage. In the air, the true qi in Xikong Wuhan's body suddenly left his body, but it didn't dissipate. Very quickly, it congealed into a 3-meter-tall, 1-meter-wide giant bear. That giant bear formed from true qi was visible to the naked eye. It looked vivid and lifelike, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Its eyes shone with a ferocious light as it glared at Ling Yun. Supernatural power. This was the supernatural power that Xikong Wuhan cultivated. Berserk bear. Roar. Xikong Wuhan roared, and the 3-meter-tall bear formed from his true qi pounced towards Ling Yun. Ling Yun won both moves and successfully forced Xikong Wuhan to use his supernatural power. Yun air, be careful. Ling Xiao, who was in the air, was anxious and reminded Ling Yun to be careful. Don't worry, father. These are all leftovers from my play. Ling Yun laughed, and the devil's blade suddenly appeared in his left hand. He swung the black blade at the true qi giant bear that was pouncing towards him, blade severing heaven and earth. The black blade flashed past and directly struck the giant bear's left shoulder. Clang! The sound of metal clashing could be heard. Xianxia was right. Looks like this is the supernatural power. Ling Yun had a rough idea of what to do after trying it out. The godly ability of a Xiantian realm level 9 expert was to use his true qi to leave his body and control it to transform into anything. He would then borrow the nature of the transformed object to increase his own combat power. Some people liked to use knives, so they would use their true qi to transform into knives. Some people were good at using swords, so they would use their true qi to transform into swords. Xikong Wuhan had lived with bears since he was young, so he used his true qi to transform into a giant bear. To be able to let true qi leave the body and control it to transform into anything, this was the realm of a martial arts grandmaster. The greatest advantage of the supernatural power was the ability to fight across space. It was actually the same as Ling Yun using his mind to control the flying sword. However, controlling the flying sword with one's mind was a technique of a cultivator. Comparing the two, the flying sword was obviously stronger. Xikong Wuhan's true qi was naturally damaged by Ling Yun's blade. He groaned, but he continued to activate his true qi, causing the giant bear to continue pouncing towards Ling Yun. Good move. With the unparalleled sharpness of the devil's blade in hand, Ling Yun wasn't afraid of the stupid bear at all. Instead of retreating, he charged towards the giant bear, swoosh, 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 furious beheading the world, blade severing heaven and earth, blade swirling triple wave, total annihilation, clang, 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 a series of sounds of metal clashing rang out. The giant bear swayed back and forth from Ling Yun's attack. Its huge body kept retreating. Even though it tried to roar, it couldn't break through Ling Yun's ferocious blade. Naturally, Xikong Wuhan also retreated continuously. Finally, his body directly hit the wall of the courtyard. He used the stone wall to stabilize his body with great difficulty. At this moment, Xikong Wuhan was struggling to control the violent true qi. The corner of his mouth was already dripping with blood. Go to hell. Ling Yun felt that it was about time. He suddenly infused the colding qi in his body into the blade, raised it with both hands, and slashed down at the head of the giant bear. This slash was wrapped in a bone-chilling saber aura, and it directly split the true qi giant bear in half. Pfff. Boom. The giant bear was split into two, and the true qi dissipated. Xikong Wuhan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body directly smashed through the stone wall behind him. He fell backward onto the ground. Supernatural power is only SOSO, Ling Yun laughed coldly in his heart as he slashed at the heavily injured Xikong Wuhan with lightning speed. To be continued. Not good. Xikong too was experienced. He knew that his son had lost when he saw Ling Yun split open the bear made of true qi with one strike. How could Xikong Tu stand by and watch when Ling Yun slashed at Xikong Wuhan for the second time? Xikong Tu's figure flashed and appeared in front of Xikong Wuhan. He lifted his palm and dispersed Ling Yun's blade. Then, he grabbed Xikong Wuhan and retreated quickly. Ling Yun obviously knew that Xikong Tu would save his son. That was why his last strike wasn't to injure the enemy but to defend himself. It was a method to rescue the besieged. The giant bear was formed from true qi. Ling Yun's battle with the giant bear was actually a battle with Xikong Wuji. Xikong Wuji was an expert of the divine realm. How could the giant bear be so easy to deal with? The sharpness of the devil's underworld essence blade alone couldn't break through the giant bear's defense. Therefore, Ling Yun infused his Yin-Yang true qi with every strike. When he finally split the giant bear in half, his true qi had actually been depleted by about 70 to 80%. However, the other party still had Xikong Tu and Xikong Wuqing. If any one of them rushed over, Ling Yun's true qi would be depleted and he would be in danger. That was why he used that strike. Of course, Ling Yun's strike had a greater purpose. One had to know that since a master of the divinity realm could release his true qi from his body, he naturally had a way to retract it back into his body. Otherwise, how could an ancient martial arts master withstand such a waste of pure Xianxia true qi that could not be retracted after being released? When using divine abilities to fight, regardless of victory or defeat, as long as they didn't die or were not controlled by their opponents, the 9 pre-celestial powerhouses could immediately retract the true qi they had released. Of course, there was a difference in speed, and the release and retraction of true qi would naturally consume a portion of it. However, this natural consumption of true qi wasn't the consumption of battle. For a Xiantian 9 expert, they could replenish their true qi with a few cycles of cultivation. If that wasn't the case, then no one would use such a divine ability to fight. That was because if it couldn't be taken back, then once the divine ability was used up, the loser would die without a doubt. When Ling Yan fought against deity Sword Villa's eldest senior brother Guo was an example. His cultivation wasn't high enough, so when he forcefully used the earth sword thaumaturgy, he couldn't retract the true qi that had left his body. That was why after being defeated by Ling Yan, he was like a lamp without oil and died on the spot. Therefore, the other purpose of Ling Yan's attack was to prevent Xikong Wuji from retrieving the true qi that had left his body. In order to achieve this goal, he had purposely injected true qi into the blade to temporarily freeze the shattered true qi. Xianxia was also an airflow. Since it could be seen, it could also be frozen. After Ling Yan swung his blade, he used fulgurating shadows to enter the two house of the giant bear's pure true qi. He immediately reversed his energy center and reversed the yin-yang true qi whirlpool. He used the absorption technique to absorb the pure Xiantian true qi that Xikong Wuhan had cultivated into his body to replenish himself. This type of true qi that had left one's body had an owner, but it also had no owner. As long as it could be digested, it would belong to whoever had the ability to absorb it. Moreover, absorbing the true qi in this way was much easier and faster than grabbing the opponent's wrist or forcefully absorbing the true qi by sticking close to the opponent's skin. Some people would ask, since you can absorb this kind of true qi that has left your body, why not just directly absorb the opponent's true qi in battle? Of course, he could, however, there were two prerequisites. First, he had to ensure that his defense wouldn't be killed by the opponent's divine ability. Second, he had to ensure that his mental strength was stronger than the opponent's will to control his true qi. In the battle just now, Ling Yan couldn't even break through the true qi giant bear's defense with the devil's blade. How could he absorb it? Once the giant bear got close to Ling Yan, it would only need to slap him with its claws, and Ling Yan would suffer. Therefore, Ling Yan could only take advantage of it after he defeated his opponent. This feels so good. Ling Yan opened his arms as if he was holding half of the giant bear in each hand. He absorbed the Xiantian true qi into his body to his heart's content. Then, the true qi was instantly transformed by the yin-yang true qi. Father, he actually knows how to absorb energy. Seeing this scene, Xikong Wuqing was so shocked that he was almost speechless. He quickly informed Xikong Tuesday Xikong Tu had just given a few pills to Xikong Wuhan. When he heard this, he immediately turned his head and was shocked. Wuqing, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and attack. Xikong Tu panicked when he saw that the giant bear formed from true qi had been completely absorbed by Ling Yan. Furthermore, it had already shrunk by more than half. He immediately ordered Xikong Wuqing to take action. What a joke. Xikong Tu had asked Xikong Wuhan to test Ling Yan's strength in order to exhaust him. Now that the fight had just ended, not only did Xikong Wuhan sustain heavy injuries, but Ling Yan had also replenished his strength in an instant. Wouldn't all his previous efforts be wasted? Qi. Xikong Wuqing attacked without hesitation, but it was a hidden weapon. A cluster of flying needles instantly enveloped Ling Yan. Even with the golden-black devilish silkworm suit and the stellar condensation technique, Ling Yan didn't dare to use his body to block the hidden weapons of a master of the divinity realm. He teleported away with the fulgurating shadows and dodged the flying needles. Then, he grabbed at the two balls of Xiantian true qi. Now that Ling Yan's yin-yang true qi was complete, he could already absorb people from the air. Naturally, absorbing two balls of true qi was a piece of cake. Like a giant whale absorbing water, the two balls of true qi instantly turned into a long rainbow and were absorbed into Ling Yan's body. Nice. After absorbing the huge amount of pure Xiantian true qi, Ling Yan only felt that his limbs and bones were unobstructed. The yin-yang true qi in his body was full again, and the 80% of his strength that he had used was instantly replenished by 50%. It's your turn. Ling Yan said to Xikong Wuqing with a faint smile. Now that he had recovered 70% of his strength, Ling Yan naturally had no worries. Ling Yan could tell that Xikong Wuqing's realm was higher than Xikong Wuhan's bear, and he was much smarter than that bear. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, 7 or 8 black figures leaped into the courtyard. They were the assassins who had escaped just now. Ling Yan focused his eyes and saw that the 3 kings of assassins were all there. They had all returned. Greetings, Guardian, Commander. Your subordinate is incompetent, please punish me, Guardian and Commander. After the 8 assassins leaped into the courtyard, they swept their eyes across the battlefield and immediately knelt on one knee in front of Xikong Tu and Xikong Wuqing. Get up. Sikong Tu waved his hand and directly lifted the 8 assassins up. He said faintly, knowing that we are no match for them, conserving our strength is the best strategy. Tonight's matter is not your fault, it was my carelessness. Sikong Tu was very clear about rewards and punishments. After the battle between Ling Yun and Sikong Wuhan, he had long understood that if these people were to stay here, they would only be killed by Ling Yun in a second. The 3 of you, protect your deputy commander. He was seriously injured just now. Sikong Tu handed Sikong Wuhan over to the 3 kings of assassins, then turned around and walked towards Ling Yun. Ling Yun, little bastard. If you didn't leave just now, don't even think about leaving now. I'm going to turn your bones into dust. Then I'll kill your father and destroy your Ling family. Ling Yun was a little speechless. He didn't think that the thing he was most worried about would still happen. It wasn't easy to injure a strong enemy, but who knew that the other side would have 8 more helpers, all of them above Xiantian realm level 6, even though Ling Yun could kill the 8 of them in a second, he knew that it was impossible with Sikong Tu and his son in the way. Wuqing, you saw it just now. Not only does this little bastard have the devil's blade, but he also knows the absorption technique. If we don't kill him tonight and allow him to grow, he will definitely become our greatest enemy. Both of us will use our lightning-fast methods and kill him on the spot. With Sikong Wuhan protected, Sikong Tu and Sikong Wuqing could naturally free up their hands to deal with Ling Yun. He didn't believe that the 2 of them, one at the second and the other at the first level of the divine power realm, wouldn't be able to kill Ling Yun on the spot. Sikong Tu, have you asked your grandaunt if you want to kill my Ling Yun? However, before Sikong Tu and Sikong Wuqing could make a move, a delicate voice came from the dense forest in the distance. Then, everyone heard the sound of something breaking through the air. Whoosh! As soon as the words were spoken, an enchanting figure wrapped in a black veil suddenly landed in the courtyard. With a twist of her slender body, she arrived beside Ling Yun. Ling Yun couldn't help but shake his head and smile when he saw who it was. Who else could it be but Xianxia? I say, pretty lady, you really know how to join in the fun. Since when did I become yours? Ling Yun didn't expect Xianxia to appear here, much less before Ling Lai and Qin Dongxue. However, since he had a strong backup, he suddenly relaxed and couldn't help but tease Xianxia. Get lost, I don't have time for you. Xianxia glared at Ling Yun with her beautiful eyes and looked up into the sky. Her eyes were full of respect as she looked directly at Ling Xiao, who was standing on Edward's back. Then, she actually knelt down on both knees in front of Ling Xiao. The devil sex holy virgin of this generation, Xianxia, pays her respects to Uncle Ling. High up in the sky, Ling Xiao clenched his fists tightly. His body shook violently as he gritted his teeth and forced himself to remain calm. However, his eyes completely betrayed him. Ling Xiao was at a high vantage point, so he had already seen Xianxia the moment he passed through the dense forest. When Ling Xiao saw Xianxia's attire, he was stunned with just one look. 20 years ago, when Ling Xiao first saw Yin Qingxian, her attire was exactly the same as Xianxia's attire. It was too similar. Ling Xiao's eyes were completely blurred by tears. Everything felt like a lifetime ago. She had been trapped in the devil sex forbidden land for a whole 18 years. She would rather betray the heavens than her. Ling Xiao placed his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky, allowing the mountain breeze to dry the tears on his face. Then, he took a deep breath and said slowly, Mr. Edward, please send me down. The devil sex holy virgin of this generation. Ling Xiao didn't even need to think to know that Yin Qingxuan's direct disciple had arrived. To be continued. I stayed up all night writing until 7:30 in the morning just for one thing, a big, climax, and exciting plot for everyone to enjoy. If you think the plot is exciting, please come to Qidian website and vote for me. Buzhong urgently needs your support. Thank you, I had 800 votes yesterday. I hope I can break 1,000 today and continue writing when I wake up. Ling Xiao could naturally see that Marquis Edward, who was willing to be stepped on by him, was completely obedient to Ling Yun's orders. However, his politeness towards Edward was purely due to his personality. Unlike Ling Yun's arrogant and domineering personality, Ling Xiao was more gentle and refined, with a strong scholarly aura around him. Hearing Ling Xiao's request, Edward was put in a difficult position. He could see that between the two parties, including the 8 who had just arrived, there were a total of 10 people who could fight. On the other hand, there were only 2 people on Ling Yun's side, and one of them was kneeling on the ground. Of course, Edward knew Ling Yun's strength, but he wasn't confident that he could protect Ling Zhao's safety. "Edward, bring my father down." Ling Yun's voice rang out. Seeing Ling Zhao's determined expression, Ling Yun knew that his father was definitely going to come down. Even if Edward didn't bring him down, he would definitely jump down. Yi Xingqian's arrival and respectful kneeling was no longer a question of safety for Ling Xiao. Edward gently flapped his wings and slowly descended. Very soon, he was 10 meters from the ground. Ling Xiao didn't wait for him to land and leaped down. At this moment, Xikong Wuqing, who had been silent all this while, suddenly made his move. Bang! He didn't move, but he suddenly raised his hand and shot a bunch of pear blossom needles at Ling Xiao. Xikong Wuqing grasped the perfect timing and made a sudden move. The pear blossom needles were extremely fast and were about to hit Ling Zhao's entire body. Dream on. Ling Yun was already prepared. Before the pear blossom needles could touch Ling Zhao's body, he struck out with both his palms and sent out 2 strong gusts of wind, directly dispersing the pear blossom needles. Ling Xiao landed safely in front of Yi Xingqian. He gently reached out to pull Yi Xingqian's arm, wanting to help her up from the ground. "Good child, I know I can't accept your kneeling. Quickly get up." Unexpectedly, although Yi Xingqian was kneeling with her head lowered, it was as if she had eyes on her head. With a slight twist of her left arm, she stealthily dodged Ling Zhao's hand and respectfully said, "Uncle Ling, Yi Xingqian still has something to say and does not dare to get up." Although they were surrounded by powerful enemies, Yi Xingqian remained silent and motionless after she knelt down. She left her own safety to Ling Yun. As soon as Ling Xiao landed, Marquis Edward landed as well. He spread his wide, light purple wings and stood in front of Ling Xiao and Yi Xingqian. Ling Xiao wasn't one to put on airs either. Since Yi Xingqian didn't want to get up, he didn't insist. Instead, he straightened up, smiled, and said amiably, "All right, then go ahead. Uncle will listen." Since Yi Xingqian was Yin Qingxuan's direct disciple, how could Ling Xiao not be worthy of her kneeling? "Uncle Ling, before Xingqian left Master, she gave me 4 major missions. The first was to find the whereabouts of Master's son, Ling Yun. The second was to ensure Uncle Ling's safety. The third was to find Auntie Bluebird's whereabouts. The fourth was to punish the culprits who forced you and Master back then. But Xingqian has yet to accomplish any of these missions. Please punish me, Uncle Ling." Ling Xiao chuckled when he heard this. "Xingqian, that's not right. Look, isn't the Ling Yun you're looking for right beside us? Also, Uncle is fine now. How is he not safe? You've done well on these 2 missions. As for the last one, we're not in a hurry. Take your time. But isn't your Auntie Bluebird always by your master's side? What happened to her?" Bluebird was Yin Qingxuan's personal servant. She was like a sister to Yin Qingxian, so Ling Xiao naturally knew who she was. No matter how dumb Ling Yun was, he understood what was going on. No wonder Yi Xingqian would kneel on the ground and behave so respectfully when he saw his father. It turned out that his guess back then was right. Yi Xingqian was his mother's direct disciple. "Oh, I know about this, father. 18 years ago, less than a month after I was born, Xikong secretly attacked me and destroyed my Yonghil meridian. Mother was afraid that I wouldn't be able to grow up in the devil sect, so she sent Auntie Bluebird to bring me away from the devil sect. In the end, we were chased by Xikong, who refused to give up on his evil intentions. We escaped to Qingshui City's Lingjiwa Temple. Finally, Xikong caught up to us. In order to save me, Auntie Bluebird didn't hesitate to perish together with Xikong and fell off a cliff. From then on, no one knew if Auntie Bluebird was dead or missing. Ling Yan understood this tragic past better than anyone else. Thus, he had the most right to speak. In just a few sentences, he had clearly described the sequence of events. "Ah?" After hearing Ling Yan's words, Yi Xingqian raised her head in shock for the first time. She only knew that Qingyao disappeared after bringing Ling Yan out of the devil sect's forbidden grounds. She didn't know that there was such a sad and tortuous past. Xikong. Ling Xiao and Yi Xingqian clenched their fists at almost the same time and shouted Xikong's name, Then, Ling Xiao said angrily, "Si Kongtu, you wouldn't even let a newborn baby go. You're simply heartless and inhumane." Compared to Ling Xiao and Yi Xingchen's anger, Ling Yun was very calm. At this moment, his irreconcilable enemy was right in front of him. He just had to kill him. What was the use of cursing? Ha 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 ha. As expected, Si Kongtu listened to Ling Yun's story with extraordinary patience. After hearing Ling Zhao's curses, he actually laughed maniacally towards the sky. Little B** starred Ling Yun, "I didn't expect you to know so much. Not bad, not bad. The process you described is indeed not too different from what happened back then. However, this old man is very lucky. A little servant girl like Qingyao can't kill me. Since you're all here today, this old man might as well tell you. Not only am I not dead, that B** tch Qingyao is also alive. However, she's completely crazy now. She's so crazy that she doesn't even know who she is. Furthermore, she used the sky demon explosion technique on me back then, causing her meridians to flow in reverse. She's gone mad and turned into an ugly monster. Come to think of it, it's such a pity for that beautiful face of hers. If she hadn't become so ugly, we would have had a child long ago, ha 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 ha." Si Kongtu thought of the torture that Qingyao's life and death Gu inflicted on him for the past 18 years. He was so hateful that his whole body was trembling. Now that he said it in front of Ling Yun and the others, it was even more like he was venting. Now that things had come to this, the truth had been revealed. Ling Yun gritted his teeth as he listened to Si Kongtu's maniacal laughter. His eyes were as cold as a blade, but he didn't say anything. There was no need to say anything now. The only thing left was revenge. "Xingchen, get up. There's no need to talk here. As the saying goes, the pain of kinship is the pleasure of enmity. Our suffering is our enemy's happiness. If you have something to say, I'll tell you in detail when we get home." Ling Xiao suppressed his sorrow and persuaded Yi Xingchen to get up. This wasn't the place to talk. Yi Xingchen shook his head again. "Uncle Ling, Master has instructed me to pass on a message to you." I only dared to get up after I finished speaking. Ling Zhao's heart trembled violently. Yi Xingchen enunciated each word clearly. "Master said, Big Brother Ling, Xian is waiting for you in the forbidden area of the devil sect. Remember to bring our child here, and our family will be reunited. I would rather betray the heavens than betray you." The moment he said that, Ling Xiao and Ling Yan's bodies trembled violently. Ling Zhao's face was filled with tears, and even Ling Yun, who had a strong heart, had tears in his eyes. In the next moment, both father and son roared into the sky at the same time. "Xian! Mother!" 18 years, the husband had not seen his wife, the father had not seen his son, and the son had not seen his mother. What kind of 18 years had it been? Hearing Ling Xiao and his son roar into the sky, Yi Xingchen's eyes also couldn't help but turn red. Xian had endured all kinds of hardships and nurtured her like a real mother for 18 years. How could she not know the hardships of this family of 3? "Good child, uncle has heard and remembered your master's words. Hurry and get up." Ling Xiao finally calmed his surging emotions with great difficulty. He reached out and pulled Yi Xingchen up from the ground. "Xingchen, the letter from your master that uncle received back then was delivered by you, right?" Yi Xingchen's pretty face blushed slightly. She nodded lightly and said, "Yes, but considering uncle's safety, it wasn't convenient for Xingchen to show myself." The letter that Ling Xiao was talking about was naturally the one that Xian had personally written for him to find Ling Yun. Good, good, good. Ling Xiao was so excited that he said good 3 times in a row. If not for that letter, how could the father and son be reunited today? With such a brave son, would he still be afraid of not being able to save his biological mother? Xian, that be *tch. You've already been imprisoned for 18 years, yet you still can't forget him and send him a letter of love. On the other side, Si Kongtu had long since gone mad with jealousy after hearing the message that Yi Xingchen sent to Ling Xiao. He couldn't help but curse. "What did you say? What did you say? What did you say?" Ling Yun, Ling Xiao, and Yi Xingchen's icy voices rang out at the same time when they heard Si Kongtu actually scolding Xian. Ling Yun had long since lost his patience. Now that he heard Si Kongtu scolding his mother, he was ready to pounce and slap Si Kongtu's face even at the cost of both sides suffering. However, at this moment, a black figure appeared in the courtyard like a ghost. That movement technique was as fast as a ghost, not inferior to Ling Yun's dragonfish phantom ability. Ling Yun. Ling Yun. What a familiar name, Xianxia. Xianxia. Why does it sound so familiar? Ah, my head hurts. Why can't I remember anything? What's my name? Who exactly am I? The veiled, graceful, and masked figure muttered while her head turned slightly, and she swept everyone in the courtyard with her gaze. In the end, her gaze descended onto Ling Xiao's face, and then she stopped muttering while a wisp of bewilderment appeared in her eyes. Qing. Qing Yao. Ling Xiao recognized this figure and that pair of eyes. His entire body trembled, and his lips trembled as he called out Qing Yao's name. Auntie Qing Yao. Yi Xingchen looked over and saw that the person was the woman she had been chasing after for the first half of the night. To be continued. There are 3 more chapters tonight. Please double the monthly votes. Please recommend it. Please come to Qidian website and support the original version, Green Bird. You called me Green Bird. The blue bird ignored Yi Xingchen's shouts and continued to stare straight at Ling Xiao. I feel like I've seen you before. You know who I am. Can you tell me who Ling Yun is? Who is Xianxia? Why do I feel so familiar with all these names? Ah. My head hurts. Why can't I remember anything? Green Bird raised her right hand and clutched her head. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted together as if she was trying her best to remember something, but she couldn't. Her head was splitting, and her eyes were filled with pain. Ling Yun noticed that Green Bird's raised right hand was actually suffused with an ugly grayish-green color. That was the color of death. His emotions and blood were boiling at that moment. Since his father said that this woman was Green Bird, then it had to be true. Seeing Green Bird, who risked her life to save him, in such a state, Ling Yun's heart ached. At the same time, the anger in his heart rose like never before. Green Bird, you're Green Bird. Ling Xiao was even more agitated. He took 2 steps forward, but he noticed the vigilance in Green Bird's eyes and stopped hurriedly. Ling Xiao told her her name and tried his best to calm down before saying with a pained heart, "Little sister Green Bird, you don't even recognize me anymore? I'm Ling Xiao, your big brother Ling Xiao. Xianxia is your mistress. She's been like a sister to you since young. She was the one who asked you to send Ling Yun out of the devil sect. Green Bird, look. Didn't you want to ask who Ling Yun is? Ling Yun is here. He's the son that your sister and I had back then. He's grown up now." Ling Xiao pointed at Ling Yun and answered all of Green Bird's questions in one breath. Then, afraid that she wouldn't believe him, he added, "Little sister Green Bird, do you remember when you left the devil sect with Yun Er and were chased by Si Kongtu? Then, in order to protect Ling Yun, you used the Sky Demon explosion technique and perished together with Si Kongtu. That's why you became like this today." As he spoke, Ling Xiao waved his hand again and pointed at Si Kongtu, who was shrouded in black fog. Ling Yun. Si Kongtu. Qing Yao turned her head slightly in the direction of Ling Xiao's finger. Her dull gaze stopped on Ling Yun's face for a while before finally stopping on Si Kongtu's face. Si Kongtu, oh, his name is Si Kongtu. I've always forgotten his name. But he has my goo worm on him. It told me that I must kill him, he's a bad guy. So I've been looking for him, but he runs very fast. I can't beat him. The Green Bird's eyes were dull, and it muttered to itself intermittently. Ling Yun was shocked to hear this. What kind of obsession was this? Back then, when Qing Yao planted the life and death companion goo on Si Kongtu's body, she was so resolute, Ling Yun didn't have to think to know that Green Bird must have used the Sky Demon explosion technique to drag Si Kongtu down the cliff. She had decided in that instant that if Si Kongtu didn't die, she would definitely find him and kill him. Thus, Qing Yao casually planted the life and death accompanying goo on him. Qing Yao did all of this to complete Yin Qingshuan's entrustment. To protect the infant Ling Yun, Qing Yao used her own life to exchange for Ling Yun's life. At this moment, Qing Yao held her head with both hands again and said in pain, "But I still can't remember anything. My head hurts." Ling Yun took a step forward decisively. This step of his was mysterious, and his landing point was in the middle of the battlefield between the 2 opposing parties. He successfully brought Ling Xiao and Qing Miao into his protection range, eliminating the possibility of an enemy sneak attack. This way, no matter who the enemy wanted to sneak attack, they would have to break through Ling Yan's protection first. Auntie Qing Miao, don't be afraid. I'm here, no one can hurt you. Ling Yan wasn't as anxious as Ling Xiao. He knew that even though Qing Miao wasn't in a clear state of mind, her vigilance was extremely strong due to her obsession. Thus, he used words to calm her down. Qing Miao saw Ling Yan's figure flash, and as expected, her body floated backward instinctively. However, she stopped after hearing Ling Yan's words. Auntie Green Bird, you can't remember anything now because you're sick. You have to believe me, I can treat you now. As long as you're cured, you'll be able to remember everything. Ling Yan slowly said, Aunt Green Bird, you can't remember anything now because you're sick. Doubt appeared in Qing Miao's eyes. You're saying that I'm sick? Ling Yan tried his best to maintain a friendly smile and nodded. Can you really cure me? Ling Yan nodded again and said sincerely and firmly, Auntie Qing Miao, believe me, I can cure you. Of course, he could cure her. When the Ordinary People's Clinic opened, Ling Yan was able to cure a patient who had been crazy for many years. Now that he was at Qi Cultivation Stage 1, treating Qing Miao was naturally a piece of cake. However, there were strong enemies all around, and Ling Yan's strong reinforcements hadn't arrived yet. It would probably be difficult to cure Qing Miao in one go, but it would be enough to keep her awake for a period of time. Auntie Qing Miao, look, as Ling Yan spoke, he took out the Devil's Underworld Essence Blade. Without waiting for anyone to react, he slashed the back of his right hand with lightning speed. A deep wound appeared on the back of Ling Yan's hand, and fresh blood flowed out. Ling Yan didn't care about this bit of pain at all. He sheathed his blade and took out a level 6 healing talisman. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he stuck it on the wound and shouted, Activate. The healing talisman took effect immediately, and Ling Yan's wound healed almost instantly as if it had never been injured. Xikong Tu and Xikong Wuqing were shocked when they saw the scene. The father and son looked at each other and finally understood how Ling Xiao could recover from such a miserable state without a single injury. Ling Yan's reputation as the celestial doctor wasn't just for show. Auntie Qing Miao, did you see that just now? I can really cure your illness. Ling Yan smiled as he raised the back of his right hand and waved it in front of Qing Miao, trying his best to make her believe him. You really know how to treat illnesses, then I'll let you treat me. A look of surprise finally appeared in Qing Miao's eyes. She floated and flew toward Ling Yan. You want to treat that B*TCH? Dream on. Xikong Tu had witnessed Ling Yan's medical skills. How could he stand by and watch Ling Yan treat Qing Miao? With a roar, he leaped up and flew toward Ling Yan. Xikong Tu's body rose into the air, and a pitch-black palm reached out from a human-shaped black fog, grabbing at Ling Yan through the void. Black malevolent palm. In an instant, a huge black hand formed from black true qi transformed into a huge eagle's claw and shrouded Ling Yan's body. Get lost and stay there. Ling Yan roared, and the green shadow flying sword flew out of his mouth. It swayed with the wind and grew rapidly. The shadow of the green sword flashed and rushed toward the huge black hand. Chi 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 chi. Under the control of Ling Yan's will, the green shadow flying sword quickly sank into the shadow of the black hand and slashed back and forth, cutting the black hand into pieces. Then, with a jolt, the sword flew toward Xikong Tu again. Ling Yan's green shadow flying sword had been used just now. Originally, Ling Yan was prepared to use it on Xikong Tuesday. However, now that the 8 assassins had returned, Ling Yan knew that they would secretly inform Xikong Tu and his son. Therefore, there was no need to hide it anymore. Seeing that the green sword had broken his black malevolent palm and was shooting toward him again, Xikong Tu didn't dare to take it head-on. As expected, he made a turn in the air and flew backward. Xikong Tu landed on the ground and looked at Ling Yan with an even more serious expression. Xikong Wuqing was also shocked by the sudden appearance of the flying sword. However, his face was expressionless, and he was secretly calculating in his heart. Ling Yan's aim was to force Xikong Tu back and not let him cause trouble. He didn't follow up with another attack. Instead, he used his will to control the green shadow to fly back and hover beside him. Auntie Green Bird, look, Xikong Tu and I are also enemies. After I cure you, let's kill him together. Ling Yan completely expressed his stance, coaxing Green Bird as if she were a child. On Ling Yan's side, Ling Xiao and Yi Xingchen were silent. They were worried for Ling Yun. Alright. Seeing that Ling Yun was really fighting Si Kong too, Green Bird finally completely believed Ling Yun and came to his side. Anti-Green Bird, take this first. Ling Yun took out the Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone and stuffed it directly into Green Bird's hands. The moment Green Bird received the Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone, her delicate body shook, and a trace of clarity flashed in her dull eyes. The Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone was also known as the Spirit Cleansing Stone. Ling Yan's divine sense was so strong that he could use it throughout the Qi cultivation realm. Giving it to Green Bird was indeed effective. Without stopping, Ling Yan took out a level 6 Spirit Cleansing Talisman and pasted it on Qing Miao's forehead. Anti-Green Bird, don't be afraid. It'll be done soon. Appear. Following Ling Yan's shout, the Spirit Cleansing Talisman instantly disappeared from Green Bird's forehead and turned into specks of spiritual energy that drilled directly into the center of Green Bird's brows. Then, Ling Yan carefully guarded against Si Kong Tu's sneak attack. His gaze was fixed on Green Bird, observing her reaction. The spiritual power of the cleansing talisman entered the space between the eyebrows and immediately came into play. The Green Bird's eyes began to slowly become clear from its dull state. A figure was reflected in Green Bird's clear eyes. It was Ling Xiao. He left Edward's protection and walked slowly toward Green Bird. Ah! Big brother Ling. Green Bird looked at Ling Xiao who was walking toward her. Suddenly, her delicate body shook, and her mind became much clearer. She actually recognized Ling Xiao immediately. Green Bird. You've suffered. Ling Xiao's body shook. With tears in his eyes, he walked to Green Bird and carefully extended his trembling hand to hold her thin shoulder. Big brother Ling. You really are Big brother Ling. Green Bird's eyes became brighter and clearer. With the help of the Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone and the Spirit Cleansing Talisman, she finally recognized Ling Xiao completely. Green Bird, that's right, it's me. Ling Xiao, you're useless Big brother Ling. Ling Xiao said chokingly. In the next moment, Green Bird's entire body trembled. Her bright eyes overflowed with tears, and she threw herself into Ling Xiao's arms and cried out loud. To be continued. Seeing that the Green Bird had recognized her father, Ling Yan's mind relaxed, and he could finally put down a huge rock in his heart. There were 3 reasons why Ling Yan chose to save the Green Bird at this point in time, and a battle of life and death was about to begin. Firstly, Ling Yan was worried that Qing Miao would be scared away again. If that happened, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Secondly, Ling Yan knew that it was Qing Miao who lured Si Kong Tu and his sons away. Since Qing Miao could hold out for so long under the joint attack of Si Kong Tu and his sons, it meant that she had the strength to fight Si Kong Tu. Once Qing Miao regained her consciousness, Ling Yan's side's combat power would undoubtedly increase. Ling Yan would have a higher chance of capturing Si Kong Tu alive. Lastly, Ling Yan could tell that Qing Miao's old illness had reached a point where it had to be treated. If it wasn't treated in time, Qing Miao's life would be in danger. Of course, the old illness wasn't Qing Miao's consciousness, but her body. Qing Miao's illness wasn't as serious as imagined. Ling Yan guessed that she had only injured her head when she fell off the cliff. She had only lost her memory. Qing Miao's clothes and the fact that she knew to wear a veil meant that she still had basic life skills. The azure bird had gone crazy because its memory was damaged and it had forgotten some things. Then, because it used the Sky Demon Burst technique, it caused its meridians to flow in reverse and went into Qi deviation. Then, it had the obsession of killing Si Kong Tu and did not think about anything else for 18 years. That was why it had become like this. Therefore, Qing Miao's insanity wasn't a big problem in Ling Yan's eyes. Qing Miao's real problem was her meridians flowing in reverse and Qi deviation. Qi deviation did not necessarily lead to death, and it did not necessarily reduce one's battle prowess. For example, after Ouyang Feng cultivated the Nining manual in reverse and entered Qi deviation, even though he became insane, his battle prowess increased tremendously. Eastern Heretic, Southern Emperor, and Northern Beggar combined were no match for him. Qing Miao was undoubtedly in such a situation. However, the price to pay for such a huge increase in combat power was too high. She could die at any time. It wasn't easy for Xianxia to persevere until now because she had an obsession in her heart. Since Ling Yan saw her today, he wouldn't allow her to be in any danger. If he didn't treat the green bird, she would disappear again in a state of delirium. If her old illness flared up and something happened to her, Ling Yan would regret it for the rest of his life. Therefore, Ling Yan had to recover the blue bird's consciousness before engaging in a battle of life and death with Sikong. Tuesday time was of the essence, and Ling Yan knew that the spirit cleansing talisman couldn't completely cure the green bird's illness. However, it was definitely enough to keep the green bird awake for 2 to 4 hours. A level 6 healing talisman could regenerate flesh and bones, so the effects of a level 6 spirit cleansing talisman couldn't be any worse. Ling Yan didn't bother seeing Qing Miao and Ling Xiao crying in each other's arms. He didn't rush to acknowledge Qing Miao either. Instead, he turned around lightly and took a step forward toward Sikong. Tuesday, Sikong 2, you deserve to die. Ling Yan was no longer agitated, nor did he curse out loud. Even his burning anger had calmed down. At this moment, his heart was as calm as still water. Because at this moment, Sikong 2 was already a dead man in Ling Yan's eyes. He had to kill Sikong 2, however, Ling Yan definitely wouldn't let Sikong 2 die so easily. Ling Yan would definitely seek vengeance for himself, his parents, and the green bird by 1,000 times over. Sikong 2 laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha. Good, not bad. I've long heard of Qingshui City's Dr. Ling Yan's skills. Today, I've finally seen it for myself. Haha, it's good that you've cured that B*TCH's illness. At least she can die in a conscious state and watch you and your father die in front of her. This way, I can enjoy the sight of her in pain. That'll make me feel even better. Ling Yan smiled indifferently. He couldn't be bothered to refute this perverted and crazy demon. Is that so? Then let's fight. Kill. As soon as the word kill left his mouth, the accumulated murderous intent in Ling Yan's body exploded. His entire body was shrouded in murderous intent. With a thought, the green shadow flying sword shot out like lightning, a ray of green light flashed and disappeared, heading straight for Sikong Wuqing's face. Sikong Wuqing was already 100 times more careful when he sensed the change in Ling Yan's aura. Now that he saw the flying sword flying towards him, he didn't hesitate to pull out his unique weapon from his waist. It was actually a long black whip that was more than 30 feet long. The entire whip was as thick as a thumb, and its entire body was weaved from the golden black devilish silk. It glowed with a black and translucent luster. With a flick of Sikong Wuqing's wrist, the soft whip that was more than 30 feet long was actually shaken straight by him. Like a long black rod, it ruthlessly lashed out at the green shadow flying sword. However, under the control of Ling Yan's thoughts, the green shadow flying sword didn't clash head-on with the whip. Instead, it gently circled around the whip and went straight for the 3 king of assassins behind Sikong Wuqing. Those 3 king of assassins didn't have Sikong Wuqing's methods. They were long scared out of their wits by Ling Yan's killing. Seeing the flying sword coming towards them, they didn't hesitate to use their qinggong to the maximum and fly away. Pa! Seeing that the long whip missed, Sikong Wuqing flicked his wrist again. The long whip let out an explosive sound as if it had come to life. The scabbard actually whipped towards the green shadow flying sword again. Kill. Seeing Ling Yan make his move, Xianxia moved almost at the same time. She waved both her arms, and 2 black heavenly devil ribbons suddenly shot out like the hissing of poisonous snakes, heading straight for Sikong Wuqing. Xianxia had once teamed up with Ling Yan on the Immortal Ridge to fight against the Qin family's Qin Jianhao, the East Ocean Jonin Tokugawa Mudo, and Marquis Scott. The 2 of them had long had a tacit understanding of each other. Xianxia knew that no matter where Ling Yan was, as long as her heavenly devil ribbons successfully entangled Sikong Wuqing, Ling Yan's devil's blade would definitely land on his head. Sikong Wuqing understood Xianxia's realm and strength very well. Seeing that Xianxia was going all out, he naturally wouldn't be entangled by her heavenly devil ribbons. Waving his left palm, he released a strange palm wind that sent the 2 heavenly devil ribbons flying. At the same time, his figure floated and actually rushed towards Ling Xiao. Humph. You're not worthy to kill my big brother Ling. The battle had already begun, and Qing Yao didn't have time to catch up with Ling Xiao. Seeing a tall and skinny figure rushing over, she immediately floated away from Ling Zhao's embrace and rushed directly towards Sikong Wuqing, sending out 2 consecutive palm strikes. Just like that, Ling Yun, Yi Xingchen, and Qing Niao, all 3 of them made their moves and engaged in a chaotic battle with Sikong Tu, his father, and the other 8 assassins. "Mr. Ling, it's not safe here. Please allow me to bring you away first." Marquis Edward remembered Ling Yun's orders. Once he saw that the battle had begun, he didn't need Ling Yun's instructions to come to Ling Zhao's side and speak respectfully. "All right." Ling Zhao didn't refuse. He was a genius and naturally understood that not only would he not be able to interfere here, but he would also become a fatal burden and weakness for Ling Yun. Thus, he directly mounted Edward's back. Edward immediately soared into the sky, flapping his wings and shooting straight into the night sky. Only when he was 100 meters above the ground did he slow down. Finally, he hovered in the air and observed the situation below. Edward had fought with Ling Yun before. Based on his understanding of Ling Yun, he knew that he would definitely be able to ensure Ling Zhao's safety from this position. "Mr. Ling, Master is very strong. You don't have to worry about his safety at all," Edward said to Ling Xiao after he stopped. "I know." Ling Xiao stood on Edward's back and smiled as he watched the intense battle below. Below, in the courtyard. "Wuqing, go and hold that B***tch Qing Niao back first. The 3 kings of assassins, listen up. All 3 of you are at Xiantian realm level 8. The 3 of you will work together to block Yi Xingchen. The 5 of you, protect your deputy commander well. If there's anything wrong with him, I'll hold you accountable." Sikong Tu was already engaged in an intense battle with Ling Yun. As he dodged and dodged, he didn't forget to command his subordinates to fight. "All you have to do is hold those 2 B*****s back. I'll come back to deal with them after I kill that little B*****tch Ling Yun. Kill them." At this moment, both sides understood that the key to this battle of life and death depended on the outcome of the battle between Ling Yun and Sikong Tuesday. That was because these were the 2 strongest people in the field. As long as the outcome of this battle was determined, the loser would only have 2 options, escape or die. The Battle of the Spotlight, Ling Yun vs Sikong Tu, Ling Yun made the first move. After the green shadow launched its attack, he immediately rushed towards Sikong Tu, choosing to fight him head-on. However, after exchanging dozens of blows, Ling Yun realized that he couldn't multitask anymore. Thus, he could only give up on using the green shadow to kill the others and focus on fighting Sikong Tuesday. The green shadow wasn't very useful against Sikong Tu because Ling Yun's mental strength wasn't strong enough. The green shadow flying sword couldn't be faster than Sikong Tu's reaction speed. Moreover, the sharpness of the green shadow flying sword couldn't penetrate Sikong Tu's Xiantian true chi protection. Sikong Tu could dodge the flying sword's attack or choose not to. Thus, it was impossible for Ling Yun to hurt Sikong Tu with the green shadow. "Little B****tch, I didn't expect you to be a cultivator." Sikong Tu was forced to meet Ling Yun's palm head-on again. Both of them retreated at the same time as Sikong Tu laughed sinisterly. With Sikong Tu's realm and knowledge, he could naturally tell that Ling Yun was a cultivator. There are still many things that you can't imagine. Have you ever thought that you won't be able to leave tonight no matter what? Ling Yun said calmly as he retreated and charged again, launching a new round of attacks at Sikong Tuesday. Ha 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 ha. I won't be able to leave? Are you daydreaming? However, if you're willing to hand over the Devil's Blade and tell me the art of absorption, I can spare your life tonight. Sikong Tu sneered as he casually dealt with Ling Yun's storm-like attacks and negotiated with him. Ling Yun smiled indifferently. You don't have to spare my life, but don't worry. If I win, I'll definitely spare your life temporarily. With that, Ling Yun suddenly put his index and middle fingers together and pointed at Sikong Tu. Whoosh! A bolt of lightning as thick as a thumb shot out from Ling Yun's fingertip and struck Sikong Tu's body. To be continued. Don't wait for the next chapter. I'll read it tomorrow. More than 100 monthly votes. Thank you for your support, Thunder God Finger. Ling Yun had been thinking about using this trick ever since he confirmed that he had the power of lightning in his body. Today, he finally used it on Sikong Tuesday. He named this move Thunder God Finger. The Thunder God finger wasn't very powerful for experts above Xiantian realm level 9. However, it was terrifying because it could penetrate the defense of true Qi and hit the opponent directly. When experts fought, the outcome was usually decided in a split second. Ling Yan didn't need to use the Thunder God finger to hurt his opponent. He just needed to paralyze him for a short while. As expected, Si Kongtu was caught off guard and struck by Ling Yan's lightning. He shuddered violently, and even the hair on the top of his head stood up from the lightning. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ling Yan took advantage of Si Kongtu's trembling body and swung his blade. The Devil's Blade carried Ling Yan's burning killing intent and flashed with a reddish-black aura as it slashed directly at Si Kongtu's face. Oh no! Si Kongtu's entire body was numb from the electric shock. Before he could react, Ling Yan's blade was already in front of his face. The blade's aura was cold and filled with boundless killing intent and malevolence. Ling Yan's Devil's Blade appeared out of thin air while the two of them were engaged in close combat. Furthermore, it was too fast. Si Kongtu knew that he couldn't avoid this overbearing and ferocious blade. He could only forcefully circulate all the power in his body and force the black malevolent true Qi to accumulate on his right shoulder. Then, he suddenly tilted his head to the left. This was the limit of what he could do despite his busy schedule. Clang, 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 clang. Ling Yan's Devil's Blade slashed down fiercely on Si Kongtu's right shoulder. The black blade cut through the black malevolent true Qi on Si Kongtu's shoulder domineeringly and finally cut into Si Kongtu's right shoulder by an inch. The Devil's Underworld Essence blade let out a jarring sound as it cut through the layers of black malevolent Qi. Pooh! Blood splattered from Si Kongtu's right shoulder. Ah! Si Kongtu was injured, and under the intense pain, he cried out in agony. He desperately sent out a gust of wind from his palm, sending Ling Yan's Devil's Blade flying. At the same time, he flew backward. Ling Yan was unforgiving. When Si Kongtu retreated, Ling Yan stepped into the middle of the palace and rushed forward. Woo! The blade severing the heaven and earth, Ling Yan slash. Boom! Seeing that Ling Yan could actually break through his protective true Qi, Si Kongtu didn't dare to take it head-on. His figure continued to fly backward rapidly, directly smashing through the courtyard's wall, and he actually retreated out of the courtyard. Ling Yan slashed again, using the full power of the Celestial Destroyer technique and the Dragonfish Phantom ability at the same time. Every slash was aimed at Si Kongtu's vital points, not even giving him a chance to turn around. With the Devil's Blade, he was obviously taking advantage of Si Kongtu's lack of weapons. At the same time, he was also forcing Si Kongtu to leave the battlefield. Xianxia was fighting the 3 Xiantian realm level 8 kings of assassins. He might not be able to win, but he could protect himself. Green Bird could survive Si Kongtu's attack even when she was unconscious. She wouldn't be in any danger fighting Si Kong Wuqing. His father, Ling Xiao, was protected by Edward, who was at the pinnacle of the Marquis realm. Therefore, when Ling Lai appeared in Ling Yan's divine sense, he decided to force Si Kongtu out of the battlefield. Ling Lai and Cui Lao, who were both at the pinnacle of the Earls, finally arrived. Pierce and Joyce, who were both at the pinnacle of the Earls, finally arrived. Ling Yan knew that Qin Dongxue and Chester would be here soon. Green Bird was fighting Si Kong Wuqing, and Xianxia was fighting the 3 kings of assassins. Ling Lai, Qin Dongxue, Cui Lao, and the 3 earls of the Blood clan worked together to kill the 5 heavenly king assassins. It was as easy as cutting vegetables. Ling Lai was at the later stages of Xiantian realm level 8, and Qin Dongxue was at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 5. However, she had the Dragon Vein Sword, the Stellar Condensation technique, and the 9th Killing technique. She could fight a Xiantian realm level 7 expert. With the two of them working together, they could easily defeat the 5 heavenly king stage assassins who were heavily injured and burdened. Ling Yan had reason to believe that Ling Lai, Qin Dongxue, and Xianxia could work together to defeat the opponents. Moreover, there was Edward, who was at the pinnacle of the Marquis realm. However, there was one thing that Ling Yan was very clear about. These people were strong reinforcements, but compared to Si Kongtu, they were also Ling Yan's weakness. At least, apart from Blue Bird, Si Kongtu could severely injure anyone he wanted to attack with one move. In Si Kongtu's eyes, Ling Lai, Qin Dongxue, and Cui Lao weren't much different from Ling Xiao, who was at Hotian realm level 5. That was because this was the most common method Ling Yan used when he was outnumbered. First, he would wander around and kill the other party's minions before killing the strongest one. Therefore, in order to protect the safety of Ling Lai, Qin Dongxue, and Cui Lao, Ling Yan decisively forced Si Kong-tu out of the battlefield. He wanted to fight Si Kong-tu alone. Xingchen, my grandpa and the others are here. You have to think of a reasonable plan to eliminate the opponents. Ling Yan didn't forget to send a telepathic message to Yi Xingchen before leaving. Alright, you have to be extra careful too. Si Kong-tu is at the second stage of pre-celestial realm, and he cultivates the black malevolent magic. He has endless tricks up his sleeves. Don't worry, I have more tricks up my sleeves than him. In the time it took to exchange a few words, Ling Yan repeatedly slashed left and right at Si Kong-tu's day. The blade energy crisscrossed and weaved into a hemispherical black screen. It was completely impenetrable, and Si Kong-tu was already more than 500 meters away from the courtyard. Little B** starred, you're courting death. Si Kong-tu didn't expect Ling Yan to push him further and further after gaining the upper hand. He finally flew into a rage out of humiliation. Si Kong-tu didn't have a chance to catch his breath as he retreated from Ling Yan's slashes. He didn't know how many trees and boulders he crashed into as he flew backward. The two of them, one retreating and the other chasing, actually came to an open space. The area was very large, and there were very few trees. All around were bare rocks. Black malevolent mirror image. Si Kong-tu was finally forced to use his signature move by Ling Yan. Suddenly, the black fog that enveloped Si Kong-tu thickened and expanded rapidly, forming a smooth black wall in front of Ling Yan. It was more like a transparent mirror. The scene in front of Ling Yan changed rapidly. Si Kong-tu was right in front of Ling Yan, but it was as if he had become a person in the mirror. It was as if he had become a shadow. How could you kill a shadow in a mirror? Ling Yan slashed at the black malevolent mirror image 3 times. Every slash went into the black malevolent mirror, but none of them hit Si Kong-tu's day. Ling Yan knew that once the black malevolent mirror image appeared, Si Kong-tu would no longer be there. He stood with his blade in hand, fully focused, and raised the stellar condensation technique to the maximum, waiting for Si Kong-tu to make his move. At the same time, Si Kong-tu spun rapidly around Ling Yan with his body technique. At the same time, his body was spinning rapidly as well, like a spinning top. The black malevolent true qi in his body surged out crazily, forming one black malevolent mirror after another around Ling Yan, finally forming a circular mirror wall. Inside each black malevolent mirror was a rapidly spinning figure of Si Kong-tu's day. They were exactly the same, and it was impossible to distinguish the real from the fake. This way, Ling Yan's divine sense was useless. However, Ling Yan wasn't afraid. He circulated the yin-yang harmony balance and used the yin-yang god eye. When the yin-yang god eye was cultivated to the extreme, it was the delusion breaker eye, which could see through the void. Si Kong-tu's tricks couldn't fool Ling Yan at all. Black malevolent blade. At this moment, Si Kong-tu finally made his move. Ling Yan's yin-yang god eye saw countless black chi blades breaking out of the mirror image, spinning rapidly and slashing at his body. Aren't these wind blades? Ling Yan smiled. Chi. The green shadow flying sword flew out of his body once again. Under Ling Yan's control, it moved like lightning, passing through the black malevolent mirror and chasing after Si Kong-tu's day. At the same time, Ling Yan circulated the stellar condensation technique to the extreme to protect himself. He also waved the devil's blade impenetrable, slashing at the black malevolent blades that were flying towards him. These black malevolent blades were formed by Si Kong-tu's black malevolent chi. They were tangible and incomparably sharp. Moreover, they were extremely fast. If Ling Yan wasn't careful, he would be hit. Clang, 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 Ling Yan's blade energy collided with Si Kong-tu's black malevolent blades, producing a series of metallic clangs. Those black malevolent blades were sliced into balls of black air, but they immediately condensed again and slashed at Ling Yan at high speed. This can't go on. Ling Yan muttered to himself. Ling Yan muttered in his heart. He had forced Si Kong-tu to retreat more than 500 meters in one go, and he had slashed more than 1,000 times. His true chi had been depleted by half, and he had less than 40% left. Xikong Tu, on the other hand, was much stronger than Xikong Wuhan. After slashing for a long time, Ling Yan realized that his opponent's true qi seemed to be endless, and the number of black malevolent blades was increasing. Qi, qi. Ling Yan's distraction caused his blade momentum to slow down. Xikong Tu found an opening, and 2 black malevolent blades slashed at Ling Yan's back. The golden-black devilish silkworm's Nightwalker was easily slashed apart. At the same time, there were 2 more bloody grooves on Ling Yan's back. These black malevolent blades can actually break through 2 layers of my defense. Ling Yan's expression turned serious. He took out 2 talismans without hesitation. One was a level 6 Vajra talisman, and the other was a level 6 defense talisman. He casually stuck them on his back and shouted, "Activate." After adding 2 layers of defense, Ling Yan used the Dragonfish Phantom ability and charged straight at the black malevolent mirror in front of him. He didn't care about anything else. He had to get out of here first. Hee, little b** starred, go back. Before Ling Yan could reach the black malevolent mirror, Xikong Tu was already standing there, and the black malevolent palm slapped at Ling Yan's body. Ling Yan aimed at the black malevolent palm and slashed wildly. Boom! The blade collided with the black malevolent palm, and Ling Yan was sent flying backward. Xikong Tu, who was in the black malevolent mirror, groaned. Chi, 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 another 7 or 8 black malevolent blades slashed through Ling Yan's Nightwalker, but this time, Ling Yan had 2 layers of defense, so he wasn't injured. I can't break out, Ling Yan's mind flashed, and he suddenly put away the devil's blade. In the next moment, the demonic sword, Dark Storm, appeared in his hand. Swoosh, 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 Ling Yan used Dark Storm to slash at the black malevolent blades that were flying around him, turning them into clouds of black air. Then, Ling Yan raised the demonic sword, Dark Storm, in the air. His energy center reversed, and the Yin-Yang True Qi whirlpool reversed, turning the demonic sword, Dark Storm, into a True Qi whirlpool. To be continued. Demonic sword, Dark Storm. The biggest difference between this demonic sword and the other demonic sword of the Blood Clan, Divine Edge, was that as long as the wielder's soul was strong enough, he could use it to form a dark tornado around his body. It could sweep and tear everything apart. Ling Yan had naturally thought of this when he gave up on the devil's blade and switched to this demonic sword. Even though he hadn't grasped the true way to use this demonic sword, Ling Yan had a strange energy center and learned the absorption technique. He could use the Yin-Yang True Qi vortex in his body to trigger the demonic sword's own attribute. It was obvious that Xikong Tu had created the Dark Demon Mirror dimension to trap Ling Yan here. He wanted to use his demonic skills to kill Ling Yan in the Dark Demon Mirror dimension using the Dark Demon Blades. The Dark Demon Mirror dimension was a true Qi barrier created by Xikong Tu, and the Dark Demon Blades were an offensive weapon formed from Xikong Tu's true Qi. If Ling Yan didn't have a way to break this malevolent mirror dimension, then Xikong Tu's malevolent true Qi wouldn't dissipate in this space. Under Xikong Tu's control, even if these malevolent blades were smashed into pieces, they would immediately reform and transform into malevolent blades again, slashing at Ling Yan's body continuously. Ling Yan had the devil's blade, and Xikong Tu had been forced back more than 500 meters in one breath. He already understood that he would be at a disadvantage if he fought Ling Yan in close combat. Xikong Tu was a sly old fox, so he changed his strategy decisively. He didn't want to fight Ling Yan in close combat anymore. Instead, he wanted to wear Ling Yan down in the Dark Demon Mirror dimension. One had to know that in order to block the Blade of Darkness, Ling Yan expended his true Qi with every slash. This way, Xikong Tu's true Qi wouldn't decrease, but Ling Yan's true Qi was constantly being depleted. Once Ling Yan's true Qi was depleted, Xikong Tu would naturally win. It could be said that Xikong Tu's plan was very good, and his choice of strategy was very correct. However, he was wrong about one thing. He didn't know that Ling Yan didn't only have the Devil's Blade. After Ling Yan switched to the Dark Demon Storm, he once again shattered the Dark Demon Blades into balls of black air. Then, he raised the demonic sword in the air without hesitation and used the absorption technique. As the Yin-Yang True Qi whirlpool spun, a suction force immediately appeared on the huge blade of the demon sword, Dark Storm. The mass of black air began to slowly revolve around the Dark Storm. Then, its speed became faster and faster, and it quickly drove the black air outside, instantly forming a black tornado. With the rapid rotation of the Qi, the black malevolent Qi was absorbed into the demonic sword. The malevolent chi in the black malevolent chi was automatically stored in the body of the demonic sword. The remaining pure Xiantian true chi flowed into Ling Yan's body and was rapidly assimilated by his Yin-yang true chi, replenishing his true chi. Frankly speaking, Si Kongtu was far above Ling Yan in terms of realms. His true strength was also a notch higher than Ling Yan's. However, his advantage was negated by Ling Yan's powerful strength, invincible defense, and godly weapons. In the battle between Ling Yan and Si Kongtu, both of them were basically evenly matched. Si Kongtu was the guardian of the devil sect. His aptitude, temperament, comprehension, and battle techniques were all top-notch. The battle strategy he adopted was correct and perfect. However, Ling Yan's method was more accurate and more perfect. Not good. When Ling Yan took out the demonic sword, Dark Storm, Si Kongtu didn't think much of it. He thought that Ling Yan merely changed his weapon. However, when that black tornado formed, Si Kongtu realized that something was wrong. That was because he realized that he could no longer control the black malevolent chi that belonged to him. He could no longer turn it into black malevolent blades. Si Kongtu was about to reap the fruits of victory when he saw that Ling Yan was about to run out of true chi. In the end, extreme joy turned into sorrow, and the situation took a turn for the worse. Si Kongtu panicked. How could this be? Demonic blades, kill. Si Kongtu raised his spiritual will to the limit and urged the black malevolent blades that were a little further away from Ling Yan to slash all over Ling Yan's body. Chi, 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 countless black malevolent blades shuttled back and forth rapidly, all of them landing solidly on Ling Yan's body. As mentioned before, Ling Yan could absorb the true chi released by the enemy during battle. However, the prerequisite was that he had a strong enough defense to ensure that he wouldn't be killed by the enemy's supernatural powers before he could successfully absorb the true chi. Now, Ling Yan had 4 layers of defense on him. The stellar condensation technique, the dark gold magical night suit, the level 6 gold amulet, and the level 6 defense amulet. However, even so, under Si Kongtu's full power, those black malevolent blades still broke through these 4 layers of defense and left countless bloody grooves on Ling Yan's body. Ling Yan's body shook, and blood gushed out of the wounds on his body. In an instant, he was covered in blood. However, these were all superficial wounds. After those black malevolent blades broke through Ling Yan's 4 layers of defense, they were already an arrow at the end of its flight. They could only cut Ling Yan's skin. Woo, woo, woo. At this moment, Ling Yan also raised his chi to the limit. Without a care for anything else, he urged the Yin-Yang True Chi vortex to strengthen the black tornado around the dark storm. Clang, clang, clang. As the black tornado's wind pillar became thicker, those dancing black malevolent blades began to collide with the surface of the wind pillar. Then, they were instantly torn apart by the wind pillar and turned into black air currents that entered the terrifying wind pillar. Then, they entered the sword and were all absorbed by the dark storm and Ling Yan. Just now, it was Si Kongtu exhausting Ling Yan. Now, it was Ling Yan exhausting Si Kongtu again. In a battle of life and death, if you can't kill me with all your means, then I'll kill you. The Xiantian true chi of the second level of the divine realm was extremely pure. Ling Yan only needed to absorb for a while to recover 20 to 30% of his true chi. At this moment, the scene of the battle could be said to be horrifying. In the dark storm mirror, Ling Yan was bathed in blood as he raised the dark storm sword. Around the dark storm sword was a rapidly spinning black tornado pillar. Countless black malevolent blades rushed out from the dark storm mirror. Some of them cut into Ling Yan's body, leaving bloody grooves on his body. Others were shredded into the tornado pillar. Ling Yan seemed to have become a demon that rushed out of hell. 60% power, 70% power, 80% power. As he absorbed and converted more and more black malevolent true chi, Ling Yan's true chi naturally recovered faster and faster. This continued until he felt that the black malevolent blades that rushed out from his surroundings were decreasing. Confrontation. Ling Yan took out a handful of level 6 healing talismans and slapped them on the vital parts of his body. Then, he roared, most of the wounds on his body healed rapidly. Si Kongtu, let's see what else you have up your sleeves. Ling Yan roared. Then, he took out 2 level 6 God Strider talismans and stuck them on his legs. He was afraid that Si Kongtu would escape after realizing that he was no match for Ling Yan. This was a battle of life and death. How could Ling Yan let him go? He 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 he. Little bastard, I really didn't expect you to have so many trump cards. Even though Ling Yan had broken through his black malevolent blades, Sikong too had no intention of admitting defeat. He kept swallowing black malevolent pills to replenish his true chi. At the same time, he stared at Ling Yan with greedy eyes. There were simply too many treasures on Ling Yan. This made Sikong too extremely envious. The Devil's Blade, the Dark Storm, the talismans that he took out casually, Ling Yan's absorption technique, and even the spatial ring on Ling Yan's left hand. As long as he captured Ling Yan, no matter how many treasures or techniques Ling Yan had, they would all belong to him, Sikong too. Since this trick doesn't work on you, and you've even taken advantage of me, I won't go easy on you. Inside the black malevolent mirror, Sikong too dodged the attacks of the green shadow flying swords while swallowing black malevolent pills to replenish his black malevolent true chi. Even though Sikong too was at the second level of the divine realm, he didn't have enough true chi to create the black malevolent mirror and so many black malevolent blades. Since Wuhan's barbaric bear fury can't beat you, then try this move of mine. Black malevolent demon god. Come out. Sikong too opened his arms abruptly. Black malevolent true chi surged out of his body and rapidly took shape in front of him. It transformed into the image of an incomparably huge demonic god with 3 heads and 6 arms. It had a wide mouth and angry eyes, and its 6 arms were waving non-stop. It seemed to be roaring at the sky as it arrived in front of Ling Yan in one step. Then, the black malevolent demon lowered its head, and a sinister smile appeared on its face. It lifted its foot and stomped towards Ling Yan. Ling Yan was like a newborn baby in front of the 6-feet-tall black fiend demon god. You're awesome. Ling Yan retreated. He was actually very shocked. How could someone at the second level of Xianxia realm level 9 possess such supernatural powers? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Ling Yan used fulgurating shadows to avoid the black malevolent demon's stomps. At the same time, he absorbed the tornado into his body, and his strength returned to more than 90%. 9th killing technique. Slash. Ling Yan shouted. He held his sword with one hand and used the 9th killing technique, slashing wildly at the demonic god's stomping foot. Tisk, tsk, tsk, tisk. One of the demonic god's feet was cut into black malevolent true chi by Ling Yan, but it quickly reformed again. Ling Yan had no time to absorb it now. This was different from the black malevolent blade. If he was stepped on by this black malevolent demon, Ling Yan's bones would definitely be broken. It should be noted that a Divine Realm expert's attack would receive a corresponding boost in power. Otherwise, there would be no point in putting in so much effort. They could just swing their arms and blast away at their opponent. For Sikong too to be able to create such a black malevolent demon, the true strength of this demonic god was at least 2 Sikong twos. It had to be at Xiantian realm level 9. How could Ling Yan dare to take it head on? Ha 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 ha. Little bastard, I'll trample you to death. Sikong too couldn't help but laugh maniacally when he saw Ling Yan using fulgurating shadows to dodge in the black malevolent mirror dimension. Humph, Sikong too, it's too early for you to be happy. To be continued. It's the last day of the month. Please double the monthly votes. Please come to Qidian website to support Bujing. Thank you. Ling Yan knew that the black fiend demon god that Sikong tu had conjured with his true chi was one of the demon gods that the devil sect worshipped and worshipped. The devil sect was just a general name. There were many sects within it, and the demon god that each sect worshipped was naturally different. It could be that many sects worshipped the same demon god, or that a sect worshipped multiple demon gods at the same time. This was the same for ordinary people in the secular world. Buddhists believed in Buddha, but not only one Buddha. Taoists believed in Taoism, but not only one Tao. Westerners believed in Christ, but only Jesus. Another example was an ordinary person. He worshipped Guangong, but he also worshipped Guanyin Bodhisattva. Even when he traveled to famous Taoist mountains, he would still go to a Taoist temple to worship the gods. In that case, Sikong tu, who was part of the Black Fiend demon sect, naturally believed in the Black Fiend demon god that he had conjured. Sikong tu was indeed from the Black Fiend demon sect, and he was the sect master. Sikong tu believed in the Black Fiend demon god. He worshipped the Black Fiend demon god and worshipped it in his heart. He worshipped it all day long, hoping to obtain the power of the Black Fiend demon god. After a long time after he attained the divine power realm, his strongest combat divine power would naturally be to conjure the Black Fiend demon god to fight for him. Since this Black Fiend demon god was conjured by Xianxia, its power was definitely not as simple as two Xianxias combined. It wasn't an accumulation of quantity, but a change in quality. Why was the devil's blade so sharp? It wasn't because of its casting material, nor was it because of the blacksmith's superb casting skills. Most importantly, it was because the soul of an underworld demon dragon was sealed within the blade. The reason why the dark storm could form a violent dark tornado was because half of the soul of the Blood Clan's invincible commander, Demon King Dynast, was sealed within the blade. When a blacksmith forged a godly weapon, the sword often couldn't take shape at the last moment. It required the blacksmith to sacrifice himself or his loved one's blood essence or even his entire life in order to forge a godly weapon. The soul was the will. The devil's blade had the will of the devil dragon of the underworld, the dark storm had the invincible and unyielding will of the devil king Dynast, and the godly weapons had the invincible will of an alchemist. Only then could they achieve their unparalleled sharpness. Compared to this, the quality of the material, the thinner the blade, and the amazing casting technique were all put aside. It was just like how Ling Yan could injure others by plucking the flying leaves. Now that the leaves were in his hands, he had already channeled his martial will into them, allowing them to be indestructible. Now, since the Black Fiend demon god that Xianxia had conjured with his true chi was so lifelike and had the form of a demon god, it naturally carried a trace of the demon god's will. Therefore, this Black Fiend demon god would naturally have a trace of the power or ability of a demon god. A demonic god was a demonic god after all. Even if it was just 1/1,000,000th of his willpower, it was still not something that Ling Yan could withstand. Just now, Ling Yan had used the 9th killing technique to slash at the Black Fiend demon god's foot. Even though he was able to shatter that foot, he couldn't stop it from rapidly condensing. This was partly due to Xianxia's own control, but more importantly, it was the demon god's own willpower at work. Luckily, this demon god wasn't summoned by Xianxia's day. If it was, I wouldn't be able to keep my life today. Ling Yan dodged quickly, secretly rejoicing in his heart. If Xianxia had the ability to summon the malevolent black demon god, even if it was just a shadow, Ling Yan would not have been able to escape, let alone fight. He would have been killed instantly. Xianxia was indeed happy a little too early because his opponent was none other than Ling Yan. In the cultivation world, Ling Yan had lost count of the number of real demon gods he had killed, not to mention the phantom of a demon god. Could it be that he was afraid of a demon god conjured from true chi? Swoosh, 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 Ling Yan used the fulgurating shadows technique to its limit, creating 12 phantoms at once. Each of them was incomparably real, allowing the Black Fiend demon god to step on them. In the next moment, Ling Yan's real body put away the dark storm and sealed his Ren meridian. The Ren meridian was the Yin meridian. Once the Yin meridian was sealed, the Yin chi in his body was instantly interrupted. Ling Yan used the yin-yang harmony balance to force all the pure yin chi in his meridians back into his energy center. The strange pure yang true chi in his energy center quickly rushed into his meridians, making up for the lack of pure yin chi. Divine Yang Cultivation Technique. In just an instant, Ling Yan's real body exploded with a dazzling light. That dazzling light was like a small sun, illuminating the entire mirror dimension as bright as day. Ling Yan reached out, his palm maintaining the posture of holding a sword. At the same time, he forced the pure yang true chi out of his right hand. A dazzling white light appeared in Ling Yan's hand. It was actually more than 4 feet long. Ling Yan's left index and middle fingers came together and gently touched the blazing white light. The pure yang sword was formed. During the life and death battle in Mansion No. 1, Ling Yan had desperately absorbed all the pure yang chi in order to cultivate the divine yang cultivation technique to the second minor realm. What was it for? In the cultivation world, the divine yang cultivation technique was known as the No. 1 cultivation technique in terms of attack power. It was not just for show. The pure yang body was impervious to all evils. It could kill immortals and subdue demons. Sure enough, after the Black Fiend demon god stepped on 7 or 8 illusory figures of Ling Yan, it saw a blazing white light emitting from one of Ling Yan's bodies. It immediately stopped moving and stared at Ling Yan's head. There was a hint of hesitation and fear in that pair of demon god's huge eyes. Of course, this was not Si Kongtu's fear, but the black malevolent demon's will. It was instinctive fear. Black malevolent demon god? Try my pure yang celestial sword. Ling Yan smiled coldly. This time, he no longer dodged. Facing the black malevolent demon god that was more than 6 meters tall, he actually rushed into the sky. Ninth killing technique. Ling Yan used his strongest sword technique right from the start. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In the first 6 strikes, the pure yang celestial sword cut off the black malevolent demon god's 6 arms. In the last 3 strikes, he cut off the black malevolent demon god's 3 heads and 6 arms. The 9th killing technique just happened to cut off the black malevolent demon god's 3 heads and 6 arms. This time, the black malevolent demon god's severed heads and arms could no longer condense. Instead, they turned into clouds of black air when they were cut off. The divine yang pure yang body was invincible and could destroy all evil. The black malevolent demon god was instantly killed by Ling Yun. Pft, 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 pft. Wah! As Ling Yun easily cut off the black malevolent demon god's 3 heads and 6 arms, Si Kongtu in the black malevolent mirror suffered a huge backlash and spat out 9 mouthfuls of blood. Note that it was not fresh blood, but blood essence. It was the essence of blood that refined energy into qi. Si Kongtu was immediately seriously injured. Haha, Si Kongtu, even though you are my sworn enemy, I still have to thank you for this generous gift. Ling Yin used the pure yang sword to slash at the black malevolent demon god's huge body, shattering it into pieces and turning it into clouds of black air. The divine yang cultivation technique ended, and Ling Yin opened his closed conception meridians. He once again used the yin-yang harmony balance and reversed the flow of the yin-yang true qi vortex. Absorption technique. Ling Yan's figure landed directly in the huge clouds of black air. Without hesitation, he directly absorbed the pure Xianxia true qi. At this moment, Ling Yan opened all the acupoints in his body. It was as if his body had become a huge black hole, wildly absorbing the Xianxia true qi and quickly transforming it into his own yin-yang true qi. In just a few breaths, Ling Yan's exhausted true qi was completely replenished, and his body returned to its peak state. Then, he easily broke through to the late stages of qi cultivation stage 1. With the increase in his realm, Ling Yan's speed of absorbing true qi became even faster. In another few breaths, Ling Yan had completely absorbed the true qi of the black malevolent demon god. His own realm had also correspondingly reached the peak of qi. Cultivation stage 1. What was the concept of the peak of qi cultivation stage 1? Not to mention anything else, it was 100% sure that he could refine 3 drops of divine energy in a day. Divine energy was dharmic power. Withdraw. Once Si Kongtu saw that Ling Yan had broken through his black malevolence demon god and absorbed all the true qi from the black malevolence demon god, he knew that the situation was hopeless. Enduring his severe injuries, he took advantage of Ling Yan's breakthrough to retract all the true qi that had been used to create the black malevolence mirror into his body. Swallowing a handful of black malevolence pills, he turned around and fled. The black malevolent mirror disappeared, and the scenery around Ling Yan immediately returned to its original state. Still trying to escape? Ling Yan looked at Si Kongtu's retreating figure, and the corner of his mouth curled into a playful smile. With a thought, the green shadow flying sword suddenly rushed up like lightning, aiming straight for Si Kongtu's lower back. After reaching the peak of qi cultivation stage 1, Ling Yan's divine sense skyrocketed once again. The range of his divine sense didn't expand, but the density of his divine sense had doubled. With this level of divine sense, he could already control the green shadow flying sword to kill targets within a 50-meter radius. At the same time, Ling Yan's thoughts moved, and the golden bow and silver arrow appeared in his hands. He knocked the arrow and aimed at the pathetically escaping Si Kongtu. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 consecutive arrows. Chain arrow. Chi, chi, chi. The speed was so fast that the 3 sharp arrows had already hit Si Kongtu's legs and right shoulder before Ling Yan could even retract the bowstring. Si Kongtu was hit by 3 arrows in a row. However, even though he was seriously injured and had consumed more than 90% of his true qi, he still had the protection of Xianxia true qi. Therefore, even though the 3 arrows were as fast as shooting stars, they only pierced into Si Kongtu's body and didn't penetrate through. Si Kongtu was almost flipped over by that huge force. His body leaned forward, but he didn't have time to pull out the sharp arrows. He got up and ran again, however, when he looked up, he saw that there was another person in front of him. The person was bare-chested, and he was holding the Devil's Underworld Essence blade in his hand. Who else could it be but Ling Yun? Si Kongtu's face instantly turned ashen, and a look of horror and despair flashed across his eyes. Don't bother, Si Kongtu. I've already said that you can't escape. Ling Yun said with a cold smile, pointing the tip of the blade at Si Kongtu's forehead. Then, he used the Thunder God finger. Swoosh, 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 bolts of lightning as thick as a thumb struck out, striking Si Kongtu like a zombie. He jumped and dodged, but he couldn't shake off Ling Yan's fulgurating shadows. When Si Kongtu's true chi was exhausted, Ling Yan's eyes flashed, and he decisively swung his blade. The Celestial Destroyer technique was used. Chi, 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 chi. With 4 strikes, the tendons in Si Kongtu's hands and legs were severed. Capture Si Kongtu alive. To be continued. Little B*** starred, you dare to kill me? Si Kongtu's true chi was completely depleted because of the backlash, the Thunder God finger, and the fact that he had been chased by Ling Yun over 2 mountains. Now that the tendons in his arms and legs were severed by Ling Yun, his body immediately went limp and fell to the ground. However, this devil sect powerhouse was still not obedient. Even though he was captured alive by Ling Yun, he still scolded Ling Yun and called him a little B** starred. As Si Kongtu's true chi was depleted, the black mist that had been shrouding his body dissipated completely. Ling Yun finally saw his appearance clearly. The current Si Kongtu's face was deathly pale with a tinge of green. His long, thin face was densely covered with old scars, making him look hideous and terrifying. At this moment, he glared at Ling Yun furiously and even threatened him. So noisy. Ling Yun raised his leg and stepped hard on Si Kongtu's face. This was an irreconcilable enemy, so Ling Yun naturally wouldn't be polite to him. Don't worry, didn't I say it long ago? Even if you let me kill you now, I can't bear to do so. Wouldn't it be too easy on you if I just kill you like this? Ling Yun exerted a little force on his foot, making Si Kongtu's ugly face even more distorted, not giving him a chance to speak. Of course, he would not kill Si Kongtu. Not to mention the fact that Green Bird had planted the life and death goo in Si Kongtu's body, just the fact that Si Kongtu had tortured Ling Xiao to such a state was something he would pay back 1,000 times over. The reason why Ling Yun severed the tendons in Si Kongtu's arms and legs but not his arms and legs was because he was afraid that losing his limbs would lessen the pain he was supposed to suffer. In Ling Yun's heart, no matter how much he tortured Si Kongtu, it would not be too much. TSK. Ling Yun used the 5-elemental vessel break finger and sent out more than 10 finger winds, sealing Si Kongtu's dantian and 8 extraordinary meridians to prevent him from exploding after secretly recovering his true chi. Si Kongtu, even if I kill you now, what can you do? Ling Yun sensed that there was a hidden meaning in Si Kongtu's words. Since Si Kongtu dared to threaten him after being captured alive, he must have something up his sleeve. Our devil sect has 8 protectors and 9 elders. I am one of the protectors of the devil sect. If you dare to kill me, the experts of the devil sect will definitely take revenge for me. At that time, your Ling family will definitely suffer a calamity, and no one will be spared. Ling Yun had only sealed Si Kongtu's energy center and a few important meridians. He hadn't sealed his mute acupoint, so Si Kongtu could still speak. However, his energy center was sealed, and his face was stepped on by Ling Yun. His voice was weak, and his words were unclear. Hee. Ling Yun laughed coldly. 8 guardians and 9 great elders. That sounds scary. But do you think I'm scared? The Ling family was annihilated? No one was spared? Do you think it's still 18 years ago? Si Kongtu said viciously. It's up to you whether you believe what I say or not. If you don't, go back and ask your useless father. Let him tell you about the tragedy of your Ling family that year. Go back and ask your grandfather and father if they're afraid. You still dare to be so stubborn. Ling Yun stomped hard on Si Kongtu's face, causing the bones on his face to crack and half of his face to sink into the ground. Si Kongtu was panting like a bull, but he couldn't say another word. At this time, 2 human-shaped birds entered the range of Ling Yun's divine sense. They circled in the air for a while and swooped down directly after spotting Ling Yun and Cass. Boss. The two Blood Clan members, Chester and Pierce, landed quickly and came to Ling Yan's side respectfully. "How's the battle over there?" Ling Yan was trapped in the dark demon mirror dimension by Xikong Tuesday. His divine sense couldn't break through, so he wasn't clear about the battle over there. However, since Chester and Pierce found their way here unscathed, the battle over there must have ended long ago, and it must have been a complete victory. Chester replied, "Boss, we killed 8 of them and captured 1. However, 1 of them escaped with severe injuries. Before he escaped, he attacked old Mr. Ling with all his might. Miss Yi blocked his attack with her body. Miss Yi was injured, and Chui Lao suffered light injuries." Ling Yan listened to Chester's report and knew that the 8 who died were definitely the 8 assassins, the one who captured Xikong Wuhan, and the one who escaped with heavy injuries was Xikong Wuqing. "Okay, let's go back." Ling Yan lifted the leg that was stepping on Xikong Tu and reached out to grab him. He then threw him to Chester. "Hold on tight, don't let him fall to his death." Ling Yan jumped onto Pierce's back and returned to the courtyard. Ling Yan and Xikong Tu had unknowingly traveled more than 10 kilometers away from the courtyard, so it would naturally take some time for them to return. However, this was just as well. Ling Yan suffered some external injuries during the life and death battle with Xikong Tu, so he didn't have time to treat them. On the way back, he could use the healing talismans and clear water talismans to treat his injuries and clean his body. When they were about to reach the sky above the mansion, Pierce and Chester began to glide and dive. They landed steadily at the entrance of the mansion. "Grandpa, Father, Auntie." Ling Yan jumped off Pierce's back and greeted Ling Lai, Qin Dongxue, and the rest. At this time, the battle in the courtyard had already ended. Even the fire caused by Ling Yan's fire talisman was gradually extinguished. No one wanted to face the miserable corpses in the courtyard, so they all came to the outside of the courtyard to wait for Ling Yan. "Our Ling family's greatest enemy, Xikong Tu, was captured alive by me." Actually, Ling Yan didn't need to say it. Chester landed with a living person in his hands, and everyone could see it. "Good boy. Our Ling family is paying respects to our ancestors the day after tomorrow. We can use this demon's head as a tribute to our ancestors and the heroes who died 18 years ago." Ling Lai laughed heartily as he saw that Ling Yan was safe and sound and that he had captured the mortal enemy of the Ling family. Ling Lai was elated. Ling Yan nodded and didn't say anything else. His figure floated directly in front of Green Bird. Ever since Ling Yan appeared, Green Bird had been looking at him in a daze. Her eyes were moist with tears, but there was also a hint of a gratified smile. "Auntie Green Bird, please accept a bow from your child, Ling Yan." Ling Yan came in front of Green Bird and knelt on the ground without hesitation, kowtowing to Green Bird. Ling Yan didn't kneel to heaven or earth. Other than Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, Yin Qingxian, and Qin Qiuyue, no one else in the Ling family knelt. However, he had to kneel to Green Bird. Without Green Bird's protection and exchange of life for life, where would Ling Yan be? How would he be able to capture Xikong Tu and avenge his parents? "Young master, Green Bird doesn't dare." The effect of the level 6 spirit cleansing talisman was heaven-defying. After the battle, Green Bird didn't go crazy again. Instead, she remembered more things. Now that she was clear-headed, she knew that the person kneeling in front of her was Yin Qingshuan's son. How could she accept Ling Yan's kowtow? Green Bird's figure floated and hid to the side. In a flash, she came to Ling Yan's side. Her eyes were filled with anxiety and fear, and she wanted to help Ling Yan up from the ground. "Auntie Green Bird, you saved my life, and you are my mother's good sister. You are my second parent. Ling Yan will never dare to call himself young master in front of you." Ling Yan moved his body and kowtowed to Green Bird again. "Big brother Ling." Green Bird panicked and didn't know what to do. She could only look at Ling Xiao, obviously waiting for him to make a decision. "Little sister Green Bird, Ling Yan is right. If not for you, he would have died in the hands of Xikong Tuesday. How could we be reunited?" Green Bird was in a difficult position. "But miss, there are no buts or buts. Yun Er's kowtow is something that you, as his aunt, can definitely accept. If your sister, Qin Xian, was here, she would definitely say the same thing." Green Bird had no choice but to accept Ling Yan's kowtow. Ling Yan kowtowed to Green Bird 3 times respectfully and didn't get up. He only raised his head and said, "Auntie Green Bird, don't worry. I can heal all the injuries on your body." Tears welled up in Green Bird's eyes. "Good, good, good child, quickly get up." She hurriedly helped Ling Yan up from the ground and looked at him carefully. Her gaze was as kind as that of a loving mother. Then, she said in a trembling voice, "Young master, I remember that when I brought you out from Mrs. side, you were only 18 days old. I didn't expect that I would live like a madman for so long. In the blink of an eye, 18 years have passed. I am very happy." Green Bird stretched out her hand and wanted to touch Ling Yan's face. However, she suddenly thought of something and retracted her hand at lightning speed. Green Bird's hand was really too ugly. If her hand was already like this, what about her face? Ling Yan immediately reached out and grabbed Green Bird's wrist. He brought her to touch his face and said in a choked voice, "Auntie Green Bird, it's Xianxia who has made you suffer all these years." Tears streamed down Green Bird's face. Ling Yan and Green Bird finally acknowledged each other. Everyone present couldn't help but sigh. Grandfather Ling was the first to speak. "Xianxia, I'm very happy that you've rescued your father and met your Auntie Green Bird today. However, this isn't the place to talk. Let's talk when we get home. The sky is about to turn bright. What do you think we should do next?" After the battle, it was nearing 4 in the morning. The eastern horizon was already showing a hint of white. Since they had successfully rescued Ling Xiao, the Ling family no longer had any worries. Naturally, Ling Yan's identity could be revealed to the world. After this battle, Ling Lai had already treated Ling Yun as the backbone of the Ling family. He handed over all the decisions to Ling Yun. "Grandfather, Cui Lao suffered internal injuries, and my father urgently needs to rest and recover. Why don't you guys go home first? Chester and I will stay here and settle things here. We'll rush back after." With Ling Yan's healing talismans, Cui Lao's external injuries were naturally fine. However, his internal injuries definitely needed to be treated. Ling Lai's eyes flashed. He glanced at his grandson and then at Xianxia, who was standing silently at the side. Finally, he sighed helplessly and said, "All right, I'll leave things here to you. Grandfather will bring them home first." To be continued. Ling Lai's glance at Xianxia seemed casual, but there was a deeper meaning behind it. The real commander of the battle just now was Xianxia, the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect. Ling Lai and Cui Lao were the first to arrive. When they arrived, both sides were fighting fiercely. He naturally saw Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao only had time to greet his father before asking him to go down and help. After Ling Yan forced Xikong Tu away, there were only 4 people left: Ling Xiao, Xianxia, Green Bird, and Edward. However, Ling Xiao was in the air. With his current Hotian realm level 5 realm, everyone below him was at Xiantian realm level 6 and above. Their movements were as swift as lightning, and Ling Xiao couldn't tell who was who with his eyesight. He was simply dazzled. Marquis Edward was at the pinnacle of the Marquis level, but he was in charge of protecting Ling Xiao and didn't participate in the battle. In that case, the only one left who understood both sides was naturally Xianxia. She was in charge of the battle, so she was duty-bound to do so. This was what Ling Yun had specifically instructed Xianxia before he left. Actually, Xianxia and Green Bird were having a hard time fighting Xikong Wuqing and the 8 assassins. They could barely protect themselves. However, Ling Lai, who was at the later stages of Xiantian realm level 8, and the 2 Blood Clan earls joined the battle, turning the situation around. Almost immediately, Qin Dongxue and Chester rushed to the battlefield and joined the fray. Xianxia knew herself as well as the enemy. Under her perfect command, the entire battle could be said to be as easy as crushing dry weeds, like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. The 5 Heavenly King stage assassins were quickly killed, followed by the 3 King of Assassins. Xikong Wuqing saw that he had lost the upper hand, and he used a diversion tactic to attack Ling Lai with all his might. However, his attack was blocked by Xianxia, and he took the opportunity to escape with heavy injuries, not even bothering with Xikong Wuhan, who was lying on the ground. During the battle, Old Master Ling carefully observed Xianxia. He realized that her dressing, martial arts, and the aura she exuded were extremely similar to Yin Qingxian. Old Master Ling knew that this Xianxia had to be Yin Qingshuan's disciple, the current holy virgin of the devil sect. The battle ended quickly. Everyone naturally met and got to know each other while waiting for Ling Yun. Yi Xingchen's introduction confirmed this. Frankly speaking, Old Master Ling was a little worried after confirming Yi Xingchen's identity. He was truly worried that the massacre of the Ling family 18 years ago would happen again in the Ling family. It was Ling Xiao and Yin Qingxian. Now, would Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen, thus, Ling Yun had him leave first. Only then did Grandfather Ling glance at Yi Xingchen nonchalantly. Yi Xingchen's eyes were focused on his nose, and his nose was focused on his heart. He didn't seem to notice anything at all. He didn't speak or move, and he behaved like a well-bred young lady from a wealthy family. Ling Lai turned to look at Qin Dongxue. Miss Qin, are you interested in having a cup of tea with the Ling family? Qin Dongxue smiled. Uncle Ling, Dongxue is about to pay you a visit. Ling Lai laughed. Third brother, bring Lady Green Bird along. Zhongwu, bring Xikong Wuhan. Let's go. With that, Ling Lai flew forward, grabbed Xikong too, and jumped onto Pierce's back. Wait. Ling Yan's figure flashed and appeared beside Xikong Wuhan. Chi 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 chi. He used the 5-elemental vessel sealing finger to completely seal Xikong Wuhan's energy center and meridians before letting Cui Lao take him away. Xikong Wuhan was half a step into the Xiantian ninth realm. He had only used up too much of his true qi just now, so he did not suffer any serious injuries. Ling Yun was afraid that something would happen after he recovered some of his true qi. Yuner, if there's anything, just contact me. Ling Lai waved his hand and said, let's go. Pierce soared into the sky with Ling Lai on his back. Then, Edward also soared into the sky with Ling Xiao and Green Bird. Brat, hurry up and go home after you're done. What do you think you're doing with your upper body, bear? Qin Dongxue frowned and glared at Ling Yun. Then, she got on Joyce's back and left. In the blink of an eye, only Ling Yun, Yi Xingchen, and the Blood Clan's humanoid bird, Chester, were left. Only after everyone had left did Ling Yun sneak a glance at Yi Xingchen, and nonchalantly said, how stupid. Who did you say was stupid? Yi Xingchen glared at Ling Yun chuckled. I said who's stupid? I'll beat you to death. The heavenly demon belt suddenly shot out and curled around Ling Yun's neck. Ling Yun chuckled mischievously and reached out with lightning speed to grab the heavenly demon belt. Then, with a flick of his arm, the heavenly demon belt coiled around his arm. Naturally, he also slowly approached Yi Xingchen. You let Xikong Wuqing escape with so many people and even got injured. If you're not stupid, who is? As Ling Yun walked, he winked and teased Yi Xingchen. Humph. He used the vengeful snake entanglement to hit your grandfather. Should I just sit back and watch? If I dodged, the one who would be seriously injured would be the old man. Yi Xingchen said angrily. That's why I said you're stupid. You can't even beat Xikong Wuqing. Look at me, I easily beat his old man, Xikong too, until he peed his pants and looked for his teeth all over the floor, begging for mercy. Ling Yun wasn't stingy with his compliments. Yi Xingchen turned his head and curled his lips. TSK, your clothes are gone and you still have the face to brag. At this time, Ling Yun had already arrived in front of Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen had no intention of retreating. The heavenly demon belt was wrapped tightly around each of their arms. Yi Xingchen glared at Ling Yun. Ling Yun stared into Yi Xingchen's eyes for a while and asked with a grin, everyone has left. Why aren't you leaving? Yi Xingchen tilted his head and said coldly, humph, this is the assassin's branch of the devil sect in the capital. Why should I leave? Ling Yun laughed heartily. There are already dead people in here, Yi Xingchen retorted sarcastically, the people are dead, but the things are still here. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. Ling Yan's expression instantly turned serious. He said sternly, Yi Xingchen, let's make this clear first. I was the one who slaughtered this place, so all the spoils of war inside naturally belong to me. There's nothing for you. Yi Xingchen laughed coldly. In your dreams. Then, she continued, humph, speaking of which, I haven't settled the score with you yet. Tell me, you killed all the people in my capital branch. How are you going to settle this score? My grandaunt's plan has been completely ruined by you. Ling Yan's answer was even more outrageous. So what if they're all killed? Our Ling family has the final say in the capital from now on. What's the point of having the assassins? What's more, you're saying it as if you didn't kill them just now. With the elders gone, Ling Yan and Yi Xingchen met again and finally had a chance to talk. The two of them were at each other's throats the moment they appeared, bickering endlessly. The two of them stared into each other's eyes for a long time. After a while, they suddenly burst into laughter at the same time. After laughing, the two of them no longer dared to look each other in the eye and lowered their heads at the same time. Yi Xingchen asked faintly, "Hey, let me ask you, why didn't you tell me straight away that you're a descendant of the Ling family back then? You made me guess blindly all day." Ling Yan couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Don't just talk about me. Back at the Celestial Ridge, when I asked you like that, you didn't tell me that your master was my biological mother." At the mention of the past, the two of them couldn't help but recall the negotiation and confrontation by the waterfall at the Celestial Ridge. Thinking about it now, they couldn't help but find it hilarious. However, it was very heartwarming and gave them a different kind of feeling. Ling Yan asked with a smile, "Back then, you said you wanted me to help you kill people. It should be the two brothers Xikong Wuqing and Xikong Wuhan, right?" Yi Xingchen nodded without hiding anything. "That's right, I want to kill the two of them. The Assassin's Branch in the capital is their territory. My people can't infiltrate at all. Only by killing the two of them can I control this place." Ling Yan didn't say anything, but he was touched. This place was so close to the Ling family. If the Xikong brothers controlled this place, it would be a threat to the Ling family. On the other hand, if Yi Xingchen controlled this place, the Ling family would be safe. Needless to say, Yi Xingchen had been running between the capital and Qingshui for the past few months because of Ling Yan and the Ling family. Ling Yan smiled. "So after Xiao Mimi told you that I came to the capital, you immediately followed?" This time, it was Yi Xingchen's turn to roll her eyes. "Stop being so smug. Who's following you?" Yi Xingchen's beautiful eyes flickered. Obviously, she didn't mean what she said. Ling Yan pulled on the demonic belt and maintained a distance of half a meter from Yi Xingchen. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky and sighed. "Come to think of it, it's strange. Why do you think every time we meet, it's in the mountains and we're always killing people?" Yi Xingchen giggled. She blinked her beautiful eyes and asked, "Isn't that good?" Ling Yan nodded. "It's good. At least the sky is filled with stars and the Milky Way is bright. It's just that fighting and killing people is a waste of this beautiful scenery." Yi Xingchen didn't say anything. Ling Yan lowered his head and looked at the demonic belt wrapped around their arms. "Xingchen, if the demonic belt was red, what do we look like now?" Yi Xingchen's beautiful eyes glanced at him. Her heart trembled. She changed the topic. "I don't understand what you're talking about." Ling Yan chuckled. "Do you think this is considered a marriage of 1,000 miles? Or, do we look like a bride and groom who have just bowed to heaven and earth and are entering the bridal chamber?" Yi Xingchen's heart trembled again. She didn't dare to look at Ling Yan anymore. "Stop being so smug. Who's a marriage of 1,000 miles with you?" The demonic belt trembled like a top. It left Ling Yan's arm and wrapped around Yi Xingchen's arm. Big Brother Yun was inevitably disappointed that he failed to flirt with Yi Xingchen. He thought to himself, this isn't how things are progressing. Shouldn't it be easy to woo a disciple raised by his mother? However, Big Brother Yun wasn't one to be discouraged. The corner of his mouth curled up again. "Xingchen, when you came, you said that I'm yours. What do you mean?" Yi Xingchen turned her head and said stubbornly, "I'm happy to call you that. What's it to you? Give me your hand. Get lost. I'll heal you." "That's fine." For the first time, Ling Yan successfully held Yi Xingchen's hand. To be continued. Clicking on the single chapter, there was the discussion section at the bottom right corner of the PC Book Friends section, and the top right corner of the Book Friends Client section. Please take them all. There were still 4 chapters left today. You, stay away from me. This was the first time Yi Xingchen had let a boy hold her hand. She couldn't help but feel flustered. Seeing Ling Yan slowly move closer, she instinctively warned him. Ling Yan was naked from the waist up. His shirt had been shredded by the dark blades in his battle with Xikong Tu just now. It was worth mentioning that Ling Yun's body refinement was now complete. His skin was as translucent as jade, as smooth and shiny as a newborn baby's. His figure was perfect without the slightest bit of excess fat. His 2 pectoral muscles and 8 abdominal muscles were well developed, but they didn't have the abrupt feeling of a dragon. They were well proportioned, smooth, and natural. His every move was simply brilliant. It was no wonder that many women couldn't help but be infatuated with him. Not to mention his mesmerizing face, his perfect figure alone was enough to steal the hearts of countless girls. But Xianxia wasn't an ordinary girl. She was the holy maiden of the devil sect. His honey trap had failed again. Ling Yun felt very helpless, but he still held Xianxia's soft hand tightly. He sighed. I can stay away from you, unless you can make my arm grow longer. Xianxia, who had been turning his head away from Ling Yun's naked upper body, rolled his eyes at Ling Yun and said, "Stop playing dumb. What I meant was for you to stand still and not move. If you want to grab my hand, just grab my hand. Why are you moving your body over here?" "Hee, you saw through me," Ling Yun laughed dryly and took half a step back, distancing himself from Xianxia. As the two spoke, Ling Yun had already activated his divine sense to observe Xianxia's meridians. He couldn't help but be shocked at what he saw. Inside Xianxia's body, streams of black and green qi with violent killing intent wrapped around Xianxia's meridians like snakes coiling around a tree. They circled around and destroyed Xianxia's 8 extraordinary meridians. However, Xianxia's demonic qi was also incomparably powerful. Even though her meridians were damaged, the demonic qi circulation wasn't affected much, and it was currently resisting the wandering demonic qi. "This is the baleful snake entanglement?" Xianxia nodded. "That's right. Xikong Wuqing once went to a mysterious sect in the East Ocean and stayed there for 7 or 8 years before he managed to cultivate this baleful serpent entanglement. It's extremely strange and tricky. Once this baleful serpent entanglement enters the body, an ordinary expert would quickly be entangled to death by this baleful serpent entanglement. It's extremely terrifying and evil. Even a martial artist with a higher realm than him would find it very troublesome to deal with after being invaded by this baleful serpent entanglement." Xianxia explained in detail to Ling Yun. At the same time, he reminded, Xikong Wuqing has been cultivating in East Asia for so many years. Not only has he learned this evil technique, but he has also reached the pinnacle of Qinggong, hidden weapons, and ninja escape techniques. He is an extremely difficult character to deal with. It's a pity that my realm is lower than his, so he escaped. Xianxia was a little vexed. This person is cold and merciless. In order to save his own life, he doesn't even care about his own brother. If you encounter him again in the future, you must be extremely careful. You must not be careless. Got it, Ling Yun curled his lips nonchalantly. At the same time, he circulated the yin-yang harmony balance and channeled the purine true qi into Xianxia's body. Then, he began to kill the strands of baleful snake true qi. The purine true qi rapidly traveled through Xianxia's meridians. Every time it encountered a baleful snake, it would immediately swarm forward and surround the baleful snake true qi. Then, it would quickly assimilate it. First, it would force the baleful snake true qi out of Xianxia's body and convert it into new purine true qi. This was the heaven-defying aspect of the yin-yang harmony balance. As time passed, Ling Yun's purine true qi only circulated through Xianxia's body once before the baleful snake true qi was completely eliminated by Ling Yun. After the baleful snake true qi was eliminated, Ling Yun did not retract the purine true qi. Instead, he followed the circulation of Xianxia's heavenly demon true qi and channeled it into Xianxia's dantian. This is the purest purine true qi in the world. Since you're cultivating the heavenly demon true qi, you should be able to absorb it completely and make it your own. Ling Yun casually said to Xianxia. Then, he channeled spiritual energy into Xianxia's body to help her repair her meridians and heal her internal injuries. Time ticked by, and Ling Yun only stopped the treatment when he was sure that Xianxia's body was as good as new. "I'm done. Let go." "Oh, I actually forgot." Only then did Ling Yun reluctantly let go of Xianxia's hand and smiled sheepishly. Xianxia retracted her hand, her beautiful eyes glowing. "Don't give me that. Why aren't you using that magical talisman of yours?" What's it called? The healing talisman. Ling Yan could only explain with a bitter smile, the highest level of talisman I can refine right now is a level 6 talisman. A level 6 healing talisman can only heal visible injuries, even if it's a broken nerve. However, it can't heal invisible injuries like the meridians, acupoints, and dantian. Ling Yan was speaking the truth. There was a huge gap between a level 6 talisman and a level 7 talisman. Only the effects of a level 7 talisman could truly be called magical. Not only did it possess spiritual energy, it also possessed magical energy. For example, the invisibility talisman, which could conceal oneself, was a level 7 talisman. However, a level 7 talisman could only be made by Ling Yun when he reached the middle stage of qi refinement. Xianxia listened with great interest and asked curiously, "Are you really a cultivator?" Ling Yun rolled his eyes. He couldn't be bothered to answer this question. He opened his mouth and spat out a green shadow flying sword. With a sway of the wind, it became a foot long and hovered in front of Ling Yan's left side. Go! Following Ling Yan's roar, the green shadow flying sword suddenly moved. It turned into a green shadow and slashed at a large tree 20 meters away like lightning. The green shadow flying sword returned in a flash and hovered in front of Ling Yan's left shoulder as if it had never moved. The large tree's trunk was chopped off and slowly toppled over with a loud crash. Facts spoke louder than words. Ling Yan didn't need to explain at all. Xianxia was stunned. Xianxia murmured, "That Sikongtu must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to meet you. How the F***ck is he going to fight?" However, Ling Yan shook his head. "It's not what you think. The battle just now was actually extremely thrilling. Just a little more and I would have been the one dead." Ling Yan stopped joking when they got down to business. The "a little more" he was talking about wasn't the process of the battle but the malevolent black demon. If the malevolent black demon hadn't been formed by Sikongtu's true qi but summoned, Ling Yan wouldn't have been able to use the divine yang cultivation technique. He had only cultivated the divine yang cultivation technique to the second minor realm. It was impossible for him to kill a demon. "But I remember you saying that you're at the peak of Xiantian realm level 7, right? As my mother's personal disciple, your realm isn't that great." In Ling Yan's opinion, his biological mother, Yin Qingshuan's realm was naturally unfathomable. She had painstakingly taught Xianxia for more than 10 years. With Xianxia's aptitude, it was a little low. Xianxia was instantly embarrassed. "What do you know? All these years, Master has always insisted that I build a good foundation. She said that cultivation is going against the heavens, especially the Heavenly Demon Codex. Only with a solid foundation can I achieve twice the results with half the effort in the future." Xianxia was so proud that she naturally didn't want to be looked down upon by Ling Yun. She paused and said, "Moreover, ever since that incident, Master was trapped in the Forbidden Land and couldn't take a step out. The cultivation resources we obtained from the Devil Sect were almost gone." This time, it was Ling Yan's turn to be shocked. "You're saying that you reached the peak of Xiantian realm level 7 under my mother's guidance without any cultivation resources at all? And it was my mother who deliberately let you build a good foundation?" Without pills or treasures, she only cultivated silently and reached the peak of Xiantian realm level 7 at around the age of 18. How heaven-defying was Xianxia's aptitude and comprehension. Xianxia was finally proud. "TSK, that's nothing. When Master debuted, she was about the same age as I am now. She was already at Xiantian realm level 9. Ling Yun was naturally concerned about Yin Qingxian. He immediately asked, "How is my mother now? Is everything okay?" Xianxia's expression dimmed. How could Master be well? She was trapped in a sky-concealing array by the 9 elders of the Devil Sect for 18 years. Other than missing you, she missed Uncle Ling. Half of her hair has turned white. When I was in the Forbidden Land, I saw Master secretly wiping her tears many times." Hearing this, Ling Yan secretly clenched his fists and asked in a low voice, "Then, can I contact my mother now?" Xianxia shook her head. "Absolutely not. That sky-concealing array cuts off all modern communication signals. Even when I'm outside, I have to report anything to Anti-Green Phoenix. Then, Anti-Green Phoenix will pass the message to Master. Then, with my current strength, do you think I can break that sky-concealing array?" If Yi Xingchen answered yes, Ling Yan would go right now. Yi Xingchen shook her head again. Even master can't break it. How can you do it with your current realm? It's impossible. Moreover, even if you have the ability to break the array, any one of the 9 elders of the devil sect can jump out and kill you. Ling Yun didn't believe it. He asked in surprise, is it that powerful? Yi Xingchen was afraid that Ling Yun would put himself in danger for his mother. She said seriously, the devil sect has the demon god that we worship. The 9 elders can already summon the demon god to fight for them. What do you think? Tell my mother to give me a year, no, just half a year, and I'll be able to break the sky concealing formation and let her see the light of day again. Ling Yan gave it some serious thought and decided to give up on the idea of saving his mother for now. Yi Xingchen's beautiful eyes flashed. She glanced at the green shadow flying sword hovering in the air and nodded. I believe you can do it. Let's not talk about such a heavy topic. Yi Xingchen suddenly changed the topic. Hey, I remember that a certain someone once promised me that the next time we meet, there will be a gift for me. Yi Xingchen spoke casually, but right now, her heart felt like it was being pounded by 15 drumsticks, her heart in turmoil. She was afraid that Ling Yun would say that he had forgotten. Hee, there's naturally a gift. But to give it to you, there's a condition. What condition? Take off your veil. Let me see your true face. What's so good about an ugly freak? If you want to take it off, you can do it yourself. I just want to see how ugly you are. As Ling Yan said this, he reached out with lightning speed and took off Yi Xingchen's veil. Then, Ling Yan felt a boom in his head. He was stunned. What beautiful face, what beautiful willow eyebrows, what beautiful face, what beautiful face, what captivating fishes and beasts, all of these flashed through Ling Yan's mind, but none of them could describe the beauty in front of him. The world seemed to fall silent in an instant. The countless stars in the Milky Way were no longer dazzling. Yi Xingchen was a peerless beauty. To be continued. Reader note, monthly pass red packets are constantly being distributed. Those who haven't received them, please collect them as soon as possible. Those who have received them can scroll up for those who haven't received them yet. Method of collection, click on any VIP chapter, the discussion section at the bottom right corner for computer users, and the top right corner for mobile users. Ling Yan had only been joking. If Yi Xingchen didn't agree to remove her veil, wouldn't he give her a gift, but never in a million years would he have thought that Yi Xingchen would actually agree, and even ask him to personally remove the veil. Ling Yan had thought that Yi Xingchen would retreat the next moment, which was why he had acted so hastily and quickly, afraid that Yi Xingchen was just teasing him. But Yi Xingchen didn't dodge. The veil covering her face was easily removed by Ling Yan. Seeing Ling Yan's stunned expression, Yi Xingchen was secretly delighted. Seeing him staring at her like that, Yi Xingchen felt a little shy. Just like a moment ago, when a man held her hand for the first time. Now, her face was seen by a man for the first time. It was the same person, Ling Yun. Yi Xingchen waved her hand in front of Ling Yun. Hey, you've been staring at me for so long. Am I ugly? Yes, Yi Xingchen stomped her foot. What? No, of course not. Ling Yun finally came back to her senses and hurriedly said, you are so beautiful, how can you say that you are ugly? If you say that, how can other beauties live? Looking at Yi Xingchen's face, Ling Yun thought to himself that among all the women he knew, there were only 2 who could stand in front of Yi Xingchen in terms of looks and figure without feeling ashamed. Ning Lingyu and Bai Xianer. But in terms of temperament, Yi Xingchen had a disdainful and unruly temperament. That must have been cultivated by Ling Yan's mother all year round. Ning Lingyu and Bai Xianer didn't have such temperament. Ning Lingyu's temperament came from Qin Chuyua's demeanor, while Bai Xianer's was a natural foxy with a charming temperament. If they really had to be graded, Yi Xingchen got a full 10, Ning Lingyu and Bai Xianer 9. 9, and the rest were between 9 and 9. 5, Poochie, Yi Xingchen snickered. Ling Yan couldn't help but be dumbfounded at the sight of that smile. However, he really couldn't think of any adjectives to describe it. Yi Xingchen said, don't you have so many great beauties by your side? Do you have to act like this? Ling Yan greedily admired Yi Xingchen's beauty and said, you are different from them. How is it different? Ling Yan could not say for sure. He thought about it seriously and found a reason. They won't scold me, but you dare scold me. Xianxia giggled again, her body trembling like a flower. Have you seen enough? Of course, Ling Yan hadn't seen enough. Hearing that, he panicked and said discontentedly, F***ck, are you serious? You just took off the veil and you want to put it back on again? As he spoke, Ling Yan stored Xianxia's veil into his spatial ring. Xianxia noticed Ling Yan's actions and rolled her eyes at him. I mean, it's almost daybreak. If you've seen enough, let's clean up the battlefield. If she didn't want Ling Yan to see, why did she take off her veil? Since she had taken it off, she naturally wouldn't put it back on. Xianxia pointed at the deep courtyard behind Ling Yan. Ling Yan was stunned. You don't want your present? She had taken off her veil to ask for a present, but after taking it off, Xianxia didn't mention asking for a present at all. It doesn't matter whether you get it or not. What matters to me is whether you remember me in your heart. To Xianxia, the fact that Ling Yan remembered her was the best present he could give her. Otherwise, how could Ling Yan remove Xianxia's veil so easily? This was the heart of a girl. Xianxia giggled. Of course I do, who said I don't want it? It's just that I don't have a spatial ring like yours, so it's troublesome to hold on to it now. You can give it to me when we separate. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. Even though Xianxia was the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect, that was only what others called her. The Holy Virgin of the Devil sect was also human, and Xianxia was only a girl of about 18. For the 4 missions her mother had given her, to find him, Ling Yan, and for the Ling family, Xianxia had been running around every day, fighting and killing. She hadn't lived a normal life. Xianxia didn't say it, but Ling Yan knew it all too well. I only have one spatial ring now. My realm wasn't high enough before, so I made it by chance. Ling Yan touched the spatial ring on his finger. But I can barely make spatial rings now. I'll start in a few days, and I'll give you one then. The peak of Qi Cultivation Level 1 had a strong and condensed divine sense. He could carve spatial formations and make spatial rings. Even though it was still a little difficult, Ling Yan believed that he could definitely make one. Space and time had always been unsolvable problems for humans. Making a spatial ring required a strong soul and a deep understanding of space. Only then could one open up a dimensional space through a spatial formation. Ling Yan had a soul in the tribulation stage and had a deep understanding of space. That was why he dared to say that he could make one. As for time, Ling Yan didn't even need to think about it at his current realm. Ling Yan knew better than anyone the importance of a spatial ring to a person, especially a cultivator. It was simply too convenient. Just by looking at Xianxia's envious gaze, Ling Yan knew that Xianxia really wanted one. Was there a need to ask? If you like it, I'll give it to you. Really? As expected, Xianxia turned her head in surprise when she heard that Ling Yan was willing to give her a spatial ring. Ling Yan smiled faintly. Of course it's true. Actually, if you really want it, I can give it to you right now. It's just that there are too many things inside. I can't carry it all by myself. Ling Yan had given more than half of his life to Xianxia with one sentence. With this spatial ring, Ling Yan had won so many deadly battles and ambushed so many enemies. When had he not relied on the spatial ring when he was outnumbered? Only Ling Yan knew how depressed he had been when he couldn't open the spatial ring during his tribulation. But now, he was saying that as long as Xianxia liked it, he would give it to her. Xianxia smiled brightly. No need, this is old. I don't like it. If you want to give it to me, you have to give me a new one. Xianxia wasn't stupid enough to be like any other woman. Once a man said he wanted to give her something good, she would immediately agree half-heartedly. Just how retarded would that be? Ling Yan smiled as well. Alright, it's settled then. Only then did he turn around and look at the nearly destroyed matter. He frowned slightly. What do you plan to do with this place? Xianxia became serious when they got down to business. It wasn't easy for the Assassins organization to build such a manor here. We can't destroy it. I still have a use for it. I can handle many things here in the future without anyone knowing. Let's go in now. Pack up everything you need and leave the rest. I'll arrange for someone to take care of it. Xianxia made things clear in a few words. The manor couldn't be destroyed. Anything useful would be taken away by Lingyun, and she would arrange for people to take care of the rest. The two of them were fighting over the spoils of war just now. They were just bickering. Of course, they couldn't monopolize it. The Holy Virgin of the Devil sect naturally had her own power and status. However, Lingyun didn't want to ask about that now. He shouted, "Chester, where did you go? Come here." The reason why Lingyun left Chester here instead of the other members of the Blood clan was mainly because he was too familiar with Chester and could get along well with him. Chester was smart. He disappeared without a trace after the Ling family left, determined not to be a third wheel. He didn't even greet Lingyun for fear of ruining the atmosphere. "Honorable boss, I'm here." Chester's tall figure dashed out of the thick forest, whistling as he arrived. "Go around the manor and look for the corpses. Check them and bring back all the useful belongings. Oh, right, the most important thing is their weapons. Don't leave a single one behind. Take them all back." Lingyun needed the best metals to forge weapons. Without a doubt, the weapons of these Xiantian assassins were the best raw materials. Lingyun had shot down many escaping enemies with his bow and arrows in the battle at the manor. The weapons they carried naturally couldn't be lost. "Yes, boss." Chester accepted the order and left. Lingyun turned around and said seriously to the stunned Xianxia, "Life isn't easy. Not only do we have to save money, but we also have to increase our income. We can't be extravagant. No matter how small a mosquito's leg is, it's still meat." Xianxia gave him a thumbs up. "You're right." Lingyun laughed and ignored Xianxia's sarcasm. He said frankly, "Of course." The two of them entered the courtyard side by side. Every time they arrived at a courtyard, Lingyun would use his absorption technique to gather all the corpses and limbs in the courtyard together. "Do you want to keep the communication devices on them?" Xianxia waved his hand. "No need. Ordinary people can't see those things, but they're not worth much to Xiantian experts. You can buy them at any ancient martial arts auction house." Lingyun was surprised. "There's an ancient martial arts auction house?" Xianxia rolled his eyes. "What, you're finally telling the truth? I don't know who told me that the golden black devilish silk was bought from an auction house." Lingyun's expression froze. Why did I ask this? He pretended to be nonchalant. His figure flashed back and forth a few times, scattering corpse powder on the corpses. The 6 mounds of corpses began to emit white smoke at almost the same time, sizzling and bubbling as they gradually turned into large puddles of thick water. After disposing of the corpses, Lingyun extended his left hand and began to gather the various weapons scattered on the ground, storing them directly into his spatial ring. Sigh, the spatial ring is too small. There are actually 5 weapons that I can't fit inside. After this round of searching, Lingyun had stuffed the spatial ring to the brim. There wasn't even the slightest gap left, but it still couldn't fit them all. However, the remaining weapons didn't matter. He could just leave them here and hand them over to Xianxia to deal with. When he was almost done searching, Lingyun finally noticed Xianxia, who was going in and out of a few courtyards. "What are you looking for?" "Look for gold." To be continued. Reader note, monthly pass red packets are constantly being distributed. Those who haven't claimed them, please claim them as soon as possible. Those who have claimed them can scroll up. There are still those who haven't claimed them yet. Method of claiming: click on any VIP chapter, the discussion section at the bottom right corner for computer users, and the top right corner for mobile users. Enter and claim them. Looking for gold? Lingyun couldn't help but laugh. He waved at Xianxia. "You should have said so earlier. Come with me." Lingyun's divine sense was extremely powerful now. With a sweep of his divine sense, he already knew that there was gold hidden in this deep courtyard, and quite a lot of it. Lingyun's figure flashed, and he went straight to the last courtyard. After entering, he floated to the left, then came to a wall on the west side and stood still. Xianxia followed, and he also stopped and asked, "Where is it?" Lingyun pointed to his feet. "It's right under our feet." With that, he raised his hand and pressed his index finger on a spot on the wall. There was a switch there, but no matter how you looked at it, it looked like it was used to turn on and off the lights. However, as soon as Ling Yan pressed it, there was a sliding sound, and a square hole more than 2 meters wide appeared on the rocky ground behind the two of them. Needless to say, the enormous wealth that the Assassins Organization's Beijing branch had accumulated over the years was definitely hidden here. Xianxia looked at the huge hole and shook his head. They really know how to hide. Ling Yan laughed. This is called the darkest place under the light. The more valuable something is, the more impossible it is to hide it, such as this switch. Xianxia frowned. But if someone comes in and accidentally presses this switch, then won't the gold be exposed? Ling Yan laughed. The problem is, who would dare come in? I think this room is where Xikong Wuqing and Xikong Wuhan will stay when they return. If they don't return, then those kings of assassins will guard this place. Xianxia nodded, thinking that this was indeed the case. Let's go down and take a look. As Ling Yan spoke, his figure floated directly towards the entrance of the cave. Be careful of the traps. Xianxia warned loudly. Unexpectedly, Ling Yan laughed. Don't worry, there usually aren't any traps in places like this. As he spoke, he had already landed safely in the underground warehouse. Xianxia also immediately flew down and said in astonishment, there really aren't any traps. Ling Yan smiled and explained, this place is heavily guarded, and the strongest people are always guarding here. Even if someone knows that there is gold here, they won't be able to come in. And for those who can come in, all the traps are useless against them, like the two of us. Xianxia didn't even look at the neatly arranged gold bars and bricks in the underground secret chamber. She glanced at Ling Yan with her beautiful eyes and said, no wonder so many people couldn't kill you in Qingshui. Looks like you're pretty smart. Of course. Ling Yan raised his head and looked around like he was the ruler of the world. Xianxia couldn't be bothered with his posturing. He smiled and asked, then tell me, what should we do with this gold? In my opinion, there should be at least 20 to 30 tons of gold here, which is worth at least 5 billion yuan. 1 ton of gold was 1 million grams, and 1 gram of gold was close to 300 yuan. In this way, 1 ton of gold was close to 300 million yuan, and 20 tons would be 6 billion yuan. The two of them looked at the room full of gold. It was enough to fill a large truck, and there would only be more than 20 tons. However, Ling Yan frowned. How can a branch of the Assassins Organization in the capital accumulate so little wealth? That doesn't make sense. Xianxia rolled her eyes at him and smiled. You don't know the price of food and fuel unless you're in charge. Do you think it's that easy to earn money from an assassin organization? The assassins of the Assassins Organization are divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. A large branch can have up to 1,000 assassins. Their food, clothing, accommodation, daily training, and other necessities for carrying out missions, including weapons, are all paid for by the organization. Just raising these assassins is a huge expense, not to mention the outreach and intelligence services. All added up, the daily expenses are unimaginable. Moreover, assassins don't always succeed when they go out to carry out missions. For example, how many of the assassins from the Assassins Organization have died in your hands? It's a net loss. Hearing this, Ling Yan understood and nodded with a chuckle. Looks like the Assassins Organization in the capital is quite profitable. Xianxia pursed her lips and said, it's you no matter what. Tell me, what do you want to do with this gold? Ling Yan didn't even think. In my opinion, it's not easy for you to take so much gold with you deep in the mountains and forests. Why don't you give it all to me? I have a spatial ring and can move 3 to 5 tons at a time. It'll be done in 7 or 8 trips. Xianxia glared. You really know how to find excuses. Ling Yan laughed heartily and shrugged. How about I give it all to you? I don't care. Of course, Xianxia wasn't doing this for money. She asked Ling Yan curiously, your Heaven and Earth group has just been established, but your net worth is already over 100 billion. Why are you still so short of money? Ling Yan's expression turned serious. Now that my father has been saved, I can openly return to the Ling family. There are many things waiting to be done in the Ling family, so naturally, we need money everywhere. Secondly, you should know that I've trained 72 fighters in the capital. I want all of them to advance to the Xiantian realm within a year. That's going to be a mountain of gold and silver. Right? Most importantly, now that I've cultivated to this realm, any random thing I make will cost me a lot of money. Wealth, companions, methods, and land, money comes first. Do you understand? In the cultivation world, the real hard currency was spirit stones, or even spirit veins and immortal veins. But now that Ling Yun was in the city, he had to buy many things with money if he wanted to cultivate. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh after listening to Ling Yun's reasoning. Alright, then this gold is all yours. I don't have any use for it anyway. Xianxia didn't want these things in the first place. She was looking for gold for Ling Yun. Hee, no matter how much property I have, it'll be yours sooner or later. Ling Yun laughed inwardly. He couldn't help but test Xianxia again. Stop being so smug. Xianxia rebutted with a single sentence, then said, Then, you're moving now? Ling Yun shook his head. No need. Family matters are more important now. I have to hurry back and treat Auntie Greenbird. Her old illness is very serious. I can't afford to waste any more time. Let's go out. The two of them flew out one after another and left the underground warehouse. Then, Ling Yun called Chester in. Chester came in and greeted respectfully, Boss. Ling Yun pointed at the entrance of the cave. There's something you like down there. Help me guard this place for a few days. If anything happens, contact me immediately. I'll rush over immediately. As you command, boss. Chester nodded respectfully. Ling Yun pointed at the switch on the wall. The switch to open and close this cave is over there. The switch inside is near the door. If you need to leave temporarily, press it. Boss, your loyal servant, Chester, will not leave you for even an inch. Ling Yun smiled and nodded. He pointed at the entrance of the cave. Then you can leave. Although Chester was a member of the Blood Clan, he liked beautiful women and gold. It was naturally best for him to guard this place. Moreover, Chester could fly. Even if Sikong Wuching couldn't let go of the wealth and came back, Chester could still handle it. After making the arrangements, Ling Yun and Xianxia left together and quickly left the deep courtyard. Where are we going? To get my communication device. The two of them quickly arrived at the place where Ling Yun had placed the communication device. Ling Yun stretched out his hand and directly pulled the communication device into his hand. Ling Yun turned his head and smiled at Xianxia. He teased, Can you tell me your contact number now? Sure. I'll give it to you. Xianxia didn't hesitate and immediately gave his contact number to Ling Yun. It was very straightforward. After getting Xianxia's contact number, Ling Yun stared at Xianxia's face without letting go, forcing Xianxia to retreat. What do you want? The main reason is to remember your face. Secondly, I want to tell you that arranging for Xiao Mimi to be my spy is really the worst plan of all. Ling Yun chuckled. Xianxia finally blushed and lowered her head to defend herself. That was purely an overt plan, alright? I just wanted to confirm your identity. Otherwise, it would be very awkward to do many things. Yes, you're a good child if you're willing to tell the truth and admit your mistakes. Xianxia immediately turned hostile. Are you asking for a beating again? Ling Yun laughed and retorted, What would you do if I wasn't a descendant of the Ling family? Then I'd kill you, Xianxia replied indifferently. Her voice was calm but firm. It sounded as if Xianxia had once again become the unruly holy virgin of the devil sect. Ling Yun snorted. Tisk, why don't you take a look at yourself first? Xianxia suddenly raised her foot and kicked Ling Yun's calf. It didn't hurt or itch, so Ling Yun couldn't be bothered. He was busy taking things out of his spatial ring. Hey, this is a gift for you. See if you like it. Ling Yun carefully carved two sculptures. The left one was Xianxia, the right one was himself. He extended his hand and handed them to Xianxia. Xianxia's face lit up with joy. She snatched the two sculptures almost as if she was fighting for them. Her beautiful eyes gradually revealed a smile, obviously delighted. And this? Ling Yun said as he took out a set of blood jade jewelry. The sky was already bright, and the blood jade jewelry shone with a red luster. It was a rare treasure. Seeing this set of jewelry, an indescribable light flashed through Xianxia's eyes. That kind of joy came purely from the heart, not because of the gift, but because Ling Yan had already made the things that she had asked for. But now, both of Xianxia's hands were full. She smiled and rolled up the heavenly demon belt, putting away the set of blood jade jewelry. There's another set of purple. Another set appeared in Ling Yan's hands. This was a set of purple jade, meticulously crafted by a master sculptor. The purple was mysterious and enchanting. Ah? Xianxia used the heavenly demon belt again. There's another set appeared in Ling Yan's hands. The black was shiny and translucent, as if it contained all the darkness of the night. Xianxia was both happy and resentful. You. How do you expect me to carry so many? Ling Yan finally had Xianxia at her wit's end. With a thought, an exquisite jade box appeared in his hands. It was 1/2 meter long and 20 centimeters wide and tall. It was just enough to hold the 2 sculptures and 5 sets of jewelry. Ling Yan opened the box. Inside were 2 more sets of white and yellow jade jewelry. Put them all in. I prepared them for you. You dare trick me? I'll kick you to death. Xianxia kicked again. Ling Yan flew away. It's just a joke. You don't have to be so serious, right? The 2 of them, one fleeing and the other chasing, soon left the valley. To be continued. Reader note, Jidan's monthly pass red packets are constantly being distributed. Those who haven't received them, please collect them as soon as possible. Those who have received them can scroll up for those who haven't received them yet. Method of collection: click on any VIP chapter, the discussion section at the bottom right corner for computer users, and the top right corner for mobile users. Xianxia finally caught up to Ling Yan, and the 2 stopped at the edge of a cliff with beautiful scenery. This was a true cliff that was hundreds of meters high, but it wasn't bare. It was covered in lush green grass, and behind it was a dense forest. Looking into the distance, the green mountains rose and fell like giant green dragons, majestic yet beautiful. It was truly a magnificent landscape. Ling Yan floated to the edge of the cliff and sat down. His legs dangled hundreds of meters in the air, one hand on the ground, and he leaned back slightly, obviously very satisfied. You dare to sit like that? Aren't you afraid that I'll really kick you down? Xianxia flew over and stood beside Ling Yan, but he didn't sit down. Instead, he looked at the green mountains in the distance and threatened with a smile. You can kick me, I'll carry you down with me. We'll live and die together, it's worth it. Ling Yan turned to look at Xianxia's beautiful face from below and teased. Who wants to live and die with you? Xianxia bit her lip, feeling that she couldn't beat Ling Yan in a verbal argument, but she couldn't really kick him either, so she could only enjoy the scenery. Ling Yan sat on the ground lazily and plucked a blade of grass. He put it in his mouth for a while and said leisurely, Xianxia, why don't you come back to the Ling residence with me? Xianxia shook her head. I can't go there right now. Ling Yan's lips curled into a charming smile. He said indifferently, isn't Auntie Bluebird already there? What are you afraid of? Xianxia explained. Auntie Bluebird has been missing for 18 years. No one has paid attention to her, let alone recognized her. It doesn't matter if she appears in the Ling residence, but I can't. The entire martial world, whether it's the top families in the secular world, the hidden families, or the ancient martial sects, all know that I'm the holy maiden of the devil sect. My every move can affect the nerves of many. Your return to the Ling family is an earth-shattering event in itself. I believe that the 6 great families in the capital will be shaken, and they will make corresponding plans to deal with you. If I appear in the Ling family again and am found out by those guards, it will mean that your Ling family has once again provoked the devil sect. They will not hesitate to join forces to fight against your Ling family. At that time, you will not be able to explain yourself. You will not be able to clear your name even if you jump into the Yellow River. Ling Yan chuckled. I have the devil's underworld essence blade and the art of absorption. I can't hide these anymore. Don't the people in the pugilistic world say that I'm the devil lord? Besides, I never wanted to clear my name. I have the strength. Whoever dares to provoke me, I'll just trample on him. At this point, Ling Yan stood up and the aura of the peak of Qi Cultivation stage level 1 erupted, forcing Xianxia to take a step back. Why are you going crazy all of a sudden? Xianxia glared at Ling Yun and stepped forward again. With a serious expression, he said, Ling Yun, let me remind you seriously not to underestimate the Long family and the Yi family. These two families have deep foundations and 1,000 years of heritage. There are definitely people who can defeat you. If you return to the Ling family will definitely rise. If the Ling family rises, the Long family and the Yi family will lose their status. How can they tolerate you? Moreover, Master once told me that she suspects that the matter between her and Uncle Ling back then shouldn't have been so serious. There must be someone secretly adding fuel to the fire. She suspects that. Ling Yun laughed coldly and said lightly, the Long family and the Yi family? Ling Yun had already expected this. That's right. Back then, the Ling family only had these two families as opponents. That year, the Devil sect and the heretical Dao mobilized all their forces to stir up trouble in the capital. However, the Long family and the Yi family pretended not to see anything. The Dragon clan and the heavenly team of Huaxiao were also blind. Why is that? Within the Devil sect, the person adding fuel to the fire was, of course, Sikong too. As for those self-proclaimed righteous people, they naturally went wherever there was excitement and took advantage of wherever there was. As for whether there were others secretly adding fuel to the fire, I don't know. Therefore, this time, when you return to the Ling family, your real target is definitely not the Sun family or the Chen family, but the Long family and the Yi family. Xianxia's expression was solemn as she earnestly told Ling Yun everything she knew. It was as if she was telling her husband who was about to leave for a long journey. Ling Yun thought to himself, Long family. Even if the Long family didn't look for him, he would still go to the Long family. Long Kuan and Long Wu were still in the Long family's hands. This matter couldn't be avoided even if he wanted to. As for the Yi family, they had hidden themselves too deeply over the years. They had no entanglements with Ling Yun and the Ling family. They had always kept a low profile and bided their time. Ling Yun exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and tossed these troublesome matters aside. He smiled and said, I understand. If you don't want to go, then don't go. When I have a firm foothold in the capital and make a name for myself, you can come anytime. We'll go in and out of the Ling family side by side. Let's see who dares to stop us. Xianxia liked Ling Yan's domineering and arrogant attitude. She nodded and said, of course that day will come. However, this is also good for us. You've just returned to the Ling family, so your foundation isn't stable yet. There are still many things you need to do. This way, you'll be in the light, and I'll be in the dark. No matter who wants to deal with you, they'll have to think carefully. Xianxia's calculations were flawless. She had thought of everything that needed to be thought of for Ling Yun. Ling Yun couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The feeling of working together was truly different. You're right. One in the light, one in the dark. Many things can be done without anyone knowing. With that, Ling Yun took out the jade box and handed it to Xianxia. He then lowered his head and looked at Xianxia's exquisite jade feet. He smiled and said, why are you always barefoot? Can't afford shoes? I'll give you a pair. Xianxia was trembling from Ling Yun's teasing. She rocked back and forth with laughter, and only after a long time did she stop. She said, indeed, I can't afford them. However, there's another reason. I'm currently practicing the heavenly demon tactics, and many of them haven't been perfected. Wearing shoes isn't good for cultivation. Ling Yun was instantly speechless. He said directly, what kind of lousy technique is this? I'll think about it carefully later and give you a set of real demonic techniques to practice. Xianxia bit her bright lower lip and asked faintly, absorption technique. Are you willing to teach me? Ling Yun immediately shook his head like a rattle drum. You can't practice that. I can absorb cultivation because, first of all, I've inexplicably cultivated a strange dantian. Anyway, I can't explain it to you right now. Secondly, the cultivation that I absorb can be instantly transformed into my own true qi without any side effects. If it were anyone else, no one would be able to do it, including you. To the Devil sect, or even to any ancient martial arts practitioner, the absorption technique was a technique that they yearned for even in their dreams. Unfortunately, other than Ling Yun, no one else could practice it. Now that Ling Yun had reached the peak of Qi cultivation stage level 1, he no longer needed to hide most of his secrets. He told Xianxia everything he knew. Of course, he wouldn't tell anyone the secrets of the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book. These were the legacies of the ancient Emperor and Earth Emperor. This secret was too big and too important. An average person wouldn't be able to bear it. In the future, don't covet techniques that can absorb cultivation, and don't even try to learn them. That's the real demonic path. If you absorb too much cultivation, it'll inevitably cause conflict within your body. If you don't control it well, you'll go berserk. Moreover, if you can't control it for too long, you'll definitely go berserk and explode to death. Even though Xianxia belonged to the devil sect, she clearly wasn't a witch. It was just that her cultivation technique wasn't recognized by the mainstream martial arts world. With a martial arts grandmaster like Ling Yun here, and a cultivator who had passed the tribulation stage, he naturally wouldn't let Xianxia fall into the real demonic path. Ling Yun had seen real demons. They tore people apart alive, drank their blood, and were sinister and cunning. They were unscrupulous and unscrupulous. He had killed plenty of such demons. Kill on sight, Xianxia nodded seriously. I'll listen to you. Ling Yun said seriously, that's right. After a pause, he added, I'll teach you something else, but I haven't thought about it yet. Let me think about it for a while. Ling Yun naturally hoped that Xianxia would embark on the path of cultivation. Wealth, companionship, law, and land. Companionship was a must. The feeling of cultivating with their lives and fighting side by side was something to look forward to. Both of them were silent for a while after they had said what they needed to say. They clearly had nothing else to say, but they both felt like they hadn't had enough and couldn't bear to ask to leave. Xianxia suddenly pointed to the east and shouted excitedly, look, the sun is about to rise. Both of them were standing high up, so they could naturally see further. At this time, the eastern horizon was already covered with layers of clouds. A red sun was about to burst out, its rays illuminating the layers of clouds in a gorgeous manner. It was simply too beautiful to behold. Seeing this, Ling Yun really wanted to sit down and cultivate the stellar condensation technique, but he couldn't do that today. It was almost 5 o'clock, and he was afraid that Xianxia would relapse. If she really went crazy and ran away, no one in the Ling family would be able to catch up. Ling Yun would regret it then. Xianxia, I have to go. I have to go back and treat Auntie Xianxia's illness. Otherwise, something might happen. At this moment, with a beauty by his side, Ling Yun wanted so much to stand with her until the end of time, but reality didn't allow it. Get lost, don't disturb my view. Xianxia gazed at the sunrise in the east, chasing Ling Yun away without even turning his head. Xianxia, where do you stay in Beijing? I'll look for you directly if I need anything. I have many places to stay in Beijing, so you don't have to worry about that. However, most of them are in the suburbs, and I'm currently staying in the eastern suburbs. Xiao Mimi knows the exact address. Beijing was under the emperor's feet. There were the Huaxia Heavenly Team and Dragon Team, and many experts there were far stronger than Xianxia. If she didn't have something extremely important, she wouldn't dare to barge into the city center. I understand. Then I'll leave first. You have to be careful. With that, Ling Yun's body rose into the air and shot out from the cliff. He flew through the air like a bird, making a few turns in the air before landing steadily on the ground below the cliff. Then, he raised his head and waved at Xianxia, who was above him. Only then did he turn around and fly off in the southwest direction. Humph, not forgetting to put on a show before you leave. Who cares about watching? Amidst the rays of light, Xianxia stood alone in her black muslin, like a fairy from the heavens descending to the mortal world. She said that she didn't care about watching, but her beautiful eyes didn't even blink as she stared at Ling Yun's receding figure in a daze. To be continued. Note to readers, the monthly pass red packets are still being distributed. Those who haven't received them, please collect them as soon as possible. Those who have received them can scroll up, there are still many that haven't been collected. Method of collection, click on any VIP chapter, the discussion section at the bottom right corner for computer users, and the top right corner for mobile users. After separating from Xianxia, Ling Yan sprinted all the way. He used the dragon-fish phantom steps to its limit, flipping over mountains and crossing rivers. Every step he took was an illusion, and he actually left behind a series of afterimages wherever he passed. This was Ling Yan's own way of announcing his breakthrough to the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage 1. At the same time, he was enjoying the joy of leveling up. In just a few minutes, Ling Yan had already traveled more than 10 kilometers. At this time, he climbed another perilous peak. Standing on the peak, Ling Yan couldn't help but howl to the sky. His howl spread throughout the mountains and plains, and was then blocked by the surrounding mountains. The surrounding valleys immediately reverberated, lasting for a long time. Ling Yan won the battle with Xianxia beautifully, and the rewards after the battle were even greater. Not only did he capture Xianxia and his son alive, but he also leveled up and obtained more than 100 weapons made of refined steel. He even found the dozens of tons of gold stored in the Heavenly Assassins Company's branch in Beijing. Of course, compared to successfully rescuing his father, Ling Xiao, these were nothing in Ling Yan's heart. With Ling Xiao rescued, Ling Yan would no longer be restricted in Beijing. Without any worries, his identity as a descendant of the Ling family could naturally be announced to the world. Justifiable, from now on, he could use his identity as a descendant of the Ling family to do anything. He didn't need to hide himself anymore. Everything was open and aboveboard. With Ling Yan around, the rise of the Ling family in Huaxia was inevitable. If God stood in his way, he would kill God. It feels so good to have family and helpers to kill enemies together. Last night was the first time that Ling Yan didn't need to worry about protecting the people around him. He could leave the other enemies to the people around him. He only needed to kill the strongest enemy, fighting with numbers, defeating the strong with strength. Yi Xingchen, Green Bird, Ling Lai, Qin Dongxue, Cui Lao, and 4 powerful members of the blood clan with immortal bodies. For the first time, Ling Yan felt that the people around him had the strength to fight against a strong enemy. These people would be of great help to Ling Yan in the future. They were the foundation for the rise of the Ling family. Ling Yan smiled as he looked at the rising sun. However, I noticed a few problems in the battle with Xianxia just now. Ling Yan would reflect on himself after every battle, and this time was no exception. That was because his opponent was Xianxia, who was at the second tier of the divine power realm. He was strong enough to be the strongest opponent Ling Yan had encountered so far. Xianxia had brought Ling Yan a lot of trouble. First was the Green Shadow Flying Sword. The Green Shadow Flying Sword was fast and sharp enough, but it couldn't cover up 2 other problems. First, when the Green Shadow Flying Sword faced a truly powerful enemy, it couldn't break through Xianxia's defense under the control of divine thoughts. Moreover, it could easily be sent flying by the opponent's palm wind. The second factor was naturally the attack range of the Green Shadow Flying Sword. Before Ling Yan broke through to the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage Level 1, the effective attack range of the Green Shadow Flying Sword was only 50 feet. Any further and it would be like an arrow at the end of its flight. To put it bluntly, these 2 problems are actually the same problem, and it's not because of the Green Shadow. It's because my own cultivation level is too low, and my divine sense is not strong enough, so when the Green Shadow is facing a strong enemy, it doesn't seem to be very useful. Luckily, now that I've reached the peak of Qi Disciple Stage 1, my mind power has doubled, and the effective attack range of the Green Shadow Flying Sword has nearly tripled, reaching 50 meters. Moreover, after the divine sense has become stronger, the speed of the Green Shadow has become faster, and its strength has also become stronger. The enemy can't send it flying so easily. Once again, Ling Yan spat out the Green Shadow from his mouth. Using his mind, he controlled it to fly up and down 50 meters away from him. At the end of the day, my cultivation realm is still too low, Ling Yan sighed, but he had no choice. Cultivation was going against the heavens, and he had to take it step by step. Even though he had a strong soul, he was no exception. Compared to the great world of cultivation where spirit stones, spirit veins, and even immortal veins are plentiful, the spiritual energy on earth is really too thin. Ling Yan used the Yin-Yang True Qi Vortex to absorb the spiritual energy from the surrounding forest, but it was like trying to put out a cart of firewood with a cup of water. This bit of spiritual energy was practically meaningless to his current cultivation realm. After I'm done with the matters in Beijing, I'll have to go out and find a few places with abundant spiritual energy. As for the second problem, it was Ling Yun's clothes. He was bare-chested at the moment. Someone at the second level of the divine realm could break through Ling Yun's golden black devilish silkworm clothing and the 2 layers of defense of the stellar condensation technique. In other words, a Xianxia expert at the second level of the divine realm could break through Ling Yun's defense in a normal battle. Even after Ling Yun gave himself the level 6 gold and defense talismans, Si Kongtu's black malice blade could still cut through the golden black devilish silkworm clothing and even leave some light injuries on Ling Yun's body. Looks like it's time to forge a set of magical armor. The green shadow flying sword wasn't strong enough, and the golden black devilish silkworm clothing wasn't strong enough for defense. Of course, this was only for powerful enemies at the second level of the divine realm and above. Actually, Ling Yun's expectations of himself were too high. He had completely forgotten that he was at the first level of Qi cultivation while Si Kongtu was at the second level of the divine realm. To be honest, there was a difference of 8 small realms between them. If one counted the 9 realms, that would be a whole 9 small realms. Si Kongtu was actually not satisfied with being able to capture him alive. That showed how high Ling Yun's expectations of himself were. The enemies in the future will get stronger, and my defense will be relatively weak against them. I have to improve my defense as soon as possible to protect myself. Ling Yun decided on the spot that he would forge a set of magical armor after a few days of work. He would arm himself from head to toe. In the eyes of a blacksmith grandmaster, forging magical armor was also forging. The third problem was the most important to Ling Yun now. It was a problem that had to be solved. That was Ling Yun's spatial ring. The spatial ring that Ling Yun was wearing now was about 2.5 meters in length, width, and height. It would have been enough in the past, but it was very small for Ling Yun's current realm. For example, when Ling Yun was collecting the weapons left behind by the assassins, he wasn't able to collect them all in the end. However, if the spatial ring was big enough, Ling Yun could even directly store the dozens of tons of gold into the spatial ring. Why would he need to go through so much trouble? I'll try to make a new spatial ring when I get back. This time I'll need the Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone. The Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone was the best basic material for making spatial rings. If Ling Yun wanted to expand the space of the spatial ring, he could only use this stone. After thinking about the gains and losses of this battle, Ling Yun didn't stay any longer. Instead, he started running again. He ran faster and faster, and very soon, he rushed out of the Yunming mountain. The current Ling Yun could travel more than 200 meters with a light tap of his toes. His body could stay in the air for a long time. To an ordinary person, this was almost like flying. After leaving the Yunming mountain, Ling Yun stopped to get his bearings. He first contacted Ling Lai to confirm that there were no problems with the green bird. Then, he told his grandfather that he wanted to go to the Ling family weapon workshop. Of course, Ling Yun couldn't just run back to the Ling family's ancestral home naked. He had to find a place to change before finding a car to drive back. The Ling family weapon workshop was outside the 7th Ring Road, far from the city. It was actually very close to the Yunming mountain, so Ling Yun chose to go there first. Moreover, Ling Yun knew that the 2 judgment staffs that he had prepared for Tai Xiaohu had already been forged and were waiting for him. Half an hour later, Ling Yun arrived at the entrance of the Ling family weapon workshop. He floated into the dilapidated courtyard and found Ling 17 already waiting for him. Ling 17, pay my respects to 4th young master. Ling 17 only felt his vision blur, and there was another person in front of him. He looked carefully and saw that it was Ling Yun. He quickly threw away his walking stick and knelt on one knee. Ling Yun lifted Ling 17 up from the ground with one hand. Then, he lowered his head and helped Ling 17 pick up his walking stick. He handed it to him and said, "Your legs are inconvenient, why are you still bowing?" Seeing Ling Yun pick up his walking stick personally, Ling 17 was so touched that he didn't know what to do. Ling Yun ignored him and asked, "Did my grandfather tell you everything? I'm here to borrow some clothes to wear." Ling 17 hurriedly replied, "4th young master, the old master has already informed me. The clothes have been prepared for you." "Okay." Ling Yun nodded and walked into the warehouse. Then, he asked, "Some time ago, I sent over a blueprint and a purple gold copper rod. I asked you to forge a pair of rods. Have they been forged? Fourth young master, they have been forged a long time ago and are just waiting for you to pick them up. Ling 17 said with a smile. As a loyalist of the Ling family, apart from Ling Lai, he only recognized Ling Yun. In his heart, Ling Yun was already the young master of the Ling family. Okay, I'll go take a look. The two of them chatted as they walked. Soon, they arrived at the warehouse. After passing through the huge and tight transportation channel, Ling Yun saw a bustling scene. Fourth young master, look, the two black rods in the corner are the weapons you want. Ling Yun had long noticed them with his divine sense. Needless to say, the two rods were exactly the same as on the blueprint. The rods were 1.5 meters long and completely black. The tip of the rod was as thick as an adult's thigh and tapered towards the handle. The lines on the body of the rod were clear and distinct. This kind of top-heavy short rod could almost be used as two sledgehammers. As long as one had enough strength, once the rod was swung, it would be extremely lethal. Ling Yun flew over, picked up one of the adjudicators, and weighed it in his hand. About 80 kilograms. Not bad, it's perfect for Tai Xiaohu. This rod is completely black. Is it mixed with black iron? Ling 17 praised, fourth young master is really an expert. Your eyes are like torches. It's definitely mixed with black iron. Well done. I'll keep it then. With that, Ling Yun stretched out his left hand. With a thought, all the weapons that he had just collected fell out of the spatial ring and formed a small hill on the ground. To be continued. Over 100 weapons poured out of the space ring in a messy manner, piling up into a small mountain. The commotion was not small, and it immediately attracted the attention of many people in the surroundings. Then, there was a burst of exclamations in the workshop. Very quickly, many people stopped what they were doing and surrounded Ling Yun. However, these people exclaimed not because Ling Yun could conjure so many weapons out of thin air like a magician, but because of the weapons. Those who could work here were the Ling family's warriors of sacrifice. Ling Yun didn't hide the fact that he had a spatial ring from the beginning. Wow, this sword is actually made of pure gold. This is actually a dark iron heavy sword. Where can we find such top-notch dark iron material these days? And this long rod is entirely made of dark iron. 100-tempered steel, this casting technique is simply amazing. It's really made of 100-tempered steel. These weapons would be treasures that people would fight over in the pugilistic world. Most of the people in the workshop were blacksmiths. They dealt with all kinds of metals all year round and were naturally experts. They surrounded the small hill of weapons and pointed at them one by one. Some of them bent down and picked up a weapon, turning it over and over in their hands. They couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Not only were they discussing the materials of the weapons, but they were also praising the forging techniques. Ling 17 was so excited that his eyeballs almost popped out. He asked with a trembling voice, "Fourth young master, where did you get so many magical weapons?" Ling Yun smiled lightly and said casually, "Oh, I killed quite a few Xianxia realm masters last night to save my father. I saw that their weapons were not bad, so I picked them up." Ling Yun said it casually, but the people who heard it couldn't stay calm. One reason was naturally that Ling Yun went to save his father, Ling Xiao. The other reason was that Ling Yun said that he killed quite a few Xiantian realm masters. Just looking at the pile of weapons on the ground, one would know how many quite a few was. Then, what about third young master? Ling 17 guessed that Ling Xiao must have been rescued when he saw Ling Yun standing there with so many spoils of war. However, he couldn't help but ask Ling Yun out of concern. Ling Yun smiled casually. "My father is safe and sound, we successfully rescued him." Another round of cheers erupted in the Ling family weapon workshop. After everyone had calmed down, Ling Yun smiled and said, "I'll leave these weapons here for the time being. However, don't touch them. I have other uses for them." Ling Yun didn't pour out these weapons to show off, but to make space for the two judgment staffs. Ling 17 nodded, "Rest assured, fourth young master." Ling Yun bent down and started rummaging through the pile of weapons with his bare hands. With the protection of the stellar condensation technique, he didn't care if the weapons cut his hands. It was as if he was rummaging through a pile of chopsticks. Very soon, he picked out another 10 weapons that he thought were passable from the pile, mainly swords and sabers, and stored them all into his spatial ring. Even though the 10 weapons that Ling Yun had chosen couldn't compare to his devil's blade, they could still break through their Xiantian true qi in the eyes of ordinary Xiantian experts. They were definitely divine weapons. These weapons were picked out by Ling Yun for the people around him to use, saving him the trouble of making them himself. Finally, Ling Yun stored the 2 judgment staffs into his spatial ring. 17. I have something urgent to attend to, so I have to leave now. Get someone to bring me some clothes and a car. Okay. 10 minutes later, Ling Yun left the Ling family's weapon workshop in an ordinary black van after putting on a shirt that fit him. Ling Yun stepped on the accelerator and drove back to the Ling family's ancestral home. This time, he was going to strut in through the main entrance of the Ling family's ancestral home, Ling Lai's independent courtyard in the 9th courtyard of the Ling family's ancestral home. Awesome. Last night's battle was awesome. Beautifully won. After Ling Yun cured Grandpa Ling's old illness, he stayed at home and didn't even leave the house. He focused on practicing the mysterious martial arts that Ling Yun taught him. However, after being cooped up at home for a long time, one would naturally want to move. Furthermore, the old master's old injuries had healed and he had advanced to Xiantian realm level 8 in a single night. He needed to find someone to test his strength on. With his fiery temper, how could he hold back? Usually, when Ling Lai couldn't hold it in any longer, he would look for Cui Lao to spar with him. However, Cui Lao's realm was far inferior to his. Even if Cui Lao went all out, Ling Lai would feel as though he was playing with a child. He couldn't achieve the effect he wanted. After that, he didn't find Cui Lao to spar with. It was simply too boring. That was until he saved Ling Xiao last night, when Ling Lai could finally fight the super assassins of the Assassins Organization. Now that he returned unscathed and victorious, Grandpa Ling was so excited that his face was beaming. Also, Mo Daozhong, you're amazing. Truly amazing. You're simply a genius. Ling Lai gave Mo Wudao a thumbs up and praised him profusely. Mo Wudao left last night, but he naturally didn't go back to sleep. He had been waiting for the results until he heard that Ling Xiao had been successfully rescued. That was why he rushed over from the courtyard house as though his boat was on fire. Mo Wudao was extremely excited to receive Ling Lai's praise. He hurriedly got up and cupped his fists. Grandpa Ling, you should just call me Wudao. Don't call me Mo Daozhong anymore. I'm not worthy of it. Ling Lai waved his hand and said, Sai, you can't say that. There are specializations in every field, and the skilled are the teachers. Your divination skills are truly admirable. Furthermore, you saved my 3rd brother's life, so you are the benefactor of our Ling family. I call you Priest Mo, so what's there to be ashamed of? Mo Wudao was a little embarrassed by Ling Lai's praise. However, he was naturally satisfied and could only smile. Ling Lai, Cui Lao, Qin Dongxue, and Mo Wudao were all there. They were discussing the battle to rescue Ling Xiao and waiting for Ling Yun to return home. When Ling Xiao reached home, he naturally made arrangements for Qing Miao, allowing her to temporarily stay in the guest room of the Ling family. Fortunately, after Qing Miao regained her consciousness, she was still very clear-headed and didn't show any signs of going crazy, which was very reassuring. After Ling Xiao made arrangements for Qing Miao, he saw that Qing Miao was fine for the time being, so he went back to his own room. After all, he and Dong Rulin were husband and wife. After being rescued after going missing for such a long time, it was only human nature for them to meet each other. As for Edward, Pierce, and Joyce, the 3 members of the blood clan, they naturally sent Si Kong Tu and his son to the Ling family's dungeon once they returned. Ling Yun drove to the Ling family's ancestral residence at around 6:30 in the morning. When the van arrived at the main entrance, Ling Yun didn't drive straight in. Instead, he parked the van at the entrance and swaggered out of the car, closing the door behind him. Then, Ling Yun released his divine sense and expanded its range to the maximum. It enveloped 1,000 meters around him and suddenly swept across. At the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage 1, even though the range of Ling Yun's divine sense didn't expand, within the same distance, the concentration of his divine sense had more than doubled. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, nothing could hide. Indeed, Ling Yin immediately discovered many suspicious people within 200 to 300 meters of the Ling family's ancestral residence. Without a doubt, these people were definitely the spies sent by various forces in Beijing to spy on the Ling family. Ling Yin couldn't help but laugh coldly. Humph, it seems like the Ling family is really being watched by various forces because of me. Then I will openly enter the Ling family today so that all of you can see clearly. Then, you can go back and report to your master. Thus, Ling Yin paced back and forth at the entrance of the Ling family's ancestral residence. After walking 3 to 4 rounds, he casually lifted his head and glanced at the plaque on the door, Ling Residence. Looking at the Ling residence, Ling Yin stared at it for half a minute. Then, he smiled and strode towards the main door. Grandpa, Father, I'm back. At the same time, Ling Yin didn't forget to shout loudly when he entered. However, he secretly used the mystical dragon howl so that everyone within a few hundred meters could hear him clearly. This was the first time that Ling Yin had entered the Ling family's front door in broad daylight under the watchful eyes of all the forces in Beijing. Ling Yin was using this method to announce to the whole of Beijing and Huaxia that he had returned to the Ling family. As for what would happen next, Ling Yin couldn't be bothered. He didn't need to care, even though he wasted a lot of time at the door. He used his qinggong the moment he entered. His slender figure flashed twice and appeared in Ling Lai's courtyard. Yun, you're finally back. We've been waiting for you for half a day. Ling Lai and the rest were already waiting for Ling Yun in the courtyard. Ling Lai chuckled when he saw Ling Yun. Really, just go home. Why did you shout so loudly? It's as if you're afraid that no one can hear you. Qin Dongxue frowned and lectured Ling Yun fiercely. Even though Ling Yun had nothing to worry about now, it was too high profile for him to purposely make such a big commotion. Hee, auntie, I'm just afraid that no one can hear me. Ling Yun laughed. Qin Dongxue sighed in her heart and shook her head. You're too proud now, but you'll be in trouble later. While Qin Dongxue was worried, Ling Lai and Cui Lao were extremely excited. Ling Lai beamed and waved his hand. It's all right. Miss Qin, don't worry. Yun'er's return to the Ling family is a huge matter. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. I originally wanted to announce it to the world, but this is even better. Let the guards outside hear it and go back to report to their masters. This will save me a lot of trouble in the future. As he spoke, Ling Lai released a strong aura. As for what happens next, I'll be there to stop them. Note to readers, the red packets for the monthly tickets are still being distributed. Those who haven't received them, please collect them as soon as possible. Those who have received them can scroll up for those who haven't received them yet. Method of collection: click on any VIP chapter, the discussion section at the bottom right corner for computer users, and the top right corner for mobile users. Ling Lai and Ling Yun returned home openly. Ling Lai displayed a domineering aura that he had never shown before. Ling Lai was 80 years old. He was someone who had witnessed the glory of the Ling family and the decline of the Ling family from the pinnacle of Huaxia. The feeling of going from victory to defeat wasn't something that others could understand. More than 40 years ago, all the masters of the Ling family above Xianxia realm left their nest and entered the legendary Kunlun Mountains because of an extremely secretive matter. Until now, no one knew if they were still alive or not. Ling Lai was only 30 years old then. He was at the pinnacle of the Xianxia realm, but he wasn't even ranked in the Ling family then. With Ling Lai's status in the Ling family back then, he didn't even have the right to inquire about this matter. Therefore, he only knew how it happened but didn't know why it happened. However, at that time, not only did the Ling family send out all their experts, but the Long family and the Qin family, which stood at the peak of Huaxia, also sent out their strongest experts. The Long family went to Penlai, and the Qin family entered the mausoleum of Emperor Qin. Similarly, they never returned, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Therefore, because of this case, even though the Ling family, the Long family, and the Qin family suffered great losses, they were all affected. Relatively speaking, everyone's power was about the same, and they still stood at the pinnacle of Huaxia. Until 18 years ago, when Ling Xiao fell in love with the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect, Xianxia, the Ling family was besieged by the masters of both the righteous and evil sections. The members of the Ling family weren't afraid of death and fought with their lives on the line. In the end, it was the Long family who intervened and made Ling Xiao cripple his own martial arts to marry someone else. At the same time, Ling Xiao swore that he would never see Xianxia again in this life. Only then did the matter settle down and the Ling family was saved. However, at this time, the experts of the Ling family had all died, and only Ling Lai's bloodline was left. The Ling family had suffered a huge blow, and they no longer had the qualifications to be on par with the Long family. That year, Ling Lai was almost 60 years old. After that tragic battle, the Ling family's power and status were slowly eroded by the other families. The Ling family slowly declined, and in the end, they became the last of the 7 big families in Beijing. In that battle, Ling Lai was severely injured. His meridians and energy center were damaged. Even though he cultivated day and night for the past 18 years and visited famous doctors, he could only barely maintain his Xiantian realm level 1. Furthermore, his combat power was greatly reduced. Originally, Grandpa Ling was completely disheartened. He thought that this was all he could do. The Ling family could only decline bit by bit until they completely dropped out of the 8 great families of Huaxia. However, he never expected that his third son, Ling Xiao, who had committed such a grave mistake, would actually give birth to such an outstanding grandson. Not only did Xianxia give birth to Ling Yun, but Ling Yun also managed to survive in Qingshui city unscathed. Furthermore, he suddenly rose up in an invincible manner, acknowledged his ancestors, and returned to the Ling family. Now that Ling Xiao had been rescued and Ling Yun was by his side, Ling Lai didn't need to be cautious and bide his time. During the days when Ling Yun returned from Beijing to Qingshui city, Ling Lai didn't only cultivate his martial arts crazily. He had also been planning in his heart. He had already arranged everything after Ling Yun acknowledged his ancestors. 18 years of humiliation had become a thing of the past. The day of the Ling family's rise was right in front of them. Ling Lai looked at Ling Yun standing in front of him in broad daylight. It was as though he could already see the day when the Ling family would once again stand at the peak of Huaxia. Ling Lai, as his grandfather, had witnessed Ling Yun's heaven-defying strength. Ling Lai was looking forward to the changes that his precious grandson could bring to the Ling family. That was why Ling Lai didn't mind Qin Dongshua's reminder and fully expressed his attitude. Ling Yun naturally had his own things to do when he returned to the Ling family. The rest of the matters would naturally be handled by him, the master of the Xiantian realm level 8. That was why Grandpa Ling Lai made such a domineering declaration that he would support Ling Yun in everything. The courage of the Ling family was engraved in their bones. It flowed in their blood and was passed down from generation to generation. From old to young, there were no exceptions. Having Grandpa Ling as a shield and sharing Ling Yun's burdens was a feeling that Ling Yun had never experienced before. Naturally, he was secretly happy now. He understood that from now on, he no longer had to rely on himself to hold up the sky and rack his brains all day long. He could finally boldly do his own things. This was the feeling of returning home. Hee, Grandpa is right. That's how it should be. Ling Yun first complimented Ling Lai, then winked at Qin Dongxue. Qin Dongxue had no choice but to roll her eyes and give Ling Yun a look that told him to do whatever he wanted. Grandpa, let's talk inside. Ling Yun turned to look at Cui Lao. He took a step forward and held Cui Lao's right hand. Cui Lao, let me treat your injuries first. Cui Lao knew Ling Yun's medical skills and didn't decline. He allowed Ling Yun to hold his hand, and the two of them returned to the house with everyone else. It only took 3 to 5 minutes for Ling Yun to treat Cui Lao's internal injuries completely. Cui Lao was shocked because he was injured by the sword aura of a Xiantian realm level 8 king of assassins. His meridians were severed, and his internal injuries were actually very serious. He didn't expect Ling Yun to treat him completely in just a few minutes. Moreover, Ling Yun actually circulated his true qi in Cui Lao's body more than 10 times in just a few minutes. The speed of his true qi circulation was really terrifying. Ling Yun only retracted his palm after seeing that Cui Lao was fine. Cui Lao cupped his fists hurriedly. Thank you, fourth young master. Ling Yun laughed and waved his hand casually. Cui Lao, we're a family, so let's be more casual in the future. There's no need to be so polite. Cui Lao was a loyal servant of the Ling family and a good brother of Ling Lai. Of course, Ling Yun didn't want him to talk to him as a servant all day. That would be too tiring and troublesome. Cui Lao grinned and didn't say anything else. There were many things that could be understood in one's heart. There was no need to keep talking about it. After treating Cui Lao's injuries, Ling Yin turned to look at Mo Wudao. Not bad, Mo Wudao. I didn't expect you to be so good at fortune-telling. You were very accurate in predicting my father's whereabouts, and the direction wasn't wrong at all. Of course. Mo Wudao wasn't as reserved when talking to Ling Yin as he was with Ling Lai. He chuckled and was incomparably proud. Ling Yin said seriously, I didn't bring you to Beijing for nothing. You've done a great job this time. Looking at Mo Wudao, Ling Yin felt that he was lucky to have met him. When he was seriously injured during his tribulation, Mo Wudao silently woke him up by calling his soul. Ling Zhao's whereabouts were unknown. Mo Wudao peeked at Heaven's secrets and predicted Ling Zhao's whereabouts. This allowed Ling Yin to find Ling Zhao easily and rescue him. It could be said that Mo Wudao had saved both Ling Yin and his father's lives. If this wasn't a great deal, then what was? Moreover, among all the people Ling Yun knew, Mo Wudao was the only one who didn't benefit from Ling Yun at all. Instead, he was the only one who was indebted to Ling Yun. Of course, Ling Yun wouldn't mention such a favor, but he knew it very well in his heart. Mo Wudao chuckled. Hee hee, as long as you don't forget what we agreed on. Ling Yun chuckled. Don't worry, I won't forget. Before coming to Beijing from Qingshui, Mo Wudao had once looked for Ling Yun alone and told him mysteriously that there was an underground palace under Beijing. It was built by a feng shui master during the construction of the city. Mo Wudao's realm wasn't high enough, so he begged Ling Yun to bring him to investigate. Even if Ling Yun himself knew that there was such an underground palace under Beijing, he had to investigate it personally. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to live up to his identity as an array formation grandmaster. Father. At this moment, Ling Xiao walked in from outside and greeted Ling Lai. Then, he lifted his long robe and knelt down in front of Ling Lai. At this moment, Ling Lai had already changed his clothes. However, he wasn't dressed in modern urban attire. Instead, he was wearing a green robe that made him look elegant and refined. Father, I'm unfilial to have gone missing for so many days. I'm sorry for making you worry. Even though Ling Lai and Ling Xiao had met at the Assassins Organization's branch in Beijing, they were busy with the battle at that time and couldn't really kneel down. At this moment, Ling Xiao kowtowed. Third brother, it's good that you're back. It's not that you're unfilial, it's that I'm useless. I didn't save you until now and caused you to suffer so much. Get up. Ling Lai raised his hand and lifted Ling Xiao up from the ground. Yun Er, come over quickly and greet your father. Seeing Ling Xiao enter, Ling Yun had already stood up. When Ling Xiao stood up, Ling Yun immediately knelt down in front of Ling Lai. Respectfully, he kowtowed 3 times. Your son, Ling Yun, greets father. These 3 kowtows signified that Ling Yun had truly acknowledged his father. As for the Ling family's ancestral worship in 2 days, that was just a formality. Good child, get up. Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with gratification. With a smile on his face, he accepted the 3 kowtows from Ling Yun before bending over to pull Ling Yun up. Both father and son stood facing each other. Ling Xiao raised his hand and patted Ling Yun's head before patting his shoulder. Both father and son smiled knowingly. Blood was thicker than water. Everything was understood without words. Qin Dongxue, who had witnessed the scene of Ling Yun and his son reuniting, observed Ling Xiao carefully. Ling Xiao was indeed one of the best men in the world to be able to win the heart of the previous holy virgin of the devil sect. Only a father like this could have given birth to a son like this. Ling Xiao thanks Miss Qin for saving my life. After meeting his father and acknowledging him as his son, Ling Xiao naturally had to express his gratitude to Qin Dongxue. Qin Dongxue was a little embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Father, Auntie came to Beijing with me to help me save you. We're all family, you don't have to be so polite. Ling Yan's words helped Qin Dongxue out of her predicament. Yes, we're all family. We're all family. It's nothing, Big Brother Ling, you don't have to be so polite. Qin Dongshua's face turned red when she finally managed to call him Big Brother Ling, to be continued. Reader note, the red packets for the monthly tickets are still being distributed. If you haven't collected them, please collect them as soon as possible. If you have collected them, you can scroll up. Method of collection: click on any VIP chapter, the discussion section at the bottom right corner for computer users, and the top right corner for mobile users. Ever since they met, Qin Dongxue, who had always been natural and unrestrained, suddenly became coy, which surprised Ling Xiao. However, he didn't think too much about it. That's right, we're family. But even if we're family, I still have to thank you. Qin Dongshua's heart was beating like a drum. She blushed and nodded, but she didn't continue Ling Xiao's words. Nephew Mo Wudao pays his respects to Uncle Ling. Mo Wudao had already stood up when he saw Ling Xiao enter. Now that he was free, he hurried over to greet Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's expression turned solemn as he took a step forward and held Mo Wudao's arms. You can't do that. Daoist Elder Mo, I've already heard that in order to find my whereabouts, you didn't hesitate to harm yourself to perform divination and pry into the heavens' secrets. You're truly my great benefactor. If we're talking about paying respects, it should be me paying respects to you. Ling Xiao had always used the honorific you when speaking to Mo Wudao. Even though he already knew that his son had a close relationship with Mo Wudao, his son was his son, and he was him. Ling Xiao knew that he wouldn't have lived more than 2 days if Mo Wudao hadn't divined his exact location and Ling Yin couldn't save him in time. Even though he was older and was a senior, Ling Xiao did what he had to do in front of his benefactor. This was the Ling family's way of doing things. Uncle Ling, Ling Yin and I are good friends. Saving you is part of my duty. It's just a small effort. It's not worth mentioning, Uncle Ling. It's just a shame that I'm not skilled enough and that I can't personally fight the enemy and help Ling Yin get you out of this cage. Initially, Ling Yin thought that Mo Wudao was serious. However, he felt that something was amiss as he listened. He pulled Mo Wudao aside and frowned. Are you done? You're so long-winded. I said you're fat and you're panting, aren't you? Mo Wudao's pretentious moment was mercilessly interrupted by Ling Yin. He felt wronged and could only mutter softly, I still have a few words to say. Ling Yin chuckled. Alright, stop showing off. If you want to brag, I'll bring you a cow for you to brag all you want. Everyone is very busy now, so we don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Looking at the two of them, Ling Xiao, who had a solemn expression on his face, was instantly dumbfounded. Among them, Qin Dongxue was the only one who understood how Ling Yin and Mo Wudao interacted. She couldn't help but giggle at the sight. Ahem. Ling Lai suddenly coughed and stopped Ling Yin and Mo Wudao from bickering. Everyone turned to look at Ling Lai. Miss Qin, may I know where you are staying in Beijing? Ling Lai asked Qin Dongxue after a moment of silence. Oh, I'm staying in one of the Qin family's houses in Beijing. It's not far from here, so it's very convenient. Qin Dongxue smiled. Ling Lai nodded, understanding Qin Dongshue's meaning. Since that's the case, I don't need them to arrange a place for you. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Ling. Qin Dongxue smiled sweetly. Yun Er, what do you plan to do next? Ling Lai turned to look at Ling Yin. Ling Yin came back to treat Qing Niao, so he said directly, Grandpa, I have to treat Auntie Qing Niao first. That's right. Ling Lai nodded and said, how about this? Since you're home today, you don't have to go anywhere for the next 2 days. Just stay at home and focus on treating your Aunt Green Bird. At the same time, you can also familiarize yourself with the Ling family. Grandpa Ling Lai wanted Ling Yin to integrate into the Ling family as soon as possible. The day after tomorrow is the 15th day of the 7th month of the lunar calendar. According to tradition, the Ling family will pay respects to our ancestors. On that day, I will write your name into the Ling family's genealogy book in front of the entire family. That will be the official announcement of your return. I'll leave it to you, Grandpa. Ling Yin smiled. Ling Lai glanced at Ling Yin and couldn't help but laugh. That's settled then. Cui Lao, go and find a room for Yun and Wu Dao. Help them settle down. Yes. Cui Lao replied and left immediately. Alright, last night, everyone tossed and turned for the whole night. Until now, we still haven't had a good rest. Now that it's about time, I think it's better to go back and have a good rest. We'll talk about other things later. Qin Dongxue and Mo Wudao understood Ling Lai's meaning. They stood up immediately and said their goodbyes. Ling Yan wanted to send Qin Dongxue off, but Qin Dongxue stopped him with a look. As for Mo Wudao, he didn't need to leave the Ling family's ancestral home. Ling Yan couldn't be bothered and let him look for Cui Lao. Soon, everyone in Ling Lai's room had left. Only Ling Yun, Ling Xiao, and Ling Yan were left. Ling Lai stood up and came to Ling Zhao's side after everyone was gone. He placed his hands on Ling Zhao's shoulders and said in a trembling voice, "Third brother, you must have suffered these days, right?" Now that there were no outsiders, the old man finally showed his concern for his most beloved son. "Father, I didn't suffer." Ling Zhao's body was straight, and his eyes were red. He gritted his teeth and tried not to cry. Ling Lai stared at Ling Xiao for a long time and finally nodded. He choked and said, "Child, everything is fine now. Yun, come here." Ling Lai called Ling Yun to his side, then turned to Ling Xiao and said, "Third brother, look carefully. This is the son you had with Miss Xianxia. You guys gave me a good grandson. If it wasn't for that year." At this point, Ling Lai's heart was filled with complicated emotions, and he was already sobbing uncontrollably. However, even though Ling Zhao's body was trembling slightly, he still stood straight like a javelin. He gritted his teeth and didn't let his tears fall. Grandpa, Ling Yan felt this kinship and his heart trembled. His eyes were also a little wet, but he didn't know how to comfort Ling Lai. Ling Lai choked for a long time and suddenly raised his hand to wipe the tears off his face. "Yun, remember, don't blame your father. Just like your mother who sent you out of the devil sect, your father is the person who loves you the most and misses you the most. Look at him, he's not even 40 years old, but half of his hair is already white." Ling Lai said sincerely. "Father." Ling Yan knelt on the ground again. Ling Xiao finally bent down and reached out to help Ling Yan up from the ground. Ling Yun, however, remained kneeling on the ground. He looked up at Ling Lai and Ling Xiao, gritting his teeth as he said, "Grandpa, Father, I swear today that I will find all my enemies one by one and grind their bones to dust. I will take revenge for you, for my mother, and for the Ling family." Good child. Just from this sentence alone, Grandpa has a goal in mind. Ling Lai nodded his head heavily. "Yun, our Ling family had too many enemies back then, and each of them was too strong. We still need to plan our revenge. Get up quickly." "Okay." Ling Yun nodded and stood up. When Ling Lai saw Ling Yun stand up, he patted Ling Yun's shoulder and said warmly, "Yun, I still have some things to talk to your father about. If you want to treat your anti-green bird, you should head over first." Ling Yun naturally knew that they still had things to talk about. However, it was nothing more than a conversation between father and son, as well as a discussion about the ancestral worship the day after tomorrow. It didn't matter whether he was there or not. Furthermore, Ling Yun's divine sense could cover the entire Ling family's ancestral home. If he wanted to listen in on their conversation, he would definitely be able to. Thus, Ling Yun nodded and wiped the tears in his eyes. He said to Ling Lai and Ling Xiao, "Grandpa, I'll be going out first." Ling Yun turned and walked out of Ling Lai's room. He went straight out of the courtyard and went to find Green Bird. However, out of curiosity, Ling Yan couldn't help but release his divine sense to observe the conversation between Ling Lai and Ling Xiao. "Third brother, there are no outsiders now. Let's sit down and have a good talk." Ling Lai didn't use telepathy as expected. In fact, when Ling Yan walked out of the room, Ling Lai pulled Ling Xiao to sit on the sofa. "Your biological son, Yun, is back now. It's inevitable for him to acknowledge his ancestors." Ling Lai paused as if to emphasize this point. Then, he probed, "Then, how do you plan to deal with the relationship between Rulin, Ling Shui, and Ling Yun in the future?" Ling Zhao's body stiffened, and his expression turned sluggish. Without a doubt, Ling Lai's question was an extremely difficult one for Ling Xiao. Ling Lai looked at Ling Zhao's expression and sighed in his heart. He frowned and said, "Why, haven't you thought about this?" Ling Xiao frowned and said in a low voice, "Father, it's not that I haven't thought about it. It's just that I don't know how to deal with this matter. I can only take it one step at a time." "Humph." Ling Lai snorted. Third brother, you're good at everything. However, when it comes to family matters, you become at a loss of what to do. You always want to drag it out. Is this something that can be dragged out? Weren't you the one who dragged things out between you and Xianxia all those years ago? You dragged it out until the two of you had a child and had no choice but to come back and tell us. That's why our Ling family and yourself are doomed. The day after tomorrow, that lass, Ling Shui, will definitely be back. When she sees Ling Yun. Sigh. Obviously, Grandpa Ling Lai also felt that this matter was very troublesome. Ling Xiao scratched his head and said, Father, actually, Shui Er is quite obedient. Ling Lai said in a low voice, that's for you. Don't forget that you're her biological father. I watched Shui Er grow up with my own eyes. Don't I know her temper better than you do? At this moment, Ling Yun had already arrived at the entrance of the Green Bird residence. He immediately retracted his divine sense after listening to the conversation between Ling Lai and Ling Xiao. It could be said that the first person Ling Yun met in the Ling family was Ling Shui. Ling Yun had plenty of ways to deal with Ling Shui. He wasn't worried at all. To be continued. Reader note, the 700 yuan monthly pass red packet is still being distributed. If you haven't collected it, please collect it as soon as possible. If you have collected it, you can scroll up. Method of collection, click on any VIP chapter, the discussion section at the bottom right corner for computer users, and the top right corner for mobile users. Ling Yin came to the door of Qing Niao's room and saw that Qing Niao was already waiting for him. Qing Niao was still wearing the same clothes from last night. Her face was still covered with a black veil. She was silent like a ghost. However, when she saw Ling Yun, Qing Niao's clear eyes were filled with warmth and love. Young master, please come in. Qing Niao's figure floated to the side and invited Ling Yun into her room. Ling Yun frowned immediately. Auntie Qing Niao, can we discuss something? Can you just call me Ling Yun in the future? It's really awkward for me to hear you calling me young master. Qing Niao lowered her head slightly. But you're Mrs. Stop. Ling Yun hurriedly stopped Qing Niao's explanation. He then turned his head and said with a smile, Auntie Qing Niao, since you call me young master, can you listen to my orders? Qing Niao didn't expect Ling Yun to change so quickly. She was stunned for a moment, then her eyes revealed a trace of confusion. She then nodded. All right. Then I'll order you to only call me Ling Yun in the future. Don't call me young master, do you remember? Ling Yun had no choice but to make a ruthless move. Ling Yun first circled around and then circled back, directly confusing Qing Niao who wasn't fully awake. Remember, Ling Yun was delighted. Hee, that's right. Auntie Qing Niao, come and sit. Ling Yun reached out and held Qing Niao's arm, helping her to sit on the sofa. Then he didn't say anything and just stared at the green bird. Finally, he focused his gaze on the green bird's eyes and observed the changes in her pupils. At first, Qing Niao could still look at Ling Yun for a while. However, very quickly, her gaze became a little scattered and lost. Her pupils gradually couldn't focus. Ling Yun immediately retracted his gaze and sighed in his heart. As expected, Qing Niao was only temporarily clear-headed. The reason why she hadn't gone crazy yet was because after seeing Ling Yun, Ling Xiao, and Yi Xingchen, the impact she had received was too great. She was still in an illusory state of excitement. Once this energy passed, Qing Niao would definitely become crazy again. Auntie, Qing Niao will do nothing today. Let me treat you, Niao said. Qing Niao's words as if she was a child. I'll listen to you. Qing Niao nodded. Qing, I said. Qing Yun, Ling I Qing, S Yun Ri Long. Without hesitation, Ling Yun took out 2 level 6 spirit cleansing talismans and placed them on the forehead and the back of the green bird's head. Appear. The soul cleansing talisman gradually disappeared and instantly played a powerful role. Qing Niao's entire mental state immediately became even better than the first treatment last night. However, Ling Yun knew that the effect of the spirit cultivation cosmos stone was only temporary. The effect of the spirit cleansing talisman was only a temporary cure. Since he possessed divine sense, he could perform an internal vision on himself. Naturally, he could also perform an internal vision on the green bird. Greenbird's physical condition could be said to be clear to Ling Yan at a glance. If he wanted to completely cure Qing Miao's illness, it wouldn't be the same as treating Ling Zhao's external injuries. It wouldn't be as easy as using healing talismans and spirit energy. To treat Ling Xiao, one had to first treat the exterior before treating the interior. However, to treat Qing Miao, it was the exact opposite. One had to first treat the interior before restoring her appearance. First of all, he had to treat Greenbird's brain and nerves. He had to completely remove the hidden danger of her madness so that she would never do it again. Secondly, Ling Yan would treat Qing Miao's meridians. That was because Qing Miao had used the heavenly demon explosion technique, causing her meridians to flow in reverse. That was why she lost her consciousness and went crazy step by step under the guidance of her obsession. After curing her madness and repairing her meridians, he would then use the healing talisman to treat the external injuries on Qing Miao's body caused by using the heavenly demon explosion technique. He would also use the internal injuries and scars from the constant battles with Si Kongtu all these years. After that, the next step was to restore Qing Miao's appearance. Finally, Ling Yan had to think of a way to help Qing Miao retrieve the life-death companion goo that she had planted in Si Kongtu's body. Only then could he get rid of Qing Miao's obsession. Only after retrieving the life-death companion goo could Ling Yan deal with Si Kongtu as he pleased. There were a total of 5 steps. Each step tested Ling Yan's ability as an immortal doctor. Auntie Qing Miao, how is it? Do you feel much clearer now? Ling Yan asked Qing Miao with a smile after using the soul-cleansing talisman. Qing Miao's eyes were filled with surprise as she nodded. Yes, indeed. I feel much better now than last night. My head is very relaxed, and it doesn't hurt at all. Hearing Qing Miao speak with her own thoughts, Ling Yan knew that the effect of the current Qing Miao's treatment was much better than the first time last night. This was the second treatment, and he had used 2 soul-cleansing talismans in one go. Now that he was treating Qing Miao, he was most afraid that she wouldn't understand what was going on and wouldn't be able to communicate clearly with him. Auntie Qing Miao, this treatment is only a temporary effect. It can't cure the root of the problem, so I have to remove the root of the problem for you. That way, you'll be completely cured. Qing Miao recalled quite a bit. She knew that Ling Yan was Ying Qingshuan's son. She was the one who carried him and escaped. She was the one who risked her life to protect him. Thus, no matter what Ling Yan said, she nodded in agreement. Thus, Ling Yan reached out and slowly touched Qing Miao's head. Then, he used a little force and pressed gently. This time, Ling Yan wanted to use his divine sense and the power of lightning in his body to directly explore Qing Miao's brain, just like the crazy patient he treated in Qingshui City. However, Ling Yan's divine sense wasn't strong at that time. He could only attach his divine sense to the spiritual energy in his body to find the root of the patient's illness. After that, the explosion of lightning in his body was completely passive. But now, Ling Yan's divine sense was more than 10 times stronger than before. Moreover, he could actively control the power of lightning in his body, so it was naturally much more convenient. Ling Yan attached his powerful divine sense to the spiritual energy in his body. Then, at the same time, he injected the spiritual energy and the tiny electric current into Qing Miao's brain. He used the spiritual energy and the tiny electric current as invisible tentacles to explore Qing Miao's brain. There were brain waves in the human brain, which were also extremely tiny electric currents. Very quickly, the electric current that rushed out of Ling Yan's palm drove the electric current in Qing Miao's brain and connected them together. Qing Miao's delicate body trembled slightly. Within a few seconds, the situation in Qing Miao's brain was reflected in Ling Yan's divine sense. He also found the problem. Naturally, there was a problem where the electric current couldn't pass through. After finding the problem, the next step was naturally treatment. However, this time, Ling Yan didn't use the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot. He didn't retract his palm, only the electric current that was sent out. Then, he used a drop of divine energy. At the peak of Qi Cultivation Stage 1, Ling Yan could produce 3 drops of divine energy a day. Now, he didn't feel the pinch when using it, especially when it was used to save Qing Miao. Using a drop of divine energy, Ling Yan's divine sense was instantly more than 3 times stronger than before. Ling Yan's condensed divine sense completely enveloped Qing Miao's brain. At the same time, He mobilized the water and with spiritual energy in his body and continuously transferred it into Xianxia's brain to repair her damaged brain nerves. Auntie Xianxia, wake up! Feeling that it was about time, Ling Yun used the mystical dragon howl. His voice was like the evening drum and morning bell, and it sounded like a clap of thunder in Xianxia's ears. Ah! Xianxia suddenly let out a loud scream. She only felt that her brain had never been so clear before. Those memories that were hidden deep in her brain, starting from the moment she carried Sikong Tu and jumped off the cliff 18 years ago, continuously surfaced. Xianxia's delicate body shook violently. Ling Yun. Xianxia suddenly raised her head and looked at Ling Yun with misty eyes. She stared for a long time before saying, "Child, you've grown up." Ling Yun smiled. He knew that this was the real Xianxia. The hidden danger of her illness was completely removed, and all her memories were completely restored. Ling Yun slowly retracted his palm and immediately knelt on the ground. He said to Xianxia, "Auntie Xianxia, yes, I'm Ling Yun. I've grown up." Ling Yun had grown up. He was no longer that infant in swaddling clothes, waiting to be fed. Back then, you risked your life to save me. Now, it's my turn to save you. It's my turn to protect you. Good child, quickly get up. Xianxia no longer acted numb and mechanical. There was no longer any confusion in her eyes. Her gaze was clear, and her emotions were deep. Everything was organized. Even without Ling Yun's reminder, she didn't call Ling Yun young master anymore. That was because between them, there really wasn't a need to call each other. Even though they weren't biological mother and son, they weren't much different. Ling Yun immediately stood up. Auntie Xianxia, don't move first. Let me treat your meridians. Ling Yun expended a drop of divine energy not just to treat Xianxia's brain. Now that the hidden danger of Xianxia's illness was completely gone, the next step was naturally the most important one, which was to treat the reversed meridians in Xianxia's body. With his powerful divine sense, Ling Yun knew the meridians in Xianxia's body like the back of his hand. He directly injected a huge amount of spiritual energy into Xianxia's body and used the yin-yang harmony balance to treat Xianxia's injuries. The reversed meridians didn't mean that the meridians were flowing in reverse, but that the true qi in the body was flowing in reverse. What Ling Yun needed to do now was to direct the true qi that was flowing in reverse. This step was extremely dangerous and difficult. A moment of carelessness would cause Xianxia to lose all her energy. In the worst-case scenario, she would explode and die on the spot. However, Ling Yun was bold. He first transferred spiritual energy into Xianxia's energy center before activating the yin-yang true qi vortex in his body. Using the yin-yang harmony balance, he transferred spiritual energy into Xianxia's energy center and quickly turned it into a vortex. As long as it was a vortex, there would be a suction force that would cause the surrounding air to spin. Hey! Ling Yun's forehead was covered in sweat as he activated his yin-yang true qi vortex to spin faster. Naturally, the spiritual energy vortex in Xianxia's body also spun faster. As the spiritual energy vortex spun faster, the true qi in Xianxia's body was unstoppably sucked into the energy center, until there was no more true qi in Xianxia's meridians. All of it entered the energy center and turned into a huge true qi vortex. Auntie Xianxia, it's going to be very painful. You have to bear with it. Ling Yun felt that it was about time, so he reminded Xianxia. Xianxia knew that this was the critical moment. She only nodded lightly and didn't say anything to disturb Ling Yun. Boom. Seeing that Xianxia nodded, Ling Yun immediately reversed the yin-yang true qi vortex in his energy center. This directly caused the huge true qi vortex in Xianxia's energy center to spin in the opposite direction. Xianxia let out a muffled groan, but she gritted her teeth and didn't even scream. This kind of forceful reversal was like shooting an arrow into a person's body and then pulling it out at the same speed. How could it not be painful? This was why Ling Yun treated Xianxia's brain first. If Xianxia wasn't clear-headed enough, she would completely go crazy from that moment of pain. It was very likely that she would subconsciously attack Ling Yun out of self-defense. Then, there would only be one outcome for Xianxia: her body would explode and she would die on the spot. However, as long as she endured the pain of the instantaneous reversal, the rest would be much easier. Ling Yun began to slow down the speed of his own true qi vortex. At the same time, he guided the true qi in Qing Miao's body to leave the vortex according to the normal flow of true qi in the meridians. Then, it slowly entered the meridians from the energy center. At the same time, Lingyun didn't forget to use his own spiritual energy to help Qing Miao repair the damage and broken meridians in her body. Of course, it wasn't that easy to cure an 18-year-old illness. After forcefully reversing the flow of true qi in Qing Miao's body, the next step was to guide the flow of true qi and repair the broken meridians. Lingyun wasn't anxious. Since he had decided to treat Qing Miao this time, he wasn't afraid of any delays. The true qi in Qing Miao's body went round and round. 12 great circulations, 24 great circulations, 36 great circulations. Only when Qing Miao's energy center, meridians, and acupuncture points were all repaired did Lingyun slowly retract his palm. Qing Miao's realm was half a step into the 9th stage of the Xianxia stage. To completely treat Qing Miao, the accumulated divine energy between Lingyun's eyebrows and 90% of the spiritual energy in his body were used up. Lingyun gave it his all, but it was all worth it. Now, Qing Miao's illness and the problem of her meridians were all cured. To be continued. Reader note, the 700 yuan monthly pass red packet is still being distributed. Those who haven't received it, please collect it as soon as possible. Those who have received it can scroll up. There are still 2 super big red packets that haven't been collected. Method of collection: click on any VIP chapter, the discussion section at the bottom right corner for computer users, and the top right corner for mobile users. Auntie Green Bird, how are you feeling now? Lingyun asked hurriedly, not even bothering to wipe the sweat off his forehead. Child, it's been hard on you, Green Bird didn't reply. Instead, she gazed at Lingyun and gently lifted her hand to wipe the sweat off his face. Actually, Lingyun was confused because he was too concerned. There was no need to ask. How could an immortal doctor not be able to heal Green Bird with all her might? Phew, Lingyun finally let out a long sigh of relief and felt at ease. As long as Qing Miao's illness was cured and the problem of the reversed meridians was cured, the other external injuries and scars, as well as the restoration of her appearance, were all things that would happen naturally. He first treated the root, then the exterior. Auntie Green Bird, compared to what you've done for me, this little bit of hardship is nothing, Lingyun said with a smile that couldn't be concealed. Green Bird's eyes flashed with an unconcealable smile. She said gently, Child, it's my duty to do all that I've done for you. But now that I've woken up and seen your achievements, I feel that everything I've done in the past was worth it. If Big Sister Xianxia knew what you're capable of now, I believe she would be 10 times happier than I am. Lingyun chuckled and took out a pile of level 6 healing talismans from his spatial ring. He said to Green Bird, Auntie Green Bird, look, these are the talismans I made. They're all level 6 talismans. Even though they can't revive the dead, they can regrow flesh and bones. I'll tell you how to use them now. Thus, Lingyun explained the usage of the talismans to Green Bird. He stood up and said, Auntie Green Bird, now that your internal injuries are completely healed, the hidden danger of the reversed meridians has been completely eliminated. These healing talismans can be used to treat the scars on your body and face. You just have to use them according to the method I told you. Green Bird held a bunch of healing talismans in her hands. She smiled and said, All right, I'll give it a try. Lingyun smiled at Qing Miao. Auntie Qing Miao, I'll go out first. There was a difference between a man and a woman. Since Green Bird needed to treat the scars on her body, it was naturally inconvenient for Lingyun to stay there. With that, Lingyun turned and left Green Bird's room. Yuner, how can you be so daring? You don't even know to find someone to protect you when you're doing such a big thing. Lingyun walked out of the door and realized that there was no one else in the courtyard other than Ling Lai. Ling Lai stood in the courtyard with his hands behind his back. When he saw Lingyun walk out, he couldn't help but scold him loudly. Although it was easy to say, Lingyun had just treated the Green Bird with all his might. If there had been a slight mistake, the Green Bird would have exploded and died, and Lingyun himself would definitely have suffered a backlash. It was extremely dangerous. Grandpa Ling Lai saw that Lingyun wasn't out even after noon. He immediately came over to check on Lingyun's movements and realized that Lingyun was at a critical juncture. Out of concern for his precious grandson, he dismissed everyone and stood alone in the courtyard to protect Lingyun for a full 3 hours. Hee hee, Grandpa, aren't we in our own home? Why would we need any protection? Ling Yan walked a few steps closer to Ling Lai and chuckled. Nonsense. Who says that we don't need protection in our own home? Well, that depends on what it is. Take a look yourself, what time is it now? Only then did Ling Yan react. He looked up at the sun in the sky and found that it was already in the west. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. This took such a long time? Ling Yan was shocked too. He came to Green Bird's room at 7 in the morning. Unknowingly, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. In other words, he had spent more than 8 hours healing the Green Bird. Seeing Ling Yan's sweaty face, Ling Lai felt both heartache and anger. He snorted. Humph, I've reheated the food for you more than 8 times. Come with me to eat. Ling Yan's heart warmed up, and he obediently followed Ling Lai to his courtyard. This was Ling Lai's special treatment for him. Ling Yan wasn't made of iron. He hadn't reached the Anidia realm yet. Last night, he searched for Ling Xiao, fought Sikong too, and healed his injuries today. He was already exhausted and hungry. In front of his grandfather, Ling Yan did not stand on ceremony and started eating. Like a tornado, he finished all the food on the table in no time. Ling Lai sat opposite Ling Yan and watched his precious grandson devour the food. He was so happy that his beard curled up. He kept saying things like eat slowly and don't choke out of concern. After Ling Yan had his fill, Ling Lai arranged for someone to take away the plates. He then asked Ling Yan, "How's your Auntie Green Bird?" Ling Yan drank a mouthful of water and smiled. "I didn't waste my time today. Auntie Green Bird's madness and the reverse flow of her meridians have been cured by me. All that's left are the accumulated injuries over the years. The healing talismans are enough." Ling Lai laughed heartily and gave Ling Yan a thumbs up. "Rascal, you can even cure her reversed meridians. You're indeed my grandson." Ling Yan was speechless. What does my ability to cure reversed meridians have to do with whether I'm your grandson or not? However, since Grandpa Ling was happy, he was naturally happy. Auntie Green Bird won't have any side effects. According to my estimation, her original realm should be half a step into Xiantian realm level 9. Now that she's cured, she can break through to Xiantian realm level 9 as long as she stabilizes for a while. Ling Yan didn't hesitate to use all of his divine energy and spiritual energy to treat Green Bird. The effects were obvious. Not only did Green Bird's realm not fall, but it was also a blessing in disguise. Ling Lai was grinning from ear to ear. That's good, that's good. Grandpa, how was it? Did anything happen today? Ling Yan asked. Ling Yan was naturally asking about the reactions of the various parties in Beijing after he returned to the Ling family. He had been busy recuperating just now and had entered a state of forgetfulness, completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. Of course there's movement, and it's quite a big one. Ling Lai laughed heartily before saying, after 8 a.m. this morning, guests started coming to our house. There were more than 10 waves in total, and all of them were big shots in Beijing. How could Ling Lai not be happy? To the Ling family, this kind of scene had not been seen for many years. Ling Yan had expected this, but that wasn't what he was concerned about. Grandpa, how did the other 6 big families react? That was what Ling Yan was concerned about. Ling Lai smiled. The Long family, Yi family, Chao family, Li family, and even the Chen family sent people over. Only the Sun family didn't send anyone. Ling Yan was a little shocked. *CK, the Chen family still has the cheek to send people over? Ling Lai replied calmly, "Child, the capital isn't like other places. The waters are deep, and as long as the families don't shed all pretenses and declare war, everyone will restrain themselves on the surface. They will appear calm and composed, but in reality, they are all hiding daggers behind their smiles." Of course, Ling Yan understood this point. However, he had never expected the Chen family to be so thick-skinned as to send someone over. How thick-skinned did they have to be? Ling Lai knew what Ling Yan was thinking with one look. He smiled and said, "Yun the Chen family didn't send people to curry favor with us. In fact, I think they're here to threaten us. They're telling us that even though you've returned to the Ling family, the Chen family isn't afraid of us. The Chen family didn't send people because they were showing weakness. The Sun family didn't send people not because they didn't want to, but because they didn't dare to. Ling Yan laughed coldly. Hee, it doesn't matter if the Chen family is showing their strength or issuing a declaration of war. It's not up to them to decide whether they're afraid of us or not. Ling Yan already had a plan for the Sun and Chen families. No matter how they reacted, his strategy was one word: fight. There was no room for negotiation. Grandpa, what about the Long family and the Yi family? Ling Yan didn't even need to ask about the Chao family. He was most concerned about the Long family and the Yi family. Ling Lai frowned slightly. The Long family is desperate to see you. If I'm not wrong, they're here for the dragon saliva you have. Ling Yan chuckled. Dragon saliva? What would I use if I gave it to you? As for the Yi family, this is the first time they've taken the initiative to show goodwill to the Ling family in the past 18 years, Ling Lai continued. Ling Lai explained the reactions of the other 6 big families to Ling Yun. Yun Grandpa has something to say, but I'm not sure if I should say it. Ling Yan expressed his dissatisfaction. Grandpa, what is it that you can't say to me? I'm your biological grandson. Ling Lai looked at him and shook his head helplessly. Yun because of your parents, the Long family has done us a great favor. If they have any requests for us, as long as it's not too much, you should give them what you deserve. Ling Lai was pleading for the Long family. Knowing how to repay kindness was the Ling family's tradition. Among the 8 big families of Huaxia, only the Long family was interested in everything from the Huaxia dragon god. As long as they heard about it, they would try their best to get it. This was something that all the core members of the other families knew very well. Ling Yan waved his hand. Grandpa, don't worry. I'll definitely listen to what you say. However, some things can't be rushed. Even if I want to express my gratitude, I'll have to wait until the dust settles before I express my gratitude. There's no need to rush. Was Ling Yan really not willing to give the dragon saliva away? Of course not. Dugu Mo, Dongfeng Ting, Miracle Dr. Shui, Miao Xiao Miao. He didn't even know how many he had given away. However, if he wanted to give it to the Long family, Ling Yan had to consider it carefully. Before he completely understood the Long family's attitude towards the Ling family, it was impossible for Ling Yan to give them the dragon saliva. With his personality, he wouldn't be able to do this even if Ling Lai pleaded for him. If they found out that the attack on the Ling family back then had something to do with the Long family, wouldn't Ling Yan be giving his treasures to his enemies? Moreover, Long Wu and Long Kuan were still in the hands of the Long family. To be continued. P.S. Here's today's update, and at the same time, poll for votes for the Qidian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and the votes will be rewarded with coins. Reader note, 700 yuan worth of monthly passes is being distributed. Those who haven't received it, please collect it as soon as possible. There are 2 super big packages at the top. Method of collection: click on any VIP chapter, the discussion section at the bottom right corner for computer users, and the top right corner for mobile users. Ling Lai knew that Ling Yan had no intention of giving the Long family's dragon saliva to the Long family. His lips moved, but he swallowed the words that were at the tip of his tongue. Ling Lai knew that Ling Yan had his own ideas and plans for everything he did. Thinking about it carefully, there was nothing wrong with what he had done. Even though Ling Lai was Ling Yan's grandfather, he didn't want to change Ling Yan's decision. He didn't want to order or ask Ling Yan to do something he didn't want to do. He was even more afraid that Ling Yan would resent him. It wasn't worth it to do it for an outsider. It wasn't wrong to repay a debt of gratitude. However, even if you wanted something that someone didn't want to give you, you still had to ask for the other party's permission, right? Grandfather Ling wasn't muddle-headed. He knew which side was more important. Moreover, Ling Yun didn't say that he was in a hurry. Hence, Grandfather Ling didn't try to persuade Ling Yun anymore. He changed the topic and brought up another matter. Yuner, the people who came today all expressed that they wanted to see you, but Grandfather rejected them on your behalf. He said that you haven't officially acknowledged your ancestors yet, so it's not convenient for you to meet people. Ling Yun chuckled. Well done, Grandfather. I really don't want to meet anyone now. I still have some things to settle. Let's wait for a few days and see how things go. Ling Lai nodded. He then lowered his voice and said to Ling Yun mysteriously, however, Grandpa has something else to tell you. Among the guests who came today, there were people sent by the higher-ups. Ling Lai's eyes were filled with excitement. As he spoke, he pointed his index finger at the ceiling, then to the south of the door. The sky was above, and the south was the center of Beijing. Oh? Ling Yun naturally knew who Ling Lai was talking about. His interest was piqued as he smiled and asked, "What did they say?" Ling Lai laughed and said, "Just 2 words, congratulations." Ling Yun pursed his lips. "Nothing else?" Ling Lai laughed heartily. "Brat, it's good enough that you can say that. You've earned enough face for the Ling family." After the two of them finished laughing, Ling Lai got down to business. "Yuner, do you have the piece of willow wood that grandfather asked Chui Lao to bring to you?" Ling Yun knew that Ling Lai was talking about the inheritance of the Ling family, the 2 pieces of divine willow wood. With a thought, he took out one of them and placed it in Ling Lai's hand. Then, he took out the other one. At this time, the 2 pieces of divine willow wood were no longer charred black. It was like the summer, when green trees were at their most luxuriant. The 2 pieces of green wood that had been cut off from the tree not only sprouted, but also grew new branches. It was as if the 2 trees had been cut down and then buried in the ground to grow again. The 2 pieces of divine willow wood were lush and full of life. They looked even better than the trees that were carefully cultivated in suitable soil. This was naturally the result of Ling Yun's continuous nourishment of blood and the black-yellow true qi that he had infused into the wood every few days after he had mastered the Black-Yellow Sutra. Of course, these 2 pieces of wood no longer needed to absorb Ling Yun's blood. They only needed to absorb his black-yellow true qi. Once the 2 pieces of divine willow wood appeared, a strong wood spiritual energy filled the entire room. Then, it spread out rapidly until it covered the entire Ling family's ancestral home. The entire Ling family's ancestral home was instantly filled with vitality. Everyone who was in it felt energized. Unexpected, really unexpected, Ling Lai grabbed a piece of divine willow wood, his face full of surprise and shock. He shook his head repeatedly. It was the divine willow wood that caused Ling Lai to behave this way. Ling Lai held the small tree of divine willow wood. Other than the fact that the roots hadn't grown yet, the 2 pieces of divine willow wood were practically 2 small trees. Yuner, looking at the shape of this small tree, it should be the one that you took out to heal me, right? Ling Lai exclaimed in admiration. Who would have thought that in less than 2 months, even the branches would grow out? How magical, Ling Yun thought to himself. After discovering the extraordinary nature of the divine willow wood, he had been using his blood to nourish them and infusing large amounts of black-yellow true qi into them every few days. If they still didn't grow, wouldn't his efforts have been in vain? Grandpa, the inheritance of our Ling family is definitely extraordinary. These 2 pieces of divine willow wood don't seem to be from the mortal world. Ling Lai furrowed his brows and nodded. Yes, these 2 pieces of wood are indeed our Ling family's heirloom. The piece in my hand has always been kept in the Ling family's ancestral hall. For the past 18 years, the men of the Ling family would feed it with fresh blood during the Qingming festival, Zhongyuan festival, and New Year's Eve. This is an order from our ancestors. The piece in your hand was secretly taken out by your father and given to your mother as a token of love. I didn't expect it to be in your hands now. Ling Yun was shocked and asked, Grandpa, my father did such an earth-shattering thing? Didn't you punish him? Humph. Ling Lai was interrupted by Ling Yun and recalled what happened in the past. He snorted angrily. Your father did so many treacherous things in the past. How could this be the only one? At that time, your father was extremely talented and was the most outstanding person in our Ling family. I had already prepared for him to take over as the head of the Ling family. Who knew that he would steal the inheritance of our Ling family for your mother and even have you with her? Later, the 2 of them couldn't hide it anymore and came home to tell me. Even though 18 years had passed, Grandpa Ling was still so angry when he talked about what happened in the past. You know what happened in the end. They committed such a huge sin. Fortunately, the 2 of them gave birth to a precious grandson like you. It can be considered as making up for their mistakes. This was an old man. When talking about his son, no matter how outstanding he would still have all sorts of faults. However, when talking about his own grandson, his attitude would immediately take a 180-degree turn. I wanted to punish him, but it was already too late. They didn't even stay for 2 days. On the second night, our Ling family was besieged by both the righteous and evil sects. Ling Yan unintentionally understood the details of the Ling family from Ling Lai. However, he didn't ask further. If he wanted to ask, he would directly ask Ling Xiao or Green Bird. They would naturally know more. Yun, you said that these 2 pieces of wood aren't from the mortal world? The old man didn't seem to want to talk about this topic. He muttered for a while before saying, Yun, you said that these 2 pieces of wood aren't from the mortal world? Ling Yan nodded his head in confirmation. Grandpa, I'm a cultivator. Naturally, I can tell that these 2 pieces of wood were cut from a very large tree. This is just a branch from a large tree. If the branch is already so magical, then what about the large tree? A willow tree that sucked human blood and absorbed black-yellow true qi. Where could you find such a thing in the mortal world? However, if it wasn't from the mortal world, could it be from the heavens? Ling Lai listened to Ling Yan's words and felt that it was unbelievable. Ling Yan shook his head and said, Grandpa, you're wrong. Not belonging to the mortal world doesn't mean that it belongs to the heavens. For a tree like this to be able to absorb the blood of our Ling family members and the black-yellow true qi that our Ling family cultivates, it must have come from a place with abundant spiritual energy. If it wasn't from the mortal world, then it definitely wasn't from the heavens. Where could it come from? A paradise. It sucked human blood, which means that it was grown by someone. Someone used this method to feed its body. It also absorbed black-yellow true qi, which means that the place where it grew must have abundant black-yellow true qi to provide for its body's needs. That's how it could continue to grow. Ling Yan's analysis was very reasonable. Ling Lai nodded his head as he listened. However, he asked doubtfully, but if that's the case, why did it only absorb the blood of our Ling family members? Grandpa, have you ever thought that the original bodies of these 2 pieces of wood were planted by the people of the Ling family? Ling Yan smiled faintly and said an earth-shattering thought. Ling Lai's body trembled when he heard this. This was because Ling Yan's idea was too bold and heaven-defying. The Ling family could grow such a tree? Then, when and where did the Ling family manage to grow such a miraculous tree? Grandpa, think about it. If it wasn't grown by the Ling family, why would it only absorb the blood of our Ling family members? Why would it become the Ling family's inheritance? Ling Lai was dumbfounded. His eyeballs stopped moving, and his eyes were filled with confusion. Yun, Grandpa knows that you're knowledgeable, but this idea of yours is a little too bold. However, if I think about it carefully, what you've said is really irrefutable. It's the most logical inference. Ling Yan saw Ling Lai's hesitant expression and laughed in his heart. He had seen this kind of thing many times in the cultivation world. There was no need for him to guess. The truth of the matter was definitely similar to what he had guessed. Actually, Ling Lai pondered and recalled. Our Ling family shouldn't only have these 2 willow trees. There was another one that was as big as a roof beam. That was the biggest piece. However, it seemed to have been taken away by the masters of the Ling family more than 40 years ago. What? This time, it was Ling Yan's turn to be shocked. He stood up immediately. The masters of the Ling family brought the biggest piece of divine willow wood into Kunlun. Then, what did the Qin family bring into the imperial tombs? What did the Long family bring into Punlai? Ling Yan's mind raced as he thought of this. A trace of understanding appeared in his heart. Yun, these 2 pieces of divine willow wood will be in your care from now on. However, the Ling family will still need them during the ancestral worship. Ling Lai didn't notice Ling Yan's thoughts. He was talking about his own matters. Grandpa, don't worry. I'll definitely take good care of it. Ling Yan said thoughtfully. It's almost 515. I hope to continue to hit the 515 red envelope list. On May 15th, the red envelope rain will be able to reward readers and promote our works. Being together is also love. I'll definitely do my best. To be continued. P.S. Here's today's update, and at the same time, poll for votes for the Qidian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone will get 8 votes, and the votes will be rewarded with coins. Reader note, 700 coins worth of monthly tickets are being distributed. If you haven't received them yet, please collect them as soon as possible. There are 2 super large packages at the top. Method of collection: click on any VIP chapter, the discussion section at the bottom right corner for computer users, and the top right corner for mobile users. Ling Lai returned the piece of divine willow wood to Ling Yun. Ling Yun kept it in his spatial ring, but he kept the piece in his hand. Ling Yun had used up almost all the spiritual energy in his body to heal the green bird. Now that the divine willow wood was releasing a strong amount of wood spiritual energy, it was a good time to absorb it. Oh, Yun, there's one more thing that Grandpa almost forgot to tell you. Ling Lai seemed to remember something else after talking about the ancestral worship. Yun, our Ling family prioritizes filial piety. The ancestral worship is a big event, and everyone in the family will participate. Even though you've met almost everyone in the Ling family, there are 2 people you haven't met. One is your uncle's eldest son, Ling Hao, and the other is your father's daughter, Ling Shui. At the mention of Ling Shui, Grandfather Ling hesitated for a moment. However, he still decided to mention Ling Shui. Ling Yin snickered in his heart. It could be said that before he returned to the Ling family, these 2 were the only people he had interacted with in the Ling family. Ling Hao was trying his best to kill him. On the other hand, Ling Shui met Ling Shui on the surveillance ship on the way back from Turtle Island. However, Ling Shui didn't see his face because he was masked and dressed in black. Even though Ling Yun and Ling Shui had only met once, Ling Shui's beauty, stubbornness, pride, and thirst for power had left a deep impression on Ling Yun. Even though they had the same father but different mothers, they were both Ling Jia's children. The blood of the Ling family flowed in their bodies. Ling Yun saw her as his biological sister. Ling Yun didn't want to get too involved in his father's relationship issues. However, Ling Yun had his own way of doing things. Yun, your eldest brother, Ling Hao, is the eldest grandson of the Ling family. He has always behaved well, but sometimes he is a little narrow-minded. When you see him, if you have any quarrels with him, please bear with him a little more. Just as Ling Lai had said, Ling Hao was the eldest grandson of the Ling family. Ling Lai had spent a lot of effort on him since he was young, hoping that he could become the future head of the Ling family. However, now that Ling Yun had returned to the family, Ling Lai had already made up his mind that the position of the future head of the Ling family would belong to Ling Yun. One was the eldest grandson of the Ling family, the eldest of the Ling family's younger generation. Furthermore, he had always been groomed to be the future head of the Ling family. The other one was an illegitimate child who had been living outside ever since he was born. However, he rose to prominence and made great contributions to the Ling family. Ling Lai had even decided that he would be the future head of the Ling family. Ling Hao was narrow-minded while Ling Yun was domineering. When the 2 of them met, Ling Lai was afraid that they would start fighting again. It would be a joke if they were to turn on each other. That was why Ling Lai had told Ling Yun to bear with Ling Hao. After all, both of them were his own grandsons. Ling Lai would be heartbroken if either of them got hurt. Moreover, if they really fought, the one who would get hurt would definitely be Ling Hao. As an elder, Ling Lai wasn't siding with Ling Hao. It was something that he had to do as the head of the Ling family. The big should give way to the small, and the strong should give way to the weak. That was the only way for the family to be harmonious. Even though Ling Hao was older than Ling Yun, there was no need to compare who was stronger. That was why Ling Lai had told Ling Yun in advance. However, Ling Yun sneered in his heart when he heard that. Give way to Ling Hao, how was that possible? Ling Hao had sent people to assassinate Ling Yun 5 times. Ling Yun would feel sorry for himself if he didn't kill him. How could he give way to him? Otherwise, what was the use of Chen Sen and He San in the Ling family's dungeon? However, Ling Yun didn't need 5 attempts to kill Ling Hao. Just one would be enough. Grandpa, don't worry. I'll definitely treat Ling Hao well. Ling Yun didn't call him big brother. He emphasized the words treat him well, almost as if he was gnashing his teeth. As the saying goes, one must first settle the internal affairs before dealing with external enemies. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. As long as there was someone like Ling Hao in the Ling family, Ling Yun wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. That was why Ling Yun wouldn't go easy on Ling Hao. However, he hadn't confronted Ling Hao yet. Naturally, he didn't have to say this to Ling Lai. I'm relieved to hear that. Ling Lai nodded, sighed, and said, "It's a pity that your big brother has been spoiled by me since he was young, and he's used to being arrogant. He's rarely at home and only cares about playing outside. Now that your uncle has arranged for him to enter the Huasha Condor team, I wonder how he's doing there. Speaking of which, the first person to look for you in the Ling family was your big brother, Ling Hao." Ling Lai was really afraid that there would be a conflict between Ling Hao and Ling Yun. On one hand, he criticized Ling Hao's shortcomings, and on the other, he spoke up for Ling Hao. In other words, he wanted Ling Yun to give in to Ling Hao more. This wasn't just a problem between the two brothers. Ling Zhen was the head of the Ling family now. If there was a conflict between Ling Yun and Ling Hao, how would Ling Xiao and Ling Zhen get along? As a grandfather, how was he going to resolve the conflict between the two of them? Ling Yun didn't need to help at all. If he helped Ling Hao, wouldn't that mean that he was siding with Ling Hao and angering Ling Yun? It was easy to see how complicated the relationships between the brothers and the various branches of a large clan were. However, there were ways to deal with such matters in the big families. Once such conflicts occurred, they would usually be dealt with according to the family rules. In other words, they would use the family laws and show no mercy. Ling Lai was having a headache. He didn't know that Ling Hao was already on Ling Yun's kill list. "Grandpa, Cui Lao has already told me about this," Ling Yun said indifferently. He didn't show any gratitude. He only wanted to kill Ling Hao, not thank him. As for Ling Shui, "Yuner, Grandpa has to say something. Shuer is a good child, but she's been stubborn since she was young. Because of your father's matters, she doesn't usually like to stay at home. She might say some unpleasant things when she sees you, but you must not take it to heart. After all, she has the same father as you, so listen to Grandpa and give in to her." At the mention of Ling Shui, Ling Yan's attitude naturally changed. He chuckled. "Grandpa, I have a better understanding of little sister Ling Shui's situation. Don't worry, I promise I won't retaliate." Ling Yun now knew how his father, Ling Xiao, treated Dong Rulan. The deeper Ling Xiao was to Ling Yun's mother, the crueler he was to Dong Rulan. Ling Shui also knew about Ling Zhao's past. She knew that her father's heart wasn't for her mother. She was born because Ling Xiao had no choice. Ling Shui grew up in such an environment. It would be strange if she had a good temper. Ling Lai's "Ling Shui doesn't like to stay at home" showed that Ling Shui had an inferiority complex. She thought that she was an extra in the Ling family. Ling Yun was the one who let Ling Shui down because of his mother. That was why he had to give in to his half-sister. "Haha, good." Ling Lai laughed heartily when he saw that Ling Yun didn't retaliate. "My precious grandson is still the most sensible. I'm relieved now. Yuner, if you have nothing to do, go to your father's room more often and get closer to him. I think he has a lot of things to say to you." Ling Lai didn't forget to remind Ling Yun. "Grandpa, don't worry, I understand." Ling Yun smiled. However, he felt bitter in his heart. With Dong Rulan at home every day, how awkward would it be for him? To go to his father's room, if that was the case, with Ling Shui, wouldn't the four of them die of awkwardness? Ling Yun didn't want to get involved in such troublesome matters. If he wanted to talk, he would definitely call his father out alone. Ling Yun had already recovered about 30 to 40% of his strength. He used his divine sense to find Mo Wudao in the courtyard, so he bade farewell to Ling Lai and left. "You lazy pig, you're finally awake? Why are you hanging around in the courtyard?" In a flash, Ling Yun arrived at the courtyard where Mo Wudao was. Seeing him standing there looking around, Ling Yun couldn't help but curse. Mo Wudao peeked at Ling Zhao's direction last night. It was a very taxing task. Coupled with the fact that he didn't sleep for the whole night, he slept from morning to 4 in the afternoon. That was more than 8 hours. "Ling Yun, I'm hungry. I was thinking about where to get some food." Mo Wudao saw Ling Yun appear and immediately held his stomach. To Mo Wudao, staying in the Ling family was not as comfortable as staying in a 5-star presidential suite. He had everything he wanted there, and the service was very good. However, Ling Lai had asked him to stay in the Ling family in the morning, so he couldn't reject. He couldn't possibly ask for a 5-star suite, could he? "Oh, looking for food? I don't care, I just ate, hee hee." Ling Yun provoked Mo Wudao on purpose. Emma Wudao flew into a rage. F*ck, you're not going to care about me now that you're full? Fine, give me money, I'll go out and eat myself. Why are you holding a tree in your hand? Emma Wudao had gotten used to bickering with Ling Yun. They wouldn't be able to talk if they didn't bicker. After bickering for a long time, Emma Wudao finally noticed that Ling Yun was holding a tree in his hand. What do you know? This is the Ling family's inheritance. It's called the heaven-piercing underworld divine willow wood. Forget it, you won't understand even if I explain. Emma Wudao chose to ignore Ling Yun's countless prefixes to boast about his family's heritage. Oh, I was wondering why the spiritual energy in the courtyard suddenly became so dense, it even woke me up. So this is that piece of wood of yours? How did it become like this? Emma Wudao had seen the divine willow wood a few times in Xianxia city. This fellow could only wake up because he was stimulated by the strong spiritual energy released by the divine willow wood. Wait, what do you think this wood is? Ling Yun had added a bunch of prefixes in order to show off. He couldn't be bothered to repeat himself. Willow wood? F*ck, this is ghost wood. Emma Wudao's eyes suddenly widened as he stared at the small tree in Ling Yun's hand. It's going to be 515 soon. I hope I can continue to hit the 515 red envelope list. On May 15th, the red envelope rain will be able to reward readers and promote my work. Being together is also love. I'll definitely do my best. To be continued. P.S. Here's today's update, and at the same time, pull some votes for Qidian's 515 Fan Festival. Everyone gets 8 votes, and there will be some coins for voting. Note to readers, 700 yuan worth of monthly pass red packets are being distributed. If you haven't claimed them yet, please claim them as soon as possible. There are still 2 super large packets at the top. Method of claiming: click on any VIP chapter, the discussion section at the bottom right corner for computer users, and the top right corner for mobile users. Click there to claim them. Emma Wudao was a Taoist, a disciple of the Xianxia sect of the Maoshan sect. However, this guy did not learn the proper Taoist arts of Maoshan, but he was fond of feng shui, fortune-telling, divination, and other such sorcery. Moreover, from the fact that he could detect Ling Zhao's whereabouts, it could be seen that this kid had already reached a higher level in feng shui, fortune-telling, and divination. He could be considered a master. Emma Wudao was excited when he heard that his family's heritage was willow wood. He was an expert, so how could he not know that willow wood was a ghost wood? Peach, willow, locust, mulberry, and elm were all known as ghost wood. These 5 types of wood were not suitable to be planted in the house of the dead. Of course, there was another way of saying ghost wood. There were 5 types: willow, mulberry, locust, poplar, and Melia azedarac. However, willow, mulberry, and locust were all listed among the 5 types of ghost wood. As the saying went, don't plant mulberry before, don't plant willow behind, and don't plant ghost clapping in the yard. Mulberry and mourning were homophonic. Willow wood was often used as mourning sticks and spirit summoning banners after the death of one's parents. It was a testament to its heavy yin energy. Ghost clapping referred to the poplar. The leaves of this tree rustled in the wind, as if many people were clapping their hands. That was why it was called ghost clapping. That was why Emma Wudao exclaimed in shock when he heard that Ling Yun was holding willow wood. This was because, as a disciple of Maoshan and a feng shui master, he was extremely sensitive to special days. The day after tomorrow was the Hungry Ghost Festival. Legend had it that the gates of hell opened on that day, and it was the day when all the ghosts came to roam the world. The 7th month of the Chinese lunar calendar was known as the Ghost Month, the 15th of the 7th month was known as the Ghost Festival, and the 14th of the 7th month was known as the day with the heaviest yin qi. Ordinary people might scoff at these words, but Emma Wudao was no ordinary person. He was the eldest disciple of Mao Mountain, and his specialty was this. How could he not take it seriously? However, the people of China would choose to hold a traditional sacrifice on the Hungry Ghost Festival. They would visit their ancestors' graves, burn joss paper, and give them money to pray for blessings. This was an indisputable fact. Emma Wudao wanted to take advantage of these 2 days to go out and see if he could attract any business. Now that he saw the small willow tree in Ling Yun's hand, he automatically made the connection between the divine willow wood and the ghost tree, as well as the upcoming Hungry Ghost Festival. Quick, let me see. Mo Wudao's lazy demeanor changed, and he didn't complain about being hungry anymore. His figure flashed, and he directly appeared in front of Ling Yun, reaching out to snatch the divine willow wood. How could Ling Yun let him take it away? He disappeared from the spot and hid far away from Mo Wudao. He smiled and asked, "What did you say just now? This is the ghost wood? Quick, let me see it." Mo Wudao was very anxious, like a cat that had seen a fish. His eyes lit up. "What do you want?" Ling Yun teased him. Mo Wudao stomped his feet anxiously. "I just want to study it." "Don't worry, it'll only be good for you. Here you go." Ling Yun casually threw that piece of divine willow wood to Mo Wudao. Mo Wudao immediately caught it in his hands, as if he had found a treasure. He raised it up to his eyes and carefully observed the patterns on the willow wood, as well as the direction of the leaf veins. Mo Wudao looked very seriously. The more he looked, the more serious his expression became. In the end, he actually revealed an expression of fear. Ling Yun knew that Mo Wudao must have seen something from his expression. However, he wasn't anxious, and he didn't rush him. He just stood at the side and waited for the result. Mo Wudao stared at the wood and carefully observed it for a long time. After a long time, he finally moved his eyes away slightly. His expression was solemn and shocked, and he nodded in confusion. "It should be it," Mo Wudao said casually, then turned his head to look at Ling Yun. "Follow me." With that, he returned to his room in a flash. Ling Yun, of course, followed him immediately. "Ling Yun, if I'm not wrong, this wood should have a name. It's called the Ghost Deity Willow, also known as the Ghost Deity Willow." Mo Wudao didn't sit down after entering the room. Instead, he used telepathy to speak to Ling Yun. Ghost Deity Willow? Ling Yun felt that the name of this wood was very noble. Whether or not what Mo Wudao said was true, at least the Ling family's inheritance was high enough. "I've read many Taoist books, so many that I can't even count them. I remember very clearly that I once saw a detailed description of this wood in an ancient book. Legend has it that there's a type of giant willow that can reach the heavens. It grows in the boundless swamps of the netherworld. Its roots are rooted in the 9 hells, and it grows by absorbing endless heaven and earth chi. Just like what you said just now, it can reach the heavens and the netherworld. Once this tree grows, it will shock the heavens and make the ghosts and gods weep. It can attract ghosts and gods, and weapons made from this wood can even defeat ghosts and gods." At this point, Mo Wudao paused, then said to Ling Yun, "When I saw this, I went to ask my master." Guess what he said? Ling Yun was also very shocked by Mo Wudao's description of the divine willow wood. He was still thinking about it, so he said casually, "Don't keep me in suspense, just say whatever you have to say." Mo Wudao smiled mysteriously. "Have you heard of Xianxia? My master said that the main material of Taoist ancestor Xianxia's weapon, the god-beating whip, is this wood. F***ck, for real?" Ling Yun was also very excited. He knew that the divine willow wood was extraordinary, but after hearing Mo Wudao's description, he realized that the divine willow wood was awesome to this extent. The divine willow wood has a special effect on the soul, spiritual will, divine sense, and other intangible things. In order for it to grow, it needs to absorb the souls of ghosts. After it grows, it can be used to make weapons, and it can be used to restrain divine sense. Even gods and gods can't use any spells in front of it. That's why ghosts and gods are afraid of it. Mo Wudao made the divine willow wood sound amazing, but Ling Yun was still skeptical. He blinked his eyes and asked, "Are you sure?" Mo Wudao hugged the divine willow wood in his arms and chuckled. "If you don't believe me, tomorrow is the 14th of July, the day of the year with the heaviest qi. Let's wait until nighttime to take it out and test it out." "Alright, let's test it out." Ling Yan also wanted to see if this divine willow wood was as powerful as Mo Wudao said. If it was, then he would have hit the jackpot. At the same time, Ling Yan also had a deeper understanding of the Ling family's ancestors. What did it mean that the Ling family could plant the legendary divine willow wood? How do you plan to test it out? Mo Wudao laughed. It's very simple. Tomorrow night, We just need to find a place with heavy esteemed qi and take the small tree out. We don't have to worry about it anymore. Alright, I'll listen to you. With that, Ling Yan reached out to take back the divine willow wood. Who knew that Mo Wu Dao wouldn't let go and begged, "Can't you just let me study it for a while? It's not like I'll run away with it." Ling Yan wasn't worried that Mo Wu Dao would run away with the treasure. He laughed and scolded, "Then aren't you going to eat? Or are you going to carry a tree out to eat?" Mo Wu Dao chuckled. "How can I care about eating when I see such a good treasure? We'll talk about it during dinner." "Alright, then you can slowly study it here alone. I don't have time to waste with you." With that, Ling Yan's figure floated out of Mo Wu Dao's room. Behind him, he could hear Mo Wu Dao hugging that small tree, which should be called the divine ghost willow, and giggling foolishly. "If what Mo Wu Dao said is true, then I've really struck it rich," Ling Yan muttered to himself. Looking around to make sure there was no one around, he immediately used fulgurating shadows and flew out of the Ling family's ancestral home, entering a dense forest. He took out his phone and gave Tang Meng a call. The call didn't even ring for half a second before Tang Meng picked it up. "Big brother Yun, you finally remembered to call me. I've missed you so much." Tang Meng's wailing voice came from the other end. "Don't give me that, I've only left Xianxia for 3 days. How are things on your side?" Tang Meng knew that Ling Yun was looking for him, so he replied hurriedly, "Everything is fine in Xianxia City. It's just that I'm extremely busy every day, and the main thing is that you're not here. It's boring for me to be alone." After Ling Yun left, Tang Meng had full control of the Heaven and Earth group. Even with the help of outstanding talents like Qin Jiantao and Qian Ruhai, he still felt that his strength was not enough. His daily life was stressful and busy, but it lacked a lot of fun and excitement. Or rather, it lacked a lot of excitement. Ling Yan could understand Tang Meng's feelings. "You should manage the Heaven and Earth group well first. We'll talk about it when everything is on the right track." After persuading Tang Meng, Ling Yan finally got down to business. "Tang Meng, listen up. Tell Abing to get Li Yi, Jiao Fei, and the 3 snipers to rush to Beijing within 2 days. They should be there by tomorrow at the latest." The Ling family was going to worship their ancestors the day after tomorrow, and Ling Yan was going to make a move on Ling Hao. On the day of the ancestral worship, he wanted to expose the fact that Ling Hao had sent people to assassinate him in front of everyone in the Ling family: Li Yi, Jiao Fei, the 3 snipers, Xiao Mimi, Chen Sen, Black 3, the surveillance footage from Su Bingyan's internet cafe, and the check that Ling Hao gave Chen Sen. With all these witnesses and material evidence added up, Ling Hao had no choice but to admit it. "Alright, big brother Yun, I'll get them to go today. But, where will they stay after they're there?" "Tell them to go to the courtyard house that I live in." Ling Yan thought for a moment. "Alright, I got it, big brother Yun. Is there anything else? Hello? Hello? F***ck, you hung up on me just like that." Ling Yan hung up immediately after he was done talking about business. "Ling Hao, it's time to settle the score between us brothers." Ling Yan's face was filled with murderous intent. "It's almost 515. I hope I can continue to hit the 515 red envelope list. On the 15th of May, the red envelope rain will be able to reward readers and promote my works. Being together is also love, I'll definitely do my best. To be continued. P.S. Here's today's update, and at the same time, poll votes for the Qidian 515 Fan Day. Everyone has 8 votes, and the votes will be rewarded with coins. Please support and praise. Reader note, monthly ticket red packets are being distributed. If you haven't collected them, please collect them as soon as possible. You can scroll up as hard as you can. There are still 2 super big packets at the top. Method of collection: click on any VIP chapter, the discussion section at the bottom right corner for computer users, and the top right corner for mobile users. Click there to collect them. Bujing will organize some prizes from time to time to reward everyone. In a flash, Ling Yan returned to the Ling family's ancestral home and appeared in the 8th courtyard. This time, he went straight to the Ling family's dungeon. Now, there were a total of 6 people in the Ling family's dungeon: Sikong Tu and his 2 sons, Taoist Lai Ren, Chen Sen, and He San. Ling Yan came to an inconspicuous side room in the corner of the courtyard, opened the door, and walked in. He found the two Blood Clan members, Pierce and Joyce, guarding here. Now, both Pierce and Joyce had returned to their normal appearance and were dressed appropriately. However, because of their tall figures, they were like two door gods, making the small side room seem very small. Boss. Boss. Seeing Ling Yan come in, the two quickly stood up and bowed respectfully to Ling Yan. Well, no one has gone in before, right? Ling Yan nodded at them and asked. Pierce replied, Boss, apart from us vampires, only Mr. Chui has been in here. You guys did well. Ling Yan praised the two, then went straight forward, opened the secret door, and walked into the dungeon alone. After entering the dungeon, the secret door closed automatically. Ling Yan's figure flashed, and after a few turns, he quickly went down 4 steps and arrived at the lowest level of the dungeon. The lowest level of the dungeon was brightly lit. Ling Yan had now recovered 50% of his strength. He directly released his divine sense and observed the exits of the secret passages in the dungeon. The last time he came here, Ling Yan was only at the peak of the physique refinement realm. His divine sense was not strong enough, so he could not detect where the secret passages led to. However, this time, Ling Yan found it immediately. Every secret passage actually led to the outside of the Ling family's ancestral home. The exits were all in extremely secret places outside, and they were all blocked by specially made objects. For example, there was a trash can that was fixed all year round, a high-voltage electric box with the words high-voltage danger written on it, and a booth that sold newspapers. The man inside was actually a death warrior of the Ling family. F***ck, this works too. Ling Yan couldn't help but admire the methods of the big families in the capital. He was shocked. Since the Ling family was like this, then the other families must have similar methods to protect themselves and escape. Ling Yan retracted his divine sense and walked into the dungeon. Boss. Edward and Paul came out of their rooms when they heard Ling Yan's footsteps. Ling Yan nodded at them and appeared in front of Edward in a flash. He smiled and said, Edward, you can go out now. Prepare well. When night falls, go to the place we went last night and protect our things with Chester. Since Ling Yan was back, the Ling family didn't need Edward's protection anymore. The gold in the Assassins' organization was very valuable, and Ling Yan wouldn't be at ease if Chester was the only one guarding it. Yes, boss. Edward bowed to Ling Yan respectfully and left the dungeon quickly. Ling Yan brought Paul to the room where Sikong Tu and his son were locked up. Sikong Tu and Sikong Wuhan's vital acupoints had been sealed by Ling Yan. Sikong Wuji was now a human swine without 4 limbs. He lay there with disheveled hair and dirty face, looking extremely miserable. It's a pity that Sikong Wuching escaped. Otherwise, the 4 of you could have played mahjong together. Ling Yan walked in and looked at the miserable state of Sikong Tu and his son. His expression was cold, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Ling Yan, you little bastard. How dare you torture my son Wuji to such a state? I'll tear you into pieces sooner or later. Sikong Tu finally found the culprit when he saw Ling Yan walk in. He cursed immediately. Ling Yan frowned slightly and laughed coldly. Sikong Tu, you're still so stubborn. How can you tear me into pieces with your current state? Also, do you think you can leave this place alive? Ling Yan would save his father at all costs, but Sikong Wuching would never come to the Ling family to save Sikong Tuesday otherwise. Sikong Wuching wouldn't have abandoned his brother and escaped alone. Sikong Tu also laughed coldly. Humph, if Wuching escaped, of course he would go back to report. The devil sect will naturally send someone to save me. Ling Yan came to Sikong Tu's side and squatted down. He stared at his twisted face and smiled indifferently. If that's really the case, I'll kill as many as they come. However, I don't think anyone from the devil sect will come to save you. Don't even dream about it. Don't even think about breaking through my restriction. With that, Ling Yan's hand shot out like lightning, directly imprinting on Sikong Tu's energy center. He used the Great Absorption technique to absorb the 10% of true qi that Sikong Tu had painstakingly gathered into his own body, making it his own. Then, he did the same thing and absorbed 20% of the true qi that Sikong Wuhan had condensed to replenish his own body. In less than 2 minutes, the true qi that Sikong Tu and his father had painstakingly condensed for a day was sucked clean by Ling Yun. Ling Yun's strength was quickly restored to more than 70%. Sikong Tu and his father's faces turned ashen. Damn, the true qi that they had painstakingly condensed with the secret technique had all become Ling Yun's in the blink of an eye. Ling Yun, you little bastard. Sikong Tu was so angry that the veins on his face were popping, but he didn't know what to say to scold Ling Yun. Ling Yun chuckled. You've fallen into my hands, and you still want to break through your meridians and escape? You're too naive. As he spoke, Ling Yun suddenly clenched his fist and used the Tiangang Demon Fist. The fist force carried a strong wind as it landed on Sikong Tu's energy center with a bang. Sikong Tu's energy center was directly smashed by Ling Yun's fist. Even if he used the secret technique again, he wouldn't be able to break through his meridians. Then, Ling Yun turned his head and said to Sikong Wuhan, I originally had no enmity with you, but I still want to kill you. Who asked my surname to be Ling and yours to be Sikong? However, I can give you a quick and painless death. Alright, come on. After seeing Ling Yun's methods, Sikong Wuhan knew that there was no hope of escaping. He acted like a man and directly closed his eyes, waiting for Ling Yun to come and kill him. A trace of admiration flashed across Ling Yun's eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, the devil's blade had already appeared in his hands. Ling Yun waved the blade, and a black blade light flashed, directly chopping off Sikong Wuhan's neck. Sikong Wuhan's head was separated from his body. Wuhan! Sikong Tu roared, and his body bounced violently before landing heavily on the ground. His body was trembling violently. Ling Yun, you'll die a horrible death. Ling Yun laughed coldly. He put away the devil's blade and replaced it with a large number of silver needles. Tisk, tisk, Ling Yun executed the shower of flowers technique and shot more than 10 silver needles into the acupoints all over Sikong Tu's body. It was the same acupuncture technique of the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot, but he had adjusted a few positions. The 9 needles of the spiritual pivot was a magical acupuncture technique that could save a person's life. However, if it was used the other way around, it would be a terrifying technique that could torture a person to a state where they could neither live nor die. Hiss, 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 once the silver needles entered his body, Sikong Tu's greenish-gray face started to swell with blood. He actually let out a hissing sound that sounded like a poisonous snake. Obviously, even he couldn't bear that kind of pain. Sikong Tu, it's none of your business how I die. You, on the other hand, will definitely die a horrible death. Ling Yun looked at Sikong Tu's pained expression with cold eyes. He said faintly, now, you should be grateful that I gave your son a quick death, right? Sikong Tu was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. The tendons in his arms and legs were broken, and his body actually involuntarily bounced on the ground. Ow! Finally. Sikong Tu couldn't bear it anymore. He let out an incomparably mournful howl. Ling Yun raised his head and looked at the ceiling of the dungeon. You don't have to bear it so hard. This place is 9 meters below the ground. You can shout all you want. As he spoke, Ling Yun reached out and pinched Sikong Tu's chin. With a light tug, he removed his lower jaw to prevent him from biting his tongue and committing suicide. How painful was the restriction that Ling Yun placed on Sikong Tu with the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot? For example, if someone were to take a knife and cut Sikong Tu's body a few times, he would actually feel more comfortable. The pain that Sikong Tu was experiencing now was more than 10 times worse than what Ling Xiao had experienced in his hands. Looking at Sikong Tu's pained expression, Ling Yun slowly stood up. I've also killed countless people, but I've never liked to torture them. However, Sikong Tu, you're not one of them. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. Before I really kill you, I'll let you taste all the pain that you can imagine and never imagine. Thinking of Ling Xiao's miserable state when he saw him last night, Ling Yun would definitely not be merciful to Sikong Tu, the Ling family, his parents, the Green Bird, and Ling Yun himself. Too much hatred was placed on Sikong Tuesday. Ling Yun could not take revenge. This acupuncture technique will make you feel pain for half an hour. It will ease for more than 10 minutes, and then repeat. However, there's one thing I can tell you in advance. No matter how much pain you're in, your mind will be very clear. You definitely won't faint from the pain, Ling Yan explained to Sikong Tu while admiring his miserable state, as if he was afraid that he did not know. If the pain was continuous, the person would actually become numb. If that happened, the torture that followed would naturally not be called torture anymore. However, Ling Yan's acupuncture technique was different. This restriction would cause the person to feel pain for a while, then suddenly stop. Before the person could rest, it would start again. It was better than all the torture in the world. Ling Yan, I'm begging you. Give me a quick death, how about that? Sikong Wuji looked at Sikong Tu's state from the side, his eyes filled with despair. All his limbs were broken, and his martial arts were crippled. It was impossible for him to escape. Even if he did, what could he do? Ling Yan shook his head. You're different from Sikong Wuhan. You have a grudge against me. You want to steal my woman, my demonic blade, and everything from me. I will never give someone like that a quick death. You and your father can slowly endure it. With that, Ling Yan left the room in a flash and went straight to the room where Chen Sen and He San were held. Chen Sen, do you know why I brought you to Beijing? Chen Sen sat on the floor with disheveled hair and nodded vigorously. I know. Let me testify against Ling Hao. Ling Yun nodded. Very well. I will bring the two of you out the day after tomorrow. As long as you are willing to testify, I will let you go. Chen Sen's eyes lit up. Don't worry, young Master Ling. I will definitely expose all of Ling Hao's crimes. Ling Yan sneered at Chen Sen's expression. He looked at Chen Sen as if he was looking at a fool. It's going to be 515 soon. I hope I can continue to hit the 515 red envelope list. On May 15th, the red envelope reign will be able to reward readers and promote my work. Being together is also love. I will definitely do my best. To be continued. P.S. Here's today's update, and at the same time, I'll help Chidian 515 Fan Day. Everyone will get 8 votes, and the votes will be rewarded with coins. I'm begging for everyone's support. In addition, even though the double monthly votes event has ended, the Dragon Emperor Martial God's monthly votes will continue to be distributed. Please feel free to claim them, Paul. Boss. Before leaving the dungeon, Ling Yan called Paul to his side and instructed him, when night falls, get Pierce to come down and take the corpse out. Yes, sir. Unlike the Devil Chester, Paul was always polite and courteous. As for the remaining 5 people, you have to look after them carefully. Don't let them die, especially those 2 human swine. Don't worry, boss. Your loyal servant promises that you're the only one who can kill them. Paul and Chester were in charge of the 2 human swine back in Xianxia City. Now, he had his own way of taking care of prisoners. You've worked hard. Ling Yan patted Paul's shoulder and asked, You've been in China for more than 2 months. Do you miss your hometown? Paul was shocked when he heard that. He said in fear and trepidation, Boss, as your loyal servant, I'm willing to offer my everything to you. It won't be hard. Paul paused for a moment before continuing, Paul doesn't dare to hide it from Master. Sometimes, Paul will think of the time in America. However, those are small matters compared to being by Master's side. Please forgive me. Ling Yan laughed. Alright, that's not what I meant. What I meant was, perhaps this year, or next year at the latest, I'll bring you back to your hometown. At this time, Lin Menghan had already gone to Canada. Ling Yan had already decided to fly to Canada to visit Lin Menghan once he was done with the important matters at hand. At the same time, he would make a trip to America to take a stroll around the nest of the Blood Clan. He would strive to obtain the other evil sword of the Blood Clan, Divine Edge. Thank you, Master. Paul's azure blue eyes flashed with sincere gratitude. Then I'll be going out. Ling Yan's figure floated out of the dungeon. His figure flickered a few times, and he was out of the dungeon. When Ling Yan came out of the small room, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. The first thing he did after coming out was to visit Qing Miao. Aunt Green Bird, can I come in? Ling Yan came to the door of Qing Miao's room and knocked. Come in. The gentle voice of the green bird could be heard from inside the house. Ling Yan immediately pushed the door open and saw a brand new green bird. Her clothes were still the same clothes and Qing Miao was still the same Qing Miao. However, her spirit was completely different from the one in the morning. Xianxia's clothes had already been washed. Although they were old, they were very clean. Her hair had also been meticulously combed, making it glossy and soft. However, what Ling Yun was most concerned about was that Xianxia had already taken off her veil, revealing her elegant and refined face. Auntie Green Bird had finally taken off her veil. Indeed, the people around his mother were all very beautiful. Of course, Ling Yun was referring to after Xianxia used the healing talismans to heal his external scars. If it had been before, not only was Xianxia beautiful, but her face was also covered with scars, and a lot of bright red skin was curling outwards, as if someone had splashed acid on her. That kind of ferocious terror was not inferior to Xikong-Tu's. That kind of injury was caused by Xianxiao's Sky Demon explosion. It was a method that dealt 800 damage to the enemy and 1000 damage to oneself. Both she and Xikong-Tu were disfigured. Xianxia was crazy, but her subconscious instinct was still there. She knew that she was ugly, which was why she wore the veil. However, she didn't know how strong Ling Yun's divine sense was. Ling Yun had seen all of this long ago, but he didn't say anything. "Aunt Green Bird, you're so beautiful." Ling Yun looked at Xianxiao's elegant and refined face and smiled as he praised her sincerely. "Child, you're different from your father. You're so sweet." Xianxiao's face lit up. She stood up and took Ling Yun's hand to make him sit down. Then, she stared at Ling Yun as if he were her own child. Ling Yun was completely relieved. It was obvious that Xianxia had even remembered what happened to her father. This meant that she had completely recovered. "Aunt Green Bird, are you used to living here?" Ling Yun asked Xianxia out of concern. "Sigh, I haven't really stayed in a house for the past 18 years. Now that I'm living in such a modern room, I've forgotten how to use a lot of the facilities." Xianxia spent her days in the wilderness, deep in the mountains, and slept wherever she went. Even though she had recovered from her illness, there were still many things that she needed to get used to again. Ling Yun's heart sank. He knew how hard it had been for Xianxia all these years. The only thing he wanted to do now was to try his best to make it up to her. "Auntie, you don't have to worry about this. When my big sister comes, I'll let her stay with you. You'll learn how to use these things very quickly." Ling Yun's big sister, Ling Xiao, was a warm-hearted person. She was the most suitable person to teach Xianxia. "Okay," Xianxia replied casually. Xianxia responded casually. It was obvious that she didn't care whether she knew how to use these facilities or not. Since Xianxia had completely recovered, there was only one problem left: the life and death goo that Xianxia had planted in Xikong-Tu's body. "Auntie, what do you plan to do with the life and death goo that you planted in Xikong-Tu's body?" Together in life and death, they would live and die together. This was the life and death goo. Of course, Xianxia had planted this goo in Xikong-Tu not to live together, but to die together. If Xianxia couldn't retrieve this goo, then Ling Yun wouldn't be able to kill Xikong-Tu. Xianxia smiled slightly. "Child, don't worry. Since our Miajiang's goo lady can plant goo, she naturally has a way to retrieve it. However, I still need to make some preparations. I can retrieve it in a few days." Ling Yun's spirits were lifted when he heard that. Originally, he thought that this life and death goo could only be used and not retrieved. He was still thinking of ways to help Xianxia retrieve the goo, but now that he heard that Xianxia had a way to retrieve it herself, he was instantly overjoyed. Ling Yun smiled brightly. "Since that's the case, I'm relieved." Xianxia raised her hand and patted Ling Yun's head, smiling. What a good child. At this point, Ling Yun no longer had to worry about Xianxia. Once the goo was retrieved, she would return to normal. "Auntie Xianxia, if you have any needs, such as a change of clothes, any favorite food, or daily necessities, just let me know. I'll get someone to handle it for you." Xianxia smiled happily. "Silly child, you don't have to worry about this. Your father has already arranged everything for me in the morning. He clearly remembers my and sister's living habits." Ling Yun scratched his head in embarrassment and chuckled. "Oh, is that so? Then I won't bother." It was the first time Ling Yun met Ling Xiao and Xianxia since last night. In terms of relationship, they were, of course, real blood relatives. However, in terms of understanding, Ling Yun was far from his father's. Ling Xiao had always been a reliable and considerate person. Having him make arrangements for Qing Miao was definitely more suitable than Ling Yun. Following that, Ling Yun and Qing Miao chatted for a while more before leaving Qing Miao's room. Walking out of Qing Miao's room, Ling Yun's heart was finally at ease. Another important thing that Ling Yun was thinking about was naturally to help Ling Xiao increase his realm as soon as possible and recover his skills. Ling Xiao was silently captured by Si Kongtu because his realm was too low. Against an expert like Si Kongtu, or any other Xiantian realm expert, he would only be killed in seconds. This was a huge hidden danger for Ling Yun. Because the enemy couldn't beat Ling Yun, they would definitely think of ways to attack Ling Xiao. That way, Ling Yun would still be in a very passive position, and it would be very troublesome. However, Ling Yun couldn't help Ling Xiao increase his realm on the same day. No matter how anxious he was, he had to wait until tomorrow. This was different from healing Ling Lai previously. This time, Ling Yun needed to use divine energy. He needed to accumulate divine energy again. At the peak of Qi Cultivation Level 1, Ling Yun could produce 3 drops of divine energy in a day. That was why Ling Yun had to wait until tomorrow. Leaving Qing Miao's room, Ling Yun turned and walked directly to the front yard of the Ling family's ancestral home. The Ling family's ancestral home had a total of 9 courtyards. The 5th courtyard was the dividing line. The 1st to 4th courtyards were the Ling family's front yard. The architectural style of the courtyards was more modern. The 6th to 9th courtyards were the Ling family's backyard. The architectural style was quite ancient. For example, the square table, the armchair, the central hall, and the ancestral hall were all in the backyard. There was even a martial arts field in the backyard. As for the 5th courtyard, it was a large garden. This was the dividing line, and the entrance to this courtyard was guarded by the Ling family's loyalists. Usually, as long as there were no special circumstances and Old Master Ling did not say anything, not to mention the chefs and nannies, even the younger generation of the Ling family would not dare to enter the backyard without permission. However, Ling Yun was an exception. Since he had been selected by Ling Lai as the future head of the Ling family, he naturally had the right to move around in the Ling family's ancestral home. The front yard is modern and bustling, and the backyard is simple and quiet. One movement and the other stillness, it really complements each other. Ling Yun didn't use his movement technique anymore. Instead, he walked slowly. Soon, he arrived at the 5th courtyard. "Hey, Ling Sanson, I say, why are you so stubborn? 4th brother is in the backyard right now. What right do you have to stop us from entering?" The Ling family's man of sacrifice, Ling Sanson, was dutiful. He was neither servile nor overbearing towards Ling Yong and the rest. "The head of the family has ordered that 4th young master needs to rest today. No one is to disturb him. Young masters, Sanson has let you down." Ling Yan heard it clearly. No wonder there weren't many people in the backyard today. Grandpa had ordered that no one was allowed in today. With a sweep of his divine senses, he realized that Ling Yong, Ling Feng, and Ling Li were blocking the entrance of the 6th courtyard. They wanted to pass through the arched door, but they were blocked by Ling Sanson. "Sanson, they are all my brothers. Why are you blocking them? Let them in." Ling Yan thought to himself. This man of sacrifice was really stubborn. "Haha, 4th brother, I knew you would hear me. You really came out." Seeing Ling Yan appear, Ling Yong pushed Ling Sanson away and appeared in front of Ling Yun in an instant. Ling Feng and Ling Li naturally rushed in as well. Apart from Ling Hao, the 4 brothers of the younger generation of the Ling clan met once again. It's going to be 515 soon. I hope I can continue to hit the 515 red envelope list. On May 15th, the red envelope reign will be able to reward readers and promote our works. Being together is also love. I will definitely do my best. To be continued. P.S. Here's today's update, and at the same time, poll and votes for the Qidian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and the votes will be rewarded with coins. Ling Yan's return to the Ling family shook the entire capital. Even outsiders knew that he had returned to the Ling family. Naturally, the youngsters of the Ling family knew even more. Not only did they know that Ling Yun had returned home, but they also knew that third uncle, Ling Xiao, who had been missing for many days, had been successfully rescued by Ling Yun. While Ling Yun was treating Green Bird, they had already gone to Ling Xiao's courtyard to visit him. "Come, let's go to the pavilion to chat for a while." When the four Ling brothers met, Ling Yun didn't waste any time. With a wave of his hand, he led the other three to the west and headed straight for a pavilion. The Ling family had 9 courtyards. Even though it was big, it wasn't spacious. The 5th courtyard was a large garden, while the 6th courtyard had the architectural style of a Suzhou garden. There were pavilions, terraces, rock gardens, flowing rivers, pavilions, bamboo chairs, bamboo forests, and green trees. It could be said that the path was winding, and the scenery was picturesque. This courtyard was where the direct descendants of the Ling family would rest, enjoy the cool air, and chat during their free time. The 4 brothers quickly arrived at the pavilion that Ling Yun mentioned. It was surrounded by clear water, and the bamboo forest was lush. A cool breeze blew gently. It was indeed a good place to chat and enjoy the cool breeze. "Fourth brother, you're amazing. These few months, our Ling family has been looking for third uncle for so long without success. But the moment you arrived in the capital, you found third uncle and even successfully saved him. I'm really impressed." Ling Yong gave Ling Yun a thumbs up as soon as he sat down. He couldn't wait to praise Ling Yun. Ling Yun only smiled slightly and didn't say anything. He was the one who saved Ling Xiao, but it was Mo Wudao who found Ling Xiao. If he were to look for Ling Xiao himself, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. "Fourth brother, I heard from third uncle that the person who captured him was a Xiantian realm level 9 expert from the Devil sect. Are Xiantian realm level 9 experts really as powerful as the rumors say?" This time, it was Ling Yong who spoke. He had been obsessed with martial arts since he was young and loved swords. Of course, he was most concerned about the legendary Xiantian realm level 9. Ling Yun nodded solemnly. Xiantian realm level 9 is indeed very powerful. They can release their Xiantian true qi out of their bodies and use it to create all kinds of illusions. Then, they can control the illusions to fight with their enemies. They don't even need to get close to their enemies to kill them. That's why Xiantian realm level 9 is also known as the Divine Realm. Ling Yan spoke with fervor and assurance, causing the other 3 brothers to be dumbfounded. They gasped in amazement, and their eyes were filled with fascination. Ling Yong said in shock, "Then, it seems like the legends are all true?" Ling Yan smiled and said, "It's true. It's not a legend. It's just that ordinary people in this world don't believe it, but they spread it by word of mouth. That's why it became a legend." With that, Ling Yan stretched out his hand and grabbed at a clear stream outside the pavilion. A white stream of water rushed into the sky and instantly transformed into a flying sword. It hovered in the air without moving. This was naturally a technique of the omnipotent water control technique. Slash. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the other 3 brothers, Ling Yun shouted softly. Then, he put his index and middle fingers together and gently waved them at a green bamboo in the distance. That water sword suddenly moved, and with a chi sound, that green bamboo was directly cut in half. The water sword quickly returned and hovered in front of Ling Yun again. The entire pavilion was silent. The 3 brothers, Ling Yong, Ling Feng, and Ling Li, were all stunned by Ling Yun's technique. After a full minute, the sound of clapping rang out. The 3 of them applauded at the same time, and it was unexpectedly very enthusiastic. "Awesome! This is too awesome! F***ck, this is so much more awesome than watching those stunts on TV." Ling Yong applauded in amazement, controlling a flying sword and killing enemies from thousands of meters away. How many people dreamed of subduing demons and monsters when they were young? At Ling Yun's place, he turned other people's dreams into reality. "Fourth brother, you can do that too. Then, have you also reached the Divine Realm?" The one who asked the question was the eccentric 5th brother, the youngest of the Ling brothers, Ling Li. Ling Yun smiled faintly and waved his hand to let the water sword submerge into the stream. Then, he said, "It's true that I'm in the Divine Realm. In terms of actual strength, I'm comparable to a Xiantian realm expert. However, I'm not a Xiantian realm expert, but a Qi cultivation realm cultivator. At this point, I won't hide it from you anymore. You don't have to keep guessing anymore. I'm a cultivator, and I'm a dual cultivator." Ling Yun was confident that he had the ability to protect himself now that he had reached the peak of Qi cultivation realm. Now that he had returned to the Ling family, he had both strength and influence. There was no longer a need to hide the secret that he was a cultivator. Cultivator, dual cultivator? Ling Feng was shocked. Fourth brother, do you mean that you're the same as those people in Legend of Shushan? Ling Feng was very good at making connections. After seeing Ling Yan's method of controlling the sword, he immediately thought of the movie Legend of Shushan. Ling Yan laughed heartily. SOSO, more or less. Anyway, that's what I meant. Ling Yong, Ling Feng, and Ling Li couldn't help but look at each other. Then, they giggled and turned their heads to look at Ling Yun as if they wanted to eat him up. We all want to learn. Are you going to teach us? Ling Yong took the lead and asked this question. Ling Yun smiled. If I'm not going to teach you, why would I show you these methods? As long as you can bear the pain and are willing to cultivate, I'll teach you. The three people in front of him were Ling Yun's blood brothers. In the future, they would also be the backbone of the Ling family. Of course, he had to teach them. In a big family, it wasn't a big deal if one person was strong. But if one generation or a few successive generations were strong, the family could only prosper and prosper. Hearing that Ling Yun would teach them, the three of them were overjoyed. They danced with their hands and feet, and their eyes lit up. It was as if they could already see themselves controlling the flying sword and beheading their enemies from 1,000 meters away. However, Ling Yun gave them a goal. Now, he started to pour cold water on them. If you want to learn the flying sword, you'll have to work hard and increase your realm first. Otherwise, all this is just empty talk. Do we need you to say that? We'll definitely work hard and train hard. It's just that our Ling family's cultivation techniques are too lacking. We only have the Black-Yellow Sutra. Even though it's powerful, it doesn't have any combat moves. Ling Yong said gloomily. He was right. The Black-Yellow Sutra that the Ling family practiced was just a cultivation technique. It could increase one's cultivation level, but it didn't have any fighting techniques or unique skills. When the Ling family fought with their enemies, they used martial arts or sword techniques that ordinary masters in the Jianghu knew. Ling Yan smiled confidently. Brothers, don't worry. With me around, you won't lack these in the future. Ling Yan had imparted so many unique cultivation techniques in Xianxia City. Now that he was back in the Ling family, he was surrounded by his blood brothers. Ling Yan had many cultivation techniques and martial arts moves. He was just afraid that they wouldn't be able to learn them or master them. Alright, let's not talk about this for now. This time, I brought you some greeting gifts. As Ling Yan spoke, he took out 3 checks and distributed them to Ling Yong and the other 2 brothers. 100 million each. Spend it first. If it's not enough, find me. Wow, 3 excited shouts followed. Looking at the long string of zeros on the checks in their hands, Ling Yong and his brothers were so excited that they couldn't be described with words. Now that Ling Yun had officially acknowledged his ancestors, he had to integrate into the Ling family as soon as possible. Of course, he had to try his best to rope in his brothers to make up for the familial ties that he had missed in the past 18 years. Wow, fourth brother, you're really too generous. Haha, I really don't know how to spend so much money. Ling Yong grabbed the check tightly with both hands. He was so excited that he didn't know what to say. The other 2, Ling Feng and Ling Li, were naturally the same. They were all shouting and joking. The 3 of them didn't reject the check and kept it carefully. When they looked at Ling Yun again, the way they looked at him was different. Money could make the devil push the millstone. This was the same everywhere. After the excitement, Ling Yong's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. He said lightly, "Our boss is really interesting. He knew that fourth brother had gone home, but we called him back. He refused to come back because he had a mission. Now look at him, he doesn't even have a share of the money." Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. He knew that the boss Ling Yong was talking about was naturally Ling Hao. From Ling Yong's tone, it seemed like he didn't have much respect or affection for his biological brother, Ling Hao. Ling Yong was addicted to martial arts and focused on cultivation. Even though Ling Hao was his biological brother, the 2 of them didn't walk the same path. Instead, he was close to the two sons of second uncle Ling Yu, Ling Feng and Ling Li. It was only to hear Ling Feng follow up and say, "Heh, serves him right. He thinks of himself as the future head of the Ling family just because he's the eldest grandson and is doted on by grandpa. He doesn't know how to cultivate and only knows how to fool around with women. He's hollowed out." Ling Li nodded and said hurriedly, yes, he was really short of money a while ago. He forced and coaxed me to take away my hard-earned monthly allowance. It's a few million, and he still hasn't returned it. The three brothers explained Ling Hao's current situation in a few sentences. Ling Yun was very clear that Ling Hao didn't come back because he had a guilty conscience and didn't dare to see him. Ling Hao was short of money a while ago because he had spent too much money hiring the assassins from the assassins organization to kill Ling Yun. Ling Yun laughed coldly in his heart. Even if Ling Hao did come back, Ling Yun wouldn't give him a share of the money. He would give him 2 slaps first. However, listening to the three brothers' discussion, Ling Yun knew that they didn't have a good relationship with Ling Hao since they were young. Alright, this is a small matter. I have something more important to give you. Ling Yun placed his hand on the stone table in front of him and took out the swords and knives that he had picked at the Ling family weapon workshop in the morning. 10 godly weapons used by Xianxia stage assassins. It's going to be 515 soon. I hope I can continue to make it to the 515 red envelope list. On the 15th of May, the red envelope reign will be able to reward readers and promote my work. Being together is also love. I'll definitely do my best. To be continued. Dear readers, please take note, Martial God Dragon Emperor's monthly ticket red packets are always being distributed, and they are super big ones. You are welcome to collect them. The aura of the swords was oppressive, and the gleam of the knives was chilling. The temperature of the pavilion seemed to have dropped significantly when these weapons appeared. Most of the weapons used by assassins were short, compact, and oddly shaped. Long weapons like spears and rods were rarely seen. For example, daggers, short spikes, soft whips, and soft swords. Even if there were long spears or rods, they were usually the kind that could be disassembled and put back together in an instant. There was only one reason: it was convenient to carry around. For an assassin, the weapons that they could carry with them at all times were a meter-long saber or a meter-long sword. Therefore, Ling Yun carefully picked out more than 100 weapons, mainly knives and swords. There was also a pair of short spikes and a pair of daggers. Black gold long knife, black iron heavy sword, short spikes made of black iron. More than 10 godly weapons were poured onto the stone table in front of him. These weapons were different from ordinary weapons. Not only were they made of good materials, but they were also used by Xiantian realm assassins. Who knew how much blood they had drunk on? They had a murderous aura. In the eyes of ordinary Xiantian realm experts, these weapons were treasures that they could only dream of. However, in Ling Yan's eyes, they were only average. He chose these weapons mainly for the people around him to use. In other words, they would be treasures when he forged weapons in the future. However, when these weapons appeared on the stone table, the other three brothers stared with their eyes wide open. They had no choice. Not to mention 10 of these godly weapons, the Ling family didn't even have one in the past. Looking at the expressions of the three brothers, Ling Yun smiled and said, "Pick whatever you like. I want this black gold knife." Ling Yong didn't hesitate to reach out and grab the meter-long knife. He gripped the handle tightly as if he was afraid that it would be snatched away. "Hee, I want this black iron sword." Ling Feng chose that profound iron longsword. He liked swords, no matter how good other weapons were, he did not care. "Fourth brother, I want this pair of short thorns." Ling Li, on the other hand, chose the pair of strange weapons. They were short spikes forged from black iron and were as long as an adult's arm. They were jet black and ice cold, exuding a baleful aura. From the choice of weapons, one could see the personalities of these three people. Ling Yong was straightforward and generous, brave and diligent, so he chose the black gold long saber. Ling Feng was upright and sharp, loved swords since young, so he chose the dark steel heavy sword. Ling Li was eccentric, good at using tricks to win, so he chose the pair of short spikes. Ling Yun nodded secretly and asked with a smile, "Have you chosen? You don't want to trade?" The three of them nodded in confirmation at the same time, tightly holding on to the weapons they had chosen. However, their eyes couldn't help but glance at the stone table. They looked like they wanted to change but were unwilling to part with the weapons in their hands, making them unable to restrain their laughter. Alright, these weapons are good, but they're just average. They're just for you guys to get used to. When your cultivation levels rise in the future, I'll have even better weapons for you guys. As Ling Yun spoke, he put away the remaining weapons he had chosen. Hearing that Ling Yun would have better weapons in the future, the three brothers' regretful expressions immediately disappeared. They turned to play with the weapons they had chosen, loving them so much that they couldn't bear to part with them. Ling Yun stood up and said, "Brothers, I still have things to do, so I won't accompany you guys." Ling Yun naturally wouldn't continue wasting time with them. After he had given them their first meeting gifts, Ling Yong stood up and asked, "Fourth brother, it's almost time for dinner. Aren't you going to eat with us?" Ling Yun waved his hand and replied, "There's no need, I've just eaten my fill." With that, he turned to leave. Ling Yong asked, "Fourth brother, what else do you have to do? Do you need our help?" Ling Yun turned around and smiled at the three brothers who had stood up. "I'm going to cultivate, how are you guys going to help me?" Of course, Ling Yun wasn't going to cultivate. He had already achieved great success in body tempering. Other than continuing to cultivate the stellar condensation technique, there was no longer any meaning to him. After entering the Qi cultivation stage, the main goal was to cultivate Qi into spirit. Now that Ling Yun's divine sense was strong, whether he was walking or sitting, he was cultivating. As long as it wasn't a critical moment like breaking through, he didn't have to deliberately meditate. He knew that the three brothers had received his gifts and were trying their best to do something for him to express their gratitude. However, the three brothers weren't able to help with Ling Yun's matters at the moment. Therefore, Ling Yun simply said that he was going to cultivate, directly rejecting Ling Yong's kind intentions. "You're still going to cultivate?" Ling Yong and the other two looked at each other with respect. They were usually very diligent in their cultivation, but now they suddenly realized that compared to Ling Yun's diligence, they could only be described as lazy. "I'm leaving." Ling Yun nodded, waved his hand, and left calmly. Heaven rewards the diligent, it's indeed true. We usually think that we're diligent enough, but compared to Ling Yun, we're worlds apart. Ling Yong sighed as he looked at Ling Yun's departing back. Ling Feng nodded. "Number 4 is much stronger than us, we can't compare to him at all." Ling Li, on the other hand, giggled. "Hee, luckily number 4 is from our Ling family. We don't have to compare to him, we just have to try our best to keep up with his pace." Although Ling Li was the youngest, the words he said always had the effect of a hammer hitting the nail on the head. Ling Yong nodded and said, yes, we're brothers. If Ling Yun is strong, then our Ling family is strong. Just watch, our Ling family is going to rise soon. As he said that, he waved the black gold knife in his hand forcefully, feeling that it was very handy. He couldn't help but feel an itch in his heart. Looking at the black iron sword in Ling Feng's hand, he chuckled and said, "Number 3, how about we exchange blows?" Ling Feng was so scared that he hid the treasure sword behind his back and even took a few steps back, hiding far away from Ling Yong. He shook his head and said, "I'm not going to exchange blows with you, what if it breaks?" Ling Yong looked at him with disdain. "Che, how can the weapon that number 4 gave us be broken so easily? Watch me." As he said that, Ling Yong waved his knife and slashed at the stone table. Whoosh! The half-foot-thick marble table was sliced into two by the black gold knife as if it was tofu, cutting through hair with a single blow, cutting through iron like mud. Treasured knife. Ling Yong was dumbfounded. F***ck, so fierce? Let me try too. Ling Li held the black iron dual thorns in his hands, his eyes shining, and he stabbed at the half of the stone table in front of him. Tsk tisk. The black iron dual thorns easily pierced through the half-foot-thick stone table. Haha, what fourth brother gave me is really a treasure. Ling Li was beyond excited. He had never thought that he could be so powerful. If he used it to stab someone, wouldn't a light stab be enough to create 4 holes in the person's body? Humph, a good stone table was destroyed by the two of you. If Grandpa finds out, I'll see how you explain it. Ling Feng saw the two brothers showing off their weapons, and his heart was itching. However, he still couldn't bear to try it out, so he could only use words to tease them. Ling Yong and Ling Li looked at each other. Run! In the blink of an eye, the two of them disappeared at the same time. Ling Feng laughed heartily as he looked at the black iron sword in his hands. Hee hee, what two idiots. I don't even need to try to know that you can cut through iron like mud. At this time, Ling Yan had already reached the fourth courtyard. Now that he had reached the qi refinement stage, he had a sense of transcendence even though he was in the middle of a bustling city. He was in the mortal world, but his heart was outside of it. Transcendence was the natural result of a cultivator's advancement along with the advancement of their realm. Sometimes, Ling Yan missed the days when he was in the cultivation world. He would find a blessed land with abundant spiritual energy, set up a formation, and then cultivate in seclusion inside. But now, he was in the age of chaos on earth. There was a lack of spiritual energy here, so he had to do as the Romans do and find a way to increase his realm first. Just now, even though he lied to the three brothers verbally, he didn't lie to them. That was because he was indeed cultivating every second. It was just that he didn't need to deliberately meditate, and he didn't need to adhere to formalities. After reaching the qi refinement stage, a person's divine sense would become extremely powerful. One of the benefits of this strength was the ability to multitask. Ling Yan could originally multitask, and now that his divine sense was more condensed, he could multitask. Otherwise, if he couldn't multitask, how would he be able to refine qi into spirit in this bustling mortal world? Therefore, Ling Yan was always cultivating wherever he went. Ling Yong and Ling Feng were right. In terms of diligence, no one could compare to him. The fourth courtyard was the courtyard that Ling Xiao lived in. Ling Yan's divine sense enveloped him. Ling Xiao was in his study, sitting cross-legged on the bed, silently cultivating. Last night, Ling Yan had already healed Ling Xiao's energy center and meridians. He also left a large amount of spiritual energy in his body. Ling Xiao wanted to recover as soon as possible. 18 years ago, Ling Xiao's highest realm was the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 3. He wanted to recover as soon as possible to help Ling Yun. However, at this moment, Ling Yan's voice entered his ears. Father, you don't have to rush to cultivate. You just need to rest well today. I'll help you recover by tomorrow afternoon. Hearing his son's voice, Ling Xiao's body shook slightly. He opened his eyes immediately and floated down the bed. Father, I won't be going in. I'll look for you tomorrow afternoon. Ling Yan used telepathy to exchange a few words with Ling Xiao. Then, he immediately used fulgurating shadows to bypass Ling Xin's courtyard and arrive at the second courtyard directly. In the front courtyard of the Ling family's ancestral home, the first courtyard was for the younger generation. The second courtyard was for Ling Yu, Ling Zhen, and Ling Xiao. Ling Yan's return was a big day for the Ling family. Everyone from the Ling family rushed back from the outer residence early in the morning, including Ling Zhen and Ling Yu. However, Ling Yun avoided Ling Zhen and went straight to his second uncle, Ling Yu. Ling Yu received him warmly, pouring him tea and bowing to him personally. He asked Ling Yun all sorts of questions and cared for him very much. After staying in Ling Yu's room for more than an hour, Ling Yun bade farewell. Ling Yun then returned to the backyard and informed Ling Lai through telepathy before returning to his room. He began to concentrate on his cultivation, refining his qi into spirit and concentrating on condensing his divine energy. This cultivation could be considered a small seclusion. Ling Yun cultivated 4. One night and one day in one go. When Ling Yun opened his eyes again, it was already the evening of the second day. This day was the 14th day of the 7th month of the lunar calendar. It was the day with the heaviest qi of the year. To be continued. Dear readers, please take note, the monthly red packets are still being distributed. Those who haven't received them yet, please collect them as soon as possible. Support the Qidian 515 fan event, there are 2 more chapters tonight. Exciting, exciting, and exciting. Please stay tuned. When Ling Yun opened his eyes, one of them was black and the other was silver. They shot out a black and white ray of light that looked extremely strange. Yin God I, Ling Yun had been in seclusion for a day and a night. Of course, he was practicing his signature technique, the yin-yang harmony balance. At this moment, the yin-yang true qi in Ling Yun's body was so abundant that it started to dissipate outside his body. However, it didn't dissipate. Instead, it circled around Ling Yan's body, giving him an illusory feeling. Now, if someone with a lower cultivation base or an ordinary person looked at him, they would think that Ling Yun's figure was illusory, as if he was in another dimension. This was a unique scene when the yin-yang harmony balance was cultivated to a higher level. Withdraw. Ling Yun didn't want to stand out too much in his own home. With a thought, he absorbed all the yin-yang true qi into his body. 3 drops of divine energy, and there's still some left. It seems like the peak of qi cultivation stage 1 is completely solid. The early stages of qi cultivation were further divided into 3 levels. Naturally, there was a standard, and the standard was simple. The qi cultivation stage was qi cultivation stage. Cultivators used their own cultivation techniques to condense their own essence qi or true qi into divine energy. With divine energy and the ability to use it, cultivators would also have magical power. In that case, the initial stage of qi condensation, which was also the division of the first 3 layers of qi condensation, was naturally based on the speed at which one condensed divine essence. The peak of qi cultivation stage 1 could condense 3 drops of divine energy in a day. The peak of qi cultivation stage 2 only needed an hour. The peak of qi cultivation stage 3 only needed a minute to condense 3 drops of divine energy. Condensing 3 drops of divine energy in a minute meant that a cultivator's magical power would be endless, and they would be able to continuously cast spells. That was why once a cultivator broke through the early stages of qi cultivation and entered qi cultivation stage 4, they would be able to use sword kinesis flight. This was because they had enough magical power to support them. Similarly, cultivators could use divine essence to refine pills, forge weapons, draw talismans, activate arrays, and so on. Of course, it would be faster and better than people without divine essence. As expected, none of those annoying things dared to come close. Ling Yun scanned the room with his yin-yang god eye. His eyes were like electricity, and he found that the room was clean inside and out. There were no dirty things in it. Of course, Ling Yun knew that today was the 14th day of the 7th month of the Chinese calendar. It was the day with the heaviest amount of yin qi in the year. Legend has it that on this day, the gates of hell opened and 100 ghosts walked in the night. However, Ling Yun's body refinement realm was complete, and the blood essence in his body was exuberant. Those evil spirits didn't dare to approach him at all. Ling Yun smiled and put away the yin-yang divine eyes. Then, he got off the bed. Then, he took a bath and changed his clothes, tidied himself up, and walked out of the room. Yuner, are you ready? Ling Lai was already standing in front of Ling Yun's room. He had been waiting for a long time with a serious expression on his face. Ling Yun looked around and realized that Ling Lai was holding a thick, old book. It was the genealogy of the Ling family. He nodded calmly. Grandpa, I'm ready. All right, follow Grandpa. Ling Lai reached out and grabbed Ling Yun's arm. The two of them walked side by side towards the 9th courtyard of the Ling family. They went straight to the Ling family's ancestral hall. The Ling family prioritized filial piety. Every year, on New Year's Eve, Qingming Festival, and Zhongyuan Festival, these were the 3 traditional festivals to worship the ancestors. They burned paper money, invited the ancestors, worshipped the ancestors, and prayed that the ancestors would bless the family with peace and prosperity. They did this at least 3 times a year. It wasn't just the Ling family. It wasn't just the other big families in Huaxia. As long as one was from Huaxia, they basically followed this tradition. This was one of the traditional ways to promote filial piety, passed down from generation to generation in Huaxia. However, this year, the Ling family was different from previous years because there was one more person. Ling Yun had returned. Ling Yun could feel Ling Lai's emotions through his slightly trembling palms. He was solemn, and excited at the same time. Grandpa. Ling Yun held Ling Lai's hand in his and transferred a stream of black-yellow true qi into Ling Lai's palm to help him calm down. I'm fine. Let's go quickly. Your father, your uncles, and your brothers and sisters are all waiting in the ancestral hall. Ling Lai turned his head and smiled at Ling Yun as he said this. Oh. Ling Yun responded. At the same time, he released his divine sense and scanned the entire Ling family's ancestral hall. Then, Ling Yun focused his divine sense on the Ling family's ancestral hall. He saw that in the Ling family's ancestral hall, there were many memorial tablets arranged neatly. On the table where the ancestral tablets were placed, candles were already lit. The entire ancestral hall was filled with incense, giving off a solemn feeling. A small willow tree, about 3 feet tall, with lush foliage, was placed right below the Ling family ancestral tablets. It was full of vitality, adding a touch of prosperity to this solemn atmosphere. This was naturally the Ling family's inheritance, the divine ghost willow. It was the one that Ling Yan had given to Mo Wudao for research. Because the Ling family wanted to worship their ancestors, he had already returned it to Ling Lai and placed it here. Outside the ancestral hall, Ling Lai's 3 sons, Ling Zhen, Ling Yu, and Ling Xiao, stood solemnly. Behind them stood their own families, the men in front and the women at the back. Worshipping the ancestors naturally had to pay attention to the rules. Depending on the region, the customs and rules were also different. In some places, not a single woman in the family could participate, regardless of whether it was a married daughter-in-law or an unmarried daughter. This was also the origin of China's preference for men over women. In some places, it didn't matter. As long as it was a family, regardless of gender or age, they could participate in the ancestor worship to show that the family was prosperous and to pray for the ancestors to bless the family and ensure that it could prosper. In many villages, when the grandfather passed away, it was basically the grandmother who took the lead. They paid more attention to the traditional rules. If the grandfather and grandmother had passed away, then it would be the parents' generation. Naturally, the Ling family was in the latter situation. Regardless of gender, as long as one was a direct descendant of the Ling family, they could participate. Otherwise, Ling Lai wouldn't have told Ling Yan about Ling Shui's matter yesterday. In his divine sense, Ling Yan's gaze swept past his father and the other people he had already met before finally landing on the person behind Ling Zhen. There were 2 men standing behind Ling Zhen. One was Ling Yong, and the other, needless to say, was the eldest grandson of the Ling family, Ling Hao. Ling Yan had already seen Ling Hao's photo, so he didn't need to guess at all to recognize him at a glance. Ling Yan observed Ling Hao. Even though he was handsome, his face was extremely pale. His eyes were long and narrow, and they were slightly bloodshot. His footsteps were weak, and he stood there casually, giving off a relaxed and sloppy vibe. At this moment, the kid was constantly looking around. A sliver of uneasiness would flash across his face from time to time. He seemed to be very uneasy. Ling Yan, of course, knew what he was worried about. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Ling Hao was finally back. Since you're back, don't even think about running away. After glancing at Ling Hao, Ling Yan couldn't be bothered to look at him anymore. Instead, he turned his divine sense to look at the other person in the Ling family, Ling Shui. Ling Shui was slender and pretty. At this moment, she was accompanying her mother, Dong Rulan. The 2 of them stood side by side, not far behind Ling Xiao. In contrast to Ling Hao's anxiety, Ling Shui's expression was complicated. Her breathing was slightly heavy, and she held Dong Rulan's hand tightly with one hand, forcing herself to calm down. Obviously, Ling Yan's return to the Ling family and his ancestral worship tonight had a great impact on Ling Shui. As for whether it was a positive or a negative impact, no one knew. Ling Lai and Ling Yun, grandfather and grandson, walked side by side. Without using any movement techniques, they quickly passed through the 8th courtyard and arrived at the 9th courtyard. This courtyard was actually divided into 2 parts, located on the east and west sides respectively. The east side was naturally Ling Lai's courtyard, and the west side was, of course, the Ling family's ancestral hall. Ling Lai held Ling Yan's hand as they arrived in front of a circular arched door. He stopped in his tracks and said seriously, "Yun, the courtyard inside is the ancestral hall of our Ling family. Everyone has been waiting for you for a long time. Once we enter, we'll immediately worship the ancestors. As for other matters, we'll discuss them at the family banquet." Ling Yan smiled and nodded, indicating that he understood. Ling Lai smiled and held Ling Yan's hand as they walked through the arched door to the courtyard where the Ling family's ancestral hall was located. "Grandpa has brought 4th brother here." Fourth brother, Ling Yong, Ling Feng, and Ling Li's voices rang out one after another. They knew the rules, so they didn't raise their voices in fear of disturbing the ancestors. Ling Yan nodded at them and followed Ling Lai forward. It was only when he passed by Ling Xiao that he stopped and called out, "Father." Ling Xiao raised his hand and patted Ling Yan's shoulder. "Yun heir, do as your grandfather says." Ling Lai held Ling Yan's hand and walked past everyone until they reached the entrance of the ancestral hall. He turned around and said solemnly, "Eldest brother, second brother, third brother, bring your families and follow me into the house to worship the Ling family's ancestors." With that, Ling Lai led Ling Yun into the Ling family's ancestral hall. Under the lead of Ling Zhen, Ling Yu, and Ling Xiao, all the immediate family members of the Ling family followed closely behind. In an instant, the Ling family's ancestral hall was filled with people. There were more than 10 of them, but the entire hall was still very spacious and not crowded. The Ling family's ancestral hall had more than 100 years of history. At its peak, there were more than 100 immediate family members. Now, there were only a dozen of them. Of course, it was impossible to fill up the entire hall. Ling Lai only let go of Ling Yan's hand after everyone had entered and stood properly. He turned around and respectfully lit up 3 jaw sticks and inserted them into the huge incense burner in front of the memorial tablets. Then, with a solemn expression, he took 3 steps back respectfully. He gathered his energy in his energy center and said in a clear voice, "Ancestors of the Ling family, today, I, Ling Lai, will lead the descendants to worship the ancestors." After Ling Lai said a few words about worshipping the ancestors, he turned around and said to Ling Yun, "Yun heir, come and worship our ancestors first." Dear readers, please take note, the monthly tickets are still being distributed. Please come and collect them as soon as possible to support the Qidian 515 fan event. Also, there will be a new chapter later. Please subscribe. Of course, Ling Yan had to acknowledge his ancestors first before following the rest of the Ling family to worship their ancestors. After hearing Ling Lai's words, Ling Yan didn't hesitate to straighten his clothes before kneeling respectfully in front of the ancestral tablet in front of him. Ling Yan's expression was solemn as he kowtowed 9 times to worship his ancestors. At the same time, Ling Lai's voice rang out again. "My unfilial son, Ling Lai, respectfully announces to all the ancestors of the Ling family that my unfilial son, Ling Xiao, made a huge mistake when he was young, causing Ling Yun to wander outside from a young age. Today, I have returned home to worship my ancestors. Now, I will write Ling Yun's name into the Ling family's genealogy book. I hope that the ancestors will know of this and bless our Ling family for a long time to come." Ling Lai's voice rang out just as Ling Yun finished his 3 kneeling and 9 kowtows. Ling Lai used a brush to write Ling Yun's name into the genealogy book. When the words were dry, he closed the genealogy book carefully and placed it in front of the ancestral tablets. Only then did Ling Lai pull Ling Yun up from the ground. "Child, get up and stand behind your father. We will worship the Ling family's ancestors together later." Ling Yun didn't say much. He just nodded at Ling Lai and stood behind Ling Xiao. At this point, Ling Yun had officially acknowledged his ancestors and returned to the Ling family. The entire process was solemn, but it wasn't sloppy. It was very direct and clean, which was the typical style of the Ling family. Then, Ling Lai cleared his throat and shouted, "Descendants of the Ling family, worship your ancestors." With that, his tall figure immediately knelt down respectfully in front of the ancestral tablets in front of him. Ling Zhen, Ling Yu, and Ling Xiao, of course, followed suit. Everyone in the ancestral hall, regardless of gender or age, knelt down in front of the ancestral tablets. Next, of course, was burning incense and paper money. After all the procedures were done, Ling Lai and his descendants stood up. In this way, for ordinary clans, the entire process of worshipping their ancestors would be considered over. However, the Ling family was different. They had the Ling family's inheritance, the ghost deity Willow. According to the usual practice, everyone in the Ling clan who cultivated the Black-Yellow Sutra would have to bite their fingertips and drip a few drops of blood onto the divine willow wood. Moreover, they would also have to inject their own black-yellow true qi into the divine willow wood. Only then would the ceremony end. Naturally, this time would not be an exception. Ling Lai turned around and looked at Ling Yun affectionately. "Yun heir, take out your other piece of wood." "All right." Ling Yun nodded and took out the other ghost deity willow from his spatial ring without hesitation. He took a few steps forward and handed it to Ling Lai. Ling Yun then turned around and was about to return to his original spot. Ling Lai pulled him back and smiled. You don't have to go back first. We've already paid our respects to the ancestors, so there's no need for so many rules. Oh. Ling Yun smiled and stood in place without moving. Ling Lai turned around and faced the Ling family's descendants. He suddenly raised the ghost and deity willow high in the air. With an excited expression, he shouted, "Children, look at this. Look at what this is. This is our Ling family's inheritance. These two pieces of wood were originally as black as coal, and even I didn't know what they were. Our Ling clan followed the Ling clan's ancestral teachings, and for the past few decades, almost every year, every month, we would drip a drop of blood on them, and infuse them with the black-yellow true qi that we cultivate. However, so many years have passed, and our entire clan's power has never been able to make them change. However, this year, after I found out about Yun Er's whereabouts, I sent Chui Lao to Qingshui City to bring our Ling family's inheritance to Yun Er for a blood test. My original intention was to see if Yun Er was really third brother's son. However, after Yun Er injected his blood into this piece of wood, it underwent an earth-shattering change. Not only did it receive a new lease of life, but it also regained its vitality and regained its growth. Now, everyone can clearly see that these two pieces of wood have already become like this. They have actually grown into two small trees. Even though I still don't know what benefits these two small trees can bring to our Ling family, I'm now at the middle stage of Xiantian realm level 8. Naturally, I can feel the immense spiritual energy and vitality coming from these two small trees. This is the surprise that Yun Er brought to our Ling family. It's also the fortune that Yun Er brought to our Ling family. Just based on this, Yun Er is a great contributor to our Ling family. Furthermore, before Yun Er returned to the Ling family, he had already saved the Ling family several times. He rescued his second uncle from the Chen family and rushed to the Ling family in time to resolve the crisis. He also healed everyone in the Ling family and helped me reach Xiantian realm level 8. Just the night before yesterday, Yun Er had just returned to Beijing and rescued his father. Ling Lai only stopped after saying so much in one breath. Facing the silent crowd, he took a deep breath and said in a clear voice, "In view of Ling Yun's contributions, I hereby announce that Ling Yun is the future successor of the Ling family according to the rules of the family. From today onwards, the Ling family's inheritance will be handed over to him for safekeeping." As the saying went, nothing could be accomplished without rules. In a large family, everything was done in an orderly manner and strictly in accordance with the family's rules. Even if Ling Lai had the final say in the Ling family, if he wanted Ling Yun to be the future head of the Ling family, he would have to explain Ling Yun's contributions and convince everyone before announcing it according to the family rules. He couldn't just give the position to Ling Yun with a few words. If that was the case, there would inevitably be people who wouldn't be convinced. This was the way a large family did things. It wasn't something a second or third-rate family could compare to. After Ling Lai finished his announcement, he put down the ghost deity willow in his hand and turned to look at his three sons. "Eldest, second, third, do you have any objections to my decision?" Ling Zhen was expressionless. He bowed slightly and said calmly, "Ling Yun's contributions to the Ling family are obvious to all. I have no objections." Ling Yu clapped his hands and laughed heartily. "Father, I fully support your decision. Other than Ling Yun, no one else can be the future head of the Ling family." Ling Yu's words were equivalent to publicly announcing his support for Ling Yun. Ling Zhen's mouth twitched a little, but he didn't say anything. Ling Xiao bowed and said, "Everything is up to you, father." What else could Ling Xiao say when Ling Lai passed the position of the future head of the Ling family to his son? "All right." Ling Lai laughed heartily. He waved his hand and said, "Since none of you have any objections, this matter is settled. Next, let's follow our usual practice. I'll go first." Ling Lai brought his left index finger to his mouth and bit it lightly. A bloody wound appeared on his finger. Ling Lai hurriedly placed his finger on the ghost deity willow. At the same time, he didn't forget to transfer his connate black-yellow true qi into the divine willow. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. The blood that flowed from Ling Lai's finger wasn't absorbed by the ghost deity willow like usual. Instead, it flowed down the surface of the bark and dripped onto the ground. This time, the ghost deity willow didn't absorb a single drop of Ling Lai's blood. Of course, the black-yellow true chi that he transferred into the ghost deity willow was completely absorbed by the small tree. There was no rejection. Ling Lai was stunned. He stared at the spot where his finger connected to the small tree. Our Ling family's inheritance isn't absorbing my blood? What's going on? Grandpa Ling couldn't be blamed for being stunned. If the Ling family's inheritance didn't accept his blood, wouldn't that mean that the divine willow was rejecting him? One had to know that they were in the Ling family's ancestral hall. The spirits of the Ling family's ancestors were watching from heaven. Ling Lai didn't believe it. He thought that the wound he made wasn't big enough. He brought his finger to his mouth and bit it hard. Blood flowed down instantly. He brought his finger to the surface of the ghost deity willow again. However, the blood flowed down the bark, but it wasn't absorbed by the ghost deity willow. "Boss, come here. You try too." Ling Lai was anxious. He turned around and called Ling Zhen over. Ling Zhen's expression was solemn. He rushed forward and did the same thing. However, the result was the same. Blood dripped onto the ground. Ling Zhen shook his head. "Father, this wood only absorbs the black-yellow true chi. It doesn't absorb blood anymore." Ling Lai was puzzled. He called Ling Xiao over, but it was useless. The ghost deity willow didn't absorb the blood of the Ling family. Our Ling family's inheritance doesn't absorb the blood of the Ling family anymore. This is going to be interesting. Ling Hao saw that something was wrong and couldn't wait for it to happen. He seized the opportunity to attack Ling Yan secretly. "Shut up." Ling Zhen turned around and scolded Ling Hao angrily. Ling Yan only smiled at Ling Hao's attack. He took a step forward and said calmly, "Grandpa, why don't you let me try?" After saying that, he didn't wait for Ling Lai's reply. He used his left index finger and used his fingernail to scratch the palm of his right hand. Instantly, a huge wound appeared. Ling Yan's right hand was bleeding profusely. Without hesitation, he grabbed the ghost deity willow with his right hand. Swoosh! Ling Yan felt his blood flow accelerate. The blood that flowed out of his palm was absorbed by the ghost deity willow. He could even feel its greed. With Ling Lai in the lead, everyone, including Ling Zhen and Ling Xiao, was dumbfounded. Ling Yan smiled faintly and explained, "These two pieces of wood have been fed with my blood for a long time. Their appetite is very picky." Ling Yan's explanation was interesting, but it was the truth of the ghost deity willow. Ling Yan's body refinement was complete. He cultivated the stellar condensation technique. His body was already a treasure. There were many kinds of immortal spiritual energy coexisting in his body. Even though he was of the Ling family's bloodline, the quality of his blood was many times better than the rest of the Ling family. The divine ghost willow naturally absorbed blood to grow. Just like humans, after eating delicacies, no one would be willing to eat junk food. It was the same logic. Ling Yan didn't forget to inject the black-yellow true chi into the ghost deity willow. This time, the amount of blood and black-yellow true chi that the ghost divine willow absorbed was several times more than usual. Suddenly, boom! The ghost deity willow changed again. To be continued. Dear readers, the red packets for monthly votes are still being distributed. Those who haven't received them, please do so as soon as possible to support the Qidian 515 fan campaign. In addition, the following tens of thousands of words are about the climax of the plot. Please subscribe and request for monthly votes. All of a sudden, Ling Yan felt that the ghost deity willow had stopped absorbing his blood and the black-yellow true chi. At this moment, the ghost deity willow suddenly changed. The small tree, which was originally only 3 feet tall, suddenly grew a foot taller out of thin air. The trunk also became thicker, and even the crown of the tree suddenly expanded, becoming about twice its original size. The branches and leaves were luxuriant, like a canopy. Very quickly, Ling Yan saw that the roots of the tree were growing out. They were like bean sprouts, bright yellow, and as long as an adult's finger. It actually grew roots. Ling Yan exclaimed in surprise. That wasn't all. The crown of the ghost deity willow started to move even though there was no wind. At the same time, the most shocking change came. That boom was the sudden release of a large amount of black-yellow chi from the ghost deity Willow. This is black-yellow immortal spiritual energy. Grandpa, get everyone to the courtyard, quick. Ling Yan had the Earth Emperor's book. Once he saw the thick yellow aura released by the ghost deity Willow, he instantly confirmed that the ghost deity Willow released black-yellow immortal spiritual energy. At this moment, how could Ling Yan not know that the ghost deity Willow had successfully completed a transformation after absorbing so much blood and black-yellow true chi from the Ling family? It was growing on its own, and at the same time, it was feeding back to the Ling family. This was black-yellow immortal spiritual energy. It couldn't be wasted at all. However, time was of the essence, and Ling Yan didn't have time to explain. He called out to Ling Lai and appeared in the middle of the courtyard outside the ancestral hall. Everyone from the Ling family saw that the divine Willow had undergone such a miraculous change. They immediately flew out of the ancestral hall and arrived in the courtyard. At this moment, with Ling Yan as the center, the black-yellow immortal spiritual energy had already started to fill the entire ancestral hall. Everyone, sit down and absorb the aura around you. This is black-yellow chi. The next moment, Ling Yan sat cross-legged on the ground, still holding the ghost deity Willow. He began to silently circulate the black-yellow immortal spiritual energy and absorb it into his body. Ling Yan didn't absorb the Xian Huang immortal spiritual energy that was released into the air because he was holding the small tree in his hand. The amount of immortal spiritual energy that was transferred into his body was much more than what was released. Once the black-yellow immortal spiritual energy appeared, everyone in the Ling family could feel that this aura was extraordinary. As a member of the Ling family, the only cultivation technique they cultivated was the Black-Yellow Sutra. How could they not feel that this true chi was infinitely beneficial to them? In an instant, everyone in the Ling family who knew how to cultivate sat cross-legged around Ling Yan and began to silently use the Black-Yellow Sutra to absorb the thick black-yellow immortal spiritual energy. The dense crown of that small tree swayed gently, and countless willow branches swayed gently. More and more black and yellow immortal chi was released, until it filled the entire courtyard of the ancestral hall. Only then did it seem to slow down. In the 9th courtyard of the Ling family, the ancestral hall seemed to be burning with sulfur. A yellow aura filled the air, and it appeared yellow under the surrounding lights. At first, Ling Yan was still carefully observing the black-yellow chi released by the ghost deity Willow. He was afraid that the Ling family wouldn't be able to absorb it all at once and that the black-yellow chi would dissipate. However, he soon realized that his worries were unnecessary. The immortal spiritual energy released by the ghost deity Willow only covered the Ling family's ancestral hall. This tree has a spirit. This was the first thought that came to Ling Yan's mind. A cultivator's weapon refinement had a weapon spirit. A sword immortal's flying sword had a sword spirit. Ling Yan's ghost deity Willow also had a tree spirit, otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to absorb the Ling family's blood and black-yellow true chi. It definitely wouldn't have been able to control the black-yellow immortal spiritual energy it released to not leave the Ling family's courtyard. Ling Yan finally relaxed. He closed his eyes and focused on cultivating the Black-Yellow Sutra. He made use of this rare opportunity to absorb the black-yellow immortal spiritual energy to improve himself. Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, Ling Zhen, Ling Yu, and all the other juniors of the Ling family were doing the same. They were also cultivating the Black-Yellow Sutra with all their might, absorbing the seemingly endless black-yellow immortal spiritual energy. Ling Lai was the closest to Ling Yun. He had already started cultivating with his eyes closed. However, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Even though his eyes were closed, the muscles on his face and the corners of his eyes were actually trembling slightly. He was obviously excited beyond control. The Ling family's inheritance, apart from the Chao family, the Sun family, and the Li family that had gradually risen to power 18 years ago, the Ling family, the Long family, the Qin family, the Yi family, and the Chen family all had their own inheritances. It was rumored that the Long family's inheritance was the dragon's blood. The Qin family's inheritance was the Qin dynasty's imperial jade seal. The Chen family's inheritance was naturally the blood element pearl. The Ling family's inheritance was this broken piece of wood that seemed to have been struck by lightning. The inheritance of other families could be used, but the Ling family's inheritance was completely useless other than absorbing the Ling family's blood and true qi. How many years had it been? Silently, the countless disciples of the Ling clan had followed the teachings of their ancestors. Year after year, month after month, they had supplied fresh blood and black-yellow true qi to these two pieces of charcoal-like wood. However, these two pieces of wood had not changed at all. At most, a tender shoot had grown out. Over the past few decades, the Ling family had been on the decline. While it was true that the case from 40 years ago and the tragedy from 18 years ago had something to do with it, the Ling family's inheritance, the divine willow wood, had no use for the Ling family at all. This was also one of the main reasons, but today, he was already 80 years old. Because of Ling Yan's return, this seemingly dead piece of wood had actually turned into a small tree. Moreover, it was growing again, releasing Xianxia immortal spiritual energy to nourish the Ling family. The heavens really had eyes. In the small courtyard of the ancestral hall, Ling Lai's realm was the highest. He was in the middle of Xiantian realm level 8, so he was the fastest at absorbing black-yellow immortal spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, Ling Lai broke through to the late stages of Xiantian realm level 8. There was no bottleneck. This was because, for generations, the Ling family had only cultivated the black-yellow sutra. The little tree in front of them was emitting black-yellow immortal spiritual energy. Not only was it compatible with the Ling family's cultivation technique, but the level of the aura was also immortal-grade immortal spiritual energy. Ling Lai had already broken through to the middle stages of Xiantian realm level 8 when Ling Yun was treating him. If not for Ling Yun's fear that his realm would be unstable, Grandpa Ling would have reached the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8. After almost 2 months of cultivation, Ling Lai's realm was already stable. There were even signs of a breakthrough. Now that he had the help of black-yellow immortal spiritual energy, wouldn't his breakthrough be like a hot knife through butter? Very quickly, he broke through to the late stages of Xiantian realm level 8 and reached the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8. Only then did he feel a slight barrier. Ling Lai calmed himself down and began to stabilize his realm while waiting for an opportunity to break through. As long as he broke through to the Xiantian realm, Ling Lai would reach the divine realm. When that time came, he wouldn't be inferior to the elders of the other families. However, this time, the most ferocious person wasn't Ling Lai or Ling Yun. It was Ling Xiao. 20 years ago, when Ling Xiao was 18 years old, he had already reached the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 3. However, he was forced to break his meridians and cripple his martial arts. Even though he tried to cultivate again, his meridians were damaged. The highest he could recover was Hotian realm level 5. However, when Ling Yun saved him the night before yesterday, his energy center and meridians were completely healed. What was the Xiantian realm? Ancient martial arts practitioners opened up their conception and governing vessels and achieved the unity of heaven and man. That was the Xiantian realm. Since Ling Xiao had reached the pinnacle of Xiantian realm 20 years ago, his conception and governing vessels had naturally been opened up a long time ago. Now that Ling Yun had repaired his energy center and meridians, how could he not recover his realm quickly? That was why Ling Xiao couldn't help but try to cultivate after sending away all the visitors. He wanted to increase his realm, but he was discovered by Ling Yun and forcefully stopped. However, this was even better. Ling Xiao followed Ling Yun's instructions and didn't attempt to break through yesterday. He only cultivated through the night and adjusted his body's condition to its peak. This was all for the sake of breaking through tonight. Using an analogy, Ling Xiao's current situation was like a pond that had been dug and a ditch had been opened. Everything was ready except for the delivery of water. Now, the water was here. He cultivated the Black-Yellow Sutra, and the Ghost Divine Willow gave him the Black-Yellow Immortal Spiritual Energy. Under Ling Zhao's guidance, the thick black-yellow immortal spiritual energy drilled into Ling Zhao's body. In just an instant, Ling Xiao recovered to the Xiantian realm. Then, he broke through like a hot knife through butter, recovered to the pinnacle of Xiantian realm. Breakthrough, Ling Xiao finally reached the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 6. He didn't try to break through anymore. Instead, he chose to defend himself. He used the black-yellow immortal spiritual energy to cleanse his meridians and stabilize his energy center. Of course, Ling Yun was constantly paying attention to his father's cultivation. When he saw that Ling Xiao had reached the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 6, he wanted to take out a dragon tiger pill for his father to break through to the late stages of the Xiantian realm. However, he resisted the urge. One reason was that it wasn't necessary in the short term. The other reason was that he himself was at a critical juncture in breaking through. The black-yellow immortal spiritual energy entered Ling Yan's body and flowed down his meridians, heading straight for his energy center. Soon, the black-yellow immortal spiritual energy filled Ling Yan's energy center. At this time, Ling Yan's energy center had already stopped revolving. There were two reasons. First, he wasn't using the yin-yang harmony balance. Second, the more important reason was the Earth Emperor's book. The black-yellow immortal spiritual energy entered Ling Yan's energy center and enveloped the floating Earth Emperor's book. In the end, the Earth Emperor's book absorbed everything. That was because, like the ghost divine willow, the Earth Emperor's book also released black-yellow immortal spiritual energy. Soon, the Earth Emperor's book responded and released black-yellow immortal spiritual energy in his energy center. Under the guidance of Ling Yan's black-yellow sutra, the black-yellow immortal spiritual energy continuously cleansed Ling Yan's body, including his skin, muscles, bones, blood, meridians, acupuncture points, and organs. The black-yellow immortal spiritual energy in Ling Yan's meridians was like a torrential river. It circulated rapidly, completing 60 great circulations in a minute. When Ling Yan's body was almost completely tempered, the black-yellow immortal spiritual energy began to rush towards the center of Ling Yan's eyebrows. Ling Yan instantly felt as if a dam had been opened between his eyebrows. As the immortal spiritual energy flowed, his brain actually started to rumble. The golden immortal spiritual energy between his eyebrows started to circulate rapidly under the influence of the black-yellow immortal spiritual energy. Drops of divine energy formed at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. Boom! After condensing 72 drops of divine energy, Ling Yan only felt a loud bang in his head. He directly advanced to Qi Cultivation Stage 2. At the same time, Ling Lai successfully broke through to Xiantian Realm Level 9. Ling Zhan and Ling Yu also broke through 3 small realms: Ling Xiu, Ling Shui, Ling Yong, Ling Feng, Ling Li, and even Ling Hao all advanced to the Xiantian realm. Within a short half an hour, everyone from the Ling family advanced with the help of the black-yellow immortal spiritual energy. To be continued. After another all-nighter, the climax of the plot was completed. Everyone knew that there would be even more exciting plots later on. Attention, readers, monthly tickets are still being distributed. Please collect them as soon as possible. Please subscribe, please subscribe. Don't forget to receive the glory of the gods. Among all the descendants of the Ling family, Ling Shui was the youngest and had the lowest realm. However, Ling Shui's cultivation talent was astonishing. When Ling Yan first met her, Ling Shui wasn't even at Hotian Realm Level 7. This time, she was already at the early stages of Hotian Realm Level 9. Of course, this had a lot to do with Ling Lai's special guidance for Ling Shui after he broke through to Xiantian Realm Level 8. Just like when Ling Yun was in Qingshui City, he was meticulously guiding Ning Lingyu, Lin Menghan, Yao Rou, Miao Xiao Miao, Tai Xiaohu, and the others in their cultivation. After breaking through, old Master Ling Lai stayed at home to bide his time. Naturally, he wasn't idle either. When he was free, he would guide Ling Xiu, Ling Shui, Ling Yong, Ling Feng, and Ling Li in their cultivation. However, this time, with the help of the black-yellow immortal spiritual energy, Ling Xiu was the fastest to break through to the Xiantian realm. Ling Shui was second. However, Ling Xiu was already half a step into the Xiantian realm, and Ling Shui was one small realm lower than her. Hence, Ling Shui was still the fastest. Ling Shui's talent was inherited from her father, Ling Xiao. Ling Lai had a total of 3 sons, and only Ling Xiao was exceptionally talented. His talent in cultivation surpassed his 2 older brothers, and he was almost on the same level as the ancestors of the Ling family. Otherwise, how could Ling Xiao have given birth to such a heaven-defying son? With the help of the black-yellow immortal spiritual energy, Ling Shui rushed to the peak of Xiantian Realm Level 1 in one go. She wanted to continue, but she heard a voice. "Sister, don't rush to break through. You have to take it slow and steady. Use the black-yellow immortal spiritual energy to build a solid foundation." Of course, it was Ling Yan's voice. Ling Shui had a stubborn personality. She didn't want to listen at first, but she remembered what her grandfather and parents had entrusted to her. Coupled with the fact that Ling Yan had addressed her as his little sister, Ling Shui's heart softened. She finally gave up on trying to break through. Instead, like the rest of the family, she began to use the black-yellow immortal spiritual energy to cleanse her body, refine her energy center and meridians, and solidify her foundation. Among the younger generation of the Ling family, Ling Hao was undoubtedly the slowest in breaking through. Even Ling Li, who was not as talented as Ling Hao, broke through faster than him. Even so, Ling Hao broke through to the Xiantian realm very quickly. Just like Ling Xiao, he was already half a step into the Xiantian realm. Hence, he broke through the Xiantian realm in one go and reached Xiantian realm level 4 in one go. Ling Hao was simply too greedy. He would take advantage of any opportunity and did not care about his life at all. He was secretly pleased with himself as he broke through crazily. The higher his level, the more he felt that he had the ability to compete with Ling Yun. He couldn't help but compare the leader of the Condor team, Lei Xing. One had to know that Lei Xing was only at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 1. Now that Ling Hao was at Xiantian realm level 4, he was the true number 1 expert of the Condor team. In the Condor team, he would no longer have to submit to anyone. As a descendant of the Ling family, Ling Hao knew that cultivation had to be steady and steady. He also knew that breaking through too quickly would destabilize his realm and even cause him to go berserk. However, he was not afraid at all now because he knew that Ling Lai was at Xiantian realm level 8. Even if something happened to him, Ling Lai could easily solve it for him. There were 2 reasons for Ling Hao's craziness. One was his greed, and the other was Ling Yun. Ling Hao had heard a lot about how powerful Ling Yun was. Now that he had seen Ling Yun's abilities, he naturally knew that he would not be able to compete with Ling Yun with his own strength. Even though he was hoping that Ling Yun didn't know that he had hired someone to assassinate him, he had already made plans to prevent the worst from happening. If Ling Yun really found out about this from Chen Sen, Ling Hao would first deny it. However, if he really couldn't hide it anymore, he would choose the second option. That was to escape. The further he escaped, the better. However, with his half-step Xiantian 9th realm cultivation, where could he escape to in the vast Huaxia? The higher his realm, the more stable he would be after escaping from the Ling family. This was a simple logic. Therefore, Ling Hao seized the opportunity to break through to Xiantian realm level 7 in one go. This kid had a good plan, but he forgot one thing. He was only thinking about himself and forgot about the principle of rising with the tide. Ling Yun was stronger than him in the first place. Both of them cultivated at the same time and had equal opportunities. No matter how fast Ling Hao's realm increased, could he surpass Ling Yun? Therefore, even though Ling Yun knew that Ling Hao had broken through 4 levels in a row, he could not be bothered with him. He neither reminded nor stopped him, allowing him to break through crazily. The higher he went, the faster he would die. At around 8 at night, the ghost and deity willow finally stopped swaying and releasing Xian Huang immortal spiritual energy. Using this opportunity, Ling Yun firmly stabilized his realm at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation level 2. It wasn't that he didn't have the ability to break through to Qi cultivation level 3, but he chose to take things slow and steady. The night before yesterday, Ling Yun had already broken through a small realm to the pinnacle of Qi cultivation level 1 after the battle with Sikong Tuesday. It had only been 2 days, and Ling Yun had reached the pinnacle of Qi cultivation level 2. This was equivalent to breaking through 4 levels in 3 days. This speed was shocking enough. Even though breaking through with the help of the black-yellow immortal spiritual energy wouldn't cause any side effects, Ling Yun was different from others. Every time he broke through, he had to consider the problem of passing the tribulation. Therefore, he had to be steady and steady. Otherwise, the slightest mistake could lead to endless trouble. Moreover, at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation level 2, Ling Yun could condense 3 drops of divine essence every hour. That would be 72 drops in a day. This was enough for him to do a lot of things. Moreover, Ling Yun was now in the Qi cultivation stage. His increase in strength by a small realm was far greater than others' increase by a large realm. He was very satisfied. The ghost and deity willow no longer released Xian Huang immortal spiritual energy, but there was still a lot of immortal spiritual energy in the courtyard that hadn't been absorbed. It wasn't that the Ling family didn't want to absorb it, but they really couldn't. If they forcefully absorbed it, their energy centers would explode. However, it didn't mean that Ling Yun couldn't absorb it. His physique was originally heaven-defying, and he could absorb any spiritual energy in the world. Now that he had reached the pinnacle of Qi cultivation level 2, absorbing the remaining Xian Huang immortal spiritual energy was no problem at all. Therefore, he activated his cultivation technique and absorbed the remaining Xian Huang immortal spiritual energy into his body and into his energy center. This time, he could clearly see that the Earth Emperor's book had been enlarged 10 times from the size of a needle tip, and it had even opened to a page. Of course, the Earth Emperor's book was a book. Since it was a book, it could naturally be opened. Seeing the Earth Emperor's book open, Ling Yan activated his divine sense without hesitation. He wanted to see what was written on the open page of the Earth Emperor's book. At the pinnacle of Qi cultivation level 2, Ling Yan's divine sense was 3 times stronger than before. Moreover, the range of his divine sense had reached a distance of 2,000 meters. There were no words, only a painting. It was of an old man sitting cross-legged in front of a huge cauldron. He seemed to be observing the cauldron, but it also seemed like he was using the cauldron to refine something. Shenong Cauldron. Could this old man be the Emperor of Earth? The 3 ancient emperors of Huaxia were Human Emperor Fuxi, Earth Emperor Shenong, and Heaven Emperor Shenyuan. The Emperor of Earth was naturally Shenong. Then, Ling Yan felt something stirring in between his eyebrows. It wanted to rush out, but it was suppressed by the Emperor brush in the end. Ling Yan knew that it was the thousands of extraordinary ancient words that he had seen when he obtained the Earth Emperor's book in the crater. After those ancient words flew into Ling Yan's sea of consciousness, there was no more movement. He didn't expect them to break out of his eyebrows today. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting, huh? Ling Yan couldn't help but smile at this thought. However, the most interesting thing was yet to come. In a trance, Ling Yan seemed to feel that the old man on the open page of the Earth Emperor's book seemed to move a little. It seemed to be waving at Ling Yan. Swoosh! The divine ghost willow instantly broke free from Ling Yan's grasp and flew straight into the sky. Then, the 4-foot-long tree rapidly shrunk to the point where it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. All that was left was a smear of green. Suddenly, it rushed into Ling Yan's energy center and landed on the Earth Emperor's book. F***CK. What's going on? Ling Yan was shocked. This divine ghost willow was so magical that he wanted to continue using it. In the end, it was confiscated by the Earth Emperor's book. Then, Ling Yan felt the Emperor brush between his eyebrows move slightly. Ling Yan and the Emperor brush were connected by blood. Based on his intuition, he felt that the Emperor brush was actually gloating. Ling Yan felt like his balls were about to shatter. He wanted to cry but no tears came out. However, since the divine ghost willow had been taken away by the Earth Emperor's book, it was useless for Ling Yan to cry. He used his divine sense to take a look and realized that the Earth Emperor's book had no intention of closing. The divine ghost willow seemed to be planted on the Earth Emperor's book, floating along with it in Ling Yan's energy center. Originally, Ling Yan was worried that the other divine ghost willow in the ancestral hall would be taken away by the Earth Emperor's book. However, after waiting for a long time, he realized that there was no movement from the Earth Emperor's book. He quickly used the yin-yang harmony balance and filled his energy center with yin-yang true qi. Yun Air, where's the small tree? Why is it gone? At this moment, Ling Lai had successfully broken through and stabilized his realm at the first level of Xiantian realm. He opened his eyes and saw that the divine ghost willow was gone. Oh, I put it away. Ling Yan responded quickly and stood up from the ground. Ling Yan would never reveal the secret of the Emperor brush and the Earth Emperor's book, not even to Ling Lai. Wha? It was so comfortable just now, so comfortable that I feel a little sad. At this moment, Ling Yang stood up and stretched his body. He seemed to have not had enough of it. Ling Yang's realm had stabilized at the middle of Xiantian realm level 3. Ling Xiao, Ling Feng, and Ling Li were basically at Xiantian realm level 3 as well. At this point, all the direct relatives of the Ling family had reached the Xiantian realm. There was no one below the Xiantian realm. The entire Ling family received the reverse nourishment from the divine ghost willow and experienced a huge leap in their realm. The Ling family was reborn, and their strength skyrocketed. Ling Lai's aura surged as he swept his gaze across the Ling family. He waved his hand and said, "The Ling family obtained this opportunity because of the blessing of our ancestors. Come, all of you, follow me inside to worship our ancestors again." To be continued. Dear readers, please take note, the monthly pass red envelope is still being distributed. If you haven't received it yet, please collect it as soon as possible. There are at least 2 more chapters tonight, and both of them are exciting plots. Please look forward to it, ancestors. The Ling family is overjoyed. The Ling family is overjoyed. Ling Lai led the Ling family into the ancestral hall once again. He took 2 steps forward and knelt in front of the ancestral tablets. At this moment, the excitement in his eyes could not be concealed at all. He was so excited that even his voice was trembling as he spoke, almost as if he was roaring. Ancestors, please take a look. Look at our Ling family. Look at these children. They have all broken through to the Xianxia realm. Ling Lai was praying and venting at the same time. With the help of the ghost and divine willow, all the direct descendants of the Ling family had broken through to the Xianxia realm within an hour. This was something that had never happened before. Ling Lai kowtowed and said with a trembling voice, "Ancestors, look. The Ling family's inheritance is finally showing its usefulness. The heavens have eyes. The ancestors have shown their spirit." Ling Lai got more and more excited as he spoke. However, why did all the great clans have to talk about inheritance every time they opened their mouth? The family heirloom was an inheritance. A big family's customs and rules were also an inheritance. Secret techniques were even more so. As long as it was something passed down from generation to generation, be it treasures, rules, or experience, it could all be considered an inheritance. This was because these things were the foundation for a big family to exist for hundreds or even thousands of years. No matter how many ups and downs they went through, they could still stand tall. The ancestors planted the trees, and the descendants reaped the shade. The Ling family had been abiding by their ancestral teachings for generations. Year in and year out, they had been silently feeding the divine ghost willow their own blood and channeling black-yellow true energy into it. However, they had never received any benefits or feedback. But tonight, the Ling family finally received the ghost and divine willow's blessing. Even though it was only once, the entire Ling family had received a great benefit. It was Ling Yun who cut his palm and fed a large amount of blood to the ghost and divine willow, which led to the mutation of the ghost and divine willow. However, if it weren't for the Ling family's ancestors, who had been feeding the divine ghost willow with fresh blood and black-yellow true qi, would the divine ghost willow have mutated just because of Ling Yun? To put it bluntly, Ling Yun's last move was nothing more than a quantitative change triggering a qualitative change. It was the straw that broke the camel's back. At this moment, everyone in the Ling family knelt down in the ancestral hall, their faces full of excitement. Ling Lai then said excitedly, "Ancestors, from now on, our Ling family's inheritance can finally be used. There's hope for our Ling family to rise again." After saying that, Ling Lai raised his head and stared at a certain spot on the offering table. His eyes turned red as he looked at the dozens of memorial tablets there. Big brother, second brother, third brother, fifth brother, little sister, his voice became choked. 18 years ago, in order to protect the Ling family and third brother from being humiliated by outsiders, all of you fought with your lives on the line. In the end, all of you died in battle, and only my bloodline is left. I, Ling Lai, have let all of you down. 18 years ago, the Ling family was flourishing. Of course, Ling Lai had uncles and brothers. Just like Ling Yun now, he had a large group of cousins. If not, Ling Lai was already crying. Today, when our inheritance returns to the Ling family, all of you will be able to enjoy its gift. If that's the case, how great would it be? Ling Lai suddenly turned his head. Third brother, Yun Er, come here and kowtow to our ancestors. Kowtow to these elders who died for the Ling family and for all of you. Ling Xiao and Ling Yun, who were kneeling behind Ling Lai, immediately knelt down and kowtowed respectfully. First uncle, second uncle, third uncle, fifth uncle, auntie. Xiao Er has made a huge mistake. I've let all of you down. At this moment, Ling Zhao's emotions were shaken. His eyes were also red and flowing with heroic tears. Ling Yun was also very shocked. It could be said that the people that Ling Lai mentioned were all from his grandfather's generation or his father's generation. He didn't know a single one of them. He hadn't even heard of their names. However, just because he didn't know them didn't mean that Ling Xiao didn't know them. Not only did Ling Xiao know them, but he also remembered them deeply in his heart for the past 18 years. This was because these people were all his uncles and brothers. They were all his blood relatives. These people had died in battle to protect him. This was his blood relative, and even more so, his benefactor. Ling Xiao remembered all of these people in his heart and would never forget them. However, for the past 18 years, he was the one who burned 3 jaw sticks every morning and evening. He was the one who changed the fruits and desserts on the sacrificial table. He was also the one who silently cleaned the inside and outside of the ancestral hall. He was also the one who kept this place spotless. It was because Ling Xiao had been doing these things year after year, day after day, that he wasn't so emotional or sad just now. However, after the divine ghost willow's nourishment, Ling Xiao could no longer suppress the pain in his heart. Ling Lai was right. If it wasn't for the tragedy 18 years ago, these people on the memorial tablets wouldn't have died. They would still be alive and well. Perhaps they would be able to wait for the day when the divine ghost willow would nourish them. Ling Xiao knelt down to pay his respects to the heroes of the Ling family and his uncles and brothers. His eyes were filled with tears of heroism. At this moment, Ling Yan truly felt how unforgettable the tragedy 18 years ago was in the hearts of the Ling family, in the hearts of Ling Lai, and in the hearts of his father, Ling Xiao. Father, don't be sad. It's all in the past. Don't worry, I swear that I'll definitely find the people who killed them all those years ago and place their heads here to pay tribute to my ancestors and avenge them. The blood of our Ling family will not be shed in vain. Ling Yan also kowtowed respectfully. He was afraid that Ling Zhao's state of mind would be unstable due to the pain. Third brother, get up. Ling Lai had already stood up. With a wave of his hand, he lifted Ling Xiao up from the ground. Grandpa Ling straightened his back and said sternly, Yun Er is right. We have to take revenge for them. The Ling family would definitely avenge any grievances and repay any kindness. Ling Lai had waited for this day for too long. He had been depressed for too long. Now that he heard Ling Yan say that he wanted to take revenge, how could he hold it in? Yes, revenge. 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 The juniors of the Ling family had just broken through a few realms. Their fighting spirit was high, and their blood was boiling. When they heard the word revenge, they couldn't hold it in any longer. They all raised their arms and cheered. Ling Lai turned around and raised his hand to stop the noise. He took a few deep breaths and tried his best to calm himself down. Then, Ling Lai's gaze swept across his sons and the juniors of the Ling family. Only then did he say word by word, children, in our Ling family's bloodline, every single one of us has an unyielding spirit. I've already said this before, so I won't repeat it here. However, there's another point. I'm going to emphasize it again. After tonight, all of you have been reborn and are much stronger than before. Even the youngest, Shui Er, has reached the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 1. Our Ling family is strong, and there's hope for our revival. This is a good thing. However, Grandpa won't allow any of you to bully others when you go out. I won't allow any of you to fight with others and cause trouble for the family. At home, I won't allow any of you to fight openly or secretly. Whoever dares to hurt your own family or your blood brothers for your own selfish reasons. At this point, Ling Lai's tone was already extremely stern. I know that in many big families, brothers will fight each other for power, but that's in other families. Our Ling family won't allow such a black sheep to appear. If anyone doesn't listen to me, I'll be the first to punish him. If I find out about this matter, whoever started it will be punished according to the family rules. Don't blame me for being merciless. Ling Lai's voice was sonorous and powerful. Under the powerful aura that he emitted, the dignity and dominance of the family head were on full display. Then, Ling Lai pointed to the ancestral tablets behind him. Look carefully. These people are all my cousins, and some of them are my nephews, who are also your father's cousins. However, 18 years ago, for me, for third brother, and for our Ling family to not be bullied by outsiders, all of them fought with their lives on the line. In our Ling family, as long as one is of the Ling family's blood, there is no such thing as distance. Back then, they sacrificed their lives and shed their blood in exchange for the Ling family's current status. They didn't even get to enjoy the inheritance of the Ling family. Instead, it was our Ling family that enjoyed it. Therefore, if you dare to fight behind my back and kill your brothers, don't blame me for being ruthless. At this point, Ling Lai glanced at his eldest son, Ling Zhen, and his eldest grandson, Ling Hao. Ling Zhen's heart skipped a beat when he saw his father's gaze. Don't worry, father. If any of these juniors dare to do anything to ruin the family's reputation, I'll definitely punish them according to the family rules. I won't let you worry. At this moment, Ling Hao's legs had turned to jelly. Ling Lai's words had almost caused him to go berserk. From his point of view, even if Ling Lai's words weren't meant for him to hear, they were meant for him to hear. Ling Yu, the second son, replied seriously, I'll follow father's teachings and take good care of these children in the future. Ling Xiao lowered his head and said, Father, the situation you mentioned will definitely not happen to the descendants of the Ling family. Ling Lai looked at Ling Xiao and sighed. His expression relaxed as he said indifferently, Of course I know what you're saying. What I'm saying now is just to set the rules for you, to remind you in advance and to give you a warning. Alright, it's getting late. Everyone, come to my room. We'll have a family banquet. I have something to say then. To be continued. Dear readers, please take note, Martial God Dragon Emperor's monthly tickets are still being distributed. Those who haven't received them yet, please come to Qidian as soon as possible. The Ling family left the ancestral hall after the ceremony. Yuner, keep this small tree as well. From now on, you will be in charge of the Ling family's inheritance. Ling Lai waited for everyone to leave before he picked up the other divine ghost willow and passed it to Ling Yun. Okay. Ling Yun replied and put the ghost divine willow into his spatial ring. Ling Lai turned back to look at the ancestral tablets before patting Ling Yun's shoulder. Let's go. Grandpa is holding a family banquet tonight to welcome you back. In the past, every time the Ling family worshipped their ancestors, they would hold a family banquet according to tradition. This was because on this day, all the Ling family members would gather together. Apart from Ling Lai and Ling Xiao, the rest of the Ling family had their own residences in Beijing. They usually stayed there and rarely stayed at home. But this time, it was undoubtedly the most complete gathering of the Ling family because Ling Yun was back. There were 3 other meanings to this family banquet. Ling Yun's return to the Ling family was to welcome him back. Ling Zhao's successful rescue meant that the Ling family would no longer be hindered. This was a joyous occasion and a celebration. Furthermore, Ling Yun's return meant that the Ling family's strength had increased tremendously. The day of their rise was right in front of them. Ling Yun followed Ling Lai out of the ancestral hall and the small courtyard where the ancestral hall was located. Fourth brother. You're finally out. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Ling Yun saw Ling Hao standing at the entrance as soon as he walked out of the courtyard. He walked up to Ling Yun immediately with a warm smile on his face. He was extremely enthusiastic. Ling Yun sneered in his heart. Oh, it's just 2 steps. There's no need to wait. He was indifferent towards Ling Hao. Ling Hao's smile froze on his face. But very quickly, he smiled awkwardly and put his arm around Ling Yun's shoulder. At the same time, he said, Fourth brother, you're really amazing. I've heard about your story from our younger brothers and sisters. As the big brother, I really admire you. Ling Yun dodged Ling Hao's outstretched arm and said, It's nothing. As a member of the Ling family, it's my duty to serve them. Ling Hao started to panic when he saw that Ling Yun was not interested in him. He started to feel that something was wrong. Could it be that Ling Yun really knew what he had done, but he didn't have a falling out with me? What was he trying to do? Ling Hao's heart was in a mess. He stood there awkwardly. Fourth brother, I heard from my siblings that you gave them a lot of gifts this time around. They were all ecstatic. I wonder if you have any extra weapons with you. Can you give me one so that I, as your big brother, can show off to the others when I return to the Condor team? Hearing this, Ling Yun finally smiled brightly. Don't worry, I'll definitely give you a big present later. I promise you'll be satisfied. How could Ling Yun not see through Ling Hao's hypocrisy? He was pretending to be warm and friendly with Ling Yun. Ling Hao had a guilty conscience. He was using this method to test Ling Yun. Of course, Ling Yun had a big present for Ling Hao. He would have taken it out if they weren't in such a solemn place like the ancestral hall. Haha, what a good brother. Then, as your big brother, I'll have to thank you first. Ling Hao wasn't a fool. He wasn't happy to hear that Ling Yun had a big present for him. Instead, he felt a chill down his spine. That wasn't the way to give a present. Ling Hao's eyes darted around as he tried to come up with a solution. "Grandpa, I just broke through to Xianxia realm level 4. He said to Ling Lai. "Oh? However, so you still see me as your grandpa?" Ling Lai didn't leave. He stood at the side and observed the first conversation between the two most special juniors in the Ling family. At first, Ling Lai was very happy to see Ling Hao waiting for Ling Yun at the door. However, Ling Lai soon realized that Ling Yun was indifferent to Ling Hao's enthusiasm. This inevitably made Ling Lai a little disappointed. Frankly speaking, the words that old master Ling Lai said in the Ling family's ancestral hall were mainly for these two to hear. He was afraid that there would be problems between the two of them, so he said those words on the spur of the moment. Of course, Ling Lai had just appointed Ling Yun as the future head of the Ling family. Ling Lai's words weren't meant for him but to warn Ling Hao. However, it didn't seem to have much effect now. Ling Yun's attitude towards Ling Hao was completely different from how he treated his other siblings. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Ling Lai was a little worried. However, Ling Yun was now the treasure of the Ling family. He couldn't say anything to Ling Yun, so he could only beat Ling Hao up. Ling Hao had been tricked by Ling Yun 3 times. He wanted to ease the awkwardness by telling Ling Lai about his breakthrough. At the same time, he wanted to get Ling Lai's approval. However, he didn't expect Ling Lai to not mention it at all. Instead, he vented his anger on him. His heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly said, "Grandpa, look at you. How can you be jealous of my fourth brother? Didn't I just see you? This is the first time I see my fourth brother." Seeing that Ling Hao was so long-winded, Ling Lai waved his hand and said, "All right, if you have anything to say it to Ling Yun at the banquet. You're the eldest brother. Don't you find it embarrassing to ask for something from your own brother? Let's go, don't let the others wait too long." With that, Ling Lai turned around and strode back to his courtyard. He shook his head as he walked, thinking that it still wouldn't work. It was strange. This was the first time Ling Yun met Hao, but he didn't even call him big brother. That shouldn't be the case. Ling Lai was puzzled. He didn't expect Ling Yun's killer brother to be right in front of him. "Look, fourth brother, you become the treasure of the family the moment you come back. You're the apple of Grandpa's eye. You have so many treasures, and I can't even ask for a gift from you." Ling Hao expressed his envy half-truthfully, but he was actually complimenting Ling Yun. At the same time, he was extremely jealous. "Hee hee." Ling Yun smiled faintly. "Don't worry, I'll definitely give you a present." With that, Ling Yun ignored Ling Hao and quickly caught up with Ling Lai. The two of them arrived at Ling Lai's house. The Ling family reunited and gathered together for a family banquet. In all these years, Grandpa Ling Lai had never been as happy as he was today. He accepted all the toasts from the children and drank until his glass was empty. Every mouthful of wine was drunk until not a drop was left. At the banquet, Ling Lai's face could be said to be glowing. He drank to his heart's content until he was tipsy. Grandpa Ling couldn't help but reminisce about the difficult times of the past and look forward to the bright future of the Ling family. He even officially announced the rise of the Ling family. This banquet lasted for more than 2 hours and only ended at 10 o'clock at night. Other than drinking and toasting, Ling Yan also found an excuse to go out and send a message when no one was paying attention. Ling Yan couldn't miss the opportunity to make a move on Ling Hao. At the end of the family banquet, Ling Lai stood up. He was a little shaky, but he rejected the people around him to help him up. His face was glowing as he said, "Ever since that night 18 years ago, I have never been so happy. My precious grandson has finally returned to our Ling family. The bitter days of our Ling family have come to an end." Ling Lai rambled on for a while before announcing the end of the banquet with a smile on his face. Ling Lai had just announced the end of the family banquet and everyone was about to leave when Ling Yun suddenly stood up. "Grandpa, I still have something to say." He had a smile on his face and was calm. However, as he spoke, his eyes were fixed on Ling Hao, who was about to get up and slip away. Ling Hao's body stiffened under Ling Yun's gaze. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. Ling Zhen, who had just stood up, was also shocked. Ling Lai waved his hand. Oh, Yun, so you still have something to say. Alright then, since everyone is here, say whatever you want to say. Grandpa will help you. Alright, since Grandpa has said so, I'll have to ask Grandpa to help me with this matter. Ling Yan stared at Ling Hao without blinking. Suddenly, he said something that shocked the entire Ling family. Ling Hao, when I was in Xianxia City, you set people to kill me time and time again after you found me. How are we going to settle this score? As he spoke, Ling Yan's powerful aura exuded from his body. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he locked onto Ling Hao. What? What? Ah. This, hearing Ling Yan's words, everyone in the Ling family stood up with their mouths agape and eyes wide open. All the alcohol they had just drunk sobered up in an instant. Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat, however, he only came to a sudden realization and immediately raised his head without hesitation. He looked at his son and said in a deep voice, Yun'er, don't talk nonsense. Lecturing his wife behind his back and teaching his son in front of his face, Ling Xiao saw that Ling Yan's words were about to pierce through the heavens. He could no longer care about the fact that he had just reunited with his son and immediately reprimanded Ling Yun. Father, I'm not spouting nonsense. From the end of March until the night of the Qingming festival, Ling Hao sent people to Xianxia City to assassinate me 5 times. Ling Yun said word by word. If you don't believe me, you can ask him now. Ling Hao, do you dare to admit this matter in front of the whole family? Speak. To be continued. Dear readers, please take note, Martial God Dragon Emperor's monthly ticket red packets are being distributed. Please come to Qidian website to collect your red packets. Support the Qidian 515 fan event, speak. Ling Yan's words were like a clap of thunder exploding in Ling Hao's ears, causing him to tremble in fear. Ling Yan had secretly used the mystical dragon hell on Ling Hao. How could Ling Hao not be afraid when he had a guilty conscience? F***ck, he said it. He really exposed this matter in front of the whole family. Ling Hao was shocked. Ever since he met Ling Yun had not brought up this matter. He thought that he would be able to escape today and then find a way to leave the Ling family and live a carefree life. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that Ling Yun would reveal this matter after the family banquet. How did Ling Yun wait until now to make things difficult for me? Ling Hao had 100 questions in his mind. He did not know that Ling Yun had already treated him like a dead man the moment he met him. Humph, luckily I was prepared. Otherwise, I would have been caught unprepared by you. Ling Hao made up his mind and decided not to admit it no matter what. He would deny it till the end. He raised his hand and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He forced a smile and swallowed a mouthful of saliva before saying, Fourth brother, this is a joyous day. You must be joking. Ha 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 ha, Ling Yan could not help but laugh. Suddenly, he stopped laughing and looked at Ling Hao. Joking? Who's joking with you? Ling Hao forced himself to calm down. Ling Yun, this is the first time we've met, and we have no enmity with each other. Tell me, why would I send someone all the way to Xianxia City to kill you? Ling Hao sneered. You're alive and well right now. How can you say that I want to kill you in front of the whole family? You should at least show some evidence. Since Ling Hao had decided not to admit it, he was prepared to deny it to the end. He did not believe that Ling Yun would be able to obtain evidence of his assassination. Ling Hao had already thought of a way to deal with Ling Yan's capture of Qin Senator. Therefore, in order to preserve his life, Ling Hao calmed down. Everyone from the Ling family was still in a state of shock. Like puppets, they all turned to look at Ling Yun after hearing Ling Hao's words. Indeed, what Ling Hao said made sense. Today was the first time they had met, and there was no enmity between them. Why would Ling Hao travel so far to find someone to kill Ling Yun? Moreover, wasn't Ling Yun alive and well? Ling Yun already knew that Ling Hao would say this. He laughed coldly and said, I think you won't give up until you see the coffin. You want evidence, right? Good. I'll give it to you. Guards. Bring Chen Sen and He San here. Ling Yun used telepathy to transmit his orders to Paul, who was already on standby in the Ling family's dungeon. At the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage 2, Ling Yan's telepathy could transmit his voice thousands of meters away. Moreover, he could accurately transmit it to the other party's ears. However, even though Ling Yun used telepathy to communicate with Paul, his voice could still be heard clearly by everyone in the dungeon. Ling Hao's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, looks like this is Ling Yun's big gift to me. Ling Hao's face was expressionless, but his heart was filled with hatred. Chen Sen, that grandson, had really sold him out. However, Grandpa will ask you now. Is what Ling Yun said true? After hearing Ling Yun's earth-shattering words, Ling Lai's tall figure swayed 3 times on the spot. He couldn't even stand straight and fell directly onto the chair. He really couldn't accept such a heavy blow. Ling Hao sent someone to assassinate Ling Yun. Grandpa Ling couldn't even dream of this. He simply couldn't believe that his grandson, whom he had watched grow up, could do such an inhumane thing. However, Ling Lai also knew that Ling Yun would never do anything he wasn't confident in. Now that he was in front of the whole family, it was even more impossible for him to speak carelessly. Therefore, it seemed like this matter was basically true. No wonder Ling Yun was expressionless every time he mentioned Ling Hao. No wonder Ling Yun acted so indifferently when Ling Hao tried to get close to Ling Yun today. Thinking of this, Ling Lai's heart first soared as a raging fire burned in his heart. Then, he felt a wave of powerlessness and couldn't regain his senses for a long time. Ling Lai's words at the Ling family's ancestral hall were still echoing in his ears. He didn't expect that the fratricide had already happened right under his nose. Even though Grandpa Ling had experienced countless setbacks in his life, he had never felt as helpless and troubled as this time. He had been silent all this while, not because he was thinking about whether what Ling Yun said was true or not, but because he was thinking about how to deal with it. Ling Hao killed Ling Yun and killed his own grandson. Now that Ling Yun was obviously going to kill Ling Hao, how could Ling Hao not be his own grandson? Ling Lai's heart ached, but he still had to deal with this matter. Therefore, while Ling Yun called for Chen Sen and He San, he once again asked Ling Hao to confirm the truth of this matter. Grandpa, Ling Yun is slandering me. Of course, Ling Hao wouldn't admit it. Grandpa, when you asked me to look for his whereabouts, I followed your instructions and started looking for him all over the country. I found so many people in the family, but none of them were him. Finally, I found out where he was and rushed over to tell you about it. Oh, yes, third uncle and Shui Lao were there too. Everyone knows about it. Ling Hao said confidently. Don't you think that I have no reason to kill him? Even if I really wanted to kill him, I would have to have the time to do so? Ling Hao tried to defend himself, but Ling Lai and Ling Xiao fell into reminiscence when they heard this. They thought about it for a while and counted the days. They realized that this was indeed the case. Yun your brother Ling Hao is right. He did find your whereabouts after the Qingming festival. After the Qingming festival, your grandfather had already sent Shui Lao to Qingshui. You said that Ling Hao had been sending people to assassinate you from the end of March to the Qingming festival, but the timing doesn't match. At this point, with Ling Zhao's intelligence, he had already vaguely guessed that his son wasn't lying. However, since Ling Yun wasn't dead, Ling Xiao wanted to minimize the matter. Even though he was furious, Ling Zhao's identity and personality made it impossible for him to do something as bold as Ling Yun. Hee hee. Ling Yun sneered. Of course the timing doesn't match. Ling Hao, you're really good at quibbling. However, it's a pity that you met me. You found me before March 27th. You sent people to assassinate me consecutively and reported to Grandpa only after they failed. It would be a wonder if the timing matches. Of course, Ling Yan had deduced this point backwards. However, it was completely consistent with the truth. Everyone in Ling Lai's house was silent as they looked at each other. Ling Hao's words sounded reasonable, but Ling Yan's words sounded even more reasonable. Who should he listen to? Ling Yan smiled. Grandpa, let me ask you something. When did you ask Ling Hao to find me? What was the date when he confirmed my whereabouts? Ling Lai's memory of Ling Yun was still fresh in his mind, especially before the Qingming festival. The Ling family was preparing to worship their ancestors, so Ling Lai remembered that date clearly. He counted with his fingers, and his heart was filled with sorrow. It's March 22nd. Ling Yan smiled and spread his hands. See, isn't it a match? My mother didn't change her name when she found me in Qingshui City's Lingjue Temple. She knew that I had an extraordinary background and was afraid that my family wouldn't be able to find me. That's why she registered for me. Ling Hao used so many connections in the Ling family, including the education system and the public security department, but he only found me after 2 weeks. Would you believe it if it were you? Ling Lai and Ling Xiao were shocked when Ling Yan finished. The Ling family looked at each other again, their hearts filled with doubt. Under such circumstances, the Ling family could find someone in 3 days at most. In fact, it only took Ling Hao 2 days to find Ling Yan's whereabouts. Furthermore, it was without a doubt. Ling Lai looked at Ling Hao again, his gaze gradually turning cold. However, I'll give you one more chance. Is what Ling Yan said true or not? Tell me the truth. Ling Hao sent someone to kill his own brother. According to the family law, that was a capital offense. Ling Hao betrayed Ling Lai and his family's trust. That was a crime on top of his own. Now, Ling Lai was asking him again and again. If he still didn't admit it, then it would mean that he wouldn't admit to it even if he died. Ling Hao. Tell me the truth. Did you send someone to assassinate Ling Yan? Ling Zhen finally spoke. His face was expressionless as he shouted angrily, as if he could not restrain his anger. However, Ling Zhen's eyes were fixed on Ling Hao, fearing that Ling Hao would say something he was not supposed to. Thump. Faced with Ling Lai and Ling Zhen's barrage of questions, Ling Hao could no longer stand. He fell to his knees. Grandpa, father, I swear to the heavens that I really didn't do anything wrong to Ling Yan. Could it be that someone failed to kill him and maliciously framed me? Ling Hao screamed to the heavens and started to shift the blame to someone else. He was prepared to deny it till the end. That was what Ling Zhen had taught him. Boss, I brought them. Pierce appeared at Ling Lai's door. He was carrying a person in each hand, but he didn't dare enter. Ling Yan glanced at the door and said, "Throw these 2 in. You can go back." Bang. Bam. Pierce threw Chen Sen and He Sen into the house. They rolled on the ground a few times before stopping. Ling Yan didn't even look at them. He smiled at Ling Hao and said, "Ling Hao, look who these 2 are." Ling Hao looked at Chen Sen and was furious. "Chen Sen, you son of a bitch. So it was you who set me up. I'll kill you." To be continued. Dear readers, please note, red packets for monthly votes are being distributed. Please come to Qidian website to collect your red packets as soon as possible. Support the Qidian 515 fan event, a 5,000-word chapter, begging for subscriptions, begging for monthly votes, begging for recommendations. Bujing stayed up through the night again. Please support me. When Ling Hao saw Chen Sen tumbling in, he pushed his movement technique to the limit and was about to kill Chen Sen. He wanted to silence Chen Sen so that there would be no evidence left. Unfortunately, Ling Yan was faster than him. Ling Yan had long been prepared for this move. He immediately used his absorption technique and reached out to grab Chen Sen in the air. "Ling Hao, you want to kill me?" "No way." Ling Yan sneered as he looked at Ling Hao, who had missed his target. Ling Hao did not mind that his plan had failed. He puffed out his chest and said, "Humph, the whole capital knows that the Chen family and the Ling family are enemies. Chen Sen tried to frame me for killing you and destroyed our family ties. Don't you think I deserve to kill him?" TSK TSK TSK, Ling Yan couldn't help but applaud Ling Hao. "You're good with words. However, since I'm going to confront you today, I'll make sure you're convinced." Ling Yan chuckled. Ling Yan looked down at Chen Sen and laughed coldly. "Chen Sen, did you see that? If I didn't save you just now, you would have been killed by your good friend." As he spoke, Ling Yan secretly activated his true qi and unsealed Chen Sen's acupoints so that he could move around freely. When Ling Yan released his grip, Chen Sen stood on the ground, his legs trembling in fear. His face was as white as a sheet. He knew that he had just narrowly escaped death. After calming himself down, Chen Sen suddenly pointed his finger at Ling Hao and scolded, "Ling Hao, you're so cruel. You asked me to kill Ling Yan back then. Now, not only do you want to silence me, but you also want to push all the blame onto me. Today, I will tell you everything about how you asked me to assassinate Ling Yan." After saying that, Chen Sen's expression became anxious as he looked around at the Ling family members. In the past, Chen Sen and Ling Hao got along well. He often came to the Ling family to play with Ling Hao. Therefore, he knew most of the people in the Ling family. Ling Lai glared at Chen Sen before turning to look at Ling Hao. Ling Hao, before Chen Sen explains everything, if you dare to touch these two people again, I'll kill you myself. Ling Lai's expression was cold as he stared at Chen Senator after witnessing the scene just now. Ling Lai was almost certain that Ling Hao had assassinated Ling Yun. He even changed the way he addressed Ling Hao. He no longer called him Haoer. Instead, he called him by his full name. Ling Hao was still stubborn. Humph, Grandpa, just let him speak. Chen Sen is from the Chen family. He can't wait for something to happen to our family. I want to see how he plans to harm me. Chen Sen raised his head and looked at Ling Yun carefully. Ling Yun smiled lightly. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one can touch you. That was why Chen Sen began to recount everything that had happened from the first time Ling Hao had found him to the moment he saw Ling Yun get hit by the stair. He told Ling Hao everything that had happened, word by word. Finally, Chen Sen gritted his teeth and said, Ling Hao, in order to become the future head of the Ling family, you wanted to kill Ling Yun. You also knew that I had just lost money in gambling, so you came to me in a hurry. Give me 20 million yuan and let me settle this matter for you. Under Chen Sen's hatred for Ling Hao, he even revealed why Ling Hao wanted to kill Ling Yun. At this point, Chen Sen had already revealed the truth. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Chen Sen wasn't lying. At this moment, everyone in the Ling family was staring at Ling Hao. There was shock, anger, disappointment, and sadness in their eyes. Why are you all looking at me like that? Don't believe Chen Sen's words. Why do you all believe everything he says? Don't forget, he's from the Chen family. Also, there's no proof. Chen Sen is slandering me. Ling Hao was still trying to defend himself. He had made up his mind that as long as he didn't admit it, Ling Yun wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Ling Hao, you've really disappointed Grandpa. Ling Lai's face was full of sorrow. He had already understood what was going on after listening to Ling Hao's story. His heart was now filled with uncontrollable anger. Everyone in the Ling family, regardless of age or gender, knows that you want to inherit the position of the future head of the Ling family. Furthermore, all these years, grandfather has indeed been nurturing you as the future head of the Ling family and doted on you in every possible way. Who would have thought that after doting on you for so long, you would become such a devoid of humanity? Ling Lai scolded Ling Hao before turning to Chen Senior. Chen Sen, let me ask you, when was the day Ling Hao asked you to kill Ling Yun? Ling Lai asked Chen Senior. Grandpa Ling. Chen Sen replied without hesitation. Don't call me Grandpa. I'm not your grandpa, get to the point. Chen Sen nodded hurriedly. The day Ling Hao found me was on the night of the 23rd of March. I owed someone 20 million from gambling and had to return it on the 24th. That's why I remember the date very clearly. Ling Lai asked again, have you returned the money you owe me? Who did you return it to? Ling Lai asked. After Ling Hao gave me the money, I returned it to Yi Tianshui that very night. Everyone knows that he runs an underground casino. Chen Sen answered honestly. Hearing this, Ling Hao's expression changed instantly. He could deny what Chen Sen had said before, but now that Chen Sen had said all this, there was nothing he could do. Yi Tianshui was in Jing City, and if the Ling family wanted to find him, they would be able to find him. All right. Ling Lai didn't mention sending someone to confront Yi Tianshui. Instead, he looked at Ling Hao coldly. Ling Hao, I'll ask you again. Do you admit it or not? Ling Hao made up his mind. Grandpa, I didn't do it. Even if you beat me to death now, I won't admit it. Ling Hao said. As he spoke, Ling Hao pointed at Ling Yun. Ling Yun has the ability to capture Chen Senator. Of course, he has the means to force Chen Sen to frame me. Furthermore, after such a long time, he has the ability to plot against me. Words alone are no proof. Ling Hao could only hope that he had wiped his ass clean. What could Ling Yun do to him without evidence? Humph. Words alone are no proof, Grandpa. Ling Yun killed so many people from the Chen family, but he didn't kill Chen Senator. Was it because he wanted to keep him alive to deal with you? What do you have to deal with Ling Yun? Ling Lai was completely disappointed in Ling Hao. Ling Hao knew that he was at the brink of death just by looking at Ling Lai's gaze and tone. Grandpa, you're biased. I can't accept this. Bang. Ling Lai slammed the table, and all the dishes and chopsticks on the table bounced up. He shouted angrily, "Unfilial son! You! Grandpa! Since Ling Hao wants me to bring out the evidence, I'll bring it out. I'll show him what it means to have irrefutable evidence." Ling Yan replied calmly. Ling Yan started taking things out of his spatial ring. The first piece of evidence was the most important. It was the surveillance footage from Xianxia City's speedy internet cafe a few days before he was killed. The footage showed Black 3 and the person Ling Hao had sent to Xianxia City to keep an eye on Ling Yan. Ling Yan had confirmed with Chang Jun and Su Rui that this person was Ling Hao's personal follower. Moreover, the date on the footage matched exactly with what Chen Sen had said. Ling Hao couldn't deny it even if he wanted to. Then, there was the second piece of evidence. After he returned to Beijing, he once again visited the Chen family and took out the $2 million check from Chen Sen's bedside table. The check also had the date and Ling Hao's signature. Ling Yan took out both pieces of evidence and gave a simple explanation before handing them over to Ling Lai. "Grandpa, this is the surveillance footage from the few days I was at the speedy internet cafe. You just have to find a computer and open it." Ling Hao was shocked when he heard Ling Yan mention the surveillance footage. Surveillance footage? Ling Yan turned his head and looked at the shocked Ling Hao. "Yes, the surveillance footage. Why, are you scared now?" Ling Yan said sarcastically. "Xiao, bring your computer to Grandpa." Ling Lai asked Ling Xiao to bring the computer over. "Grandpa, it's fine. I have it with me." Ling Yan smiled. With that, Ling Yan took out his laptop from his spatial ring, turned it on, inserted the USB drive, and opened the surveillance video. "Grandpa, in addition to Black 3 on the ground, there is another person. This person, I think, everyone in the Ling family should know." Everyone from the Ling family immediately went over and stood behind Ling Lai to watch the surveillance video. Ling Yan took out his communicator and called Xiao Mimi and the others who were waiting outside the Ling family's ancestral home. "This is Black 3, isn't this Zhao Ping?" "Yes, this is Zhao Ping, Ling Hao's personal follower. Hotian Realm Level 3. Let me think. Zhao Ping didn't appear by Ling Hao's side at the end of March. I didn't expect him to go to Xianxia City. Grandpa, this is Zhao Ping. He found me earlier than Black 3. He watched me for 4 days and 4 nights from March 24th to 27th. Ling Yan said faintly. "And this check has Ling Hao's signature. He gave Chen Sen 20 million yuan, but when he found out I wasn't dead, he took back the 20 million yuan he gave Chen Sen for his hard work and hush money. Look at the date, it's March 28th. On the other side, Xiao Mimi had already brought Li Yi, Jiao Fei, and the 3 snipers into the Ling family. Under Cui Lao's lead, they arrived at Ling Lai's courtyard. "All of you, come in," Ling Yan said. "Grandpa, these are yellow-ranked assassins from the Assassins Organization, Li Yi and Jiao Fei. This is a Xian-ranked assassin, Xianxia and Xiao Mimi. These 3 snipers are also from the Assassins Organization. There's also an Earth-ranked assassin and 3 Heaven-ranked assassins, but I've already killed them all. Ling Hao hired Chen Sen to kill me, so he hired 4 waves of assassins to kill me in Xianxia City within 8 days. How could Ling Yan not take revenge for such a grudge? Yun, you don't have to say anything." Ling Lai took the check from Ling Yan and threw it at Ling Hao's face. Then, he no longer looked at Ling Hao, who was pale and trembling, but at his eldest son, Ling Zhen. "Boss, the truth is out now. Ling Hao is your son. What do you think we should do about this?" Ling Zhen's face turned green. Slowly, he turned his head towards Ling Hao and stared at him. "Father, Ling Hao killed his own brother and lied to his elders. According to the family rules, he should be punished with death." Ling Hao looked at Ling Hao and said slowly. "Father." Ling Hao collapsed to the ground. He knelt down and kowtowed to Ling Lai. "Grandpa, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time," he begged. At this time, Ling Yong came to Ling Hao's side and knelt on the ground with him. "Grandpa, father, my big brother was possessed and made a mistake. Please give him a chance to turn over a new leaf," Ling Yong begged in agony. Ling Yong and Ling Hao shared the same mother. Even though Ling Yong was angry at Ling Hao for doing such an inhumane thing, he came to plead on his brother's behalf without hesitation. Ling Lai sighed and shook his head. However, Grandpa gave you 3 chances, but you refused to admit it. It's too late now. Grandpa Ling was mentally and physically exhausted. At this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly took a step forward and stood in front of Ling Hao and Ling Yong. He said to Ling Lai and Ling Yun, "Father, I plead on Ling Hao's behalf. He's young and rash. It's just a mistake. Please give him a chance to change." Then, Ling Xiao looked at his son with a complicated expression and said slowly, "Yuner, right and wrong, everyone has seen it clearly. Let people go when possible. Furthermore, Ling Hao didn't succeed in killing you, why don't?" Ling Yun shook his head. "Father, please forgive me for being unfilial. I can't promise you this. You saw what happened just now. If Ling Hao was willing to admit his guilt, I could have spared his life. However, he refused to repent and tried to deny it." Ling Yin shook his head. When Ling Hao, who was kneeling on the ground, heard this, he knew that it was impossible for him to escape. Suddenly, a look of madness flashed across his eyes. Ling Hao reached out and grabbed Ling Yong, who was kneeling beside him, by his shoulders. At the same time, he reached out with his left hand, and a cold dagger was pressed against Ling Yong's neck. Everyone was caught off guard, and when they saw this scene, they were instantly stunned. "Ling Hao, you! Ling Hao! Boss, stop! He's your biological brother. Ling Hao, you're crazy!" Everyone in the room did not expect Ling Hao to do such a crazy thing. They were all dumbfounded. "Unfilial son! Unfilial son! You're insane!" Ling Lai's body trembled in anger. He pointed at Ling Hao and said, "Your brother pleaded for you, and you put a dagger against his neck? Also, where did you get that dagger from? You actually carried a dagger into the ancestral hall to pay your respects to your ancestors?" Ling Lai couldn't be blamed for his anger. According to the Ling family's rules, no one was allowed to bring a dagger into the ancestral hall. That was a capital offense. "Big brother, you!" Ling Yong said angrily. The blade was pressed against Ling Yong's neck. His Adam's apple moved, and a stream of blood flowed out from his neck. Ling Yun was the only one who looked at Ling Hao's crazy actions with his mouth slightly agape. "I had no choice but to do this because of you. If I didn't do this, I would have died." Ling Hao's eyes were bloodshot like a wolf that had been driven mad. At this moment, he no longer recognized his own family. "Don't move. Either you let me go, or I'll kill Ling Yong and accept the Ling family's punishment. Make your choice." Ling Zhen heaved a sigh of relief. Ling Hao was seeking life in the face of death. He had to survive this ordeal first. On the other hand, Ling Lai sighed in his heart. He knew that this eldest son of his had really sought death. Ling Yin opened his mouth. The green shadow sword flashed across Ling Hao's neck as though it had teleported. Ling Hao's expression froze. The wound on his neck expanded rapidly, and blood spurted out like an arrow. Then, Ling Hao's head fell to the ground. To be continued. Please take your monthly ticket red packet. Ling Lai closed his eyes. Ling Lai's realm was the highest among the Ling family members. He had already broken through to the divine realm in the ancestral hall. Even before Ling Lai broke through to the divine realm, he would have been able to stop Ling Hao from hurting Ling Yong with his Xianxia realm level 8 cultivation. All Ling Lai had to do was raise his hand and release a gust of wind, using his Xiantian qi to seal the blood vessels in Ling Hao's arm. Ling Hao would be immobilized on the spot. How could he use Ling Yong to threaten the Ling family? However, Ling Lai didn't do that. Ling Zhen could guess that Ling Hao wanted to survive. Grandpa Ling Lai was almost 80 years old. How could he not have thought of this? As a grandfather, he knew that Ling Hao had committed a heinous crime, but subconsciously, he still hoped that Ling Hao could escape with Ling Yong's help and leave the Ling family. If Ling Lai made a move and Ling Hao couldn't move, he wouldn't be able to escape. In that case, based on the crimes he had committed, according to the Ling family's rules, it would be more than enough to kill him 5 times over. No one could save him. If Ling Lai didn't make a move, and if Ling Yin could consider the feelings of the Ling family and take a step back to give Ling Hao the chance to leave, Ling Hao's life would be spared tonight. At the very least, Ling Hao wouldn't die in front of Ling Lai. That was Ling Lai's true thought before Ling Yin made his move. Ling Lai couldn't be blamed for having such thoughts. After all, both of them were his grandsons. Both of them were his flesh and blood. Although it was said that there were rules in the family, they were just like the law. They were mainly used for prevention and warning. If a child really made a big mistake, beating and teaching them a lesson was unavoidable. However, if one really wanted to kill one's own child, that kind of determination was really not easy to make. Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. Moreover, everyone in the Ling family wasn't stupid. Ling Lai and Ling Zhen weren't the only ones who had such thoughts. Even Ling Xiao and Ling Yu had the same thought. Ling Hao might be heartless, but the Ling family couldn't be. Since Ling Hao had gone all out just to save his own life, Ling Hao would be spared and allowed to escape from the Ling family. Even if Ling Yun really wanted to kill him, at least he wouldn't die in front of everyone in the Ling family. Moreover, Ling Yun was still alive and well, wasn't he? However, everyone present had underestimated Ling Yun's character and his determination to kill Ling Hao. What was Ling Yun's personality? Vengeance must be taken, and kindness must be repaid. Since you've killed me 5 times, I'll kill you once. If you can escape, then you have the ability. If you can't, then sorry, I can only say that you deserve it. Therefore, if Ling Hao hadn't taken Ling Yun hostage, Ling Yun wouldn't have been able to take action. However, if he had taken Ling Yun hostage, it would have given Ling Yun the perfect reason to kill him. Care about other people's feelings? If Ling Yun really wanted to kill someone, why would he care about what others thought? Ling Hao was so deranged and unrepentant. It didn't matter if he stayed in the Ling family or if he escaped, there would be no end of trouble for Ling Yun. As the saying goes, it's hard to guard against a thief in one's own house. Ling Yun did not have the time or energy to be on the lookout for sinister people like Ling Hao. Therefore, Ling Yun acted decisively and killed Ling Hao to get rid of any future troubles for the Ling family. However, Ling Zhen felt a sharp pain in his heart as he looked at Ling Hao's dismembered body. He flew up and landed in front of Ling Hao. Squatting down, he hugged Ling Hao's head with his trembling hands. Big brother! Big brother! Ling Yong's personality was bold and forthright. Coupled with the fact that he was being held hostage, he didn't have time to think about such things. Seeing Ling Hao die beside him, he couldn't care less about the fact that Ling Hao had used him as a hostage. He immediately knelt on the ground and wailed at Ling Hao's corpse. Big brother, it's not that I don't want to save you. It's just that you've made a huge mistake this time. Ling Yong was an upright person. Even though Ling Hao was killed by Ling Yun, he knew that according to the family rules, Ling Hao deserved at least 3 deaths. Therefore, he didn't blame Ling Yun. He was just sad. Ling Yun, kneel down. Kowtow to your uncle and admit your guilt. Ling Xiao wanted to save Ling Hao's life. That was why he stood in front of Ling Hao. However, before he could react, Ling Hao had already been beheaded by Ling Yun. Ling Xiao was shocked to see Ling Hao killed by Ling Yun. His first reaction was to tell Ling Yun to kneel down and admit his guilt to Ling Zhen. Ling Xiao and Ling Zhen were biological brothers. They grew up together. Ling Xiao knew Ling Zhen's character very well. His own son killed Ling Zhen's son in front of him. Even if Ling Zhen didn't say anything on the spot, he definitely wouldn't be able to tolerate Ling Yun. This would definitely be a dead knot that couldn't be untied. Ling Zhen had been the head of the Ling family for 18 years. He had worked hard to build up his own power. If he wanted to avenge Ling Hao, wouldn't the Ling family fall apart and fall into chaos? Therefore, Ling Xiao was helping his son by scolding him. This was what a father should do. Father, I won't kneel because I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I kneel? Ling Yan replied in a low voice. A few months ago, when I was just starting out in Xianxia, it was because of Ling Hao that every step I took was filled with difficulties. How many times have I been on the brink of death? In just 8 days, Ling Hao sent people to assassinate me 5 times. In the end, he even hired 3 heaven-ranked assassins from the Assassins organization. Do you know how much Ling Hao offered to kill me? $200 million US, $200 million US to kill his cousin. That's what Ling Hao does. You only saw me kill him today. Do you know how I dealt with it alone when he sent people to kill me? How many times did I almost die? How do I feel when I'm being hunted for no reason? Do you know that I was only at Ho Tian realm level 3 then? Do you know how I survived facing 3 heaven-ranked assassins from the Assassins organization? If it weren't for your son's life-saving skills, he would have been killed by Ling Hao a long time ago. How would he be able to return to his roots then? Ling Yan's voice was sonorous and powerful because what he said was the truth. When Ling Hao offered $50 million to hire Earth-ranked assassin Di Ba to kill Ling Yun was only at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage level 3. He relied on the spiritual energy of the Shikyu herb and the sharpness of the Emperor brush to defeat Di Ba. On the night of the Qingming festival, Ling Yun went to Zhuang Tianda's house to rescue Zhuang Meifeng. With the help of Du Guimo and Miao Xiao Miao, he almost succeeded. However, 3 heaven-ranked assassins came and beat Ling Yun until he almost died on the spot. If it weren't for the Emperor brush and the immortal spiritual energy, Ling Yun would have been dead. Ling Hao killed me 5 times, but you didn't see it. I killed him once, and you saw it. Just because you saw it, you don't feel good. You want me to kowtow and admit my guilt? Father, how can there be such logic in this world? Ling Yan's logic, if applied to an ordinary person, would be like a person borrowing money from others. If he tried to borrow money 5 times and the other person lent him the money, he would be extremely grateful. On the other hand, if the other person didn't lend him the money even once or urged him to return the money, he would be filled with resentment and blame the other person for not being loyal enough. It was difficult to borrow money from others when one lacked money, but who would hear the bitterness of the person who borrowed money from others? Of course, this was just an analogy, but the meaning was basically the same. Ling Yan's meaning was simple. If you were there when Ling Hao sent people to kill me 5 times, then you would think that it was natural for me to kill him today. His life is a life, but mine is a life. You can't see it, but do you think I don't know? Now that I've found the real killer and have the ability to kill him, do I have to spare his life? Ling Yan's logic made Ling Xiao furious. He knew that his son was speaking the truth. How could he not understand his son's grievances and anger? However, in order for the Ling family to not fall into chaos, Ling Xiao could only let his son suffer. He snorted coldly, even if what you said is right, you still killed your cousin in front of your uncle. You will not be able to escape punishment. Ling Zhen hadn't said anything since Ling Yun killed Ling Hao, but Ling Yun and his son started arguing. As for the other members of the Ling family, they were completely silent in the face of this sudden situation. They could not interrupt, nor did they dare to. Bang! Suddenly, Ling Lai slammed his hand on the table. Shut up, third brother. Yun you're right. I asked Ling how to find Ling Yun's whereabouts, but he didn't report it. He even picked some irrelevant people to delay time. This is a crime. Ling Hao hired people to assassinate his own brother for his own selfish reasons. This is inhumane. This is a crime. Ling Yun found the real culprit and confronted Ling Hao face to face. However, Ling Hao denied everything and refused to repent. These are the 3 sins. He dared to enter the Ling family's ancestral hall with a knife and humiliated the ancestors. This is a crime. Ling Yong is his biological brother. Seeing that he can't escape punishment, he knelt down and begged for mercy for him. Ling Hao actually held his own brother hostage with a knife in an attempt to escape punishment. He's insane. These are the 5 crimes. Ling Lai listed out Ling Hao's 5 major crimes in one breath. His face turned green as he said, these 5 major crimes are punishable by death under the Ling family's rules. Even if Ling Yun doesn't kill him now, I will personally execute the family rules and kill this unfilial son on the spot. Ling Hao deserved to die. Ling Yun killing Ling Hao for revenge was a matter of course. He killing Ling Hao was punishing him on my behalf. He even saved me from the negative karma of personally killing my grandson. What did he do wrong? Ling Lai took on all the responsibilities in an instant. Ling Hao was dead, and the dead couldn't come back to life. However, as the head of the family, Ling Lai had to consider the living. He had to ensure that the Ling family didn't fall into chaos. Ling Lai understood Ling Yun's character. If he continued arguing with his father, Ling Yun would definitely leave in a fit of pique. If Ling Zhen couldn't tolerate Ling Yun killing his son, he would deal with Ling Yun in the dark. Wouldn't the Ling family be in trouble? At this time, Ling Zhen had already sorted out Ling Hao's corpse. He stood up slowly with his back facing the crowd. To be continued. Attention, students, the Dragon Emperor Martial God monthly ticket red packets are being distributed. Please come to Qidian as soon as possible to support the Qidian 515 fan event. Ling Zhen took a few deep breaths to calm himself down before turning around slowly. His gaze fell on Ling Xiao first. Third brother, you don't have to make things difficult for Ling Yun. Father is right. Ling Yun was not wrong at all. Ling Hao has committed 5 crimes. Even death cannot wipe out his crimes. He deserves it. Big bro knows that you're doing this because you care about my feelings and want me to feel better. Here, big bro thanks you in advance. At this point, Ling Zhen actually cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao hurriedly returned the gesture. Big brother. You. Ling Zhen waved his hand at Ling Xiao before straightening his body. Sweeping his gaze across the crowd, he slowly said, I am the head of the Ling family. Ling Hao has committed a heinous crime. Even if all of you are willing to spare him, as the head of the family, I will still punish him in the name of righteousness. I will arrest him and punish him according to the family rules. Therefore, Ling Hao must atone for his sins with his death. Father, me, or Ling Yun, it will all be the same. I am sad because my son is dead. You don't have to worry about that. Ling Zhen finally turned to look at Ling Yun as he spoke. What he said was normal. If Ling Zhen was not sad about the death of his son, then it would be abnormal. Ling Yun looked straight into Ling Zhen's eyes, neither servile nor overbearing, his expression calm. Yun heir, my eldest son has let you down. Now that he is dead, I have no choice but to apologize on behalf of my unfilial son. Ling Yun had no choice but to respond. He cupped his fists and bowed. Uncle, you don't have to do this. Ling Yan's revenge had been avenged. As for the rest, it was time to do what needed to be done. Ling Zhen nodded at Ling Yun and finally looked at his father, Ling Lai. Thump. Ling Zhen knelt down in front of Ling Lai and lowered his head. Father, as the saying goes, it's the father's fault if he doesn't teach his son well. I'm sorry to the ancestors of the Ling family for not teaching my son well and making you sad. Father, please punish me severely. With that, Ling Zhen put his hands on the ground and kowtowed to Ling Lai respectfully. He then fell silent. Ling Lai's body shook violently. Ling Lai clenched his fists tightly as he looked at Ling Zhen kneeling on the ground. He forced himself to calm down and said, Zhen Ling Hao is not young anymore. He has lost his way. Ling Hao will take responsibility for his mistakes. Now that he had been executed, this matter would be settled. Our Ling family does not have such a crime, why should I punish you? Get up quickly. The events that the Ling family had experienced tonight could be said to be full of ups and downs. Ling Lai only wanted to settle this matter as soon as possible. He wanted to suppress this matter and think about other things later. Ling Zhen remained kneeling. Father, you don't have to cover for me. Father, you trusted me and appointed me as the head of the Ling family. I have been in charge of the Ling family for 18 years, but I didn't expect you to not be strict with your son and let him do such an inhumane thing right under my nose. At the very least, I am guilty of negligence. I have let down father's trust, let down the entire Ling family, and let down the ancestors of the Ling family. I know my sins are grave, and I no longer have the face to be the head of the Ling family. Father, please allow me to resign from the position of head of the Ling family. Please choose someone else to be the head of the Ling family. Ling Zhen's face was full of guilt, but his words were sincere. After he finished speaking, he touched his forehead to the ground and knelt down. Many people in the Ling family did not expect Ling Zhen to say such a thing. Admit his mistake and resign, however, in the eyes of others, Ling Zhen's reason was sufficient and just right. As the head of the Ling family, if his own son committed such a grave mistake and was killed by Ling Yun in front of him, what authority would he have in the Ling family in the future? How would Ling Zhen give orders to Ling Yun in the future? It was impossible, not to mention the fact that Ling Zhen would give orders to Ling Yun in the future, even if the two of them met in the future, it would be extremely awkward. Ling Zhen knelt down, and the room was so silent that even a pin drop could be heard. Big brother, you can't do this. Ling Hao is Ling Hao, and you are you. You can't blame yourself for Ling Hao's mistakes. Ling Xiao rushed forward and tried to comfort Ling Zhen. At the same time, he wanted to pull him up. However, at this moment, the person who should be speaking the most in the Ling family, old patriarch Ling Lai, had a pensive look on his face. His eyes were flickering, and it was obvious that he was thinking. Finally, Ling Lai said slowly, "Big brother, have you thought about resigning from the position of head of the Ling family?" Ling Zhen did not raise his head, but his voice was loud and clear. "Yes. I am too sad and need to rest for a period of time. I hope that father will grant my wish." Ling Lai sighed deeply and waved his hand. "All right, if that's the case, father will grant your wish. I will let you resign from the position of head of the Ling family and rest for a period of time." "Thank you, father." Ling Zhen kowtowed to Ling Lai again. "Get up." Ling Lai raised his hand and used a gentle wave of Xianxia to lift Ling Zhen up from the ground. Ling Zhen got up obediently with a sorrowful look on his face. However, he had other plans in mind. Ever since Ling Lai advanced to Xiantian realm level 8, Ling Zhen's position as head of the Ling family only existed in name. The important matters of the Ling family had long been handled by Old Master Ling. What he usually dealt with were trivial matters. After Ling Yun returned to the Ling family and acknowledged his ancestors, he immediately became the strongest person in the Ling family. The old had Ling Lai, and the young had Ling Yun, the future head of the family. Ling Zhen was sandwiched between the two of them. Apart from countless awkwardness, there was no longer any meaning to it. Ling Lai didn't allow him to participate in the rescue of Ling Xiao. Ling Zhen already knew that he no longer had any real power in the Ling family. In the future, Ling Yun would have the final say in the Ling family. There was no meaning in him dominating the position of head of the family. Moreover, the inheritance of the Ling family had already belonged to Ling Yun. As the head of the family, it would be difficult for him to even take a look at it. Instead of staying and refusing to leave, he might as well take this opportunity to resign. That way, he would appear to be carefree and open, allowing others to look up to him. Moreover, if Ling Zhen didn't become the head of the Ling family, he would have less to worry about and gain freedom. This way, he could personally explore the place that he had been thinking about for so many years. Perhaps there would be some miraculous encounters. If Ling Zhen was at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 2, he wouldn't dare to explore that place even if he was offered money. However, after the Ghost Divine Willow's nourishment, Ling Zhen reached the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 6 in one go. Moreover, there was a large amount of Xian Huang immortal spiritual energy stored in his body. He was absolutely confident that he would be able to advance to Xiantian realm and above in no time. As for those at Xiantian realm level 7 and above, Ling Zhen was confident that he could handle that place. As long as he could successfully enter, he would be able to reap countless benefits. Then, he might even be able to advance to the divine realm. First, he would resign from the head of the family. Then, he would leave the Ling family to explore that mysterious place. As long as he could come out alive, Ling Zhen would have a chance to advance to the divine realm. When that time came, he would be able to return to the Ling family without fear even if he had to face Ling Yun. He might even have the chance to kill Ling Yun personally to avenge Ling Hao. Therefore, Ling Zhen's resignation from the head of the family was something that he had decided long before he spoke to Ling Hao alone. This had nothing to do with Ling Hao's death. Ling Zhen had already made up his mind. After a few days and Ling Hao's burial, he would tell Ling Lai that he wanted to go out and relax. Then, he could openly leave the Ling family to do his own things. However, what Ling Zhen didn't expect was that Ling Lai would accept his resignation without hesitation. This surprised him. A country cannot go a day without a ruler. A family cannot go a day without a head. After letting Ling Zhen get up, Ling Lai slowly turned his head to look at Ling Yun. "Yun heir, since your uncle has resigned from the position of the head of the Ling family, this position will be yours from now on." "Ah." Ling Yun was a little stunned. "What's there to be surprised about?" Ling Lai said in a low voice. "I just announced in the ancestral hall that you are the future head of the Ling family. Even the inheritance of the family has been handed over to you for safekeeping. Now that your uncle has resigned, who else is going to be the head of the family if not you?" Ling Yun understood the meaning behind Ling Lai's words. Ling Yun immediately felt helpless. He frowned and said, "Grandpa, but I still have to cultivate. You also know that I have many things to do." How can I have the time to manage the family? Of course, Ling Yan had to decline. The position of the head of the Ling family meant nothing to him. He didn't care about it. Humph. Ling Lai snorted. I asked you to be the head of the Ling family. Who said that you can't cultivate or go out to do things? If you aren't home, do you think that I, your uncles, and your father won't care about the family? You can do whatever you need to do, but the position of the head of the Ling family has to be yours. Ling Lai's words made Ling Yan speechless. Everyone in the Ling family, listen up. I hereby announce that from now on, Ling Yan will replace his uncle, Ling Zhan, as the head of the Ling family. From now on, Ling Yan will be in charge of the family's rules. Everything inside and outside the Ling family will be decided by Ling Yan alone. Ling Lai didn't give Ling Yan a chance to decline and directly announced this matter. Only then did he glance at his second son, Ling Yu. Second brother, you used to help your older brother handle the Ling family's affairs in the secular world. It will still be the same in the future. You will manage the family affairs on behalf of Ling Yan when he's not home. Do you have any objections? Ling Yu hurriedly said, I will obey father's orders. I will definitely help Yun Heir manage the family affairs. Ling Lai nodded. Then, this matter is decided. Then, his gaze swept across everyone in the room. The aura of a divinity realm suddenly erupted as he said in a low voice, everything that happened in the Ling family tonight is the Ling family's top secret. If anyone here dares to leak even half a word, I will personally kill him. Do you understand? Understood. The Ling family replied in unison. To be continued. Attention, students, the monthly ticket red packets are still being distributed. Everyone open the discussion section and look up. There are still 2 super big packets with 600 yuan each, begging for subscriptions, begging for monthly tickets, begging for the glory of the gods, midnight of the 14th of July. The weather tonight was not very good. Although there was a full moon in the sky, the moonlight was not bright and clear. Instead, it was hazy and covered with a layer of pale light. It passed through the clouds, appearing and disappearing from time to time, causing the night to become gloomy. It gave the people on the ground a feeling of being in a trance. Young Master Ling, didn't you say that as long as I testify for you and identify Ling Hao, you will let me go? In the 8th courtyard of the Ling family, outside the dungeon, Chinsun looked at the small dark room hidden in the corner. He was so scared that his legs were trembling. At this time, Ling Yun, Li Yi, Jiao Fei, and the 3 snipers were standing there with Chen Sen and Black 3 in custody. Of course, Cui Lao was standing next to Ling Yun. Don't worry, of course I will send you back personally. But don't worry, we have to choose a good day and a good time. Ling Yan said to Chen Sen with his hands behind his back. There was a faint smile on his face. Next to him, Black 3, who had been silent all this time, was held in the hands of Jiao Fei. He finally looked up and glanced at Chen Senator. His eyes looked like he was looking at an idiot. He wondered why he followed such an idiot. He was about to die, but he was still dreaming of going home. Black 3 was a ruthless character. He had killed many people before. Since the day he fell into Ling Yan's hands, he knew that he would not live. He was like a sentence to death, waiting for death. Knowing that he was going to die, he was not afraid of death. His brain was very bright. Send me back? I don't need to trouble you, right? Young Master Ling, I am very familiar with Beijing. As long as you are willing to let me go, I can go home by myself. Chinsun smiled awkwardly. At this moment, he only wanted Ling Yun to let him go immediately. Ling Yun smiled and said, didn't I say that we have to choose a good day and a good time? Today is the 14th of July. Walking alone at night, you will meet a ghost. Aren't you afraid that Ling Hao will turn into a ghost and come back to find you? As soon as Chinsun heard Ling Hao's name, the image of Ling Hao's decapitated body flashed through his mind. Then, young Master Ling, pick. Which day? Ling Yan smiled without saying a word. Of course, it was the day he destroyed the Chen family. The Ling family and the Chen family were mortal enemies. This was already an open secret among all the great families in the capital. Now that the Ling family was lying dormant, and the Chen family was busy making preparations, everyone was waiting for the day when the two great families would tear off their disguise and openly fight. However, whether it was the Qin family capturing Ling Yu, or Ling Yan killing his way into the Qin family's mansion in the southern suburbs to save Ling Yu, or the Qin family sending ninjas to massacre the Ling family, he had also saved Xianxia at Yunming Mountain, killed Qin Jianhao at Immortal Ridge, and killed Qin Haishan at Dragon Mountain. These were all things that had happened under the surface. They had never been brought to the surface, and they would never be brought to the surface. These were things that the common people living in the secular world would never know. There was only one time when Ling Yan fought against a dozen Xiantian masters from the Qin family at the Sun family's imperial kitchen. Moreover, he captured Qin Sen and He San alive in broad daylight, in the lives of ordinary people. Since Ling Yan had captured Qin Sen in front of everyone, he would naturally send Qin Sen back. Qin Sen's body was sent back. As the saying goes, if Ling Yan wanted to make a move against the Qin family, he naturally needed an honorable reason, and the fuse was, of course, Qin Senator. The reason was simple: Qin Sen had evidence of Ling Yan's assassination. The confession was in Ling Yan's hands, and it was natural for him to seek revenge on the Qin family. Of course, there were other reasons, but the current situation between the Ling and Qin family was on the verge of exploding, and he only needed a reason. That was why Ling Yan said to pick a good day and pick a good time. Ling Yan had even killed Ling Hao. Of course, he would not let Qin Sen and He San live. Now, he just wanted to let them live for a few more days. Boss. Pierce and Joyce came out of the remote house and greeted Ling Yan respectfully. Ling Yan ordered them, bring them in and guard them well. Yes, boss. Thus, the two counts of the Blood clan came forward and brought Qin Sen and He San back into the Ling family's dungeon. After this was done, Ling Yan turned to look at Cui Lao. Master, if you need anything, please let me know. At this moment, Cui Lao was respectful to Ling Yan and strictly abided by etiquette, not daring to overstep his boundaries. Just now, Ling Lai had already pushed Ling Yan to the position of master of the Ling family. From now on, he would be in charge of the family's rules and everything inside and outside the Ling family. Cui Lao naturally had to follow the rules in front of others. Cui Lao, immediately arrange for people to find Zhao Ping and bring him back for me, alive or dead. Ling Yan was not modest. Since he was the master of the Ling family, he naturally had to show the dignity that a master should have. This was also a form of self-cultivation. Yes, master. Cui Lao bowed slightly and cupped his fists at Ling Yan before disappearing in a flash. After Cui Lao left, Ling Yan turned to look at Li Yi, Jiao Fei, and the others. He said lightly, I will only say this once. From now on, everything you saw and heard in the Ling family tonight must rot in your stomachs. Otherwise, I will let your brains rot in your stomachs. Li Yi, Jiao Fei, and the others immediately set in unison, we understand. Ling Yan nodded and asked with a smile, have you been to the Ling family? The five of them said in unison again, no. Ling Yan was very satisfied. Very good, then you can leave now. Leave tonight and go back to where you came from. I will send you out now. After saying that, Ling Yan took the lead and left the 8th courtyard of the Ling family. They went straight to the front gate. At the same time, Ling Yan released his strong divine sense and directly covered a 2,000-meter radius around the Ling family's ancestral home. Young Master Ling, we hereby swear that if young Master Ling has an order, we will definitely go through fire and water without hesitation. Before Li Yi and Jiao Fei left, they did not forget to express their loyalty to Ling Yan. Just now in Ling Lai's room, Ling Yan's flying sword killed Ling Hao. They all saw it and were shocked. I understand. You just have to do what you have to do in Qingshui City. I won't make you go through fire and water for me. Ling Yan was carefree. Now that he was doing things, why would he need these people to go through fire and water for him? After watching the 5 of them leave in a black van, Ling Yan turned to look at Xiao Mimi who was beside him. Xiao Mimi's expression was complicated. Being stared at by Ling Yan, she panicked and hurriedly lowered her head. Ling Yan looked at her with a smile and asked gently, are you still in a difficult position? Xiao Mimi's heart skipped a beat. She bit her lip and shook her head lightly. Go back to the hotel first. After I'm done with my work for a few days, I will look for you at the hotel. Remember to keep in touch with Yi Xingchen. Xiao Mimi was disappointed to hear that Ling Yan wanted her to go back to the hotel. However, she was inexplicably happy to hear that Ling Yan would look for her. She lifted her watery eyes and whispered to Ling Yan, "What if Miss asks about what happened tonight?" Ling Yan smiled faintly and said, "You can tell her everything. Also, from today onwards, you don't have to call her Mississippi. You are not her servant, so you don't have to be afraid of her." Xiao Mimi saw that Ling Yan was obviously protecting her. Her heart was filled with complicated emotions. I'm not afraid of her, but she was afraid of Ling Yan's biological mother, Xianxia. Ling Yan chuckled and said, "I will talk to my mother. You don't have to worry about it." Xiao Mimi nodded and did not say anything else. "You can go back first. I have other things to do tonight. It's not suitable for you to follow me." Ling Yan and Xiao Mimi's few words were enough to untie the knot in her heart. However, he did not need Xiao Mimi by his side now, so he let her go first. "Then I'll be leaving. You have to be careful." Xiao Mimi turned and left. One could tell how good her mood was just by looking at her long hair dancing behind her. "Mo Wu Dao, don't hide so sneakily. Come out." After sending everyone away, Ling Yan looked towards a secluded corner not far away and scolded jokingly. Mo Wu Dao immediately appeared in a flash. Tonight, he had changed into his original attire. He was wearing a green Taoist robe with his hair tied up in a bun. He carried a small bag on his back with a 2-foot-long peach-wood sword in it. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand, looking like an otherworldly expert. It was a pity that he did not have a beard on his face. Seeing that there was no one around, Mo Wu Dao appeared in front of Ling Yan in 2 leaps. He frowned slightly and complained, "Why are you only out now? I've been waiting for you for so long." Ling Yan smiled and said, "It's only 11:30 now. There's still half an hour before midnight. Isn't this just right?" The 14th of July was the day with the heaviest qi of the year. At midnight, this was the darkest hour. Legend has it that this was the time when the gates of hell opened and hundreds of ghosts walked in the night. Mo Wu Dao continued to complain, "We still have to go to many places tonight. We're running out of time. Hurry up and find a car." Ling Yan smiled and said, "What's the rush? I'll find 2 bats and fly there." Mo Wu Dao was instantly annoyed. "How are you going to let the divine ghost willow absorbing qi if you fly in the sky?" Ling Yan thought about it and pointed to the van parked outside the Ling family's ancestral home. He smiled and asked, "Will this car do?" Mo Wu Dao did not care about the car anymore. He rushed to the side of the car and urged, "Hurry up." The 2 quickly got into the van. Ling Yan started the engine and asked, "Where to first?" "Give me that military map of yours. I'll look for it." Ling Yan rolled his eyes. F***ck, you're looking for it on the spot? Mo Wu Dao said, F***ck, this is my first time in the capital, okay? Ling Yan immediately took out the military map that he used to find his father from his spatial ring and passed it to Mo Wu Dao beside him. Mo Wu Dao opened the map and confirmed the location of the Ling family's ancestral home. Then, he started to look around. Suddenly, he pointed with his finger and said, "The first target, go here first. Attention everyone, the Dragon Emperor Martial God's monthly ticket red packets are still being distributed. Open the discussion section and look up. There are still 2 600 yuan red packets waiting to be claimed. Go claim them now." Also, seeking monthly tickets, seeking subscriptions, seeking the glory of the gods. Ling Yan glanced at the military map and looked at the location Mo Wu Dao was pointing at. He couldn't help but laugh. It was the top university in China, Yanjing University. "What are you laughing at?" Mo Wu Dao raised his head and asked curiously. "Little Daoist, do you know that in 3 weeks, I'll be going to the place you're pointing at to register for school?" Ling Yan chuckled. A month ago, Ling Yan, Ming Lingyu, and Qi Shaoqing received the admission notice from Yanjing University at the same time. They would be studying there on the 10th of September. Mo Wu Dao's eyes widened in shock. F***ck, you even got into Yanjing University? You're good with both the pen and the sword? Of course. Ling Yan laughed heartily as he drove. Mo Wu Dao was speechless. He pondered for a moment before asking, "Ling Yan, do you really plan to study in your current state?" Ling Yan shook his head decisively. As the saying goes, one is never too old to learn. I'll definitely study, but I won't be going to school. I don't have the time for that. Ling Yan wasn't lying. He really wouldn't have the time to sit quietly in class in the future. Tomorrow was the 15th of July. In another month, it would be the mid-autumn full moon. Ling Yan was going to participate in the Demon Annihilation Conference at the Wind Thunder Valley. He hoped to meet Zhuang Meifeng there. It would be fine if he met her, but if he didn't, he would kill his way to the Tranquil Sect and bring her back. After rescuing Zhuang Meifeng, Ling Yan would immediately head to the Sky Mountain Heavenly Sword sect to exterminate them and save Qin Qiuyue. Moreover, Ling Yan also promised Miao Xiaomiao that he would follow her to Miaojiang to settle the matter between Miracle Dr. Shui and Miao Fenghuang. Other than that, Ling Yan had other plans. He was going to East Asia in the second half of the year to retrieve the lid of the Shenong cauldron. Now that he was at the peak of Qi cultivation stage 2, Ling Yan needed the Shenong cauldron to refine pills and weapons. He didn't want to put a lid on the Shenong cauldron again. So many things happened one after another. These were the most important things on Ling Yan's mind. Moreover, Ling Yan had to cultivate day and night. How could he have the time to waste in school? Moreover, with the strength of Ling Yan's divine sense, he would be able to finish a semester's worth of lessons in a week. Why would he need to attend classes? Mo Wu Dao said disdainfully, since you've already decided not to go to school, then what's the point of going to school? To act tough in front of a bunch of ordinary people? Ling Yan smiled faintly and said, since I've been admitted, I have to report to school. It can be considered as fulfilling my mother's wish. The mother he was talking about. Naturally, it was Qin Qiuyue. Ling Yan changed the topic and asked, why did you choose this place as your first target? In fact, Ling Yan had a general understanding of places with heavy yin qi. It was nothing more than cemeteries, crematoria, execution grounds, hospitals, forests, schools, and office buildings. Empty houses that had not been lived in for a long time, or buildings that were less populated. This was where the ghost tower came from, some old and deep alleys, and some haunted houses where people had died a violent death. Secluded buildings. Ling Yan originally thought that Mo Wu Dao would bring him directly to a cemetery or somewhere near a crematorium. It was the night of the 14th of July, and those places would undoubtedly have the heaviest yin qi. He did not expect Mo Wu Dao to choose Yanjing University as his first target. Mo Wu Dao's reason was very good. Because it's close. Ling Yan glared at him. Mo Wu Dao then chuckled. He said mysteriously, there's a 100-year-old pagoda in Yanjing University. Things like pagodas should be built in temples, but there's an ancient pagoda built in a university, and it's still standing for 100 years. It's really tempting to explore. Pagodas were often built in ancient temples deep in the mountains. For example, Leifeng Pagoda, which was commonly seen in temples, was usually used to store Buddhist relics. The real function of a pagoda was to suppress evil. Therefore, Mo Wu Dao guessed that the ancient pagoda in Yanjing University should have some tricks up its sleeve. Ling Yan nodded, but then he shook his head and frowned. It's a little too early for us to start exploring these things. Actually, what these two fellows really wanted to explore on this trip to Beijing was the huge palace in the center of Beijing. According to Mo Wu Dao, the underground palace in Beijing was just below that palace. That place was extremely heavy with yin qi, but the two of them did not dare to step foot there. Therefore, Ling Yan had not gone there during his 2 trips to Beijing. One was that he was busy, and the other was that the time was not right. Mo Wu Dao, of course, understood what Ling Yan was talking about. He smiled and said, we're not going to explore this time, we're just going to take a look. Moreover, Yanjing University is surrounded by schools, and it's one of the places with the heaviest yin qi in Beijing. It won't affect our experiment with the ghost divine willow. The reason why schools were said to be heavy with yin qi was because most schools were often built on cemeteries or mass graves. The students were all young. As the saying goes, youths are full of vigor and vigor. With so much yang qi gathered together, it was just right to suppress evil. Ling Yan smiled and nodded. That's true, then let's go there and give it a try. It was almost midnight. When the two of them passed by a crossroad, Mo Wu Dao noticed someone squatting in a corner and burning paper money. The light from the street lamps burned brightly. "Hey, hurry up and take out the ghost divine willow. The crossroads we're passing by are also very heavy with yin qi," he hurriedly reminded Ling Yun. There were many people in the city whose homes weren't in the city. They couldn't go home to visit their graves during the holidays, but they still wanted to pay their respects to their ancestors. Therefore, they would often find a crossroad nearby to burn paper money for the deceased as a form of visiting their graves. Naturally, there would be people who would come to collect money. There would even be people who would come to rob money. Therefore, crossroads were also filled with yin qi. Between Ling Yun and Mo Wudao, one was a cultivator while the other was a Mao Mountain Taoist priest. Both of them could be considered experts. Hence, when he heard Mo Wudao's words, he immediately took out the divine ghost willow and placed it in the car. "Hey, hey, hey, it's coming, it's coming. Do you see it?" Mo Wudao sat in the front passenger seat and suddenly pointed his index finger in front of him. It was as if he was scribbling in the air. Mo Wudao was accepted as the last disciple of his master and became the true successor of the Mao Mountain Xianxia sect because of his extraordinary talent. Mo Wudao had the spiritual body, and since he was young, he could see things that ordinary people couldn't. After cultivating with his master for so many years, he had even reached the qi visualization realm. Hence, he could now see those green, black, or even grayish-green and black air currents. These were all yin qi. "Hey! Look at me, I'm so excited that I forgot. How can you see these things? I prepared cow tears here, do you want them?" Legend had it that by wiping cow tears on one's eyes, one could see things that shouldn't be seen. Ling Yun chuckled. "No need, I can see it, and I can see it very clearly." He had the Yin-Yang God Eye, which was the upgraded version of the Yin-Yang Eye. Of course, Ling Yun could see it. The Yin-Yang God Eye was the delusion breaker eye. Not only could it see through things, but it could also see through yang qi and yin qi. All the air currents in the world, whether tangible or intangible, could not escape Ling Yun's eyes. Ignoring Mo Wudao's shock, Ling Yun used the Yin-Yang God Eye to observe those green, black, and other colored air currents. Indeed, as if attracted, they began to float towards the van. Then, they floated into the van through the open window and directly entered the ghost deity willow. As the yin qi floated in, Ling Yun immediately felt the temperature in the van drop. There was a kind of eerie feeling, but it wasn't the cold of winter. Instead, it was the kind of eerie aura that could make ordinary people's hair stand on end. *CK, it can really absorb yin qi. Ling Yun was shocked, and Mo Wudao was right. If that was the case, then he couldn't always keep the ghost deity willow in his spatial ring. He had to take it out more to absorb yin qi. Mo Wudao was even more excited than Ling Yun. He said excitedly, "See, I told you that this is the ghost deity willow. This yin qi is great nourishment for it." After a pause, Mo Wudao said with some regret, "Unfortunately, we're in the capital now. If we were in northern Mang Mountain or Chongping, you would have made a huge profit." "Why do you say that? What's wrong with northern Mang Mountain and Chongping?" Mo Wudao smiled proudly and replied, "You don't know about this, do you? My master said that northern Mang Mountain is known as the Ghost Mountain of China. It's shrouded in yin qi all year round. It's said that there are millions of ghost soldiers there. Even my master doesn't dare to go deep into northern Mang Mountain. As for Chongping, have you heard of the Battle of Chongping? That's where the Qin dynasty's general, god of slaughter, Bai Qi, killed 400,000 soldiers from Zhao. That's a real pit of 1,000,000 people. Their resentment was so strong that it hasn't dissipated even after 1,000 years. Think about how heavy the yin qi is." Ling Yun's interest was piqued when he heard that. He turned his head suddenly and asked, "Are you serious?" Mo Wudao looked at Ling Yun with disdain. "Haven't you studied history before?" Ling Yun's eyes lit up with excitement. "Let's go take a look at these two places when the time comes." "That's exactly what I'm thinking." This was exactly what Mo Wudao wanted. He couldn't help but chuckle when he saw that Ling Yun was tempted. Yanjing University wasn't far from the Ling family's ancestral home. While they were talking, Ling Yun had already arrived outside the walls of Yanjing University. He found a secluded spot and parked the car. You don't say. The yin qi in this area is many times heavier than other places. Ling Yan got out of the car and activated his yin yang eye. He realized that the yin qi in his field of vision was extremely dense and was rapidly drifting towards the ghost divine willow. Ling Yun didn't hesitate. He took the ghost divine willow out of the van and locked the door. The two of them looked at each other. Let's go in? Let's go. Ling Yun and Mo Wudao both leaped into the Yenjing University's courtyard. To be continued. Attention, students, the climax of the plot is about to unfold once again. The Dragon Emperor Martial God's monthly ticket red packet is still being distributed. Everyone come quickly, begging for monthly tickets, begging for subscriptions. Begging for the glory of the great god, Ling Yun and Mo Wudao jumped into Yenjing University's courtyard and landed right in the middle of a dense forest. The dense canopy above their heads blocked the only bit of moonlight in the sky, and the distant lights shone in through the gaps between the branches and leaves, very weak and mottled. In this dark and quiet dense forest, as the branches and leaves swayed, the miscellaneous lights also became swaying, flickering and flickering. This kind of scene, in fact, gave people a more frightening feeling than the surrounding pure darkness. The yin qi in the school was extremely strong, and in this remote dense forest on the campus, even the cleaners rarely came here. On the night of the 14th of July, the yin qi was naturally even stronger. Woo, woo, gusts of yin wind blew, like the cries of ghosts, like the howls of wolves. Entering the campus, the yin qi in the courtyard was several times thicker than outside. The black or green yin qi rushed over at an accelerated speed, actually forming a yin qi whirlwind, constantly pouring into the divine ghost willow in Ling Yan's hand. This kind of scene, if it was an ordinary student, would have long been frightened to the point of peeing their pants and immediately run to a crowded place. But Ling Yun and Mo Wudao were not ordinary people. Instead, they were calm and collected, calm and composed. Once Ling Yun landed, he was not in a hurry to leave, but raised the divine ghost willow in his hand and fixed his eyes on it. He saw that the willow branches of the divine ghost willow began to gently sway, like an anthropomorphic metaphor, as if it was actually very enjoying this kind of environment. It was accelerating the absorption of the surrounding yin qi, while Ling Yun was sizing up the divine ghost willow. Mo Wudao was looking at Ling Yun, his usually slightly wretched pair of eyes lit up, eyes full of surprise and horror. What's wrong? Did you see a ghost? Ling Yun stopped observing the divine ghost willow and looked up, noticing Mo Wudao's appearance. He could not help but ask with a smile. After coming here, the two of them naturally used secret sound transmission to communicate. Otherwise, they would not be able to communicate with each other. If someone happened to pass by outside, they would probably be scared half to death on the spot. Tisk, it's precisely because I didn't see a ghost that I'm puzzled. Mo Wudao looked at Ling Yun as if he was looking at a monster and said with a frown. Coming out of the Ling family's ancestral home. Along the way, Mo Wudao looked around, but he only saw yin qi, and didn't see any familiar shop assistants. This made him extremely shocked. Late at night on the 14th day of the 7th month, hundreds of ghosts walked at night. But wherever the two of them passed, there was not a single foul thing floating in their field of vision. 100 ghosts retreat. How special was Ling Yan's physique? How vigorous was his qi and blood? How could he do that? Don't worry. Even if you have a spiritual body, you won't be able to see those things if you follow me. I already have the true samadhi fire in my body. Those things won't even dare to touch me. Ling Yan could guess what Mo Wudao was thinking, so he explained to him with a faint smile. Ling Yan was not lying about this. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 2, and his body was starting to turn into a furnace. There was already the true samadhi fire in his body. It began to burn and purify his internal organs day and night, removing all the impurities that had been absorbed into his body. It allowed his body to become purer and stronger. The current Ling Yan could already swallow golden fossils. Inside the human body was a world of its own. The human heart, liver, spleen, stomach, and kidneys correspond to the 5 elements of heaven and earth: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. When a cultivator reached a certain level, his body could produce the true samadhi fire, which continuously refined and purified his body. At the same time, it could nourish and store elixirs, magical weapons, and spiritual weapons in his body. This was the true method of a cultivator to refine elixirs or weapons. Otherwise, there was no way to refine weapons. Ling Yan could swallow and spit out the green shadow flying sword, but that was just a formality. When the green shadow flying sword was swallowed into his stomach, it might not be hidden in his stomach. Instead, it was like the Earth Emperor's book floating in his energy center. The green shadow flying sword was also shuttling through Ling Yan's internal organs, enduring the burning of the true samadhi fire and being repeatedly refined by the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Only then could it evolve and become purer and stronger. Just like a human, Bai Xian'er's principle of transforming into a human and refining the demon core in her body was similar to Ling Yan's. The only difference was that the cultivation technique was different. Of course, the true samadhi fire was a formless fire. It was a term used by cultivators in the qi cultivation stage. It wasn't a real fire. Not to mention the fact that ordinary people couldn't see it with their naked eyes. You wouldn't be able to see it even if you used a high-tech microscope to observe it. However, the true samadhi fire of a cultivator could be controlled by them once they reached a certain level. Hearing that Ling Yan had cultivated the true samadhi fire of Taoism, Mo Wudao was dumbfounded. After a while, he gave Ling Yan a thumbs up and said, "Awesome." Since Ling Yan was already like this, ordinary ghosts and demons naturally didn't dare to come close for fear of not being able to avoid him. Looking at Mo Wudao's sincere look of admiration, Ling Yan chuckled and said, "You can slowly learn from me." At the same time, Ling Yan released his powerful divine sense and directly enveloped the entire campus of Yanjing University. The century-old pagoda was instantly reflected in his divine sense. In the next moment, Ling Yan couldn't help but exclaim in shock, F***ck, what a powerful noble spirit. In Ling Yan's divine sense, he saw several green auras rising from the ground in a few places in Yanjing University. They actually formed a few green pillars of qi. The noble spirit pillars were long and short, but they were all straight, showing the righteousness of the Confucian school. "There's a real great scholar in Peking University," Ling Yan praised in his heart. As expected of Yanjing University, there were still a few people who were truly knowledgeable. Ling Yan was only shocked by this situation, but he wasn't surprised. Ling Yan's special physique allowed him to absorb all the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. He naturally understood that in this world, regardless of whether one cultivated ancient martial arts or not, as long as they reached a certain level, a corresponding aura would appear on their body. This was in line with the heavenly Tao and was recognized by the heavenly Tao. This had nothing to do with whether one cultivated ancient martial arts or not. After ancient emperors ascended to the throne, they would be blessed with the royal aura. That was the recognition of the heavenly Tao, and the emperor would have the royal aura. Confucianism and Buddhism. Needless to say, the Buddhist sects cultivated the Dharma. Monks who were proficient in the Dharma would naturally have the Buddha aura. Even higher would have the Buddha's light, and the Confucian school was this kind of noble spirit, which existed forever. Just like Ling Yan's true samadhi fire, this kind of noble spirit could suppress ghosts and demons. At the same time, Ling Yan also memorized the locations of the few noble spirits. Then, he began to observe the century-old ancient tower in his divine sense. The tower was greenish-black in color, with a total of 13 levels. It was no more than 40 meters tall, and it stood tall in the campus. The base of the tower was surrounded by a dense forest, which made it seem quiet and mysterious. Looking at the entire Yan garden, Ling Yan realized that there were no buildings that surpassed the height of this ancient tower. It doesn't matter what this tower was built for. But there's no doubt that this tower is suppressing something. Ling Yan confirmed Mo Wudao's guess because he could clearly feel that the place where this ancient tower was located was the place with the densest yin qi in Yan garden. The yin qi there was at least 10 times denser than where Ling Yan was now. Let's go. Since Ling Yan was here for the divine ghost willow to absorb yin qi, his current target was confirmed. It was that ancient tower. Mo Wudao nodded happily. The two of them began to use their qin gong, and under the cover of the trees, they passed through the dense forest silently. Soon, they arrived at a forest below the ancient tower. Given the realm of these two people, they purposely concealed themselves so that they wouldn't be discovered by passers-by. Indeed, the yin qi here is extremely dense. Mo Wudao came to the bottom of the tower, and he could feel the incomparable coldness from the forest. It was the kind of piercing coldness that made one's scalp go numb. Even the hair on one's body stood on end. Woo, woo, Ling Yan held the divine ghost willow in his hand. Once he arrived, he saw that the countless willow branches of the divine ghost willow swayed faster, and they were frantically absorbing the dancing qi around them. At the same time, Ling Yan also felt that the divine ghost willow was indeed undergoing rapid changes. Even though it didn't absorb his blood and black-yellow true qi this time, it was clearly growing. With the absorption of yin qi, the small tree was growing taller, and the willow branches were growing longer. The willow leaves were becoming more crystalline and translucent, exuding infinite vitality. And where Ling Yan was grabbing, the divine ghost willow also began to grow its roots. At this point, Ling Yan was certain that the inheritance of the Ling family was the divine ghost willow that Mo Wudao mentioned. However, Ling Yan had already experienced this in the ancestral hall of the Ling family, so he didn't feel too much. Instead, he looked at the ancient tower and retracted his divine sense. The ancient tower was hollow, so there wouldn't be anyone inside at this time. However, the yin qi inside was extremely dense. In terms of intensity, it wasn't much weaker than the Yang Formation I under the crater in Qingshui City. Ling Yan's expression was solemn as he looked at the ancient tower silently. This was because he could feel that as the yin qi seeped out, it also contained a very strong murderous aura. Of course, Ling Yan was very familiar with this kind of murderous aura. When he was in the cultivation world, he had killed countless prehistoric beasts. These beasts emitted this kind of aura. The yin qi and ferocious qi were all coming from beneath the foundation of the ancient pagoda. However, with Ling Yan's current cultivation, his divine sense could only penetrate 2 to 3 meters underground. Therefore, Ling Yan didn't know whether there were ghosts or beasts under the ancient tower. Hey, Ling Yan, we're already here. What's the point of just standing here? Why don't we go in and take a look? Mo Wudao exclaimed in admiration at the divine willow wood in Ling Yan's hand. Then, he looked at the ancient tower with an itch in his heart. Therefore, he urged Ling Yan to go in and explore. *T. Can't you see that the door is locked? Ling Yan raised his hand and pointed at the base of the ancient tower. There was a thick chain around the base of the tower. And the main door of the tower was guarded by General Tai. Mo Wudao rolled his eyes and said, "That lock is meant to stop ordinary people, how could it stop you?" Ling Yan shook his head seriously. "It's not a lock, it's a spell formation." Ling Yan was a spell formation grandmaster. After observing the ancient tower for so long, he could tell that there was actually a spell formation around the tower. And the center of the ancient tower was where the eye of the spell formation was located, Yin Sealing Dragon Spell Formation. To be continued. Attention students, the new climax of the Dragon Emperor Martial God has begun. Monthly tickets and red packets are still being distributed, please collect them quickly, seeking monthly tickets, seeking subscriptions, seeking the glory of the great God, array? What array? Since Mo Wudao could choose this place and bring Ling Yan here, he could naturally see that this ancient pagoda was extraordinary. Moreover, after coming here, Mo Wudao relied on his own ability to observe some clues, but what he used was the Taoist techniques of the Mao Mountain Shangqing sect, as well as his self-taught geomancy skills. Ling Yan pointed out the crux of the matter, pointing out that this was a large array. If I'm not wrong, this should be a Yin locking dragon array, and this is not the entire array, but a part of a larger array. Ling Yan frowned and said thoughtfully. It was not that the Yin locking dragon array was incomplete, but from the position of the layout, it was part of a very powerful array. Mo Wudao glanced at Ling Yan and asked, "Yin locking dragon array? You mean, there's a dragon trapped under this ancient tower?" Ling Yan shook his head and said, "It's not necessarily a dragon, but since it can even trap a dragon, other beasts can also be trapped. Moreover, even if it's really a dragon, that dragon may not be under this ancient tower." Ling Yan said one more sentence, then stopped talking and went into deep thought. The two of them were under the tower at this time, but they could not see the whole situation of the capital. If Ling Yan wanted to understand, he would have to fly to the sky and look down at the whole capital. Mo Wudao asked curiously, "Then how did you know that this is a Yin locking dragon array?" Ling Yan smiled and pointed at the body of the ancient tower. "What does this tower look like?" Mo Wu Dao looked at it for a long time but did not understand, so he curled his lips and said, "A tower is a tower, what else can it look like?" Ling Yan chuckled and pointed at a certain part of Mo Wu Dao's lower body, teasing, "Doesn't it look like the thing on your body?" Mo Wu Dao thought of something. His face immediately turned red and he scolded, "I say, why are you so dirty? Can't you be more serious when you're doing something serious?" Ling Yan's expression became serious. He said sternly, "You're from the Orthodox Xianmen sect. You're the one who thinks the wrong way. What I'm talking about is very serious. Towers, figuratively speaking, are like men. Similarly, as long as it's built successfully, it will have the effect of extreme yang. Because of its extreme yang, it's used to suppress ghosts, monsters, and otherworldly items. As long as this tower is erected, no building within a certain distance can be taller than it. If you don't believe me, you can find time to come and see for yourself during the day. In the entire Yen Garden, not a single building is taller than this tower. That is because every day when the sun rises, the first ray of sunlight that shines into the Yen Garden will definitely shine on the top of this tower." Ling Yan spoke with confidence and composure. The cultivation of a Qi refinement stage cultivator, coupled with the aura of a formation grandmaster, superimposed on him, causing Mo Wu Dao of the Orthodox Xianmen sect to be stunned. Ling Yan's reasoning was simple. It was just the principle of yin and yang restraining each other. Mo Wu Dao understood. He curiously waited for the next part and asked, "And then?" Ling Yan smiled and said, "Actually, the Yen Garden is the place with the densest yin energy. It shouldn't be here in this tower, but..." As he spoke, he pointed to the west. Next to the ancient pagoda was naturally Weiming Lake. Ling Yan didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "It's the south side of this lake. That place should be the place of extreme yin energy in the entire Yen Garden. The south of the mountain and the north of the river were yang, and the north of the mountain and the south of the river were yin. The century-old tower happened to be erected in the southeast corner of Weiming Lake. It was erected in the east, naturally to receive the first ray of sunlight when the sun rose." Mo Wu Dao readily agreed. His eyes lit up as he said in shock, "Awesome, continue." "This lake is called Weiming Lake. Throughout the 100 years of Yenjing University's history, there have been so many great scholars. They are well versed in Chinese and Western literature, but no one stood out to name this lake. That's why it's called Weiming Lake. Yen Garden's tower and lake were famous both in China and abroad. As a student who was going to study here, Ling Yun naturally learned about Yen Garden from the internet. However, when he came here and stood under the tower, he finally understood why no one had named this lake. It's not that they don't want to or can't, it's that they don't dare to." Ling Yan continued, "It's precisely because of the yin lock formation that the yin qi of the entire Weiming Lake and even the entire Yen Garden are attracted and locked here. This also happens to change the feng shui of Yenjing University." "You're right." Up until now, Mo Wu Dao could only see what Ling Yan said through his feng shui. He couldn't help but admire Ling Yan. Ling Yan's familiarity and understanding of formations led to the same conclusion. Therefore, the problem of Yenjing University isn't in the tower or under the tower, but in the lake. After talking for a long time, Ling Yan finally came to a conclusion. Therefore, even if we want to explore, we don't need to enter the tower. We should explore the lake. Ling Yan understood formations. It wasn't that he couldn't force his way into the tower. If it was just for the ghost divine willow to absorb the yin qi here, it was enough for them to stay here. If they really forced their way into the tower, Ling Yan was afraid of destroying the formation. Then, the entire Yen Garden, or even the entire capital, would be in trouble. He was afraid of causing unnecessary shock. Mo Wu Dao hesitated. "You said we have to enter the lake? I haven't reached the Xiantian realm yet, so I can't hold my breath. I can't go down." Ling Yan shook his head. "We didn't come here to explore tonight. Since we've seen it, we'll just pay more attention in the future. The capital is indeed extraordinary." Ling Yan finally understood why Bai Xianer was stopped by Mo Wu Dao when she wanted to follow them to the capital. Mo Wu Dao's reason for convincing Ling Yan was that no evil could come near the feet of the emperor. Otherwise, their lives would be in danger. Now, it seemed that the entire layout of the capital was an earth-shattering formation. If Bai Xian'er came in rashly, she would definitely be suppressed by the formation. There's no rush tonight. I'll stay in the capital for a while and get some clues. When we need to come, we can explore it for real. Ling Yan had the level 6 water trap talisman now, so it was no problem for him to bring Mo Wu Dao into the water. He wasn't worried about that, but he was worried about going into the water to investigate. It would definitely disrupt many of his plans in the capital. If that happened, he might be forced to leave the capital. That would be troublesome. At this moment, the yin qi around the two of them suddenly increased. In an instant, it became more than 10 times thicker. Countless greenish-black air currents rushed towards where Ling Yan was standing and were absorbed by the divine ghost willow. Midnight is here. Mo Wu Dao said in a low voice. Ling Yan nodded solemnly but didn't reply. Instead, he expanded his divine sense to cover the entire surface of Weiming Lake. The water level of Weiming Lake rose by 1 foot in an instant. Inside the 100-year-old ancient pagoda, countless amounts of yin qi and baleful qi gushed out from the ground like a jet. Ling Yan suddenly bent down, grabbed the godly ghost willow, raised his hand, and stabbed it into the ground. He actually stabbed the godly ghost willow directly into the ground. In this way, it was as if the willow of the ghost and deity was planted in the ground. There was now a real tree. Since the yin qi came from the ground, Ling Yan stabbed the ghost divine willow into the ground to absorb the yin qi faster. Boom! The ghost divine willow pierced into the ground. It started to absorb the yin qi from the ground. In Ling Yan's divine sense, the roots that had just sprouted were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The trunk and crown of the ghost divine willow also grew rapidly. The trunk grew by 1 foot. The crown doubled in size, and the countless willow branches grew to 1 meter long. Hundreds of green, crystalline ribbons hung down and swayed nonstop. At the same time, the yin qi in the century-old tower, which had already filled the entire tower, was decreasing rapidly. The center of the tower, the eye of the formation, was no longer emitting yin qi. The huge amount of yin qi in the entire yen garden was absorbed by the ghost divine willow. Rumble, the water level rose by another foot. With the ancient tower as the center, Ling Yan and Mo Wu Dao felt the ground beneath their feet start to shake. It was an earthquake. Panicked screams could be heard throughout the entire yen garden. F***ck, not good. Ling Yan was afraid of causing a commotion, but he didn't expect the divine ghost willow to cause such a big commotion. He pulled it out of the ground without hesitation. Someone's coming, let's go. Ling Yan's divine sense detected that someone was rushing over. He quickly kept the divine ghost willow into his spatial ring and grabbed Mo Wu Dao's hand. Their figures flashed and they left the yen garden. Then, they found an extremely secluded place to hide. Hide your aura completely and don't move. Ling Yan didn't forget to warn Mo Wu Dao as he hid. Whoosh! A green figure appeared at the place where the two of them were previously. In Ling Yan's divine sense, this person seemed to be shrouded in a ball of green light. Who dares to touch the dragon trap formation? If I had come a moment later, it would have been a disaster. The man looked up at the ancient pagoda, then turned his head to look at unnamed lake that was rising rapidly. He shouted angrily in a low voice. Instantly, the man lifted his head. His eyes shone brightly as he released his divine sense. Ling Yan retracted his divine sense without hesitation, afraid that it would be detected by the other party. The first one, this was the first person that Ling Yan had met who had divine sense like him. Moreover, just by looking at the speed of that person, Ling Yan could tell that the person's cultivation base was higher than his. He escaped so quickly. That person frowned and muttered to himself after searching for a while. He didn't seem to find anyone suspicious. Then, he looked around and finally stared at the ground, observing the pit left by Ling Yan. I don't feel any ghost qi, he doesn't seem like a ghost cultivator. Then why did he come here to absorb yin qi? Ling Yan was shocked. Unexpectedly, someone who knew the ropes had come. Moreover, he was a supreme expert who possessed divine will. To be continued. Martial God Dragon Emperor's monthly red packets were still being distributed. Sea League had changed to 600 packets now. Everyone, hurry up and collect them. Hee, looks like I've been too nervous by that kid recently. I actually thought of ghost cultivators. The green figure stared at the pit on the ground. He first laughed at himself and muttered a few words. Then he snorted coldly. Humph. Now that China is at peace and the country is prosperous, which evil ghost cultivator would dare to come to Beijing to cause trouble after that incident 40 years ago? I'm afraid those ghost cultivators are still hiding in Mount Mang, not daring to come out. That person's voice was neither loud nor soft, and he didn't use any secret techniques. It was as if he didn't care about being heard by others, showing his strong confidence and dominance. Then he raised his head again and looked around. He released his powerful divine sense and scanned the surroundings. Ling Yan knew it was bad. He didn't hesitate to use 3 drops of divine energy and directly used the light assimilation technique. He used his own divine sense to envelop both him and Mo Wudao. Hey! Listen to me, you scoundrel. I know you can't escape far, and I don't care where you came from. Listen carefully, the capital is the capital of Xianxia country, under the feet of the emperor. If you dare to do such sneaky things again and covet the dragon trapping formation, you will definitely suffer the double pursuit of my Xianxia heaven group and dragon group. As the green figure spoke, the green light around his body shone brightly. It was obvious that he was releasing a strong aura. His tone was even more overbearing. That kind of domineering majesty of a superior was revealed. Of course, his words were for Ling Yan. He used a secret technique to control the transmission of sound waves. Ordinary people or people with low cultivation levels wouldn't be able to hear him at all, but Ling Yan could. This was a higher-level voice control technique than telepathy. Its effect was comparable to Ling Yan's mystical dragon hell. Not only did it have unique control over the energy center and throat, it could also control the decibel level of the sound. Ordinary people's hearing had a decibel range. An ordinary conversation in a room would be 40 to 60 decibels. Below 20 decibels, it would be very quiet. It was difficult for ordinary people to hear. If the decibel level exceeded 120, ordinary people would only need to listen for a while before their ears would temporarily go deaf. During the battle at the Immortal Ridge, Ling Yan had used the mystical dragon hell against the hundreds of Blood Clan members. At that time, Ling Yan had yet to break through to the Qi refinement stage. If he could do that, then the man in green who was at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 2 would naturally be able to do it as well. The green-clothed man seemed to have guessed Ling Yan's approximate realm, which was why he shouted from afar. Even Mo Wudao, who was beside Ling Yan, couldn't hear it at all. Ling Yan laughed in his heart. If you can't find me, just say that you can't find me. What's the point of standing there and bluffing? If they were in the wilderness, Ling Yan would definitely appear immediately and fight with this person. He wanted to test the other party's strength. However, this was the center of Beijing, and he didn't want to cause too much of a commotion. At their level, if they were to fight with all their might, at least half of the Yan Garden would be destroyed. If that was really the case, no one would be able to shoulder such a huge responsibility, let alone Ling Yan. The green-clothed man probably considered this point as well, so he didn't search the surroundings of the Yan Garden. Instead, he chose to speak from afar. Since the dragon trap array isn't destroyed, I'll let you off this time. I advise you to retreat quickly, and both sides can avoid some unnecessary trouble. The green-clothed man gave a strong warning. Then, he immediately retracted his divine will, as if intending to show off his strength. The figure shrouded in green light flashed and appeared on the surface of Weiming Lake. He actually stood on the water. His feet didn't touch the water. As the pressure of the mental strength disappeared, Ling Yan gradually released his divine will and secretly observed what the green-clothed man wanted to do. Then, he was pleased to see that the green-clothed man was standing on the south side of Weiming Lake that he told Mo Wudao about. The green-clothed man started to move quickly on the surface of the lake. His movement technique was so fast that it seemed like he was teleporting. In a split second, the green-cloaked figure appeared in hundreds of places. At the same time, his hands made a series of complicated and mysterious hand seals. Suppress for me. Suddenly, the green-cloaked man's figure floated out of the water and shot up into the sky. His body swept through the air and he slammed his palms against the surging water. A violent and domineering huge arc of qi shot out. After it hit the surface of the lake, the water seemed to have calmed down in an instant. The water level of Weiming Lake didn't rise anymore. Instead, it was like a receding tide, the water level dropped rapidly until it was calm again. Shwa! After that, the green-cloaked man's figure flashed above the lake and disappeared completely from the yin garden. He actually left just like that. Other than observing the dragon trap array, shouting to Ling Yin from afar, and suppressing the waves on the surface of the lake, the green-clothed man only used less than 2 minutes to come and go. This person must have other urgent matters to deal with tonight. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a hurry to leave. Ling Yin muttered to himself. After confirming that the green-clothed man had left, Ling Yin let go of Mo Wudao's hand. At the same time, he stopped using the light assimilation technique and slowly straightened his back. Mo Wudao seemed to still be in a state of shock and confusion. After a long time, he shook his head violently, as if he had just woken up from his daze. He first looked at Ling Yin beside him in shock, then asked via telepathy, "Are you all right?" Ling Yin smiled lightly and said, "That person has already left." F***CK. Mo Wudao exclaimed in shock. However, he wasn't talking about the green-cloaked man. Instead, he stared at Ling Yin as if he had seen a ghost and exclaimed, "What technique did you use just now? Why do I feel like I've disappeared because of you?" Mo Wudao racked his brains for a long time before he found the right word to describe it. "Like I'm suddenly not in this space and time." Ling Yin knew what he was shocked about. He explained indifferently, "That's the light assimilation technique, an extremely powerful concealment technique. It's specially used to deal with the divine senses of cultivators. As long as a cultivator cultivated to a certain level, there was 100% chance that they would have divine senses. The divine senses were the eyes and ears of a cultivator. It was so powerful that it far exceeded the 5 senses and 6 senses of a human. Within the range of a cultivator's divine senses, it was more vivid than seeing with one's own eyes. Then, 2 cultivators, you also have a divine sense, I also have a divine sense, everyone has their own divine sense range. If 2 people happen to be in each other's divine sense range, then it is equal to entering each other's field of vision. At this time, what if one of them didn't want to be detected by the other's divine senses? Of course, it would be to use a technique to avoid the other's divine senses. And the technique that Ling Yin cultivated was precisely this light assimilation technique. The light assimilation technique was a top-notch concealment technique. Cultivators at the peak of Qi cultivation level 3 could start using it. Now that Ling Yin was at the peak of Qi cultivation level 2, he didn't hesitate to expend 3 drops of divine energy to use this light assimilation technique to prevent the other party from finding him. Light assimilation technique, as the name suggested, was one with the light and one with the dust. Laozi once said, "Be one with the light and dust, roll with the time. Hide your scales and wings, think of the wind and clouds." The meaning of this sentence was to become one with the light, to turn into the dust of the secular world, and to display one's talent as the times changed. Like a fish, it retracted its scales, like a bird, it folded its wings, and according to the changes of the situation, waiting for an opportunity to move, so as to plan for the future. The Tao Te Ching also said, "The Tao rushes, but when used, it may not be full." Like the ancestor of all things, dampen its sharpness, resolve its confusion, be one with the light, be one with the dust. I don't know whose son I am, the ancestor of the Elephant Emperor. Those who know don't speak, those who speak don't know. Blocking their exchange, closing their doors, dampening their sharpness, resolving their disputes, harmonizing their light and sharing their dust, this is called Xian Tong. Therefore, if you can't get close, 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 if you can't get close. That is why the world is precious. These words corresponded to the cultivation technique that Ling Yin used. In fact, it was very easy to explain. Ling Yin used the cultivation technique to make his divine sense the same as the other party's divine sense. This was to resolve the confusion and, at the same time, to make the other party's divine sense unable to distinguish who it belonged to. At the same time, closing the door, and blending in with the light was like closing the door to one's own house, allowing oneself to be completely hidden within the range of the other party's divine sense. When one's divine sense probed over, they would discover that there was nothing here, and they would not be able to find themselves at all. You have a divine sense, so I will make my divine sense the same as yours. I will advance and retreat according to your divine sense. You cannot see me, but I can sense you. I, on the other hand, have completely disappeared from the range of your divine sense. When the Tao rushes, use it. In other words, when someone uses a Tao technique to deal with you, you can use this move. This was the light assimilation technique. This was definitely a heaven-defying divine sense concealment technique. Back in the cultivation world, when Ling Yan wasn't strong enough, he had relied on this technique to escape death countless times. It was precisely because Ling Yan used the light assimilation technique that Mo Wu Dao felt as though his body had instantly fallen into another dimension. Phew, that was close. Mo Wu Dao nodded in realization after listening to Ling Yan's explanation. He let out a long sigh. Ling Yan smiled indifferently. Even if we were discovered, we wouldn't be afraid. At most, we'll just fight him. My hands are itching for a fight now. Mo Wu Dao's eyes widened in shock. You can beat him? Then why are you hiding so quickly? Ling Yan replied helplessly, I just don't want to fight him here. As he said that, Ling Yan pointed to the wall of Yan Garden. Mo Wu Dao thought about it. With Ling Yan's fighting style, if they really fought, the entire Yan Garden would probably be destroyed. Then what do we do next? Ling Yan smiled and said, the Yin Qi here has almost been absorbed. Let's go somewhere else. P.S. My apologies, Bu Jing would like to apologize to everyone who is waiting for a new update. Because of the appearance of a new powerful person, I'm a little stuck. I've been thinking hard for a few days before I figured out how to write it. Please understand. Students, please take note, Martial God Dragon Emperor's monthly red packets are still being distributed. C-League is now distributing bags worth 600 yuan, please come and collect them quickly. Also, please subscribe, please receive monthly tickets, please receive the glory of the great God. Ling Yan and Mo Wu Dao hurriedly returned to where they parked the van and left in no time. In the deep night, the van moved slowly. Ling Yan drove casually, but his mind was racing as he fell into deep thought. He was thinking about the words of the man in green who suddenly appeared, as well as some information that was revealed through those words. That brat made him nervous. Who was that brat that the green-clothed man mentioned? It can't be me, right? When Ling Yan thought of this sentence, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up into a knowing smile. The green-cloaked man mentioned the matter from 40 years ago again. Just what happened 40 years ago that these existences at the pinnacle of Xianxia would constantly mention it and never forget it? This was what Ling Yan was most concerned about because it involved the Ling family. 40 years ago, dozens of Xiantian realm experts from the Ling family brought the largest piece of the ghost and divine willow tree to Kunlun. Since then, no one knew if they were dead or alive. Of course, he had to investigate this matter. Ghost cultivators. From the man in green, Ling Yan confirmed the existence of ghost cultivators in Huaxia. At the same time, he also learned that the ghost cultivators in Huaxia had once come out to cause trouble. Moreover, it happened more than 40 years ago. Their current gathering place was the Mount Ming that Mo Wu Dao had mentioned. Ling Yan was very clear about this. The man in green had probably leaked this information to him after discovering that he was going to the Yan Garden to absorb the Yin Qi. Dragon Trap Formation, Heaven Team, Dragon Team. According to the warning of the man in green, Ling Yan began to confirm his guess. Yan Garden's Dragon Trap Formation. It should only be a part of a larger formation. Judging from the fact that the azure-clothed man was able to rush over as soon as the dark lock dragon trapping formation shook, even if this azure-clothed man was not the person controlling the larger formation, he was definitely one of the key people responsible for supervising the larger formation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to rush over so quickly when the Yan Garden shook. Ling Yan was a formation grandmaster, so he knew this better than anyone else. Only a person who kept an eye on a formation at all times or was in charge of the formation core could have such a fast reaction speed. However, that person's movement technique was a little too fast, and his realm was a little too high. This was something Ling Yan did not expect. As for who the man in green was, Ling Yan had no idea whether he was from the Heavenly Team or the Dragon Team. However, he was certain that he was from one of these two organizations. But no matter who this person is, he must be related to the Long family in the capital. Ling Yan didn't even need to analyze this point. Because that formation was a dragon trapping formation. If it really was a dragon trapped, then it must be related to the Long family. The Long family was the most powerful force in the secular world of China. They would never let go of anything related to dragons. Moreover, they were in the capital, right under the nose of the Long family. The majestic dragon trapping array was actually just a component of another great array. Just how heaven-defying was that great array? Thinking of this, Ling Yan couldn't help but feel a little itchy. He couldn't help but want to display his array formation techniques and study this terrifying array formation. If I really had to fight that green-clothed man one-on-one, I would probably lose in terms of cultivation. But I wouldn't lose in terms of strength. Ling Yan secretly calculated in his heart. Thinking of the strength that the green-clothed man showed at the end of the lake, if it was just one person, he wouldn't be too concerned about the opponent. The opponent is at most at the peak of the middle stage of qi refinement, not the late stage. Ling Yan could come to this conclusion. Of course, it wasn't a wild guess. That was, after he used the light assimilation technique, the opponent's divine sense didn't discover him. Although the light assimilation technique was heaven-defying, it didn't mean that it was useful against everyone. It depended on the opponent's cultivation. Ling Yan used 3 drops of God Essence and instantly reached the peak of Qi refinement level 3. Using the light assimilation technique, as long as the opponent hadn't reached the late stage of Qi refinement, even if they were at the peak of Qi refinement level 6, they wouldn't be able to discover him. It was very safe. But if the opponent had reached Qi refinement level 7, then it was very likely that he would discover Ling Yan. Even if Ling Yan had well and the green-cloaked man couldn't discover Ling Yan, he would definitely be able to discover Mo Wu Dao just now. In other words, if Ling Yan used the light assimilation technique, as long as the opponent didn't exceed him by 3 small realms, no matter what, he wouldn't be able to discover him. It was absolutely safe. And if the opponent exceeded Ling Yan by 3 small realms, then it would depend on the strength of the divine sense and the level of the opponent's detection technique. If the opponent used a detection technique of the same level as the light assimilation technique, then a Qi refinement level 7 cultivator would definitely be able to discover Ling Yan. But if the opponent's detection technique was of a lower level than the light assimilation technique, and the divine sense wasn't strong enough, then even a Qi refinement level 7 cultivator wouldn't be able to discover Ling Yan. Ling Yan had sufficient confidence in this point. Hey, I say, what are you thinking about? It's midnight now, when the Yin Qi is the heaviest. Quickly take out the divine ghost willow and let it absorb the Yin Qi. Mo Wu Dao saw that Ling Yan had been thinking about something and didn't speak after getting into the car. He immediately became anxious and hurriedly reminded him to take out the divine ghost willow from the spatial ring. Mo Wu Dao was even more anxious about cultivating the divine ghost willow than Ling Yan. It was just past midnight, when the gates of hell opened and hundreds of ghosts walked in the night. The Yin Qi was the heaviest at this time. If they missed this opportunity, then they could only wait for another year. With Mo Wu Dao's cultivation realm, it was impossible for him to hear the words that the man in green had specially said to Ling Yan. Oh, how did I forget about this? Ling Yan muttered and hurriedly took out the divine ghost willow. This time, he directly handed it to Mo Wu Dao beside him and let him hold it. But the Yin Qi on the road isn't heavy. It can't be compared to the Yen garden. Ling Yan said casually. F***ck, aren't you talking nonsense? This is the streets of the capital. If the Yin Qi was this heavy, would people still be able to come out and move around? Ling Yan, we have to increase our income and reduce our expenditure. No matter how small a mosquito's leg is, it's still meat. Mo Wu Dao actually lectured Ling Yan in a sincere and heartfelt manner. Alright, I'll listen to you. We'll do whatever you say. Ling Yan was too lazy to argue with him as he drove. F***ck. This divine ghost willow has actually grown so tall? It's not easy to carry it in this car. Now, after absorbing the huge amount of Yin Qi in the Yen garden, the divine ghost willow had already grown to more than 4 feet tall. Its trunk was close to 1.5 meters tall. The hundreds of willow branches were also 1 meter long. The willow leaves were green and translucent. However, the veins of the countless willow leaves and the patterns on the trunk were completely different from willow leaves. They were more like some mysterious and complicated runes. Moreover, the divine ghost willow had also grown dense roots. The color was white with a hint of yellow, looking incomparably fresh. Now, this divine ghost willow had already grown into a real small tree. It was just short of being planted in the ground. The countless willow branches of the divine ghost willow were still swaying gently, absorbing the Xianxia gathered on the road at a faster speed than before. Ling Yan was very satisfied with the growth of the divine ghost willow. He said with a smile, "Can't you just take it along the carriage? Do you really have to take it horizontally?" Ling Yan thought to himself that it was fortunate that he drove a van out tonight. If he drove a car, there really wouldn't be any space for it. Yes, I was wondering why it was so awkward. Mo Wu Dao immediately took the divine ghost willow. Then, he suddenly asked in confusion, that's not right. I remember that you have 2 divine ghost willows. Where's the other one?" Ling Yan thought to himself that Mo Wu Dao was really touching a sore spot. He shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Shaking his head, he said, "Don't think about the other one for now. Just cultivate this one tonight." The other one had already burrowed into the Earth Emperor's book. It was currently in Ling Yan's energy center and couldn't be taken out. Then, he changed the topic and asked, "Where's the next target?" Mo Wu Dao picked up the map and scanned it. Finally, his gaze landed on a funeral parlor, which was the legendary crematorium. He pointed and said, "Here, this funeral parlor." Ling Yan nodded, stepped on the accelerator, and drove directly towards the funeral parlor that Mo Wu Dao pointed to. "Hey! Along the way, slow down when you pass by the intersection, the hospital, or the forest so that the divine ghost willow can absorb more Xianxia. There's still 3 to 4 hours, we have plenty of time." Seeing Ling Yan suddenly speed up, Mo Wu Dao was instantly a little anxious. Ling Yan laughed and said, "No need, the divine ghost willow is different from before. It can absorb almost all the Xianxia within a 1-kilometer radius. It'll be fine if we drive fast." The current divine ghost willow had truly taken shape. It had grown roots, and the range and speed of its absorption of Xianxia was 10 times greater than before. For the next hour or so, Ling Yan and Mo Wu Dao drove the van around the whole of Beijing. Whenever they found a place with dense Xianxia, they would slow down and wait for the divine ghost willow to absorb all the Xianxia in the vicinity. Then, they would change to the next place. However, that night, the range of their activities was limited to outside of Beijing's Third Ring Road. They didn't go to any of the more special places, and they didn't dare to go to the palace within the Third Ring Road. When they were almost done in the city, the 2 of them drove out of the city and rushed to a few of the more famous cemeteries around Beijing. In this way, the 2 of them went to almost all the places with dense Xianxia in the whole of Beijing. Wherever they passed, the huge amount of Xianxia was absorbed by the divine ghost willow. At about 3:30 a.m., Ling Yan and Mo Wu Dao's deliberate nurturing of the divine ghost willow finally came to an end. Because it was already 4 o'clock in the morning, it was also the turning point of the Xianxia decline. There was no need for them to continue wandering around. The divine ghost willow has almost doubled in size. It's almost 6 feet tall now. The van is almost full. Mo Wu Dao said excitedly. The 2 of them spent the whole night, a full 4 hours. The results of the nurturing were very shocking. Not bad. Ling Yan was very satisfied with the results of this operation. He had earned a lot tonight. The divine ghost willow was now 6 feet tall. When it stood upright, it was already taller than Ling Yan. If it grew any taller, it wouldn't be able to fit in the spatial ring. Even though the divine ghost willow absorbed Xianxia, what it released was tyrannical with spiritual energy. It was full of vitality. However, because this one grew by absorbing Xianxia, it didn't receive Ling Yan's blood or heaven and earth spiritual energy. Therefore, it only grew and didn't undergo any changes. Let's go home. We'll study it carefully these few days to see if it has any other magical uses. Ling Yan put the divine ghost willow into the spatial ring and drove straight back to the Ling family. To be continued. Tonight there will be 3 night watches. The first night watch. Seeking subscriptions, seeking monthly votes. Seeking recommendation votes, at around 4:30 am, Ling Yan and Mo Wu Dao returned to the Ling family's ancestral residence. The main gate of the Ling family's ancestral home was tightly shut. The 2 of them parked the van at its original spot. Then, Ling Yan led Mo Wudao around the main gate and entered through an inconspicuous side door. The Ling family didn't close this hidden side door all year round. It was used by special members of the Ling family, such as Cui Lao and the Ling family's men of sacrifice. Of course, because it wasn't closed all year round, there were also Ling family loyalists disguised as ordinary guards in the modern era, guarding inside to prevent unauthorized people from barging in. Ling Yan brought Mo Wudao into the house, and the two followed a small path towards the sixth courtyard of the Ling family's ancestral mansion. After arriving at the sixth courtyard, Ling Yan observed the layout of the flowers and trees in the courtyard. Then, he chose a suitable spot, took out the ghost willow, and stabbed it into the wetland beneath his feet. The roots of the ghost divine willow were all inserted into the ground. He planted the ghost divine willow there. On the way back to the Ling family, Ling Yan had already decided to plant this ghost god willow in the Ling family. No matter how miraculous the divine ghost willow was, it was still a tree. Since it was a tree, it should be planted on the ground instead of being kept in a space ring. Moreover, the divine ghost willow had been successfully cultivated and had truly grown into a 2-meter-tall tree that was as thick as a bowl. It was constantly releasing pure and powerful wood spirit chi and emitting endless vitality. By planting it in the Ling family, everyone in the Ling family would be able to enjoy its benefits at any time. During the Age of Chaos, Earth's spiritual energy had already dried up. It was extremely difficult for cultivators to cultivate. Compared to the world of cultivation, Earth's cultivation speed was as slow as a tortoise's crawl. Now that the Ling family had this divine ghost willow, the pure and powerful wood spirit chi it emitted was extremely strong. In terms of quantity, it had far exceeded the effect of the spirit gathering array in Xianxia City Mansion No. 1. In terms of the purity of the spirit chi that villain No. 1 absorbed from all directions contained spirit chi of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It could be said to be very heterogeneous, but the Ling family's divine ghost willow only released one type of wood spirit chi. In comparison, it was like the difference between clouds and mud. Wood spiritual energy was the power of life. It was a synonym for vitality. Those who did not cultivate would bathe in it and receive the nourishment of life force. Their bodies would become healthy and strong, and they would not get sick. They could also prolong their lives. Cultivators, on the other hand, would be constantly nourished by the wood spirit chi, and their bodies would become light and healthy. They would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort and advance at a godly speed. And the divine ghost willow was the inheritance of the Ling family. The people of the Ling clan cultivated the Black-Yellow Sutra, which was very compatible with the divine ghost willow. They bathed in it day and night, so their cultivation speed was naturally even more heaven-defying. Of course, there were two other reasons why he planted the ghost divine willow here. One reason was that he discovered that the divine ghost willow's wood spirit energy was very well controlled, covering the entire Ling family's ancestral home. It was even more effective than a spirit gathering array, and it would not leak out in the slightest. Another reason was that the divine ghost willow itself was extremely hard and flexible, not to mention the trunk and branches. Even the leaves, sprouts, and roots that had just sprouted could not be harmed by ordinary innate realm experts with swords and sabers. In other words, the divine ghost willow could withstand all kinds of torment. Last night, after Ling Yan left the city, he went to every place where yin qi gathered. He would directly plant the divine ghost willow into the ground and wait for it to absorb all the yin qi there before pulling it out and taking it away. After a few torments, Ling Yan realized that the newly grown roots of the divine ghost willow were not damaged at all. This gave Ling Yan a bold idea. He wondered if he could use the divine ghost willow as a weapon against his enemies. He couldn't help but want to test it himself to see if the devil's blade could damage the divine ghost willow's trunk. He wanted to see how strong the defense of the divine ghost willow was. However, Ling Yan completely rejected this idea as soon as it popped up. The main reason was that he couldn't bear to do it, and the divine ghost willow was obviously sentient. Ling Yan didn't want it to blame him. No one would want to be stabbed by an innocent person. However, this made things convenient for Ling Yan. When he wasn't using the divine ghost willow, he could plant it here so that the Ling family could enjoy its protection. If Ling Yan needed to use it outside, he could come over to pluck it out and take it away. Mo Wudao looked at Ling Yan and couldn't help but ask, "You're planting it here just like that?" Ling Yan nodded and smiled. If it was just a piece of wood, I could keep it in my spatial ring. However, it's a complete tree now. Of course, it has to be planted on the ground. That's more reasonable. As Lingyan spoke, the thousands of willow branches of the divine ghost willow swayed at the same time. The direction and frequency of the swaying were surprisingly consistent. It seemed to be nodding and thanking Lingyan for doing so. My family's inheritance is indeed magical. Lingyan wasn't surprised at the divine ghost willow's actions. He couldn't help but praise it with a smile. He knew that the tree spirit of the divine ghost willow could understand him. Emma Wudao was also full of praise. However, he asked worriedly, what if someone sneaks in and steals it? This divine ghost willow was something that Lingyan and Emma Wudao had spent a great deal of effort to nurture. In Emma Wudao's eyes, this little tree was closer to him than his own son. Of course, he was worried that it would be stolen. Lingyan smiled faintly. Don't worry, I'll bring it along when I go out. It's not afraid of being tossed around. Last night, it didn't even drop a single sprout. As for Lingyan's home, it was needless to say. If someone wanted to steal the divine ghost willow, they would have to be prepared to be killed by Lingyan. If they could beat Lingyan, they could even snatch the divine ghost willow from him. If they couldn't beat Lingyan, only death awaited them. Emma Wudao stepped forward and reached out to touch the divine ghost willow. His movements were gentle as if he was caressing the face of his beloved. He said, anyway, I still feel uneasy. Lingyan laughed. Then you can stay here and guard it every night. I have no objections. With that, he turned around and walked towards the backyard. Emma Wudao had no choice but to leave the divine ghost willow behind to chase after Lingyan. He shouted, hey, wait for me. The two of them soon arrived at the 7th courtyard, which was also the temporary residence of the Ling family. Is there anything else? If there's nothing else, I'm going to sleep. I'm exhausted from last night's torment. Here. Emma Wudao yawned at the sky. His energy from last night seemed to have disappeared in an instant. Lingyan turned around and smiled at the sleepy Emma Wudao. Of course there's something else. It's already bright outside, why are you still sleeping? Emma Wudao was instantly alarmed when he saw Lingyan's expression. He took 2 steps back carefully before asking, what else is there? Lingyan said seriously, as the saying goes, it's winter. It's morning now, the most suitable time of the day for cultivation. Yet, you're thinking of sleeping? You're so lazy, when can you break through to the Xianxia realm? Lingyan said very seriously, because Emma Wudao was now his brother. He did not want to see Emma Wudao lazing around all day like this. Who knew that Emma Wudao would deflate like a balloon when he heard that he was going to cultivate? He complained, you said you want to cultivate? I'm not interested. Besides, I'm not made of iron. I didn't sleep last night, and I'm exhausted from head to toe. Do you think everyone is like you, cultivating every day as long as they have nothing to do? Isn't that boring? Emma Wudao said as he retreated. As soon as he finished his sentence, he actually used his movement technique and dashed towards his room. Bang! All of a sudden, Emma Wudao knocked into Lingyan's body, causing him to feel dizzy. How could Lingyan allow him to escape? They had already arrived at the door. F***ck, why is your body harder than an iron wall? What the hell? Emma Wudao grimaced in pain, and his sleepiness instantly disappeared. He glared at Lingyan and scolded. There's no way you can sleep now. You have to cultivate. Lingyan sneered. F***ck, when I was on the mountain, even my master couldn't stop me from sleeping. Why can't you let me sleep? Emma Wudao really had no interest in cultivation at all. He said furiously. Another reason was that Emma Wudao had the spiritual body. He was sleepy during the day and energetic at night. This was determined by his physique. Looking at the angry Emma Wudao, Lingyan couldn't help but laugh in his heart. He nodded and said, all right, you want to sleep, right? Sure. He suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed at the entrance of the Ling family's ancestral residence. Go out and turn right. You can go wherever you want. Out of sight, out of mind. However, if you want to follow me, you have to start cultivating seriously. Otherwise, with your little ability, you won't even be able to protect your own life. That would be detrimental to you. think about what happened last night. If that person discovered us, I wouldn't be able to protect myself. He could kill you with just a spit. Ling Yan revealed his motive with a worried expression. Mo Wu Dao was obviously a great help to Ling Yan now, and Ling Yan already treated him like a brother. Of course, he was worried about his safety. However, the difference in strength between the two of them was too great. If Mo Wu Dao didn't break through, he would become a burden to Ling Yan sooner or later. Then, when the two of them went out in the future, Ling Yan would have to protect him like a child. That was why he forced Mo Wu Dao to cultivate. Ling Yan's words were sincere and all he said was the truth. Mo Wu Dao was speechless. After thinking for a while, Mo Wu Dao sighed heavily and said angrily, "All right, I'll cultivate. However, our Taoist Kung Fu is just meditation and breathing. What's there to cultivate?" Ling Yan chuckled. "Who asked you to cultivate Maoshan Kung Fu? I'll teach you something new. I guarantee you won't feel sleepy at all. Follow me." As they spoke, Ling Yan led Mo Wu Dao to a quiet place and sat cross-legged facing each other. "Listen up, this technique is called the stellar condensation technique." It was 4:30 in the morning. Ling Yan was obviously cultivating the stellar condensation technique. To be continued. P.S. I'm very sorry to inform everyone that I missed 2 chapters yesterday. Bujin will definitely make it up to at least 3 chapters tonight. Thank you all for your support. Last night, second update. The plot is difficult to write, and the plot is difficult. Please be understanding. Also, Martial God Dragon Emperor's monthly ticket red packets are still being distributed. Please come and collect them as soon as possible. There were only 3 types of skills that could be used to protect one's life: strong defense, lightness skill for escaping, and the ability to conceal oneself. The strongest technique that Ling Yan had to improve his defense was the stellar condensation technique. It was a top-notch body tempering technique. By absorbing the sun's essence fire, the moon's energy, and the billions of stars' energy, it could cleanse and strengthen one's body. Not only could it increase one's defense, but it could also greatly increase one's strength. As for lightness skill, since Mo Wu Dao had reached Ho Tian realm level 9, he naturally had some foundation. Ling Yan planned to teach him the dragonfish phantom ability. He wouldn't use it in battle, but it would definitely be useful for escaping. In terms of concealment techniques, Ling Yan had mastered 3 of them. The most powerful one was the light assimilation technique, which could avoid detection by divine senses. However, Mo Wu Dao's current cultivation level was still too low to learn it. Thus, Ling Yan decided to settle for the next best thing and teach him the tortoise breathing technique or the withered rock technique. However, cultivating martial arts was about taking things one step at a time. As the saying goes, one shouldn't bite off more than one can chew. Thus, Ling Yan decided to only teach Mo Wu Dao the stellar condensation technique to improve his defense and strength. This technique was easy to learn but difficult to master. As long as one knew the technique, it would be easy to get started. On the contrary, it would get harder and harder as one progressed. Each step was a huge threshold, and the threshold would get higher and higher until it was unattainable. Not to mention others, even Ling Yan himself had reached the pinnacle of the second major realm of the stellar condensation technique. However, he was already at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage level 2. Even though he cultivated day and night, he still couldn't break through to the 3rd major realm of the stellar condensation technique. This showed the difficulty of cultivating this technique. However, Ling Yan still chose to cultivate this set of techniques. The effects of this set of techniques were simply too powerful and heaven-defying. At that moment, once the two of them were seated, Ling Yan used telepathy to explain the cultivation technique of the stellar condensation technique to Mo Wu Dao in detail so that he could memorize it. He also explained in detail some of the details and difficulties when he first started cultivating. Since Ling Yan was imparting such a heaven-defying technique, he naturally had to use telepathy. Mo Wu Dao's personality was similar to Ling Yan's. When he didn't intend to do something, it didn't matter what he did. But once he decided to do something, he liked to do it to the extreme, demanding perfection. This point. His actions of summoning Ling Yan's soul, finding out Ling Zhao's whereabouts, and helping Ling Yan nurture the ghost god Willow last night were all very clear. Of course, training was the same. Since he was forced to sit down by Ling Yun, wasting his precious sleeping time, he naturally had to learn the martial arts that Ling Yun taught him. Moreover, Mo Wu Dao was also extremely smart. If he wasn't smart, he wouldn't have been accepted as the last disciple of Mao Mountain, let alone self-taught. He had learned the 3 arts of divination and divination from the Shen Men to the next level. Mo Wu Dao had already memorized the stellar condensation technique after Ling Yun explained it once. After the second explanation, Mo Wu Dao had a basic understanding of the cultivation method of this technique. He also understood some of the hard-to-understand details and key points. After Ling Yun explained it for the 3rd time, Mo Wu Dao had already closed his eyes and started cultivating on his own. I didn't expect that bunch of smelly old Taoists from Mao Mountain to really know how to find a disciple. Mo Wu Dao had already started cultivating on his own while Ling Yun was explaining. He couldn't help but nod in approval. Ling Yun had actually imparted this technique to many people, such as Ning Lingyu, Qin Dongxue, Tai Xiaohu, and Ling Lai. However, only Ning Lingyu and Qin Dongxue could start cultivating on their own after listening to it 3 times. This fellow's aptitude for cultivation is really not bad, Ling Yun smiled knowingly as he pondered. Once Mo Wu Dao's mastery of the stellar condensation technique reached a certain level, he would teach him lightness skills and the art of concealment. As for combat techniques, Ling Yun wasn't in a hurry. If he wanted to fight, he could do it himself. Then, Ling Yun didn't disturb Mo Wu Dao anymore. Instead, he closed his eyes and focused on cultivating. Ling Yun had been cultivating the stellar condensation technique like crazy recently because he felt that he was about to break through. The stellar condensation technique was divided into 7 major realms. The first major realm was the entry level. It used the great sun refined fire, the power of the moon, and the power of the stars to purify and remove the impurities in the body. It strengthened the muscles, bones, and skin, improved the body's defense, and greatly increased the body's strength. The second major realm was the entry level. When one reached the peak of the second major realm, the body would advance to the treasure body. It would be pure and flawless, without any impurities. It would be invulnerable to all kinds of poisons. The third major realm was the entry level. It focused on the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, as well as some of the weaker parts of the body, such as the eyes, heart, and breasts. Ling Yun had his reasons for wanting to break through to the 3rd realm of the stellar condensation technique. Now that he had reached the peak of Qi cultivation stage 2, his body had produced the true samadhi fire. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels had gradually become a furnace. He could start forging weapons now. However, Ling Yun's current realm was still far from that. It was definitely not enough to rely on the true samadhi fire that he had just cultivated. Therefore, he needed external energy. Without a doubt, the power of the sun, the moon, and the stars were the best energy in the universe. They were many times stronger than the true samadhi fire in Ling Yun's body. For example, the great sun refined fire was the essence of the flames of the sun. It was definitely not something the true samadhi fire could compare to. Since the stellar condensation technique could temper the human body to the point that it resembled the stars, it could also be used to temper elixirs and utensils. As long as Ling Yun broke through to the 3rd major realm of the stellar condensation technique, he would be able to guide the great sun refined fire, the power of the moon, and the power of the billions of stars to purify his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Naturally, he could use them to nourish the elixirs and flying swords in his body. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Ling Yun would not be Ling Yun if he did not do such a good thing. That was why he wanted to break through as soon as possible. The 2 of them immersed themselves in cultivation. Unknowingly, 3 hours had passed. Ling Yun only stopped his cultivation and opened his eyes slowly at 7:30 a.m. The sun was high up in the sky, and there was a commotion in the distance. Ling Yun's lips curled into a charming smile. Just now, he felt that he had truly touched the barrier of the 3rd major realm of the stellar condensation technique. I will definitely break through to the 3rd major realm of the stellar condensation technique by the 15th of August, Ling Yun was very confident. The 6th, 7th, and 8th months of the lunar calendar were the hottest seasons in China. The great sun refined fire was the strongest, and the moon was the biggest and roundest on the 15th of August. The power of the moon was naturally the strongest. At the same time, the Milky Way was dazzling in the summer, and the billions of stars shone brightly in the night sky. The release of the power of the stars was also the peak of the year. If Lingyun cultivated with all his might, it was almost certain that he would be able to break through the third major realm of the stellar condensation technique. Unfortunately, there is only one sun and one moon on Earth. Lingyun shook his head slightly to express his regret. One had to know that in the cultivation world, there were 2 suns and 5 moons in the sky at the same time. F***ck, how many suns do you want? Legend has it that there were 10 of them, and they roasted the entire Earth dry. Didn't Hui shoot down 9 of them? Emma Wudao had just woken up from his cultivation and heard Ling Yun's complaint. He couldn't help but laugh and continue the conversation. That's just a legend, Ling Yun said casually before scanning Emma Wudao with his divine sense. He was shocked to find that Emma Wudao had actually reached the first minor realm of the stellar condensation technique. I didn't expect your cultivation talent to be SOSO, but it's not bad. It's about 1/5 of mine. Ling Yun joked with Emma Wudao. Che, keep bragging, Emma Wudao didn't back down. He was also very excited about the results of his cultivation just now. Sai, I have to say, this cultivation technique of yours is really suitable for me to cultivate. I'm very energetic at night. As long as there's a moon and stars, I can cultivate all the time, right? Ling Yun smiled and nodded. Not bad, I taught you this cultivation technique because I saw your weirdness. I'm teaching according to your aptitude. He, Emma Wudao laughed and rubbed his hands together excitedly. That's the best. In the future, I won't have to delay my cultivation when I'm doing business at night. Moreover, I can cultivate until this time in the morning. Then, I can go to sleep after breakfast. Ling Yun was quite pleased to hear Emma Wudao's words. Who knew that Emma Wudao's last sentence would completely expose his true colors? Ling Yun jumped up from the ground. F***ck, a dog really can't change its spots. Do you only know how to sleep? Emma Wudao also stood up and patted the dirt off his body. The world is big, but eating and sleeping are the most important. I can't take it anymore, I'm starving. I'll go have breakfast first and then sleep. Ling Yun knew that Emma Wudao had reached his limit. He didn't say anything this time. Instead, he called Emma Wudao to his room and arranged for someone to send breakfast over. After breakfast, Emma Wudao didn't wait for Ling Yun to speak and ran back to his room to sleep. He was prepared to sleep until the sky turned dark. Ling Yun shook his head and smiled. He called for someone to remove the cutlery and went to take a shower. After changing into a set of clean clothes, he left the room to pay his respects to his grandfather, Ling Lai. His divine sense was strong and his mental strength was unparalleled. Coupled with his strong body, it wouldn't be a problem for him to not sleep for a few days straight. Ling Lai had experienced great joy and sorrow last night. The emotional impact was too great. Naturally, Ling Yun had to go over to check it out. Yun, you're here too? Come in. Ling Lai noticed Ling Yun walking to the entrance of Ling Lai's courtyard and called him in. To be continued. Students, come and claim your red packets. You won't be able to get them if you're late. I stayed up all night writing and continued writing. The new plot is about to unfold. The Sun family and the Chen family. There were 2 other people in Ling Lai's room, Ling Xiao and Ling Yu. However, the former head of the family, Ling Zhen, was nowhere to be seen. Grandpa, father, second uncle, Ling Yun greeted the 3 of them respectfully as soon as he came in. Yun, come over and sit down. Ling Lai's eyes were a little red and his expression was weary. It seemed like he had suffered quite a blow, but he treated Ling Yun the same way he always did. Grandpa Ling came over personally and pulled Ling Yun to sit down. Grandpa, Yun is here to pay his respects and to ask for forgiveness. It was my fault for making you sad and angry last night. The first thing Ling Yun did was to offer a humble apology in front of the elders. He knew very well that it wasn't right to do so. He had to show off after getting what he wanted. Ling Lai waved his hand and glared at him. Yun, you don't have to say that. What's wrong with you? Grandpa said that Ling Hao deserved to be killed. No matter what happens in the future, Grandpa will take care of it for you. If you're wrong, why did Grandpa appoint you as the head of the Ling family? In fact, Ling Lai appointing Ling Yun as the head of the Ling family was a form of protection and affirmation. Under his deliberate action, the matter of Ling Yun killing Ling Hao had basically subsided. The people of the Ling family knew very well that Ling Hao deserved to die. It would be unfair if they didn't kill him. As long as Ling Zhen and Ling Yong didn't retaliate, it would only take 2 days at most after Ling Hao's funeral arrangements were settled. Yun, after you left last night, I talked to your father. Also, your first and second uncles had a discussion and decided to kick Ling Hao out of the family. His name will be erased from the family records. His body will not be buried in the Ling family's ancestral grave. What do you think? Ling Yin sat down with Ling Lai. Ling Lai went straight to the point and told him his decision on Ling Hao. Ling Yin was shocked when he heard that. He hurriedly said, "Grandpa, since Ling Hao is dead, we should." Ling Yin wanted to deal with Ling Hao alive. He couldn't allow him to continue living in the Ling family. However, Ling Hao was dead, and Ling Yun had taken his revenge. He didn't really care about a dead man. Yuner, you don't have to plead for him. Let me tell you, these 3 punishments are all according to the Ling family's rules. Ling Hao deserves it. Furthermore, these 3 conditions were proposed by your uncle himself. You don't have to worry about any trouble. Ling Yin was shocked when he heard this. He thought to himself, this uncle of mine is really cruel to his son. However, in this way, Ling Zhen had completely removed himself from the blame, and no one could criticize him. What about big brother Ling Yong? Ling Yin was more concerned about Ling Yong. Ling Yu suddenly opened his mouth. You don't have to worry about Ling Yong. That kid has always been an upright person and hates evil. He knows better than anyone that Ling Hao deserves to die. I won't blame you at all. Ling Xiao also said, when you go over later, go see Ling Yong and have a good talk with him. Ling Xiao wanted Ling Yin to visit Ling Yong so that his son could resolve the knot in Ling Yong's heart. Ling Yin stood up and said, yes, father. The father and son didn't have a grudge against each other last night. Both father and son were well aware of that, so Ling Yun naturally wouldn't have any opinions about his father. At that time, only those who loved him the most would say those words and do those things. This was the truth of the world. Ling Lai continued, as for Ling Hao's funeral, Yuner, you don't have to worry about it. He will be cremated and buried immediately. There won't be a funeral. Everyone will say the same thing, that Ling Hao went berserk during his cultivation and died suddenly. One shouldn't wash one's dirty linen in public, especially for a big family. When dealing with an unfilial son like Ling Hao, they would naturally cut the Gordian knot. Ling Yin couldn't be bothered to interfere with Ling Hao's funeral. He nodded in agreement. Then, the 4 generations stopped discussing Ling Hao's funeral. Instead, they talked about other things. Of course, the focus of their discussion was still on the inheritance of the Ling family and the mutation of the divine ghost willow. Ling Yin didn't hide anything and told the 3 elders about the process of nurturing the other divine ghost willow last night. Ling Lai and the others were all shocked when they heard it. However, the core of the Ling family, the 3 generations of the family discussed it together, but they couldn't figure out the identity of the man in green. The Ling family had been too weak for more than a decade and had already left the circle at the top of Huaxia. They didn't know much about the mysterious figures in the heavenly team or the dragon team. Cui Lao suddenly rushed in while the 4 of them were talking. He first greeted Ling Lai and the others, then said to Ling Yun, young master, Zhao Ping has been caught. Ling Yun nodded. Did he say anything? Cui Lao nodded immediately. Zhao Ping confessed everything. Everything he said is consistent with what young master found out. In fact, it's even more than that. The 4 people from the Ling family looked at each other. Finally, Ling Lai asked, Cui Lao, what else did that unfilial son of Ling Hao do? Cui Lao said solemnly, in the end, Ling Hao hired a heaven-ranked assassin from the Assassins organization and offered him $200 million, but he had to pay 40% of the deposit. However, Ling Hao couldn't fork out $500 million, so he mortgaged the Ling family's outer residence, which was the courtyard house that young master once lived in, to Yi Tianshui of the Yi family and borrowed $500 million from him. In return, Ling Hao promised Yi Tianshui that he would matchmake Missy with him, unfilial son. What an unfilial son. Deranged. How infuriating. Ling Lai was so angry that he stood up from the sofa halfway through. His face was ashen, and his lips trembled as he scolded. Ling Xiao and Ling Yu's expressions changed as well. The eldest young miss of the Ling family was naturally Ling Xiao. She was Ling Yu's biological daughter. How could his expression not change? If Ling Hao didn't deserve to be killed, then who? Ling Yan only shrugged his shoulders. He had an indifferent expression on his face, but he had another layer of apprehension towards Yi Tianxue and the Yi clan. Ling Yan ordered, Cui Lao, kill Zhao Ping immediately. Kill Zhao Ping immediately to prevent him from gossiping in the future. Yes. Cui Lao replied solemnly. Ling Yan didn't even need to kill Zhao Ping personally. It was too degrading. Second brother, third brother. Take a look, how did our Ling family produce such a beast? Ling Lai was so angry that his body trembled. At this moment, the last bit of affection he had for Ling Hao as an elder was completely gone. Ling Xiao and Ling Yu remained silent. Ling Yan stood up hurriedly and helped Grandpa Ling to sit down. Grandpa, Ling Hao is dead. Why are you angry at a dead person? Alright, it's all in the past. At this point, Ling Yan had said all that needed to be said and done. He didn't want to stay any longer. Instead, he stood up and bade farewell, saying that he wanted to see Ling Yong. Ling Lai waved at Ling Yun. Yun go. Remember, while Zhao Ping is still alive. Let him take a look at Zhao Ping and see if Ling Hao deserved to die. Ling Yun knew that Grandpa Ling was trying to prevent any future troubles for him. He was secretly touched. He nodded and left Ling Lai's courtyard. Ling Yong didn't leave the Ling family's ancestral home last night. He didn't sleep at all. He was currently in his front yard, practicing his knife skills crazily. Ling Yan left Ling Lai's courtyard. With a flash, he arrived at Ling Yong's courtyard. Then, with another flash, he charged into Ling Yong's saber light. Ah! Ling Yong turned pale with fright as he saw a figure rushing towards his blade. He hurriedly retracted his blade. The blade of the black gold knife was less than half an inch away from the tip of Ling Yun's nose when it stopped abruptly. Ling Yun was right under the blade, but his eyes didn't even blink. He was calm and composed as he smiled and said, Big brother, if you want to avenge Ling Hao, you can do it now. I won't dodge. Since Ling Hao was dead and removed from the family records, Ling Yong was naturally the head of the Ling family. Ling Yun was now the third young master of the Ling family. Clang! Ling Yong let go of the blade, and it fell to the ground with a crisp sound. After a moment of shock, he took 3 steps back and bowed to Ling Yun. Ling Yong greets the patriarch. Ling Yun floated forward and supported Ling Yong. He smiled and said, Big brother, you and I are blood brothers. You don't have to call me family head. Let's be like before. You can call me brother, and I'll call you big brother. This? Ling Yong was put in a difficult position. Ling Yun chuckled. What's with this and that? It's settled then. After explaining this matter, Ling Yun pulled Ling Yong along to find a place to sit down. Then, he asked with a smile, Big brother, why didn't you chop down that knife just now? Ling Yong immediately became anxious. He glared and said, Why would I cut you? Ling Hao is crazy, but I'm not. Lao Si, you don't have to beat around the bush with me. Let me be honest with you. Based on what Ling Hao did to you, if I were his biological brother, I would kill him first even if I were his biological brother. I'm sad because we share the same mother. Our mother passed away when we were young, and now that he's dead, I'm crying for him. That's the only way I can fulfill our brotherly bond. When Ling Yun heard this, he knew that Ling Yong was indeed an upright and straightforward person. 1 was 1, 2 was 2, and he drew a clear line between them. Right and wrong. It was impossible for someone like Ling Yong to hold a grudge against Ling Yun. Big brother, since you didn't strike me just now, you can't kill me for revenge in the future. Don't hold a grudge against me, okay? Ling Yong rolled his eyes. Even if I do hold a grudge against you, I'll have to be able to defeat you first. Do you think I'll have a chance to do so in this lifetime? The 2 brothers looked at each other and smiled. This was the end of the matter. Suddenly, Ling Yun moved to the center of the arena. He raised his hand and grabbed the black gold saber. Big brother, look carefully. Raging heaven and earth. Heaven destroyer. Triple wave. This was the celestial destroyer. Ling Yun completed it quickly. He looked at Ling Yong and chuckled. Big brother, let's go. I'll show you how to kill. The entire second volume of the Dragon Emperor Martial God was about the struggle for supremacy between clans, and the roar of dragons throughout the 9 continents. Now, the climax had arrived. The family hegemony had begun. Also, Bu Jing sincerely asks for a subscription. It's only a few cents a day. You won't be poor if you read. Please support the original edition. Kill who? Ling Yong was stunned. Ling Hao's follower, Zhao Ping. Ling Yun smiled. Hearing that it was to kill Zhao Ping, Ling Yong's face immediately turned gloomy, and a trace of anger appeared in his eyes. It's him? Did you catch him? Ling Yun nodded. Cui Lao sent someone to catch him last night. I'll go kill him myself. Ling Yong snatched the black gold knife from Ling Yun's hand and held it in his hand. He was filled with a murderous aura as he dashed to the backyard. Zhao Ping was just like his name. His height and appearance were very ordinary. He was the kind of person that people couldn't remember his face no matter where he was. At this moment, he was tied up by the Ling family's loyalists and kneeling in a corner of the 8th courtyard of the Ling family's ancestral home. His face was ashen. Zhao Ping had long known that Ling Hao's plan had failed. He had a bad premonition and found an excuse to leave Ling Hao before July. That was how he managed to escape Ling Hao's pursuit. He didn't expect Ling Hao to be beheaded by Ling Yun's flying sword. The Ling family's loyalists found him overnight and brought him back to the Ling family. Zhao Ping knew that he knew too many of Ling Hao's secrets. If anything happened to Ling Hao, he would definitely die. Most of the guests, servants, and followers in this world were like that. If something happened to their master, they wouldn't have a good ending. Ling Yun and Ling Yong came to the backyard and listened to Zhao Ping's story. Ling Yong's face was ashen. Especially. Ling Yong heard that Ling Hao had mortgaged the Ling family's courtyard to Yi Tianxue in order to kill Ling Yun. Ling Yong was furious when he heard about the matchmaking between Yi Tianxue and Ling Xiu. Ling Hao deserved to die. One of the main reasons why Ling Yong was furious was because of his elder sister, Ling Xiu. Ling Hao and Ling Yong's mother passed away when they were young. Although Ling Xiu was their cousin, she was still at home. It could be said that he was even closer to the two of them than he was to his own 2 younger brothers. It could be said that in Ling Yong's eyes, besides his father, Ling Xiu was the closest person to him in the entire Ling family. How could Ling Yong not be angry that Ling Hao had done such a thing? However, if it wasn't for all of you sneaky people egging him on every day, I wouldn't have been able to do anything to him. If he were to fight for the position of family head, Ling Hao wouldn't have walked further and further down the wrong path until he ended up like this. So, Ling Yong raised the black gold saber in his hand and swung it lightly. His killing intent surged. You can die with him. The blade of the black gold saber slashed down at Zhao Ping's neck. Puff, Zhao Ping's head was sent flying by the black gold saber. After it fell to the ground, it rolled far away. An arrow of blood spurted out from the cut on his neck. Sprinkled in the air. From the beginning to the end, Ling Yun didn't say a single word to Zhao Ping. It was the same in Qingshui City and the Ling family. There was no need. Ling Yong finished the killing. He didn't even look at Zhao Ping's corpse. He waited for the blood in the black gold saber to drip down before instructing the Ling family's men of sacrifice, hurry up and get rid of his corpse. It's annoying to look at. When the Ling family's men of sacrifice brought Zhao Ping's corpse away and there was no one around, Ling Yong patted Ling Yun's shoulder. Brother, I understand why you brought me here. Don't worry, and tell Grandpa and Uncle not to worry. I, Ling Yong, know right from wrong. Whether it's now or in the future, I won't hold a grudge against you. As for my father, even if he's worried about Ling Hao and can't think straight, I'll go and persuade him. Ling Yong was Ling Zhen's son. Of course, he knew Ling Zhen's character and temper very well. He was straightforward and said the same thing. Brother, I think you already know that Ling Hao's name has been removed from the Ling family's genealogy. You've lost a biological brother, but you've gained a biological brother. From now on, you're my biological brother. The two brothers stood in the courtyard, patting each other's shoulders and looking at each other with a smile. Meanwhile, in Ling Lai's room in the ninth courtyard of the Ling family, Ling Lai and his two sons listened attentively to the conversation between the two brothers and nodded in satisfaction. On the matter of Ling Yun killing Ling Hao, Ling Yong was reasonable and knew right from wrong. The Ling family didn't fall into chaos, and the storm was finally over. After witnessing Zhao Ping's death, Ling Yun knew that the matter between him and Ling Hao was over. However, he and Ling Yong didn't leave the eighth courtyard. Instead, they went straight to the Ling family's dungeon, where Si Kongtu and the other prisoners were kept. Since Ling Hao was dead, and Ling Zhen was no longer the head of the Ling family and was not in the Ling family's ancestral home, the dungeon and the prisoners in it were no longer a secret to the Ling family. Ling Yong and the rest needed to understand Ling Yun and the Ling family. Now that all the direct descendants of the Ling family had advanced to the Xiantian realm, Ling Yun wanted them to grow as soon as possible. He was now the head of the Ling family. The stronger the Ling family was, the better it was for him. As long as the Ling family could unite and advance together, the rise of the Ling family would be unstoppable. When he arrived at the dungeon, it could be said that Ling Yun used all his means in front of Ling Yong. He taught the Si Kongtu father and son a good lesson. His unimaginably terrifying methods left the Si Kongtu father and son in a state where they could neither live nor die. Ling Yong, who was watching from the side, was frightened and sweating profusely. Only then did Ling Yong realize how coldly Ling Yun treated his nemesis. He was actually glad that Ling Hao had been killed by Ling Yun in one move. It turned out that the Ling Yun flying sword's instant killing of Ling Hao was actually giving him a quick death. After dealing with Si Kongtu and his son, Ling Yun didn't hesitate to take out a few healing talismans to treat their external injuries. He didn't want them to die from the torture. After that, Ling Yun stood up and said expressionlessly, Si Kongtu, I've said it before. All the pain you brought to our family, I'll make you pay for it 1,000 times over. Just take it slowly. Ling Yun and Ling Yong left the dungeon without looking back. Ling Yun didn't even bother to go to the room where Chen Sen and Black 3 were locked up. Ling Yun didn't even bother to go to the room where Chen Sen and Black 3 were locked up. They were already dead. There was no need for him to deal with them. However, just a moment ago, in the process of Ling Yun dealing with Si Kongtu and his son, just the screams of the two had already scared Chen Sen and He San to the point of wetting their pants. The kind of worry and fear that they did not know when it would be their turn was not any easier than the physical torture. At noon, all the juniors of the Ling family appeared in Ling Lai's courtyard, saying that they wanted to come to Grandpa's place for a meal. They surrounded Ling Lai like butterflies, presenting gifts to Ling Lai one by one. Every word that came out of their mouths made Grandpa Ling happy. This made Grandpa Ling's frown gradually relax. The house was filled with children and grandchildren. This was, of course, carefully planned by this group of juniors. The leader was the eldest sister of the Ling family, Ling Xiao. They wanted to get rid of the gloomy atmosphere in the Ling family as soon as possible and fade the incident of Ling Yun killing Ling Hao from everyone's minds. Ling Yun was naturally there as well. He looked at Ling Xiao, who was busy trying to make Grandpa happy. His heart was filled with gratitude. Of course, Ling Yun understood that everything Ling Xiao did was for his younger brother, who had just returned to the family and become the head of the Ling family. He had lived 2 lives. Ling Yun had never experienced this kind of deep familial care before. While Ling Xiao was free, Ling Yun took advantage of the opportunity and used secret telepathy to say, "Big sister, thank you." Ling Xiao immediately turned her head and glared at Ling Yun with her beautiful eyes. She also used secret telepathy to say, "Rascal, how dare you say thank you to big sister? Are you asking for a beating?" Ling Yun smiled. At noon, the relaxed Ling Lai specially asked Cui Lao to arrange for the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous meal for this group of filial juniors. After 2 in the afternoon, Ling Xiao and Ling Yu came to Ling Lai's courtyard without waiting for Ling Yun and the rest to leave. Ling Yu respectfully said to Ling Lai, "Father, I have already arranged for us to sweep the ancestral graves in the afternoon." On the night of the 14th of July, the Ling family was paying respects to their ancestors in the ancestral hall. However, today was the 15th of July, the Ghost Festival. According to tradition, the Ling family still had to sweep the ancestral graves. Ling Lai nodded. yes, when is your big brother coming? Ling Lai was naturally asking about his eldest son, Ling Zhen. Ling Yu said seriously, big brother said he will be here soon. Ling Lai sighed slightly. Alright, once he arrives, our whole family will sweep the ancestral graves and pay our respects to our ancestors. After 2 in the afternoon, Ling Zhen finally rushed back to the Ling family's ancestral home. At 3 in the afternoon, the 3 generations of the Ling family, from Ling Lai to Ling Yun to Ling Shui, boarded a bus and left the Ling family's ancestral home. They headed straight for a cemetery in the southwest. This was the most famous cemetery in Xianxia. It was near the West 5th Ring Road of Beijing. The Ling family's ancestral graves were located there. Ever since the Ling family paid respects to their ancestors on the Qingming festival, this was the first time the entire Ling family had come out after 5 months of hibernation. Of course, there was one less Ling Hao and one more Ling Yun among the people who came to sweep the graves. When it was close to 4 in the afternoon, the Ling family's bus slowly stopped at the entrance of the cemetery. Everyone got off the bus. Ling Yan's hand was held by Ling Lai as they got off the bus. Of course, this was planned by the Ling family. They wanted to make use of this opportunity to announce to the world that Ling Yun from Qingshui City had come to the Ling family and had returned to the family. The moment they saw Ling Lai and Ling Yun walk out of the car at the same time, the spies that the major families in Beijing had planted at the entrance of the cemetery to wait for the Ling family for a long time began to move. Ling Yun finally appeared in public with the Ling family. The first thing he did was to sweep the Ling family's graves. In an instant, Beijing was shaken. The balance that had been maintained for a long time in Beijing was completely broken. Huaxia was about to be shaken. To be continued. Hee, the plot is going to be awesome. Please look forward to it. Bu Zheng's official WeChat account was Bu Zheng. Everyone, please add me. Thank you for your support. Qingshui City's Ling Yun appeared with the Ling family's old master, Ling Lai. The moment Ling Yun stepped out of the car, the news spread throughout Beijing through various communication methods. It even spread to other special places in Huaxia that kept tabs on the Ling family's movements. For example, the Qin family in the far north of the Qinling Mountains, the Condor team, the Heaven team, and the Dragon team. There were also the hidden families and ancient sects that had a death feud with Ling Yun. There were also the 2 sects that forced Ling Yun's parents to break up 18 years ago. The whole of Beijing and Huaxia were shaken. However, this was only the first piece of news that was spread by those spies at the entrance of the cemetery. Following that, news that made many people even more anxious and restless spread like snowflakes. They couldn't see through Ling Yun's cultivation, they couldn't see through Ling Lai's cultivation, they couldn't see through Ling Zhen, Ling Xiao, and Ling Yu's cultivation. The younger generation of the Ling family seemed to be above the Xiantian realm. The eldest son of the Ling family, Ling Hao, didn't appear among the group of people visiting the cemetery. Of course, these specific pieces of news couldn't be found out by all the forces. These forces were extremely concerned about the Ling family. They had specially arranged for Xiantian realm masters to disguise themselves as ordinary people at the entrance of the cemetery to keep an eye on them. For example, the 2 big families in Beijing, the Long family and the Yi family. Ordinary forces would arrange for spies to stay here to confirm the situation of the Ling family today. They would want to know who came out to visit the cemetery, whether Ling Yun was among them, and so on. They only needed to send a quick-witted person here to keep an eye on the cemetery. However, the Long family and the Yi family were different. That was because these 2 families had different considerations. That was why they paid more attention to the Ling family. That was why there were many Xiantian realm masters among the people they sent to keep an eye on them. Xiantian realm masters could basically determine the realm of an ancient martial arts cultivator. If he knew that the other party was an ancient martial arts cultivator but could not see through it, then there was only one reason. The other party's cultivation realm was far above his. One could imagine the shock on the faces of the Long family and the Yi family when this information entered the eyes of the Long family and the Yi family in the form of a secret report. All of the Ling family's juniors had advanced to the Xiantian realm. How was this possible? How did the Ling family do it? Even the juniors of the Ling family had all advanced to the innate realm. What about Ling Lai? Where was Ling Zhen? Where's Ling Yu? Didn't Ling Xiao cripple himself 18 years ago? Didn't he become a cripple? but now, he couldn't see through his realm? However, no matter what happened, there was one thing that was certain, and that was that the cultivation of everyone in the Ling family had increased by a few levels like a rocket. As for how the various powers in the capital digested the information sent back by the spies, I'll leave that aside for now. Let's talk about Ling Yun now. Ling Yun didn't wait for him to get out of the car. He had already released his divine sense and locked onto everything within a 2-kilometer radius, including those Xiantian realm masters disguised as ordinary people. Those who were keeping an eye on the Ling family's movements, as well as those who were busy sending messages through their communicators or phones, were all caught by his eyes. He could even see who sent what messages with his divine sense. There was nowhere to hide. Ling Yun nodded silently. In his heart he said, "Good. Amazing. The Long family, the Yi family, the Chen family, the Sun family, the Li family. The Condor team. They have indeed arranged for people to guard this place. Go ahead and report to your masters. The bigger the commotion, the better." "I'm afraid there won't be any commotion today," Ling Yun snickered in his heart. Since Ling Lai had purposely held his hand as they got off the car, wouldn't it be a waste of effort if no one was there to witness such an exciting scene? However, Ling Yun's divine sense didn't stop at the entrance of the graveyard. The radius of Ling Yun's divine sense could cover a distance of 2,000 meters if he were to look at a single direction. At the peak of the first level of Qi disciple, the radius of his divine sense was 1,000 meters, and so on. With every increase in level, the radius of his divine sense would increase by 1,000 meters. At the 9th level of Qi disciple, it would be exactly 9,000 meters, or 10,000 meters in radius. Ling Yun was now at the peak of Qi cultivation level 2. His divine sense could cover more than half of the graveyard if he expanded it to its limit. At this time, within the range of his divine sense, Ling Yun noticed that there were 2 relatively large families sweeping the graves in the graveyard. Ling Yun and Mo Wudao had been here last night collecting qi to cultivate the ghost divine willow. According to Mo Wudao, this graveyard was an excellent place in Xianxia. The people buried here were either rich or noble. They had once reached or were infinitely close to the peak of Xianxia. They had either made great contributions, held great power, or were members of the 7 big families in Beijing. Today was Xianxia's traditional ghost festival, and 4 o'clock in the afternoon was the peak time for the big families to sweep their graves. Therefore, it wasn't strange for Ling Yun to see people from the big families here. Since it was a graveyard, there were tombstones. On the tombstones were the photos and names of the owners. The Sun family and the Chen family, the 2 big families that Ling Yun had decided to annihilate, were actually here, and they had arrived even earlier than the Ling family. Moreover, the 2 families had basically finished sweeping their graves. They were packing their things and preparing to leave the graveyard. It seemed like the Ling family was bound to bump into the 2 big families no matter where they stood at the entrance of the graveyard. What was the saying, enemies meet on a narrow road? What was the saying, enemies meet on a narrow road? That was it. Ling Yun looked at the Sun family first. The Sun family was actually very prosperous. There were 32 people in the family. They were led by 2 elders and had just finished sweeping the graves. Ling Yun couldn't help but laugh when he looked at the Chen family. There were less than 10 people from the Chen family, and they were led by Chen Jingtian and Chen Haipeng. Behind them stood 7 or 8 young men and women. All of them had solemn expressions on their faces, and they all looked extremely gloomy. "Humph, there's no one left in the Chen family. I basically killed them all." The corners of Ling Yun's mouth curled up. Chen Jianwei, Chen Jianhao, Chen Jianjia, Chen Sen, Chen Haizhen, Chen Haishan. Other than Chen Sen, the other direct descendants of the Chen family had all been killed by Ling Yun. It was no wonder that there were so few people sweeping the tombs at this time. However, Ling Yun was slightly surprised to see Chen Jianrou from the Chen family. Ling Yun naturally knew Chen Jianrou. He met Long Tianjiao and Chen Jianrou from the Long family and his sister, Ling Shui, on the surveillance ship when he returned from Turtle Island with Bai Xianer. Chen Jianrou ridiculed and suppressed Ling Shui, and Ling Yun slapped her hard in the face. That was how the 2 of them became enemies. However, Ling Yun recognized Chen Jianrou, but Chen Jianrou didn't recognize him. That was because Ling Yun masked his face that night and made his voice sound very old. "There's a bunch of enemies today. Interesting. Ling Yan saw everything clearly in an instant. He couldn't help but shake his head, then nod. He thought to himself that the cycle of the heavens was indeed retribution. It didn't matter to Ling Yun whether the three clans would fight or not when they met each other today. "Grandpa, the people from the Chen family are here too." "I saw their car." Ling Li's eyes were sharp. After he got out of the car, he looked left and right and immediately saw the Chen family's car. He recognized it and immediately reported it to Ling Li. Ling Li nodded and didn't say anything. He turned to look at Ling Yun. "It's not just the Chen family. The Sun family is here too. Both families are coming out soon." Ling Yun smiled. "What? The people from the Chen family and Sun family are inside?" Everyone from the Ling family perked up, especially the younger generation of the Ling family. They were already rubbing their palms together. Ling Li was even more excited. His aura surged as he asked Ling Yun, "Yun, what do you plan to do?" If the Ling family wanted to rise, they would naturally have to experience countless battles of life and death. The blood of their enemies would be the stepping stone for them to step onto the peak. Ling Yun took a step forward. "We won't go in first. We'll wait outside. Let nature take its course." This was a national cemetery. The Ling family was outside. There might or might not be a fight when the three families met. However, there really wouldn't be a fight once they entered. Even though Ling Yun said to let nature take its course, he wanted to fight in his heart. Even if he didn't kill them, he wanted to crush these two families and make them suffer. This was the first time he was visiting the Ling family's grave. He had to bring some greeting gifts, right? The Ling family had endured humiliation for too long. Today, it was time to vent. These were Ling Yun's true thoughts. At the same time, Ling Yun glanced at his sister, Ling Shui. Chen Jianro would be coming out soon. He wondered if Ling Shui would have a fight when she saw her. "Grandpa, father, big uncle, second uncle, you guys stay here and watch," Ling Yun said to Ling Li and the rest. Then, he smiled brightly and said, "Brothers and sisters, follow me." With that, he took the lead and strode towards the entrance of the cemetery. He only stopped when he was about 10 meters away from the entrance. Ling Yong, Ling Feng, Ling Li, Ling Xiao, and Ling Shui followed closely behind Ling Yun and stood facing the entrance. The guards near the entrance, as well as the peddlers selling incense, wreaths, and yellow joss paper, could not help but feel puzzled when they saw the scene. They did not know why these people came to the entrance of the cemetery, but did not enter. Instead, they stood there. Ling Yun didn't care about the curious gazes. From afar, he saw a group of people appear in the cemetery. To be continued. First of all, I'd like to inform everyone that it's midnight tonight. Also, I'd like to inform everyone that I was stuck yesterday. There's going to be a huge plot that I need to work hard on. Please understand. Thank you all for your support. Inside the cemetery, the head of the Sun family, Sun Jinwu, was feeling very bitter. There was a lump in his throat that couldn't go up or down. He looked like he was constipated. Before Ling Yun's rise, the Sun family in Beijing was ranked 4th among the 8 big families in Huaxia in terms of foundation and strength, just behind the Long family, the Yi family, and the Chen family. The Sun family was far stronger than the Chao family, the Li family, and the Ling family. This was because the Sun family was prosperous, and the 3 generations of the Sun family were all men. Especially the younger generation of the family, they could even be described as strong as trees in the forest. The head of the Sun family, Sun Jinwu, was almost 80 years old. He had 5 brothers in his generation, and all of them were still alive. They were all between 65 and 80 years old. These 5 brothers were all ancient martial arts practitioners. Sun Jinwu, Sun Jinya, Sun Jinxing, and Sun Zhenhua were all above Xiantian realm level 3. Even the eldest, Sun Jinwen, who wasn't too obsessed with ancient martial arts, was at Xiantian realm level 1. These 5 brothers were known as the 5 tigers of the Sun family. The middle-aged generation of the Sun family had many brothers, such as Sun Tianluo, Sun Tianji, Sun Tianjun, Sun Tianbiao, Sun Tianba, and so on. They were all Xiantian realm masters. Of course, Sun Tianbiao and Sun Tianba had already been killed by Ling Yun in Qingshui City. The younger generation of the Sun family consisted of Sun Ju, Sun Meng, Sun Chong, Sun Kai, Sun Jian, Sun Ming, and Sun Li. Sun Xing and the rest were mostly at Hotian realm level 7 or Xiantian realm level 2. Of course, Sun Xing had already been killed by Ling Yun in Qingshui City. However, Sun Xing had nothing to do with the Sun family. Just like how Chen Sen was with the Chen family, he wasn't even ranked among the younger generation of the Sun family. He was just a hedonistic son who relied on his family background to do whatever he wanted. However, it just had to be this lowly Sun Xing. Because of Zhuang Meifeng, they had provoked Ling Yun in Qingshui City, which had brought great trouble to the Sun family. It could be said that such a large clan, even if they didn't practice ancient martial arts, if they were placed in a rural area of Huaxia, or even a relatively large county, they could be considered a hegemon within 100 miles. The Sun family was already strong enough, but compared to the Long, Yi, and Chen families, their family was nothing. However, there was an unavoidable fatal problem, and that was that there were many mid-tier experts, but there was not a single supreme expert who could keep watch. Sun Jianwu was born in Shaolin, a Buddhist sect. He was a secular disciple of Shaolin and cultivated the 72 ultimate techniques of Shaolin. In the entire Sun family, he was the only one who could barely be considered a Xiantian realm level 7 master. Apart from him, the entire Sun family, the old, middle, and young generations, none of them had reached Xiantian realm level 7. Among the middle-aged generation, Sun Tianluo, who had been designated as the future head of the Sun family, was the strongest. He was at the peak of Xiantian level 6. The younger generation consisted of Sun Tianluo's sons. Sun Ju was at the peak of Xiantian. The Sun family's weakness was that they didn't have someone to oversee them. It was also the reason why they couldn't compare to the Long, Yi, and Chen families no matter how hard they tried. The top families in Huaxia. If everyone was harmonious and didn't fight to the death on the surface, this weakness wasn't a big deal. It wouldn't hinder the strength of a big family because no one would come and beat them up. However, once the balance between these families was broken, there would be a huge upheaval. At this time, the position of the family would be very awkward without a true expert to oversee it. This was called having more strength than others. If there really was a conflict, the other families just needed to send out a supreme expert, and they would be able to do whatever they wanted. Antelopes might be in groups, but a cheetah could chase them away in all directions. This was the same logic. Now, the Sun family was like a herd of antelopes facing a cheetah. Moreover, it was a cheetah with wings. Actually, Sun Jianwu had a plan in mind when he came to visit the grave. In the past, his family would come after 4 o'clock, which was about the same time as the Ling family. Then, when their family met the Ling family, they would always show off to the Ling family and bully the Ling family to show off their strength. This was the case for the elders, and the fights between the younger generation were even worse. This situation had been going on for more than 10 years. It was still the same until this year's Qingming festival. But who knew that this was the end of the situation? Just a few days ago, the Sun family's arch-enemy, Ling Yun, returned to the Ling family. The news spread throughout Beijing early in the morning. Of course, the Sun family already knew about it. During this period of time, the Sun family was most worried about the rumor that Ling Yun might be a descendant of the Ling family. However, this rumor became an ironclad truth in an instant. Ling Yun was a descendant of the Ling family. Everything was self-evident. Originally, the Ling family was a herd of sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Now, there was an additional ferocious tiger in this herd of sheep. Ling Yun was originally only one person, but he was strong alone. But now, he had a backer. No matter how weak the Ling family was, they were still one of the 8 big families in Huaxia. With the support of the Ling family, Ling Yun was like a tiger with wings. The difference between the Sun family and the Chen family was that the enmity between the Sun family and Ling Yun was an open one. Other than the fact that Ling Yun killed Sun Xing and Miao Fenjiao in Qingshui City, the Sun family was well aware of Ling Yun's killing of Sun Tianbiao and Sun Tianba even though there were no survivors. Moreover, when Ling Yun killed Sun Tianbiao, he didn't avoid anyone. Lei Xing from the Condor team also saw it with his own eyes. There was no way to hide it. After knowing that Ling Yun killed Sun Tianbiao, the entire Sun family was furious. They wanted to go to Xianxia City to seek revenge on Ling Yun. However, Qin Dongxue from the Qin family had already intervened and sent a message through Lei Sheng. Ling Yun was protected by the Qin family. Touching Ling Yun was equivalent to touching the Qin family. Because of this relationship with the Qin family, the Sun family didn't dare to make another move. Instead, they chose to wait and see. Then, the opportunity came, and there were two. The first time was when Ling Yun scored 0 in the college entrance examinations. The Sun family didn't want Ling Yun to appear openly in Beijing. Therefore, they sent Wang Feihu and the other two to Xianxia City. They wanted Ling Yun to score 0 in the college entrance examinations. In the end, the Sun family suffered a double loss. Not only did they lose badly, but they also angered Ling Yun. The second time was when the Chen family made a move against Ling Yun. As for Sun Tianba, the Sun family saw that the Chen family was about to make a move. They wanted to hitch a ride with the Chen family, so they volunteered to go to Xianxia City to deal with Ling Yun. In the end, they never returned. Even though Ling Yun didn't leave any survivors at Dragon Mountain's Tiger Cliff, the Sun family knew without a doubt that Sun Tianba was dead. Not to mention Sun Tianba, even the hundreds of members of the Blood Clan, dozens of Japanese ninjas, Chen Jianhao, and Chen Haishan didn't come back alive. How could Sun Tianba still be alive? This was like a flea on a monk's head. It was obvious. Of course, they had to find out. The Sun family and Ling Yun had to fight to the death. However, the news of Ling Yun's invincible power in Xianxia City and his innumerable heaven-defying methods made the Sun family afraid to make a move. During this period of time, they were also planning to defend. As the saying goes, if you can't afford to offend someone, you can at least hide from him. As long as Ling Yun didn't take the initiative to look for them, the Sun family could drag on day by day and hide from Ling Yun. Because if they didn't do that, the Sun family had no other choice. Even the Chen family was defeated by Ling Yun. What could the Sun family do? Could they continue to send people to Ling Yun's place to die? If Ling Yun really wanted to find trouble with the Sun family in Beijing, the Sun family had ways to deal with him. They were in Beijing. After operating in Huaxia for so many years, they still had some connections. The Heavenly Team, Dragon Team, and the Dragon and Yi families couldn't just watch Ling Yun destroy the Sun family. After all, the Sun family was the representative of China's Buddhism in the secular world. Even though the Sun family was afraid that Ling Yun would come and cause trouble, they believed that they could handle it if it was just Ling Yun alone. But now, Ling Yun had become a descendant of the Ling family. The entire situation was instantly different, because he wasn't just a descendant of the Ling family. He was also the son of Ling Xiao and the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect, Yin Qingxian. Ling Yun's identity was too subtle. How powerful was Yin Qingxian 18 years ago? Her invincible bearing was known to all the top forces in China, and all of them had personally experienced it. If one had to argue, the Sun family had the Buddhism behind them, then the Devil sect stood behind the Ling family. The Ling family had Ling Xiao. Regardless of whether Yin Qingxian was around or not, she was the support of the Ling family. Ling Yun was holding the devil's blade in his hands. Did he pick up that blade from the roadside? The owner of the devil's blade automatically became the devil lord of the world. The Ling family, the Qin family, the Vague Chao family, and the Hazy Devil sect. This was the power that Ling Yun represented. How could the Sun family compete with Ling Yun? That was why the old master of the Sun family, Sun Jinwu, had such a constipated expression on his face. He had purposely come here early to sweep the tombs. He wanted to leave as soon as possible and avoid the Ling family. In the end, he still bumped into them. Moreover, he was blocked by the Ling family. Since the Sun family came to sweep the tombs, they naturally left people at the entrance. Sun Jinwu's heart turned cold when he saw the news from the entrance. Enemies were bound to meet. Just now, when the rest of the Sun family finished sweeping the tombs and were packing up, Sun Jinwu had already used telepathy to discuss with his 4 brothers. To go out or not to go out? To go out through the main entrance or another path? Should they go out first or wait for the Chen family to go out together? Their final decision was to go out the way they came. This was because the Sun family was Ling Yun's enemy, but Ling Yun was also the Sun family's enemy. There were 4 lives on Ling Yun's hands. Sun Jinye's son was Sun Tianbiao, and Sun Jinxing's son was Sun Tianba. They loved their own sons. Since their sons were dead, they naturally wanted to take revenge. Since they couldn't avoid meeting Ling Yun, they had to at least take this opportunity to meet Ling Yun and the Ling family. That was why the Sun family chose to leave through the main entrance after packing up. To be continued. Second update. Please follow Bu Zhang's official WeChat account Bu Xing and search for him. It's the Ling family. The Sun family walked out from the path lined with tombstones. When they arrived at the main road leading to the entrance, a few juniors saw Ling Yun and the others blocking the entrance. Haha, I knew we would meet them today. Why are they standing at the entrance and not coming in? Are the elders of the Ling family not here yet? When Sun Meng saw the younger generation of the Ling family, he was like a hungry wolf that saw sheep. A playful look appeared in his eyes as he teased them. Sun Kai laughed heartily. Is there a need to ask? They definitely know we are inside but don't dare to come in. Brothers, let's go and bully them. Oh right, let's make a deal. Leave Ling Shui to me. I'm used to bullying her in the Condor team. Don't take her away. Sun Li's eyes lit up and he was about to rush forward. This was a habit of the Sun family juniors. Not everyone in the Sun family was like Sun Jinwu, who had to consider everything thoroughly. Especially the juniors of the Sun family. Most of them still had the same mindset when it came to the Ling family. Wait. Sun Ju suddenly spoke. Among the juniors of the Sun family, he had the highest cultivation base and was also the strongest. Naturally, his eyesight was the best. From afar, he saw an unfamiliar face among the younger generation of the Ling family blocking the door. Isn't that, look carefully, isn't that Ling Yun? Sun Ju focused his eyesight and locked his gaze on Ling Yun. His eyes were filled with caution as he spoke fearfully. Sun Meng, Sun Kai, Sun Li, get back here. Just then, Sun Jinwu spoke and stopped the juniors of his family. Your grandfather can't wait to hide from Ling Yun, these silly grandchildren of mine. They were still charging forward one by one. Wasn't this just sending themselves to their deaths? What? Ling Yun? Ling Yun? He actually appeared with the Ling family? Is he, sweeping the tombs of the Ling family's ancestors? F***CK. It's really Ling Yun. The juniors at the front of the line only noticed Ling Yun after Sun Ju's reminder. Ling Yun was standing right in front of the younger generation of the Ling family blocking the entrance to the cemetery. As the saying went, a person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Sun Meng, Sun Kai, Sun Li, and the rest stopped in their tracks without hesitation. At the same time, they sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Their bodies were like nails nailed to the ground, looking at each other in dismay. This time, the Ling family was not easy to deal with. Sun Ju, on the other hand, displayed the domineering side of the most outstanding genius of the Sun family. He snorted and said, so what if it's Ling Yun? Could it be that our Sun family was scared to death by him alone? Sun Ju was to the Sun family, just like Ling Yun was to the Ling family. They were both leaders of the younger generation. This is a fight between families, not a personal fight. Since he has returned to the Ling family, he must abide by the agreement between the big families in the capital. I don't believe he dares to kill people on the street. Sun Ju added as if he was reminding everyone in the Sun family that Beijing had its own rules. This wasn't Xianxia City, and Ling Yun wasn't allowed to do as he pleased. Where there were people, there would be underworld, and there would naturally be rules. Beijing was under the feet of the emperor, and there would naturally be some internal agreements between the top forces. It couldn't be done in front of ordinary people. Ancient martial arts couldn't be used, and fighting on the street and killing people was prohibited. Otherwise, the Huaxia Heavenly Team and Dragon Team would be dispatched. At the very least, the Condor Team would come forward to settle it. There was no problem with family fights and ancient martial artists killing each other. However, they had to find a place where there were no ordinary people. They couldn't shock the world. Grandpa, father, may I be so bold as to ask you to meet that Ling Yun after we get out? We can't let him suppress our momentum alone. Sun Ju thought that Ling Yun wouldn't dare to make a move on the Sun family, but he actually volunteered to meet Ling Yun. Sun Tianluo frowned as he looked at Ling Yun, who was standing calmly at the entrance. He couldn't make up his mind, so he turned to look at Sun Jinwu. Father, you see, Sun Jinwoo didn't even think about it and flatly refused. No, our whole family will go out together. The Sun family was different from the Ling family. The Sun family worshipped their ancestors and swept their tombs. They never brought women with them, only men. At this moment, there were a total of 32 of them, forming a dense mass. With so many people, they had an imposing aura. If they went out together, Ling Yan might not be able to find a reason to attack them. That way, there wouldn't be a fight. However, if Sun Ju and the rest went out first, and they really fought because of a disagreement, the Sun family would be in big trouble today. If the juniors fought because of a disagreement, and the adults got involved, wouldn't it become a chaotic battle? At that time, the Sun family would suffer losses, and they wouldn't even have a place to reason. They had no choice. They had to lower their heads when they were under someone else's roof. Seeing Sun Jinwoo's attitude, Sun Ju was helpless. He could only snort and no longer insist. His face was as dark as water. Sun Jinwoo first looked carefully at Ling Yan at the door, and at the same time, glanced at the other juniors of the Ling family. He was instantly shocked. Of course, Sun Jinwoo couldn't see Ling Yan's realm, but he could see the other juniors of the Ling family clearly. All of them were above the Xianxia realm. What kind of miraculous encounter did the Ling family have? Why are all the juniors of the Ling family at the Xianxia realm? Sun Jinwoo and the other experts naturally saw this as well. They were instantly dumbfounded and looked at each other. This change in the Ling family, of course, happened after Ling Yan returned to the Ling family. Could it be that Ling Yan really had some heaven-defying means? Let's go. Sun Jinwoo's heart was even heavier, but it was already impossible to retreat now. He could only bite the bullet and lead the way to the door. At this time, the juniors of the Ling family who were blocking the door saw that the Sun family had finally come out. They were all rubbing their palms excitedly. Damn, after being bullied for so many years, they could finally hold their heads high today. Take revenge if you have a grudge. Take revenge if you have a grudge. This feeling was exhilarating just thinking about it. Ling Yong, Ling Feng, and Ling Li stood there with their arms crossed. Looking at the Sun family coming from afar, they were so excited that all the cells in their bodies were trembling. Even Ling Xiao and Ling Shui's beautiful eyes revealed traces of fighting spirit as they quietly waited for the Sun family to come out. The distance of a few hundred meters wasn't far. No matter how slow the Sun family walked, they soon arrived at the entrance of the cemetery. However, Sun Jinwoo acted as if he didn't see Ling Yan and the others. He led his family straight to the right and went straight to the parking lot. Sun Jinwoo's method of dealing with Ling Yan was very simple. He would pretend to be blind and not see. He would not provoke him. Let's see how you find trouble with him. When the juniors of the Ling family saw this scene, they were a little stunned and couldn't help but look at each other. All of them had a strange expression on their faces. F*CK, pretending not to see? This works too? Ling Li opened his mouth and started muttering. His voice wasn't loud, but it was just loud enough for everyone in the Sun family to hear. The juniors of the Sun family immediately turned their heads and glared at Ling Li with anger in their eyes. Ling Li's eyes were full of contempt. The corners of his mouth curled up as he winked at the juniors of the Sun family. He had an expression that said, "What can you do to me?" as he provoked them to his heart's content. Provoking the other party. But the other party dared to be angry but did not dare to say anything. This feeling was simply too satisfying. Ling Yong had a straightforward personality, and his performance was much more domineering than Ling Li's. He directly shouted at Sun Meng, who was in the Sun family's crowd, "Hey, Sun Meng, weren't you very arrogant in the past? Don't you find fault with me every time we meet? How did you become a coward this time?" Ling Yong scolded Sun Meng for being a coward. Sun Meng's personality was the same as Ling Yong's. The veins on Sun Meng's forehead bulged when he heard this. He clenched his fists and wished he could jump out of the crowd. He fought with Ling Yong. "Don't cause trouble. Let's go." Sun Jinwoo hurriedly whispered to Sun Meng by a secret voice sending. As long as they could bear with it for a little longer, they walked to the side of their car. After returning to the car, the fight stopped. The Ling family's hostility was too obvious. As long as one of the Sun family members took action, it might really be a war. Sun Jinwoo wanted to keep the peace. Of the 36 stratagems, it was best to leave. However, if Ling Yun were to let the Sun family go just like that, then he wouldn't be Ling Yun. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and raised his head slightly. He whistled at the Sun family before saying lazily, "Yo, is the Sun family here to visit the graves? I've been forgetting to remind you guys about something. Did your family burn some joss paper for Sun Tianbiao and Sun Tianba when they visited their graves?" Even though Ling Yun's tone was lazy, every word was like a knife. This was a graveyard visit. How could a person visiting a grave be in a good mood? Ling Yun's words were basically announcing that he was the one who killed Sun Tianbiao and Sun Tianba. Did they burn joss paper for him? That was too much of a slap to the face. If the Sun family could bear with it and leave calmly after hearing Ling Yun's words, Ling Yun would let them go. As for the Sun family in Beijing, even if they didn't suffer any casualties, it would be the same as annihilating them. The Sun family didn't even dare to let out a fart when they were provoked by the Ling family. They left with their tails between their legs. Was there any difference between that and annihilation? Whoosh! As expected, the Sun family stopped in their tracks after hearing Ling Yun's words. Sun Jinye and Sun Jinxing were especially furious. It was impossible for Sun Jinwoo to leave even if he wanted to. Sigh, Sun Jinwoo sighed deeply in his heart. He turned around and walked towards Ling Yun. The Sun family followed him like wolves and tigers. Sun Jinwoo took the lead and stopped 5 meters away from Ling Yun. He asked in a low voice, his face full of anger, "You're Ling Yun?" Ling Yun was waiting for Sun Jinwoo. He smiled faintly and said, "That's right, I'm Ling Yun. What about it?" "All right." Sun Jinwoo was indeed the head of the Sun family. He was very good at keeping his temper. "Then, let me ask you, where are Sun Tianbiao and Sun Tianba, my useless grandson, Sun Xing, and my daughter-in-law?" he asked coldly. At the same time, Sun Jinwoo's Xiantian realm level 7 aura erupted from his body and locked onto the 6 children of the Ling family. Ling Yun was indifferent. He dispelled Sun Jinwoo's aura with a casual wave of his hand. Then, he said word by word, "I've killed all 4 of them. Here's the 3rd update. Hee, the Sun family has fallen, and they're about to make their final struggle. The battle for supremacy is about to begin. Please look forward to it." There was no need for Ling Yun to hide anything now. He couldn't be bothered to argue with the Sun family, so he told them everything. Ling Yun was the stronger party now, and he wanted to crush the Sun family without holding back. "Little bastard, give me your life." Hearing Ling Yun admit it, Sun Jinxing and Sun Jinye's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They rushed towards Ling Yun. It was one thing to know that their son was dead, but it was another to confirm the news. Moreover, this grievous news came from their enemy. How could Sun Jinxing and Sun Jinye bear it? The 2 of them rushed towards Ling Yun. Of course, Sun Tianbiao and Sun Tianba weren't their only sons. Their direct descendants also rushed out of the crowd without hesitation and charged towards Ling Yun. At the same time, Ling Xiao saw that his son was surrounded. He didn't hesitate to rush forward. Both sides understood that the moment Ling Yun made that announcement, the Ling family and the Sun family were like fire and water. They could not live under the same sky. What was the point of talking now? Just fight. 3rd brother. Ling Lai stopped Ling Xiao and said softly, "You don't have to worry. Yun'er alone is enough to deal with the Sun family. We just need to stay here and support him." No one understood Ling Yun's strength better than Ling Lai. Not to mention Ling Yun, even Ling Lai himself could easily crush the 32 members of the Sun family. Ling Xiao thought about it and agreed. His son killed more than 100 assassins from the Heavenly Assassins organization. Why would he be worried that he couldn't deal with the Sun family? Thus, he didn't step forward but watched his son's performance quietly. "Get lost," Ling Yun said softly when he saw Sun Jinxing and Sun Jinye rushing towards him. Then, he used his fulgurating shadows technique and split into 2. With 2 swoosh swoosh swoosh, he rushed forward. He gave both of them a tight slap. Pa! Pa! 2 crisp slaps sounded, followed by 2 cries of pain. Both figures were sent flying more than 10 meters away by Ling Yun's slap. Only then did it roll to the ground. Ling Yun was still standing at the same spot, as if he hadn't moved at all. After Sun Jinxing and Sun Jinya tumbled to the ground, the two of them quickly got up. There was a clear palm print on each of their faces, and their mouths were full of blood. Just now, Ling Yan had only sent them flying. He did not use any heavy blows. With his current strength, he only needed to use 20% of his strength. That would be enough to kill the two of them instantly. Pooh! Pooh! The two tigers of the Sun clan spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time, mixed with a dozen bloody teeth. They didn't suffer any serious injuries, and they returned in a flash. At the same time, they glared at Ling Yan fiercely and said, "You little thief." But he didn't dare to go up again. Because it was useless. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. They weren't even on the same order of magnitude. They had used all their strength just now, but Ling Yan had sent them flying without even moving. How were they supposed to fight? Ling Yan had only revealed one move. Just like that, the Sun family members, who were like mad tigers, were all subdued. He had slapped the faces of the two old guys of the Sun family. This was crueler than seriously injuring the other party with a heavy blow. Towards his enemies, no matter how strong or weak the other party was, Ling Yan never had any mercy. Because in the past, even when he was weak, his powerful enemies had never shown him any mercy. Ling Yan understood this deeply. He stood there with disdain in his eyes and smiled coldly. The Sun family is only SOSO. Who else dares to fight? The head of the Sun family. The corner of Sun Jinwu's eyes twitched. In that scene just now, he didn't even see how Ling Yan made his move. Sun Jinwu's mind flashed, thinking about how to deal with it. Now, he had no intention of fighting with Ling Yan. He just wanted to leave here first. The gap between the two sides was really too big. If he stayed here, the Sun family would definitely lose face. Thinking of this, Sun Jinwu stretched out his arms and stopped the two brothers who had suffered a big loss. Then he looked at Ling Yan and said in a deep voice, "Ling Yan, don't go too far." Ling Yan laughed out loud. "You finally understand." "That's right, I'm going to bully the Sun family today." "What about it?" Looking at Ling Yan's laughter, all 32 members of the Sun family were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. Their skills were inferior. Ling Yan single-handedly crushed the entire Sun family with just one move. Sun Jinwu's face turned green. He finally shifted his gaze to the elders of the Ling family and looked at Ling Lai. "Ling Lai, your younger generation is so arrogant. Aren't you going to do something about it?" The two families had a death feud. The head of the Sun family, Sun Jinwu, wanted the head of the Ling family, Ling Lai, to take care of Ling Yun. If news of this got out, the Sun family would definitely fall. But now, Sun Jinwu really couldn't find any other way. Ling Lai, who was far away, shook his head helplessly. He first looked at his three sons proudly before walking towards the crowd. It was enough to let Ling Yun intimidate the Sun family. If Ling Yun continued to humiliate the Sun family would definitely fight to the death, and this place would be in chaos. It was true that the Ling family and the Sun family had a death feud, but this feud couldn't be resolved here. Ling Lai understood that if Ling Yun really wanted to kill people on the streets, there would be people in Beijing who wouldn't agree. "Sun Jinwu, if I remember correctly, I remember you telling me that you'll wait for the day the Ling family rises again? Am I right?" Ling Lai had a smile on his face as he walked with his three sons. His eyes were filled with confidence and pride. As he walked, his aura rose steadily. At the same time, he asked Sun Jinwu. Sun Jinwu's face was bitter. Back then, when the Ling family was getting weaker, the Sun family took the opportunity to snatch many benefits from the hands of the Ling family. They even said that they would wait for the day the Ling family rose again. The cycle of the heavens called for retribution. Yes. Sun Jinwu spat out a word with difficulty. Saying this word was more painful than spitting out a mouthful of blood. This slap to the face was a little too painful. However, he knew that if he didn't accept Ling Lai's request, his face would hurt even more if he didn't. Ling Lai seemed to be moving slowly, but he was actually very fast. Very quickly, he arrived in front of Ling Yun. The smile on his face became even wider. "Now, does this count as the Ling family rising again?" This was called going all the way, since his precious grandson was so strong, Ling Lai naturally wouldn't drag Ling Yun down. Yes. Sun Jinwoo clenched his teeth and spat out a single word with difficulty. He didn't say anything more. All right. Ling Lai's expression turned cold. He snorted coldly before sweeping his gaze across the Sun family. All of you from the Sun family, listen up. Today, I can ask Yun to let all of you go. However, all the benefits that the Sun family has taken from the Ling family over the years must be returned to me. Sun Jinwoo, do you agree or not? Ling Lai's performance was extremely domineering. He stood in front of Sun Jinwoo with a hint of condescension. His attitude was clear. If he didn't agree, the entire Sun family wouldn't be able to leave today. Sun Jinwoo didn't expect Ling Lai to be so domineering. He was even more shocked by the aura that Ling Lai released. He actually couldn't resist it at all. This was the aura of someone at the first level of the divine state. How could someone at the 7th level of the Xianxia realm resist it? The other elders of the Sun family heard Ling Lai's request. The middle-aged generation of the Sun family was instantly anxious. It could be said that half of the power and business that the Sun family had today was obtained by nibbling away at the Ling family. If they returned now, the Sun family would instantly become the last of the 7 big families. This was a battle between families. The fall of one family and the rise of another happened in an instant. Sun Tianluo didn't care about anything else. He flew forward and pulled Sun Jinwoo. Father, shut up. Sun Jinwoo's body trembled as he flung Sun Tianluo away. Then, he glared at Ling Lai fiercely and said, I agree. After saying this, Sun Jinwoo felt as if all the strength in his body had been sucked out, and his whole person seemed to have become shorter. Ha 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 ha, Ling Lai, on the other hand, laughed. Good, good. He then said faintly, I'll give you 1 day to prepare. Tomorrow afternoon, bring all the materials and documents to my house to sign the contract with Ling Yu. Sun Jinwoo was a little dazed. He nodded mechanically and looked deeply at Ling Yun and Ling Lai. Today, the Sun family admits defeat. Congratulations to the Ling family. After saying that, Sun Jinwoo waved his hand. Sons of the Sun family, follow me. This was a true enmity. Ling Lai didn't say what benefits the Sun family owed the Ling family, but any movement of those things represented the transfer of a huge amount of assets. Ling Yan had slapped the faces of the 2 elders of the Sun family in front of everyone. This kind of humiliation was unbearable for the Sun family. All battles in the world were about fame and fortune. Now that the Ling family had gained both, the Sun family returned in defeat. The hatred between the 2 parties could no longer be reconciled. Of course, in Ling Yan's eyes, none of this mattered. In his eyes, the Sun family was no different from lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Exterminating the Sun family was only a matter of time. Awesome. So King awesome. Haha, this feeling is too satisfying. Seeing the members of the Sun family being defeated like roosters, leaving with their tails between their legs, the Ling family was in a state of jubilation. In the past 18 years, this was the first time the Ling family had been so proud. This was a complete defeat. At this point, everyone in the Ling family was looking at Ling Yun, who was smiling silently, with admiration in their eyes. Without Ling Yun, the Ling family wouldn't be where they were today. Ling Yun didn't say anything more because another group of people was walking over from the graveyard's main road. The 2 people leading the group were Qin Jingtian and Chen Haipeng. The Chen family had come out too. To be continued. Sorry everyone, there's a problem with Qidian's backend. It's just been fixed and uploaded a little late. There's still one more update tonight. Also, for Qidian's 5:15 Fan Day event, Bujing is in urgent need of everyone's support. I'm asking for a few votes from you, thank you everyone. Qin Jingtian and Chen Haipeng walked side by side on the tree-lined road leading the Chen family straight to the entrance of the cemetery. The Chen family's father and son had a heavy expression on their faces. At this moment, the 2 of them were rapidly communicating with each other through secret voice transmission. Chen Haipeng said, Father, I didn't expect the entire Sun family to be suppressed by Ling Yun in just one encounter. The Chen family's car was parked outside the entrance of the cemetery. Naturally, the Chen family had also left an informant at the entrance. Just now, the process of The battle between the Ling family and the Sun family had been transmitted to Chen Haiping by the Chen family's informant. Chen Jingtian nodded slightly and said in a low voice, I expected this. The Sun family may look strong, but they don't have a real powerhouse. What's the use of a nest of rabbits against a tiger? Chen Haiping naturally understood this. He just didn't expect Ling Yun to be so strong. He nodded in agreement. It seems like the Sun family can't avoid this. They're going to collapse. Chen Jingtian sneered and shook his head. It's not that simple. As the saying goes, even a rabbit will bite when it's cornered. How can such a big family like the Sun family collapse so easily? Didn't I tell you long ago? In order to deal with Ling Yun, the Sun family borrowed the power of their ancestors and invited a master from the heavenly group to help. They even invited a hidden family. It's just that Sun Jinwu didn't expect Ling Yun to join the Ling family's graveyard as soon as he returned. There's nothing to say about that. They can only blame themselves for being unlucky today. Chen Haiping's mouth twitched after hearing Chen Jingtian's words. Shaking his head slightly, he increased the pace of his footsteps and said in a deep voice, what a pity. If only the Sun clan had brought along the experts they invited this time to sweep the tomb, Chen Haiping thought. If the Sun family had really brought their experts to assist them, then there would definitely be a fierce battle with the Ling family. No matter who won or lost, it would naturally be beneficial to the Chen family. At least, the Chen family wouldn't be under so much pressure now, and they could still watch the show. Unexpectedly, Chen Jingtian shook his head again and said indifferently, Peng you are wrong again. Actually, the current situation caused by the Ling and Sun families is the most beneficial to our Chen family. The Sun family and the Ling family were crushed by Ling Yun in just one encounter. The prestige that the Sun family had painstakingly accumulated in Huaxia all these years are gone. Ling Lai is ruthless enough. Even I didn't expect him to publicly reveal the benefits that the Sun family had obtained from the Ling family. We'll take everything back when we get down there. This old fellow has been lying low for more than a decade. This time, he's a little fierce. It seems like he can't hold it in any longer. This time, the Ling family has publicly stepped on the Sun family. This move is really too big. It can even be said that the Ling family has gone a little overboard. This time, they are too ostentatious. It will definitely arouse the deep fear of all the forces in the capital. Although the Sun family has fallen, the rise of the Ling family is inevitable. However, the bird that pokes its head out will be shot. If the Ling family's limelight is too great, they will definitely become the target of everyone. And the Sun family has suffered a huge loss this time. If they want to maintain their position in the family, they must immediately regain their prestige. If they want to regain their prestige, they must find a powerful force to form an alliance. By then, our Chen family will be the only choice for the Sun family. Chen Jingtian was indeed an old fox. After understanding what happened at the entrance of the cemetery, he was able to deduce this in an instant. Chen Haiping said cheerfully, Father, in other words, although the Ling family won this time, they have aroused the fear of everyone and may become the target of everyone. At the same time, they have successfully pushed the Sun family to our side. This is equivalent to speeding up the alliance between us and the Sun family. Moreover, the Sun family is the one who came to beg us? Chen Jingtian saw that his son had finally come around. He smiled faintly and said, That's right. If you don't believe me, when we return home, Sun Jinwu will definitely be waiting for us. Chen Jingtian had already predicted that Sun Jinwu wouldn't be able to take this lying down. Chen Haiping asked carefully, Father, then what should we do? Chen Jingtian laughed coldly. Do you still need to ask? Of course we'll agree to him directly. Then, when we deal with the Ling family, the Sun family will still be the vanguard. We'll just sit back and reap the benefits. Chen Haiping was only thinking about the small benefits at the entrance. Therefore, he felt that it was a pity when the Sun family was crushed. Chen Jingtian, on the other hand, was thinking about the big benefits at the back. Therefore, he felt happy when the Ling family won. However, Chen Jingtian sighed deeply and said, However, no matter what, the rise of the Ling family is unstoppable now that they have Ling Yun. The major families in Huaxia are going to be in a state of turmoil again. Whether he was willing or not, Chen Jingtian had to admit that the Ling family had once again stood on the stage of the big families in Huaxia. They had the right to compete with the other big families. The father and son talked as they walked. Moreover, they didn't walk slowly. In the time it took to talk, they were less than 100 meters away from the entrance. Chen Haipeng looked at the swaying figures outside the entrance and asked worriedly, "Father, are we going to go out just like that?" With the example of the Sun family, Chen Haipeng was actually under a lot of pressure. He was also uneasy, afraid that he would be crushed by the Ling family to the point where he couldn't even lift his head. Seeing that they were almost at the entrance, Chen Jingtian began to release his aura. During this period of time, the Chen family had suffered a series of setbacks. The Chen family's influence on the surface was almost wiped out by Ling Yun. Chen Jingtian had no choice but to stand on the surface again. With the help of his brother, Chen Jingxian, he had already advanced to Xiantian 9th stage. Chen Jingtian smiled proudly. "Peng Er, don't worry. I'm not Sun Jinwu, and the Chen family is not the Sun family." Chen Haipeng felt a little more at ease when he saw his father's strength. He asked in a low voice, "Father, about Chen Sen, should we mention it this time?" Currently, the Chen family hadn't completely fallen out with the Ling family on the surface. In fact, both parties still had some superficial exchanges. Between them and Ling Yun, their only clear enemy was Chen Senator. More than a month ago, Ling Yun captured Chen Sen in front of everyone at the Sun family's imperial restaurant in Beijing. That was a slap in the face for the Chen family. That was something that couldn't be avoided. Chen Jingtian's aura rose steadily as he said in a low voice, "Mention it? Why not? Do they really think that the Chen family is afraid of the Ling family?" Then, Chen Jingtian turned his head to look at his son. He smiled and said, "I'm sure your uncle received news about Ling Yun trampling on the Sun family just now. He'll rush over as soon as he hears that Ling Yun has appeared." "Uncle is coming over?" Chen Haipeng's face changed into an excited expression when he heard that Chen Jingxian would be coming over. Chen Jingtian laughed coldly. "Nonsense. Ever since the various parties in Beijing confirmed that Ling Yun has returned to the Ling family and acknowledged his ancestors, your uncle has been paying close attention to Ling Yun's movements. Now that Ling Yun is blocking the entrance of the cemetery, it's obvious that he wants to show off his power to the Chen family. How can your uncle not come?" With that, Chen Jingtian quickened his pace and took the lead. Very soon, he walked out of the cemetery entrance. "Ling Lai. I heard that you just humiliated the Sun family in front of everyone. Your Ling family is really impressive." Once Chen Jingtian appeared at the entrance, his malicious gaze swept across everyone in the Ling family. Finally, he locked his gaze on Ling Lai and said in a low voice. Chen Jingtian naturally saw Ling Yun, but he didn't speak to him. This was because of his age and status. In his eyes, Ling Yun was a junior, so he spoke to Ling Yun. Talking to Ling Yun would be beneath his status. Seeing that Chen Jingtian had finally walked out, Ling Lai instantly laughed. "Yo, Chen Jingtian, so your Chen family is also sweeping the graves. What a coincidence." Chen Jingtian was very domineering, and his words were also very domineering. However, what was Ling Lai's current realm? How could he be suppressed by Chen Jingtian? "I can't say that I'm impressive, but the Sun family has been bullying our Ling family for so long. Today, our Ling family is only asking for some interest. This is something that should be done." After Ling Lai greeted Chen Jingtian, he immediately rebutted Chen Jingtian's words. "Oh." Chen Jingtian laughed coldly and said, "After your Ling family got into trouble that year, you didn't have the ability and energy to manage such a huge business. That's why all the forces in Beijing stepped forward to help your Ling family. Everyone has been living in harmony for so many years. Why? Does your Ling family want to take everything back now?" Everyone in the Ling family, including Ling Lai, sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard Chen Jingtian's words. Chen Jingtian's words had a hidden meaning. His words were actually trying to push the entire Ling family to the opposite side of all the forces in Beijing. This move was really too ruthless. He, Ling Lai's heart shook, and he cursed Chen Jingtian in his heart for being a sly old fox. Thoughts flashed through his mind, but he couldn't find the appropriate words to respond. "Chen Jingtian, what do you mean by that?" Ling Lai was an upright and forthright person. He had no problem in fighting, but in terms of scheming and sharpness of speech, he naturally couldn't compare to Qin Jingtian. Qin Jingtian had the upper hand in terms of words. He chuckled and said, "What do I mean? I heard that just now, you forced Sun Jinwu to return all the benefits that his family had obtained from your Ling family. Otherwise, you wouldn't let him go. Then, I would like to ask, do the Long family, Yi family, Li family, and our Qin family have to return all the businesses that we took over from your Ling family?" Hearing this, Ling Lai was instantly enraged. He raised his hand and pointed at Qin Jingtian, wanting to curse out loud. However, at this moment, he heard a lazy voice. "Who the F***ck is farting? It's so smelly." The person who spoke was naturally Ling Yun. 2 nights ago, he had gone to Qin Sen's room to retrieve the check evidence. He had unintentionally eavesdropped on the conversation between the father and son of the Qin family. At that time, Ling Yun already knew that Qin Jingtian was an astute person. His words were sharp and incisive. If his grandfather wanted to argue with him now, he would only be at a disadvantage. Thus, Ling Yun had no choice but to step forward. As he spoke, he raised his hand and waved it in front of his nose, as if trying to chase away the smell in front of him. To be continued. Seeking subscriptions. Seeking monthly votes. Seeking support from everyone. The plot is awesome. Pfft. Ling Xiu was the first to burst into laughter. At the same time, she rolled her eyes at Ling Yun. Only Ling Yun would dare to say such sarcastic words in such an occasion. The other members of the Ling family couldn't help but burst into laughter after being stunned for a moment. Almost all of them were holding their bellies in laughter. There was probably no one in the entire capital who dared to speak to Qin Jingtian in such a manner in front of so many people. When Ling Yun returned home, he was surrounded by his elders and siblings. He had been very polite, saying what needed to be said and doing what needed to be done. In the eyes of the Ling family, Ling Yun had done everything very well and had a sense of propriety. This made people forget another characteristic of Big Brother Yun. No one was Ling Yun's match in terms of shamelessness and viciousness. If he didn't believe it, he could ask Mo Wudao, Tang Meng, and Tai Xiaohu in Qingshui City. He could ask those who had suffered at Ling Yun's hands and see what they had to say about him. Qin Jingtian was stunned. "Who's farting? It's so smelly." Wasn't this brat scolding him in a new way? Qin Jingtian's face turned red after he regained his senses. He pointed at Ling Yun and shouted, "Brat, who are you scolding?" Ling Yun's figure appeared in front of Qin Jingtian in a flash. With a smile on his face, he said in his usual lazy tone, "I'm scolding the person who answered me, old state cuisine, what the F***ck, Qin Jingtian, the head of the Qin family, one of the 7 big families in Beijing, could shake the entire city with a stomp of his feet. How could he be called an old state cuisine in Ling Yun's mouth?" Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha, the members of the Ling family couldn't hold it in anymore, especially Ling Yong, Ling Li, Ling Xiu, and Ling Shui. They couldn't care less about anything else. They were all convulsing with laughter. Qin Jingtian's face turned the color of a pig's liver. He was so angry that his hair and beard stood on end. He almost made a move on Ling Yun, but after some thought, he took a deep breath and held himself back. Qin Jingtian didn't dare to make a move. How shrewd was this old fox? Some time ago, the Qin family sent a few hundred Blood Clan members to Qingshui City to assassinate Ling Yun. Dozens of Japanese ninjas, as well as Qin Jianhao and the others, none of them returned alive. Even though those people's realms weren't higher than his, they weren't much lower either. All of them were killed by Ling Yun, so Ling Yun's true strength was obvious. Humph. Little brat, this old man won't lower himself to your level. Qin Jingtian snorted coldly before turning his head to look at Ling Lai. Ling Lai, what are you waiting for? Are all the descendants of the Ling family so uncultured? We adults are talking, and he's just a kid in his teens, how dare he interrupt? Qin Jingtian changed his target and went to reason with Ling Lai. When Ling Lai saw how his grandson managed to scare Qin Jingtian half to death with just a few sentences, he couldn't help but be overjoyed in his heart. Seeing that Qin Jingtian had returned to look for him, Ling Lai's expression turned solemn as he coughed and said, Qin Jingtian, there's something you don't know yet. I'll tell you now. As he spoke, Ling Lai extended his hand and pulled Ling Yun over. This is my precious grandson, Ling Yun. He's the son of my third son, Ling Xiao. Now, he's the head of the Ling family. All the internal and external affairs of the Ling family are decided by him. Even an old man like me has no choice but to obey his orders. Ling Lai's words weren't just for Chen Jingtian to hear. He purposely raised his voice so that the people in the surroundings could hear him. Ling Lai was announcing that the current head of the Ling family was Ling Yun. The moment he finished speaking, everyone, including Chen Jingtian, who was paying attention to the Ling family's movements, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. All of them had basic information on Ling Yun, so they naturally knew that Ling Yun wasn't even 19 years old yet. Furthermore, he had just returned to the Ling family, yet he was already the head of the Ling family. Even if it was a joke, it shouldn't be made like this. However, Ling Lai was the only old man in the Ling family. His words couldn't be doubted, so they had to be true. Thus, the surrounding spies quietly lowered their heads and got busy again, immediately sending out this important information. This? Chen Jingtian was dumbfounded. If Ling Yun was just an 18-year-old kid, he would definitely be breaking the rules by interrupting. However, Ling Yun was the head of the Ling family. That meant that he had the right to speak to Chen Jingtian. What was the head of the family? He was the head of the family. Hey, old Chai, stop jumping up and down. Can you listen to me quietly now? As for Ling Yun, he didn't care about that at all. He continued to call Chen Jingtian Old Bang Chai. Honorific? Don't even think about it. Brat, I'm warning you. If you dare to disrespect my father again, don't blame me for attacking you right now. Chen Jingtian might be able to hold it in, but his son, Chen Haiping, couldn't. He rushed forward and said angrily. Ling Yun didn't say anything. Instead, his lips curled into a strange smile. Then, he casually raised his hand and waved it lightly. Even though Ling Yun's actions were casual, he didn't hold back. With this wave of his hand, an invisible, violent wind swept towards Chen Haiping's face. That violent wind directly shattered Chen Haiping's protective layer of true qi. Then, it hit Chen Haiping's face. Pa! There was a crisp sound of an explosion. Chen Haiping, who was at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 6, was directly slapped in the face by Ling Yun. He let out a muffled groan and took a few steps back before he managed to stabilize himself. This time, even though Ling Yun didn't use his palm to directly slap Chen Haiping's face, it was still more powerful than the 2 slaps he gave the 2 elders from the Sun family just now. I'm talking to this old Chai. Who are you to speak? Ling Yun said calmly after knocking Chen Haiping back with 1 slap. Didn't you, Chen Jingtian, say that I have no right to interrupt? Now, I'm talking to you, and your son has no right to interrupt either. Ling Yun, you. You're lawless and out of control. You're simply going too far. Chen Jingtian was so angry that his whole body was trembling when he saw his son being humiliated in front of everyone. He didn't know what to say anymore. Ha 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 ha, Ling Yun looked up to the sky and laughed for a long time. Suddenly, he retracted his smile and pointed at Chen Jingtian's nose. Old Bang, stop playing dumb with me. I've been lawless for a long time. Did you just realize that now? Chen Jingtian was speechless. At this moment, Ling Yun pointed at Chen Jingtian's nose and scolded him. To outsiders, this was the epitome of arrogance. Yes, it was arrogance, unbridled arrogance. Was there any need to be polite when bullying someone? Ling Yun knew that he had successfully angered Chen Jingtian. Even if Chen Jingtian wasn't delirious, his brain wasn't as bright as before. He suddenly changed the topic. Old Chai, I didn't hear what you said to my grandpa just now. Can you repeat it for me? Chen Jingtian was already furious. He blurted out, I say, I want to ask the Ling family a question. The Long family, the Yi family, the Li family, and our Chen family, are we going to return all the properties that we took over the Ling family? Ling Yan shook his head indifferently. TSK. Not this, I'm asking about the previous sentence. Chen Jingtian's expression froze. He thought hard for a long time before he remembered what he had said. He repeated, what I meant was, after the Ling family got into trouble, you didn't have the ability and energy to manage such a huge business. That's why all the forces in Beijing stepped up to help the Ling family. Everyone has already, stop. 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 Ling Yan hurriedly made a stop gesture. He tilted his head and looked at Chen Jingtian for a long time before sighing. I didn't expect an old child like you to have such a good brain. You actually remembered every single word. If I was any slower, I would have been dragged into this by you again. After scolding Chen Jingtian a few more times, Ling Yan's expression suddenly turned cold as he said in a low voice, "Old thing, you really know how to talk. You actually turned black into white with just a few words. What do you mean by our Ling family doesn't have the ability and energy to manage such a huge business? What do you mean by all the forces in Beijing stepping up to help the Ling family? You guys stole the Ling family's businesses in broad daylight. Stealing is stealing, but in your mouth, it became doing a good deed without leaving a name?" Ling Lai slapped his thigh as though he had just woken up from a dream. He thought to himself, oh my god, no wonder Chen Jingtian's words sounded so awkward. I actually couldn't refute him. So it turns out that I was tricked by this old fox. Luckily, Ling Yan was here. Otherwise, the Ling family would have become the target of everyone just because of Chen Jingtian's words. However, from what his precious grandson said, not only did he want to take back the businesses that the Sun family stole, but he also wanted to take back the Long family, the Yi family, the Li family, and the Chen family. That would still make them the target of everyone. After Grandpa Ling was done being happy, he almost stumbled again. Chen Jingtian, say it yourself. I just said that you were farting, and your farts were very smelly, right? Ling Yun didn't care about what others thought. He had already made up his mind about the Ling family's matters in the past and in the future. Whoever he wanted, he would kill them, spit out what you ate from me, and return what you took from me. That was Ling Yan's way of doing things. Even if he became the target of everyone, he wouldn't hesitate. Chen Jingtian finally understood that he had met his match this time. Not only in terms of realm, but even in terms of verbal skills, he couldn't beat Ling Yun in front of him. His face turned red. That's all in the past. Let me ask you, now, does the Ling family want to smack? To be continued. Attention, students. Seeking subscriptions, seeking monthly votes, seeking recommendation votes. You'll know whether the plot is good or not after watching it, Pa. Another crisp slap to the face. However, it wasn't Chen Haipeng who slapped Ling Yun this time. It was Chen Jingtian. No one saw how Ling Yun made his move. His movements were simply too fast. Hearing this slap, everyone from the Ling family, as well as those who were watching closely, couldn't help but close their eyes. A youth who wasn't even 19 years old slapped an old man in his 70s. Most people couldn't bear to watch such a scene. After the slap, Ling Yan looked at Chen Jingtian, who was clutching his cheek in disbelief. Chen Jingtian, this slap has nothing to do with the enmity between our families. I just wanted to slap you, you shameless old man. Ling Yan's eyes were cold as he said in an equally cold tone. You stole something from the Ling family, so you don't have to bring it up. Now that it's in the past, you think it's over? I, Ling Yun, will make it clear today. No matter who it is, as long as they stole something from the Ling family, even if it's a broken brick or a broken tile, they'll have to return it to me with interest. Not a single cent less. This was Ling Yan's domineering declaration, the rise of the Ling family, the rise of the Ling family. What did it mean to rise? No one dared to provoke them, no one dared to touch them, and no one dared to bully them. That was what it meant to rise. Rising wasn't something to be talked about. Shouting slogans all day long was useless. The real rise came from fighting. It came from fighting through blood and fire. It was to trample on anyone who dared to provoke or covet you. That was what it meant to rise. You want Chen Jingtian to say a few words to the Long family? He wanted to see if the Long family would immediately destroy the Chen family. Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, Ling Yu, and the rest of the Ling family couldn't help but look at each other when they heard Ling Yun's words. Ling Yun was too domineering, wasn't he? Would this really work? Ling Yun's announcement was equivalent to pushing the Long family, Yi family, Li family, Chen family, and Sun family to the side of the enemy. He wanted all 5 families to join forces. Thinking about this, Ling Lai and the others couldn't help but worry. However, even though that was what they thought, everyone in the Ling family felt a sense of relief after hearing Ling Yun's words. The depression that had been stifling their hearts for so many years was released in an instant, and a warm current surged through their bodies. His blood was boiling. Wasn't it just fighting? If you want to fight, let's fight. Now that the Ling family had Ling Yun and the inheritance of the Ling family, something that had been flowing in the bodies of the Ling family's ancestors for generations had begun to rise. The Ling family had a genealogy that was passed down from generation to generation. The first generation of the Ling family came from a place called the Martial God Hall. However, this was only passed down from generation to generation. More than 2,000 years had passed, and the evidence was no longer verifiable. Furthermore, no one knew where the Martial God Hall was. However, everyone in the Ling clan was born with the battle genes in their bodies. It couldn't be erased. This was a fact. Qin Jingtian covered his swollen face, his eagle-like eyes glaring daggers at Ling Yun. His face was filled with hatred, but his heart was secretly delighted. Qin Jingtian thought to himself, "Brat, you're still young and full of vigor. You finally fell for my trap." "This slap isn't for nothing," Qin Jingtian's eyes flashed. He naturally noticed the spies from the other forces in the surroundings. They were all busy transmitting information to the outside world. "I, Ling Yun, will make it clear today. No matter who it is, as long as they take something from the Ling family, even if it's a broken brick or a piece of broken tile, they will have to return it to me with interest. Not a single cent less." These two sentences were clearly heard by everyone around them. Those spies had transmitted Ling Yun's words back to their masters without missing a single word. "Humph." Qin Jingtian suddenly sneered and said, "Brat, you're crazy and arrogant enough. However, I'll wait for the day when you and the Ling family regret it." "Old Bang Lai, you're still so stubborn even at this time?" Ling Yun smiled indifferently. "Whether or not I'll regret it is still uncertain. However, Qin Jingtian, you'll regret it very soon." Since Qin Jingtian was still so stubborn, Big Brother Yun would teach him how to behave. "You said that the Ling family doesn't have the ability and energy to manage such a large business after the incident. I want to see how you feel when someone else comes to share the burden of the Qin family's business after the incident." As he said that, Ling Yun began to move forward. At the same time, he threw a punch with his right arm straight at Qin Jingtian's face. The punch was directed at Qin Jingtian's face. In order to avoid shocking the world, Ling Yun didn't use any movement techniques. Instead, he rushed forward and punched Qin Jingtian like an ordinary person. Qin Jingtian couldn't care less when he saw Ling Yun's fist coming at him. His first reaction was to dodge. However, he realized that Ling Yun's fist had already locked onto him after he tried to move in a few directions. There was no way to dodge. Movement techniques, footwork, and speed. Even though Ling Yun didn't move like a rainbow, his footwork was extremely complicated. He had already locked onto all of Qin Jingtian's escape routes. Qin Jingtian wasn't as fast as him. How could he dodge? He could only take it head-on. Qin Jingtian roared and gathered all of his half-step Xiantian ninth realm strength into his right palm. He swung his palm at Ling Yun's fist. Ling Yun smirked. "Humph, go to hell." Bam! The fist and palm collided. Gotcha! With a crisp sound, Qin Jingtian's right elbow was smashed into smithereens by the impact of Ling Yun's punch. Ah! Qin Jingtian immediately let out a miserable howl as his body was sent flying. He fell directly into the gate and rolled on the ground. At this moment, Qin Jingtian finally understood why Ling Yun was so arrogant. He was a half-step Xiantian ninth realm cultivator, but he couldn't even take one punch from Ling Yun. How could he not be arrogant? Ling Yun's fist was too terrifying, the technique was secondary. The tyrannical strength made Qin Jingtian feel invincible. There weren't many people who could take one punch from Ling Yun and come out unscathed. However, this was just the beginning. Ling Yun was already infuriated. Since he had started, he naturally wouldn't end it with just one punch. He strode through the door and went straight for Qin Jingtian. "Little thief, how dare you hurt my father? I'll kill you." Chen Haipeng saw that his father was seriously injured. Even though he knew he was no match for Ling Yun, he still rushed forward. Without hesitation, he used his movement technique and pounced on Ling Yun from behind. "Get lost." Ling Yan didn't even turn his head as he raised his hand and waved it behind him. Another gust of wind shot out from his palm and sent Chen Haipeng flying. Wah! This time, Chen Haipeng wasn't so lucky. He suffered serious internal injuries and vomited blood. He tried to move but couldn't get up. Not to mention the Chen family, even the Ling family didn't expect this to happen. Ling Yan's courage to fight without hesitation was something that others couldn't learn, and it was extremely difficult for them to do. This was how he killed Ling Hao, humiliated the Sun family, and beat up the father and son of the Chen family. Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. He turned to his father, Ling Lai, and whispered telepathically, "Father, does Yunair not care about the occasion and place when he fights?" Ling Lai shrugged and replied helplessly, "Yunair has always been like this when he was in Qingshui City. It's never changed." Ling Xiao didn't say anything. Chen Jingtian flew up from the door. One of his arms was already crippled, and his movement technique was no longer agile. Bang! Ling Yan entered the door. There was no one inside, so he didn't have to worry anymore. In a flash, he appeared in front of Chen Jingtian and sent him flying through the door again. "Chen Jingtian, after your Chen family captured my second uncle, Ling Yu, you sent Japanese ninjas to kill my Ling family. Today, I'll settle this score with you and your son." Ling Yun didn't hold back. His eyes were cold, and his tone was cold. He didn't even look at the people around him. As he spoke, he walked towards Chen Jingtian at a steady pace. Ling Yan's second punch landed on Chen Jingtian's chest and broke 5 or 6 of his ribs. Chen Jingtian had no strength to resist. If he were to land another punch, Chen Jingtian would definitely be beaten to death. "Ling Yun, stop." At this moment, a black car sped over from afar. The person in the car peeked his head out and shouted at Ling Yun. Ling Yun used his divine sense and realized that it was Lei Xing from the Huaxia Condor team. He couldn't help but smile. This old friend of his had finally shown up. Ling Yun immediately slowed down and replied with a smile, "I know, I'm not fighting. I'm just playing with the Chen family." When the people around heard this, they couldn't help but roll their eyes. He almost beat the father and son to death. How was that considered playing? While Lei Xing was getting out of the car, Ling Yan walked in front of Chen Jingtian. Lowering his head, he looked down at Chen Jingtian, who was lying on the ground. Calmly, he said, "Chen, the reason I beat you up today is to tell you that it's not impossible to act tough, but you have to know who you're dealing with. The Ling family and the Chen family were mortal enemies." Chen Jingtian actually wanted to act cool in front of Ling Yun. Wasn't that courting death? If he didn't act cool, they would beat him up. What's more, he was acting so arrogant. "Now, everything is as you said. The Chen family doesn't seem to have the ability and energy to manage such a huge business, right? Then I'll invite the Long family, the Yi family, the Li family, and of course, the Ling family to share the burden. How about that?" Chen Jingtian didn't know if it was because of pain or anger. His lips trembled. He wanted to say something, but the moment he opened his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood. This slap in the face was too painful. It was many times more painful than the slap to the Sun family, but there was no other way. Both father and son weren't Ling Yun's match. In front of Ling Yun, they could only take the beating. "Ling family thief, don't you dare bully the Chen family. I'll kill you." Right at this moment, a black silhouette dashed out from the dense forest in the distance. The #1 expert of the Chen family, Chen Jingxian, had arrived. To be continued. End of chapter 1177. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.